The year was 2347, and humanity had been part of the Galactic Confederation for only 12 years. Among the 27 spacefaring species that made up the Great Alliance, humans were still the newcomers. They were watched with curiosity by some, and suspicion by others. Nobody quite knew what to make of these strange beings from a small blue planet in the Orion Arm. Commander Daniel Brooks stood on the bridge of his ship, the Resolute. He was a tall man with gray hair and tired eyes that had seen too many battles. His mission today was simple. He was escorting a diplomatic convoy through the Narathi Corridor, a stretch of space known for its dangers. 3 passenger liners traveled under his protection, carrying diplomats, families, and workers to the outer colonies. The largest of these ships was the Starlight Voyager. It carried over 4,000 civilians, including Ambassador Laura Mitchell and her 8-year-old daughter Sophie. The ambassador was returning from peace talks with the Corvathi, and her daughter had come along because Laura did not like to be away from her child for too long. Everything changed in an instant. The first warning came from the sensor officer, a young woman named Kate. She shouted that multiple ships were dropping out of hyperspace all around them. Brooks felt his heart sink as he counted the contacts on his screen. 40 ships. Then 60. Then over 100. The Vekthari Syndicate had found them. The Syndicate was a pirate coalition that had terrorized the outer systems for 300 years. They were made up of criminals, outcasts, and killers from a dozen different species. Their leader was a reptilian warlord named Kasix, a creature of terrible cruelty who had built his empire on fear and blood. Brooks ordered his escorts to form a defensive line, but he knew it was hopeless. He had 6 ships against more than 100. The Syndicate fleet surrounded them like wolves around sheep. Then Kasix appeared on every screen in the convoy. He was tall for his kind, with dark green scales and yellow eyes that held no mercy. He spoke in the common tongue, his voice cold and full of contempt. "Humans," he said, "you are new to this galaxy. You do not understand how things work here. So, I will teach you." His ships moved with precision, cutting off the Starlight Voyager from the rest of the convoy. Brooks tried to intervene, but warning shots forced him back. He watched helplessly as Syndicate boarding craft attached themselves to the passenger liner like parasites. Within an hour, it was done. Kasix had taken the Starlight Voyager and everyone aboard. 4,200 civilians, including an ambassador and a little girl, were now his prisoners. Kasix broadcast his demands across all channels. He wanted 300 Syndicate prisoners released from Confederation jails. He wanted 5 billion galactic credits. He wanted safe passage through Confederation space for the next 50 years. And he gave them 72 hours to comply. "If my demands are not met," he said with a smile that showed rows of sharp teeth, "I will begin executing hostages. I will start with the children. I will make their parents watch, and I will broadcast it across the galaxy so that everyone knows the price of defiance." The transmission ended, and silence fell across the convoy. Brooks stared at the screen for a long moment. Then he turned to his communications officer. "Get me a direct line to Earth," he said. Priority 1. The Galactic Confederation Council met in emergency session on their great station at the center of known space. Representatives from all 27 species gathered in the circular chamber, their voices raised in argument and fear. The Althrani delegate spoke first. His species was ancient and peaceful, with silver skin and large dark eyes. He had seen this situation many times before. "We must pay," he said simply. "The Syndicate has done this to us for 2 centuries. We paid the ransoms, and eventually the attacks became less frequent. It is the only way to save those people." End quote. The Corvathi representative agreed. Her species prided itself on logic and rational thinking. She presented calculations showing that paying the ransom would result in fewer total deaths than resistance. "The mathematics are clear," she said. "Compliance is the optimal strategy." One by one, the delegates spoke. The Nethrani had paid ransoms to the Syndicate. So had the Vorex, the Kalthari, and the Orilani. Every species present had, at some point, negotiated with the Syndicate. It was simply how things were done in the galaxy. Then the human delegate stood up. Secretary Nathan Cole was not an impressive man to look at. He was of average height, with brown hair going gray at the temples, and a quiet face that rarely showed emotion. But when he spoke, his voice carried an edge that silenced the entire chamber. "Humanity does not negotiate with terrorists," he said. "We never have. We never will." The chamber erupted in chaos. Delegates shouted over each other. The Althrani representative called it madness. The Korvathi called it illogical. Others called it arrogance, stupidity, a death sentence for the hostages. Cole waited for the noise to die down. When he spoke again, his voice was calm, but firm. "You have all spent centuries giving the Syndicate what they want. And what has it gotten you? More attacks. More kidnappings. More demands. You taught them that crime pays. You taught them that threatening innocent lives gets results. And now you wonder why they keep doing it." He looked around the chamber, meeting the eyes of each delegate in turn. "Humans learned a long time ago that you cannot buy peace from those who profit from war. Every ransom you pay funds their next attack. Every demand you meet encourages them to make more demands. The only way to stop a bully is to stand up to them, no matter the cost." The Althrani delegate shook his head sadly. "And what of the hostages? Will you sacrifice 4,000 lives for your principles?" Cole's expression did not change. "We will not sacrifice anyone. We are going to get our people back." "How?" the Korvathi demanded. "The Syndicate stronghold has never been breached. 17 species have tried. All have failed." Cole smiled, and there was something in that smile that made several delegates uncomfortable. None of those species were human. He sent one message back to Earth that night. It contained only 3 words. Authorization requested. Prometheus. The response came within hours, signed by the President of the United Earth Government and the full Security Council. Operation Silent Thunder was authorized. Across human space, ships began to move. Soldiers received their orders. Equipment was loaded, and weapons were checked. The greatest rescue mission in human history was about to begin, and somewhere in the Kazath Nebula, Kasich sat in his throne room and waited for his ransom. Confident that the humans would bend like all the others, he had made a terrible mistake. He had taken human children, and he was about to learn what that meant. Admiral Rebecca Turner received her orders aboard the carrier Independence. She sat alone in her quarters, reading the mission briefing for the 3rd time. The words had not changed, but she kept hoping they would. She was 54 years old and had commanded difficult operations before. She had fought in the Mars Uprising and led the defense of Colony 7 during the border wars. But she had never faced anything like this. The Syndicate stronghold was a converted asteroid in the heart of the Kazath Nebula. It had been their main base for 300 years. Over 200 warships guarded it at all times. Defensive platforms surrounded it like a shell of steel and fire. 17 species had tried to assault it throughout history. All 17 had failed. The wreckage of their fleets still floated in the nebula as a warning to others. Turner closed the briefing and stood up. She walked to the window and looked out at the stars. Somewhere out there, 4,000 of her people were waiting to be saved, including a little girl named Sophie, who probably did not understand why bad things were happening to her. Turner had a daughter once. She had died in an accident when she was 9 years old. That was 20 years ago. But Turner still saw her face in her dreams. She would not let another child die if she could help it. Her door chimed, and she called for her visitor to enter. Intelligence Officer Kevin Morris stepped inside. He was a thin man, with sharp eyes, and a nervous energy that never seemed to rest. He carried a datapad filled with everything humanity knew about the Syndicate stronghold. "Admiral," he said, "I have completed my analysis. The short version is that a direct assault is impossible. Their defensive grid would destroy our fleet before we got within weapons range." Turner nodded. She had expected this. "And the long version?" Morris smiled slightly. "The long version is that impossible is what we do best." He activated the holographic display in the center of her quarters. A 3-dimensional image of the Syndicate stronghold appeared. Rotating slowly, it was massive, A hollowed-out asteroid, nearly 50 kilometers across. Docking bays covered its surface like wounds. Weapon platforms bristled from every angle. The Syndicate has held this base for 3 centuries, Morris said. In that time, they have become comfortable, confident. They believe that no one would be crazy enough to attack them directly. And they are right. No one would be crazy enough to do that. He zoomed in on a section of the asteroid that appeared darker than the rest. But 17 years ago, a Vekthari named Torek fled the Syndicate and sought asylum in human space. He was a maintenance worker who spent 40 years in the lower sections of the stronghold. He knew things that even the Syndicate leadership had forgotten. Turner leaned forward. What things? There is a network of old tunnels running through the asteroid. They were part of the original mining operation, centuries before the Syndicate moved in. Most of them have been sealed or forgotten. But Torek remembered. He gave us detailed maps before he died. Other species had defectors too, Turner said. Why did they not use this information? Morris shrugged. They said the risk was too high. The tunnels are narrow and dangerous. Anyone using them would have to get past the sensor grid first, which is supposed to be impossible. And even if they made it inside, they would be outnumbered 1,000 to 1. Turner was quiet for a moment. Then she said, supposed to be impossible. But not actually impossible. Morris nodded. We have something no other species has, the Ghost. Turner knew the ship he meant. The stealth frigate Ghost was the most advanced vessel in the human fleet. It used experimental cloaking technology that bent light and sensor waves around its hull. In tests, it had passed within 100 meters of detection equipment without being noticed. But the technology had never been used in combat. No one knew if it would work under real conditions. Who commands the Ghost? Turner asked. Commander Amy Sullivan. She volunteered the moment she heard about the mission. Turner had heard of Sullivan. She was young for a commander, only 32. But she had a reputation for taking risks that others called insane and somehow making them work. She was exactly the kind of officer they needed. What about the ground team? Turner asked. Who do we have for the insertion? Morris pulled up another file. Lieutenant Chris Palmer and his Special Operations team. 12 operators, all veterans of the Mars Uprising and the Centauri conflict. They have the highest success rate of any team in the fleet. Turner studied the faces on the screen. They were young, most of them. Young and dangerous. She saw the look in their eyes, the quiet confidence of people who had faced death many times and kept walking forward. Palmer has already begun planning the rescue, Morris continued. His team will drop from Ghost in modified insertion pods. They will use the old tunnels to reach the detention block where the hostages are being held. Once they secure the civilians, they will move to an extraction point while Ghost provides cover. And how do they get out? Turner asked. Even if Ghost can get them in, extraction will be another matter. Morris smiled. That is where Captain John Reeves comes in. His destroyer, Nightfall, is the fastest ship in the fleet. He will lead a small strike force through the Syndicate defensive line at the moment of extraction. Ghost will decloak and provide suppressive fire while the shuttles get the hostages out. Turner was silent for a long time. The plan was insane. It required perfect timing, incredible luck, and the willingness to risk everything on a single throw of the dice. What are our chances? She finally asked. Morris hesitated. Honestly, Admiral? If everything goes perfectly, maybe 30%. If anything goes wrong, much less. Turner thought about the 4,000 civilians waiting in that asteroid. She thought about Ambassador Mitchell and her daughter. She thought about her own daughter. Gone these 20 years. 30% is better than 0, she said. Tell Palmer and Sullivan to begin preparations. We move in 48 hours. Morris nodded and turned to leave. At the door, he stopped. Admiral, can I ask you something? Go ahead. Why are we doing this? The other species are right. The logical thing is to pay the ransom. We could save everyone without firing a shot. Turner looked at him with eyes that held old pain and older anger. Because if we pay, they will do it again. Maybe not tomorrow. Maybe not next year. But someday, Another warlord will take human hostages and expect us to bend. And if we bend once, we will have to bend forever. Some lines cannot be crossed, Kevin. Some principles cannot be sold. The moment we start bargaining with people who threaten our children, we lose something we can never get back. She turned back to the window and the stars beyond. Humanity does not negotiate with terrorists. That is not just a policy. It is who we are. And I would rather die than change that. Morris left without another word. In the hangar bay below, soldiers checked their weapons and reviewed their plans. In the docking rings, Ghost powered up her engines and tested her cloak. Across the fleet, men and women prepared to fly into the heart of enemy territory on a mission that most people thought was suicide. None of them complained. None of them asked for different orders. They knew what was at stake. They knew the risks, and they went anyway, because that is what humans do. The insertion pods fell through the nebula like seeds in the wind. Inside each one, a human operator waited in darkness, trusting their life to technology that had never been tested in real combat. Lieutenant Chris Palmer counted his heartbeats to stay calm. He had done this before, dropped into hostile territory with nothing but his team and his training. But never like this. Never so far behind enemy lines. With so many lives depending on his success, his pod shook as it passed through a pocket of charged gas. The nebula was beautiful when seen from a distance, a swirl of purple and gold that filled the sky. Up close, it was a nightmare of radiation and electromagnetic storms that could kill an unprotected human in minutes. Palmer checked his display. 11 other pods were falling with him, each one carrying a member of his team. They had trained together for 3 years. He knew their strengths and weaknesses better than his own. He would trust any of them with his life. His second in command was Sergeant Lisa Warren. She was only 26, but had already earned 3 medals for bravery. She had been born on a colony ship during the long voyage to Alpha Centauri. Her grandmother had told her stories about Earth, about blue skies and green forests and oceans that stretched to the horizon. Lisa had never seen any of those things, but she fought for them anyway. The pods adjusted their course automatically, using the old tunnels maps that the defector Torek had provided. They were aiming for a maintenance hatch on the dark side of the asteroid, a spot that the Syndicate sensors could not cover properly because of interference from the nebula itself. Ghost had brought them this far, her experimental cloak hiding them from detection. Now they were on their own. Palmer felt the pod slow as it approached the surface. There was a soft thump, and then silence. He waited 30 seconds, listening for alarms, for weapons fire, for any sign that they had been discovered. Nothing. He opened the hatch and stepped out onto the surface of the asteroid. The others were already there. 12 shadows in the darkness. They moved without speaking, using hand signals to communicate. Every second they spent in the open was a second they could be seen. Lisa found the maintenance hatch. It was old and rusted, exactly as Torek had described. She worked on the lock, while the others formed a defensive circle around her. 30 seconds later, it opened with a groan of ancient metal. They dropped into the tunnels below. The darkness was complete. Their helmets switched to infrared automatically, painting the world in shades of red and orange. The tunnels were narrow, barely wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. They stretched deep into the asteroid, a maze of forgotten passages that had not been used in centuries. Palmer led the way, following the map on his display. The detention block was 3 kilometers ahead. Through tunnels that grew narrower and more dangerous with every step, they had to move quickly, but they also had to move quietly. Any sound could alert the Syndicate to their presence. They encountered their first obstacle after 20 minutes. A section of tunnel had collapsed, blocking their path with tons of rock and debris. The map showed an alternate route, but it would add another hour to their journey. They did not have an hour. Lisa studied the collapse for a moment. Then she pulled a small device from her pack and attached it to the largest boulder. The device hummed softly, sending vibrations through the rock that weakened its structure without making noise. 5 minutes later, she was able to push the boulder aside just enough for them to squeeze through one at a time. They kept moving. Somewhere above them, 4,000 civilians waited in fear. Ambassador Laura Mitchell had organized the hostages into groups, keeping them calm, keeping them hopeful. She told them that help was coming. She did not know if it was true, but she knew that hope was sometimes the only weapon people had. Her daughter Sophie sat beside her, holding her mother's hand. She was 8 years old and did not fully understand what was happening. She knew that bad people had taken them. She knew that her mother was scared, even though she tried to hide it, and she knew that they had to be brave. "Mom," Sophie whispered. "Are we going to be okay?" Laura squeezed her hand. "Yes, sweetheart. We are going to be okay." She prayed that she was not lying. Palmer's team reached the edge of the detention block after another hour of crawling through darkness. He signaled for everyone to stop and moved forward alone to scout the area. The detention block was a massive cargo hold that the syndicate had converted into a prison. Thousands of hostages sat on the cold metal floor, surrounded by guards with weapons. Palmer counted at least 50 syndicate soldiers in the main chamber, with more patrolling the corridors outside. He pulled back and gathered his team. 50 hostiles in the main room, he said quietly. More in the halls. The hostages are in the center. Which is good. It means the syndicate cannot fire freely without risking their bargaining chips. "How do we take out 50 soldiers with 12 people?" asked Private Danny Marsh, the youngest member of the team. Palmer allowed himself a small smile. "We do not take them all out. We just need to create chaos and hold long enough for extraction. Ghost is standing by. Once we secure the hostages, she will decloak and draw fire while we get everyone to the shuttles." Lisa nodded. "What is our entry point?" Palmer pointed to a ventilation shaft above the cargo hold. "We drop in from there. Flash grenades first to blind them, then we hit them hard and fast. Our priority is getting between the hostages and the guards. Once we have a defensive position, we hold until extraction." The team checked their weapons one final time. Palmer looked at each of them, seeing the fear and determination in their eyes. These were good people. Brave people. He was proud to serve with them. "Remember why we are here," he said. "There are children in that room. There are mothers and fathers and people who just want to go home. The syndicate thinks that taking hostages makes them strong. We are going to show them how wrong they are." He moved toward the ventilation shaft. The others followed. In the command center of the stronghold, Cassix received a report from his sensor officers. They had detected a brief anomaly at the edge of the nebula, something that might have been a ship or might have been nothing at all. He dismissed it with a wave of his clawed hand. The humans were weak, he told himself. They would pay the ransom like all the others. They had no choice. He leaned back in his throne and smiled. In a few hours, he would be richer than ever before. The galaxy would see that even the mighty humans bent to his will. He did not know that 12 shadows were moving through his station. He did not know that his empire was about to burn. Above the cargo hold, Palmer gave the signal. The team dropped into the light, and the silence of the station was shattered by the sound of human fury. The flash grenades went off first, filling the cargo hold with blinding white light. The syndicate guards stumbled and screamed, their eyes burning from the sudden brightness. By the time they could see again, it was too late. Palmer landed in the center of the room, his weapon already firing. He moved with the speed and precision of someone who had trained for this moment his entire life. 3 guards went down before they could raise their weapons. Lisa dropped beside him, her rifle taking out 2 more. The rest of the team spread out in a perfect formation, each operator covering their assigned sector. The hostages screamed and dove for cover, not understanding what was happening. "Get down and stay down," Palmer shouted over the chaos. "We are here to rescue you." Ambassador Laura Mitchell heard those words and felt tears spring to her eyes. She pulled Sophie close and pressed them both to the floor, shielding her daughter with her own body. Around her, the other hostages did the same. The firefight was brutal and fast. The syndicate guards outnumbered the human team 4-1, but they were caught off guard and confused. They fired wildly, hitting walls and ceilings more often than targets. Palmer's team moved through them like ghosts, using the confusion to their advantage. Private Danny Marsh took a hit to his leg and went down. He kept firing from the ground, refusing to stop until Lisa dragged him behind cover. "How bad?" she asked. I can walk, he said through gritted teeth. Just get me up. She helped him to his feet, and they kept moving. Within 3 minutes, the cargo hold was secure. 20 syndicate guards were dead. The rest had fled into the corridors, calling for reinforcements. Palmer knew they did not have much time. Team, form a perimeter around the hostages, he ordered. We hold this position until extraction arrives. The operators moved into position, creating a ring of steel and determination around 4,000 terrified civilians. Ambassador Mitchell stood up slowly, her arms still wrapped around Sophie. You came, she said, her voice shaking. I did not think anyone would come. Palmer nodded. We never leave our people behind, ma'am. Now I need you to help me. Can you organize the civilians? We need to move fast when the shuttles arrive. Laura Mitchell had been a diplomat for 20 years. She knew how to take charge in a crisis. Within minutes, she had the hostages arranged in groups, ready to move at a moment's notice. Outside the cargo hold, alarms began to wail across the station. Casix had finally realized what was happening. He stood in his command center, his yellow eyes wide with disbelief as reports flooded in. Humans inside his station. His guards killed. His hostages being rescued. It was impossible. It could not be happening. Seal all exits, he roared. Send every soldier to the detention block. Kill the attackers and retake the prisoners. His officers rushed to obey. Hundreds of syndicate fighters began converging on the cargo hold from every direction. At the edge of the nebula, Admiral Turner watched the chaos unfold on her tactical display. She had positioned her fleet just outside sensor range, waiting for the right moment to strike. That moment had come. All ships, this is Admiral Turner, she said over the fleet channel. Operation Silent Thunder is now active. Attack Formation Delta. We punch through their defensive line, and we do not stop until our people are safe. Anyone who wants to back out, now is the time. No one backed out. The human fleet surged forward, over 40 ships driving straight into the heart of the syndicate defenses. It was a suicide run by any logical calculation. The syndicate had more than 200 ships and dozens of defensive platforms. They should have destroyed the attackers without effort. But Turner was not trying to win a battle. She was trying to buy time. Her ships hit the syndicate line like a hammer, drawing every defender toward them. Explosions lit up the nebula, as vessels on both sides were destroyed. Turner stood on the bridge of the Independence, watching her people die, knowing that every second they bought was a second closer to saving the hostages. Inside the station, Palmer's team fought a desperate holding action. Syndicate soldiers poured toward the cargo hold from every direction. The corridors echoed with weapons, fire, and screaming. Lisa had taken a plasma bolt to her shoulder. The wound was bad, burning through her armor and scorching the flesh beneath. She switched her rifle to her other hand and kept fighting, refusing to stop. Palmer, she shouted over the noise. We cannot hold much longer. Palmer knew she was right. They were running out of ammunition. They were running out of time. If extraction did not arrive soon, they would be overwhelmed. Then Casix's voice crackled over every speaker in the station. Humans, he said, his voice dripping with contempt. You think you have won? You have won nothing. I will destroy this entire section before I let you take those hostages. I would rather kill everyone than show weakness to the galaxy. Palmer felt his blood run cold. He looked up at the ceiling of the cargo hold and saw the emergency venting systems. If Casix opened them, everyone in the room would be sucked into space. He grabbed his communicator. Ghost. This is Palmer. We need extraction now. The target is threatening to vent the hostage area. Commander Amy Sullivan heard the message on the bridge of her ship. She was hidden in the nebula, waiting for the right moment to strike. That moment was now. Decloak, she ordered. Full power to weapons. Target the command center. Ghost shimmered into existence directly above the Syndicate stronghold. It was the most dangerous position possible, surrounded by enemies on all sides. Sullivan did not care. She opened fire with everything she had. The first volley took out the shield generators protecting the command center. The second volley punched holes in the station's hull. The third volley struck the command center itself, sending Casix diving for cover. "All shuttles, launch," Sullivan ordered. "Get our people out of there." 5 shuttles burst from Ghost's hangar bay, racing toward the station. Behind them, Captain John Reeves and his destroyer Nightfall came screaming out of the nebula, his weapons blazing a path through the Syndicate defenders. In the cargo hold, Palmer heard the shuttles approaching. "Everyone move," he shouted. "Follow the evacuation teams. Do not stop for anything." The hostages surged toward the docking bays, 4,000 people moving as one. Palmer's team held the rear, fighting off every Syndicate soldier who tried to follow. Danny Marsh could barely walk, but he kept firing. Lisa could barely lift her rifle, but she kept fighting. They fought because they had to. They fought because there was no other choice. They fought because they were human. Casix saw his prize slipping away and screamed in rage. He ordered his ships to destroy the shuttles, to kill everyone rather than let the humans escape. But Ghost and Nightfall stood in the way, their weapons creating a wall of fire that nothing could pass. One by one, the shuttles filled with hostages and launched into space. One by one, they reached the safety of the human fleet. The last shuttle carried Palmer's team and the final group of civilians. As it lifted off, Palmer looked back at the station that had held so many people prisoner. He thought about the fear they must have felt, the despair, the hopelessness. They would never feel that way again. Above them, Ghost took hit after hit but refused to retreat. Sullivan stayed at her post, buying time with her ship's blood until every shuttle was clear. "All hostages recovered," she reported. "All teams extracted. Mission successful." On the bridge of the Independence, Admiral Turner allowed herself a moment of relief, then she gave her final order. "All ships, withdraw. We have what we came for." The human fleet pulled back, leaving the Syndicate stronghold burning behind them. Casix stood in his ruined command center, watching them go. For the first time in his life, he felt fear. He had lost. The humans had won, and he knew that this was only the beginning. The news spread across the galaxy like wildfire. Every species, every world, every station heard the story of what the humans had done. They had attacked the Syndicate stronghold that no one had ever breached. They had rescued 4,000 hostages from the most feared pirate coalition in known space. They had done what 17 species before them had failed to do, and they had done it in 72 hours. The numbers were broadcast everywhere. Of the 4,000, 200 hostages taken, 4,187 were rescued alive. 13 had died during the initial capture. Before the rescue mission even began, every single member of Lieutenant Palmer's team survived, though 4 required extensive medical treatment. Sergeant Lisa Warren was awarded the Medal of Honor for her actions, the highest military decoration humanity could give. She accepted it with quiet dignity, then went back to visit Danny Marsh in the hospital. He would walk again, the doctor said, though it would take time and therapy. She sat by his bed and told him stories about Earth. The same stories her grandmother had told her. Commander Amy Sullivan received a promotion and a new ship. She turned down the new ship. She said Ghost had earned a rest after what they had been through together. Admiral Rebecca Turner retired 6 months after the operation. She had done what she set out to do. She had brought her people home. She spent her retirement on a quiet colony world, tending a garden and watching the stars. Captain John Reeves kept flying. He said he was not ready to stop. There were still people out there who needed help, and he intended to help them for as long as he could. Casix was captured alive, at Admiral Turner's insistence. He was brought to Earth in chains and put on trial in front of the entire galaxy. The trial lasted 3 months. Thousands of witnesses testified to his crimes, to the people he had killed, to the families he had destroyed. He was found guilty on all counts. The humans did not execute him. Instead, they sentenced him to life in prison, locked away in a cell where he could watch the galaxy change without him. Some people called this mercy, others called it a crueler punishment than death. Casix would spend the rest of his life knowing that his empire was gone and he could do nothing to rebuild it. The Syndicate fell apart within a year. Without cassocks to hold them together, the various factions turned on each other. Some fled to the outer reaches of the galaxy, hoping to escape human notice. Others tried to rebuild, but they found that no one wanted to follow leaders who had been beaten so badly. The Syndicate stronghold was destroyed by a human task force 2 months after the rescue. Admiral Turner personally authorized the strike. She said that some things should not be allowed to exist, and a place built on so much suffering was one of them. Ambassador Laura Mitchell addressed the Galactic Confederation 1 week after her rescue. She stood at the same podium where Secretary Cole had announced that humanity would not negotiate. Her daughter Sophie stood beside her, holding her mother's hand. The chamber was silent as she began to speak. "I want to tell you a story," she said. "It is not a long story, but it is an important one." She paused, looking around at the delegates from 27 species. "When I was a child, my grandfather told me about a war that happened on Earth many centuries ago. A great evil rose up and conquered much of our world. They took hostages. They made demands. They told the free nations that resistance was pointless, that they should accept their fate and cooperate." She squeezed Sophie's hand. "My grandfather's generation refused. They fought back, even when the odds were against them. They sacrificed everything because they believed that some things were worth more than survival. They believed that freedom, dignity, and justice were not things that could be traded away for temporary safety." She looked directly at the Althrani delegate, who had argued so strongly for paying the ransom. "You asked why we would risk so much for our principles. Here is your answer. We come from a world that taught us hard lessons. We have seen what happens when evil is given what it demands. We have seen the price of fear and the cost of surrender. And we decided, long ago, that we would rather die standing than live on our knees." Sophie looked up at her mother with wide eyes. She did not fully understand everything that was happening, but she understood that her mother was saying something important. "Some of you think we are stubborn," Laura continued. "Some of you think we are reckless, or arrogant, or foolish. Perhaps you are right, but understand this. Every human child is taught that we do not give in to those who threaten the helpless. We do not reward cruelty with compliance. We do not pay for peace with pieces of our soul." She turned to face the entire chamber. "We do not negotiate with terrorists. Not today. Not tomorrow. Not ever." The chamber remained silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, someone began to applaud. It was a Korvathi delegate, the same one who had argued for logical compliance. Others joined in, one by one, until the entire chamber was filled with the sound of hands and claws and tentacles coming together in appreciation. The galaxy had learned something new about humanity that day. They were not the strongest species. They were not the most advanced. But when their people were threatened, when their principles were tested, they became something that even the oldest civilizations could not fully understand. They became relentless. In the months that followed, something remarkable happened. Piracy in human space dropped to nearly zero. Word had spread among the criminal elements of the galaxy. Taking human hostages was no longer profitable. It was suicide. Other species began requesting human escorts for their convoys. They wanted human advisors for their security forces. They wanted to learn how to stand up to threats instead of giving in to them. Secretary Nathan Cole gave a speech about this development. He said that humanity was proud to help, but that the lesson was not about military strength, it was about will. Any species could stand against evil if they chose to. All they had to do was decide that some things were worth fighting for. Lieutenant Chris Palmer returned to active duty after a short recovery period. He was offered a promotion to captain, but he turned it down. He said he preferred to stay in the field, where he could make a difference with his own hands. He visited the families of the hostages he had rescued whenever he could. He played catch with children who had been held at gunpoint. He shared coffee with parents who had thought they would never see their homes again. He never talked about himself or what he had done. He just listened to their stories and told them he was glad they were safe. Sophie Mitchell grew up to become a pilot. She said she wanted to be like the people who had saved her. On her first day of flight school, she found a package waiting for her. Inside was a medal and a note from Sergeant Lisa Warren. The note said, "You were braver than you knew. Now go be brave for others." The Vectari Syndicate became a cautionary tale told across the galaxy. Parents told their children about the pirate warlord who had thought he could threaten humanity and win. Teachers used it as a lesson about the dangers of underestimating opponents. And somewhere in the back of every mind, a simple truth took root. Humans do not negotiate with terrorists. They had proven it with blood and fire and sacrifice. They had proven it by walking into certain death for the chance to save strangers. They had proven it by standing up when everyone else said they should kneel. The galaxy had learned that lesson fast, and they would never forget it. Far away, on a quiet colony world, Admiral Rebecca Turner sat in her garden and watched the sunset. The sky turned orange and gold, colors that reminded her of the nebula where so many had fought and died. She thought about the soldiers she had commanded. She thought about the hostages who had gone home to their families. She thought about her daughter, gone these many years, and wondered if she would have been proud. A message arrived on her terminal. It was from Sophie Mitchell, now a young woman about to begin her training. She wanted to thank Turner for everything she had done. She wanted to say that she would try to live up to the example humanity had set. Turner smiled and wiped a tear from her eye. Some battles were fought with weapons. Others were fought with words. But the most important battles were fought in the hearts of people who chose to be brave when being brave was hard. Humanity had won that battle, and the galaxy was better for it. The 6-Day War. When humanity finally snapped and shattered the galaxy. Part 1. The Final Insult. The message came on a Tuesday morning. Admiral Daniel Torres was drinking his coffee in the command center of Station Argus when the transmission arrived. He set down his cup and watched the alien face appear on the screen. The Vectari ambassador had 4 eyes and blue skin. His voice was cold and without feeling. By order of the Galactic Concord, the species known as humans are hereby commanded to evacuate their home planet Earth. You have 30 standard cycles to comply. The planet has been designated for Vectari mining operations. Failure to comply will result in forced pacification. The message ended. The screen went dark. For a long moment, no one on the bridge moved. No one breathed. Then Commander Lisa Monroe turned to look at the Admiral. Her face was pale. Her hands were shaking. "Sir," she said, "did they just tell us to leave Earth?" Daniel Torres did not answer right away. He picked up his coffee cup again. He took a slow sip. His hand was perfectly steady. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet, almost gentle. "Yes," he said. "They did." Around the command center, officers began to react. Some cursed. Some wept. A young lieutenant punched a wall so hard that his knuckles began to bleed, but the Admiral just stood there, calm and still, watching his crew fall apart. For 300 years, humanity had suffered under the Galactic Concord. 300 years of being called a minor species. 300 years of paying tribute, bowing to alien masters, and accepting whatever scraps the great empires chose to throw their way. Daniel Torres remembered all of it. He remembered the Vectari embargo of 2612, when they blocked food shipments to the outer colonies. 40,000 humans starved to death that winter. The Concord called it a trade dispute. He remembered the Gelix raids on civilian transport ships, passenger vessels torn apart by alien warships, children sucked out into the vacuum of space. The Concord called it a cultural misunderstanding. He remembered the systematic exclusion from the major hyperlane routes. Humanity was forced to use slow, dangerous paths through unstable space. Thousands of ships lost over the centuries. The Concord called it resource management. And now this, the final insult. "Leave your home or die." "Sir," Lisa said again. Her voice cracked. "What do we do?" Daniel Torres smiled. It was not a happy smile. It was the smile of a man who had been waiting for something for a very long time, and had finally seen it arrive. "We do what we have always done, Commander," he said. "We adapt. We overcome. We survive." He walked to the main communications console and opened a channel, not just to the fleet, Not just to the military. To every human being in the galaxy, every ship, every station, every colony, every outpost. His voice went out across the stars. This is Admiral Daniel Torres of the United Human Navy. By now, you have all received the Concord's message. They have given us 30 days to abandon Earth. They expect us to run. They expect us to beg. They expect us to die quietly in some forgotten corner of the galaxy. He paused. His jaw tightened. They are wrong. On Earth, Secretary of Defense Catherine Price was watching the broadcast from her office in Geneva. She had known Daniel Torres for 20 years. She had never heard him speak like this. For 3 centuries, the Admiral continued, we have played by their rules. We have hidden our strength. We have swallowed our pride. We have watched our people suffer and die. And we have done nothing. Because we were waiting for the right moment, waiting for them to push us too far. Catherine felt a chill run down her spine. She knew what was coming next. That moment is now. Daniel Torres took a deep breath. Initiate Protocol Omega. All hidden assets are now active. All restricted technologies are now authorized. All personnel are now at war status. We have 6 days before their deadline arrives. 6 days to remind the galaxy what humanity really is. He leaned closer to the camera. They called us vermin. They said we were weak. They said we were nothing. Let us show them how wrong they were. Let us show them the fire that burns in every human heart. Let us show them why they should have killed us when they had the chance. The transmission ended. Across human space, something woke up. In the asteroid belt of the Sol system, massive doors opened in rocks that had seemed solid and dead for centuries. Ships emerged. Not the small, weak vessels that humans showed to the Concord inspectors. These were warships. Real warships, built in secret over 300 years. On Mars, underground factories that had been silent for decades roared back to life. Weapons that the Concord had ordered destroyed were pulled from hidden vaults, missiles, energy cannons, things that had no names because no alien had ever seen them. In deep space, research stations that officially did not exist began transmitting data, technologies that humans had developed and hidden away, faster than light drives that made Concord ships look like toys, shield generators that could stop anything, computers so powerful they could predict the future. Humanity had never stopped building. They had never stopped preparing. They had simply learned to hide. Commander Lisa Monroe watched the reports come in. Her fear was gone now. In its place was something else. Something hot and fierce. Sir, she said. The fleet is reporting in. All ships are ready. All weapons are online. Admiral Torres nodded. He was looking out the viewport at the stars. Somewhere out there, alien empires slept peacefully. Certain of their power, they had no idea what was coming. 300 years, he said softly. 300 years of pain. 300 years of shame. Tonight, the bill comes due. He turned to face his crew. Every officer on the bridge was standing at attention. Every eye was fixed on him. Every heart was beating with the same rhythm. Today we stop running, Daniel Torres said. Today we stop hiding. Today, humanity goes to war. Not to conquer. Not to enslave. But to teach the galaxy a lesson it will never forget. He raised his hand. All ships, prepare to jump. Target, Vectari Border Station, Kessex Prime. We begin in 1 hour. Lisa Monroe felt tears on her cheeks. But they were not tears of sadness. They were tears of release. After 300 years, humanity was finally free to be what it truly was. Dangerous. The stars waited. The aliens slept. And in the darkness between worlds, the human fleet began to move. The 6-Day War had begun. The 6-Day War. When humanity finally snapped and shattered the galaxy. Part 2. The Awakening. Captain Ryan Mitchell had spent 15 years pretending to be a cargo hauler. His ship, the Reckoning, looked like a beaten-up transport vessel on the outside. Rust marks covered the hull, The engines wheezed and coughed. Conquered inspectors had boarded it a dozen times and found nothing but grain shipments and medical supplies. They never looked too closely. Humans were harmless, after all. Everyone knew that. Ryan smiled as he walked to his real bridge. The hidden one. The one behind the fake walls and false panels. Here, the ship was different. Here, the Reckoning was a predator wearing sheep's clothing. All systems online, Captain, his first officer, Lieutenant Paula Grant, reported. Dimensional drive is charged and ready. Weapons are hot. Ryan nodded and took his seat. Around him, his crew of 40 men and women worked at their stations. They had trained for this moment for years. Some of them had trained their whole lives. Target is Kessex Prime, Ryan said. The Vectari's largest border station. 20,000 troops. 50 warships. Heavy defensive shields. Paula looked at him. And us, sir? Just us, Ryan grinned. Seems fair. The Reckoning did not fly toward Kessex Prime. It did not even move in normal space. Instead, it simply vanished from one location and appeared in another. The dimensional drive bent reality itself. One moment, the ship was in human territory. The next moment, it was inside the Vectari station's shield perimeter. The aliens never even saw them coming. Ryan opened fire before the Vectari could react. Energy beams that burned hotter than stars cut through the station's hull. Missiles that could think for themselves found their targets. In less than 3 minutes, Kessex Prime went from the pride of the Vectari border fleet to an expanding cloud of burning metal. Station destroyed, Paula reported. Her voice was calm, professional. Enemy fleet is scrambling to respond. Let them scramble, Ryan said. By the time they figure out what happened, we'll be gone. The Reckoning vanished again. Behind it, the Vectari fleet searched empty space for an enemy that was already light years away. This scene repeated across the galaxy. On the Gelix homeworld, Admiral Torres himself led the blockade. 200 human warships appeared from nowhere and surrounded the planet. The Gelix had been raiders and slavers for 10,000 years. They had attacked human ships hundreds of times, always knowing that the weak little humans could not fight back. Now they looked up at the sky and saw death looking back at them. Gelix Command, Torres broadcast. This is Admiral Daniel Torres of the United Human Navy. Your raiding days are over. Surrender your fleet, or we will reduce your military installations to ash. The Gelix High Commander laughed. His species had 4 arms and a face like a nightmare. They had never surrendered to anyone. Foolish humans, he replied. You may have surprised us, but you cannot defeat us. We are warriors. You are prey. Torres sighed. He had hoped they would see reason. But he had prepared for this. Commander Monroe, he said. Demonstrate. Lisa Monroe pressed a button. A single human ship broke formation and flew toward the Gelix defense grid. It was a small vessel, barely larger than a shuttle. The Gelix laughed again. What could one tiny ship do against their mighty fortress? The small ship fired once. The entire northern defense grid, 300 weapons platforms and 50 orbital stations, simply ceased to exist. The beam that hit them was not fire or plasma or anything the Gelix had ever seen. It was something worse. Something that unmade matter at the atomic level. The High Commander stopped laughing. That was one ship, Torres said. I have 200. Surrender now, or there will be nothing left to surrender. The Gelix fleet powered down their weapons within the hour. On Earth, Secretary Price addressed the planet. Every human being watched her speak. The fear that had gripped humanity for 3 centuries was fading. In its place, something new was growing. Hope. My fellow humans, Catherine said. For 300 years, we have been told that we are weak, that we are inferior, that we must accept our place at the bottom of the galactic order. Today, we prove them wrong. She showed images from the front lines, Vectari stations burning, Gelix fleets surrendering, conquered outposts falling one after another. This is not revenge, she continued. This is justice. Every colony they starved, every ship they destroyed, every child they killed. Today we answer for them all. Not with hatred, not with cruelty, but with strength they never knew we had. By the end of day 2, the numbers were staggering. 17 Vectari systems had fallen. The Gelix homeworld was under human control. The Korthan Collective had lost half its fleet without firing a single shot. The Meridian hegemony was begging for peace talks. And humanity was just getting started. Captain Ryan Mitchell sat in his cabin after his 6th successful attack. He was tired. His hands were shaking from the stress. But he could not stop smiling. His communicator beeped. It was a message from Admiral Torres. Good work, Captain. The Vectari are in chaos. Their command structure is falling apart. They never expected us to hit them this hard, this fast. Ryan nodded at the screen. What are our losses, sir? Torres paused. 3 ships damaged. No casualties. The enemy has lost over 400 vessels. Doc. Ryan leaned back in his chair. 400 to 0. It seemed impossible. But then again, everything about the last 2 days seemed impossible. Sir, he said. Permission to speak freely? Granted. How long have we been planning this? How long have we been building these ships? These weapons? Torres smiled. It was a tired smile, but a real one. Since the day we first met the Concord captain. Since the day we realized what kind of galaxy we lived in. Every human government, every human leader, for 300 years, has been preparing for this moment. We knew this day would come. We just did not know when. Ryan thought about that. 3 centuries of secret work. 3 centuries of hidden shipyards. And forbidden research. 3 centuries of playing the fool, while sharpening the knife behind their backs. We really are dangerous, he said quietly. Yes, Torres agreed. We really are. And now the galaxy knows it too. The Admiral ended the transmission. Outside the viewport, the stars burned cold and distant. Somewhere out there, alien empires were waking up to a new reality. The humans they had mocked and tormented were not victims anymore. They were conquerors, and they had only just begun. The 6-Day War. When humanity finally snapped and shattered the galaxy. Part 3. The Reckoning. Ambassador Gregory Palmer had spent 20 years learning how to be invisible. He spoke 7 alien languages. He knew the customs of a dozen species. He had trained himself to seem small, harmless, and forgettable. Today, he walked into the Galactic Senate chamber like he owned it. The Senate was located on Nexus Prime, a neutral world at the center of Concord space. It was supposed to be the most secure location in the galaxy. Thousands of guards, millions of defense drones, shield systems that could stop a fleet. None of it had stopped Gregory from walking through the front door. The alien delegates stared at him in shock. A human? Here? How was that possible? The chamber erupted in angry voices. Guards rushed forward with weapons raised. Gregory raised his hand. I come in peace. For now. WeHard5.com. Something in his voice made the guards stop. Maybe it was the confidence. Maybe it was the slight smile on his face. Or maybe it was the knowledge that if he was here, alone and unarmed, then humanity could put anyone anywhere. The Vectari delegate rose from his seat. His 4 eyes were wide with rage. How dare you come here? Your species is under termination order. You should be fleeing for your lives. Not invading our sacred chamber. Gregory laughed. It was a gentle laugh, almost friendly. I think you have not been watching the news, Ambassador. Perhaps you should check in with your border fleets. Oh wait. You don't have border fleets anymore. He activated a small device in his hand. A holographic map of the galaxy appeared above the Senate floor. Large sections were glowing blue, the color of human control. The aliens looked at it in horror. In the past 72 hours, Gregory said, humanity has seized more territory than the Vectari Empire conquered in 1,000 years. Your fleets are destroyed. Your stations are burning. Your colonies are surrounded. He walked slowly around the chamber, meeting the eyes of each delegate in turn. You called us vermin. You called us weak. You said we bred too fast and felt too deeply. You were right about all of it. We do breed fast. We do feel deeply. And when you threaten our home, when you try to take everything from us, we fight with a fury that your species cannot understand. The Gelix delegate stood. This is impossible. Our military analysts said humans could never build a serious fleet. Your technology is centuries behind ours. Your military analysts are idiots, Gregory replied pleasantly. We showed you what we wanted you to see. Broken ships. Primitive weapons. A species too stupid to be a threat. And you believed it. You believed it because it made you feel safe. It made you feel superior. He paused in front of the Meridian delegate. How does it feel now? To know that the vermin you stepped on for 3 centuries were actually wolves in sheep's clothing? The chamber was silent. On Vectari Prime, Commander Nicole Harris was leading the ground assault. Her troops moved through the alien capital city like ghosts. They did not burn buildings or kill civilians. That was not the human way. Instead, they were precise, surgical. Military headquarters fell in minutes. Government offices were surrounded and captured. Weapons factories were disabled with a single shot each. The Vectari military machine, the most feared in the quadrant, was taken apart piece by piece. A young corporal named Danny Ortiz walked beside Commander Harris through the empty streets. The Vectari civilians had fled indoors. They watched from windows with fearful eyes. Ma'am, Danny said, why aren't we destroying more? After everything they did to us, wouldn't it be fair? Nicole stopped walking. She turned to face the young man. Fair? She repeated. Fair would be burning their cities to ash. Fair would be making them watch their children starve like they made ours starve. Fair would be giving them exactly what they were going to give us. Danny nodded. Then why aren't we? Because we're not them. Nicole's voice was firm. We're better than them. That's what this war is really about, Corporal. Not revenge. Not destruction. It's about proving that humanity deserves to lead this galaxy. And leaders don't slaughter the helpless. They protect them. Danny thought about that for a moment. Then he nodded again, more slowly. I understand, ma'am. Good. Now let's finish this. They continued toward the Imperial Palace. Back on Nexus Prime, Gregory Palmer was delivering humanity's terms. First, he said, the termination order against Earth is cancelled. Permanently. Anyone who tries to harm our homeworld will face immediate and total retaliation. The delegates listened in silence. They had no choice. Second, all human colonies will be recognized as sovereign territory. No more embargoes, no more raids, no more restrictions on our trade routes. He paused to let that sink in. Third, the Concord will pay reparations for 3 centuries of abuse. The exact amount will be determined later, but I assure you, it will be significant. The Corthan delegate spoke up. And if we refuse these terms? Gregory smiled that gentle smile again. Then we continue. We've taken 40% of Concord space in 3 days. How much do you think we'll have in 6? In 10? In 30? He shook his head. You have no fleet that can stop us. You have no weapon that can hurt us. Your only choices are surrender or extinction. He turned back to the holographic map. We don't want to destroy you. Believe it or not, humanity does not enjoy killing. We would rather build than burn. We would rather heal than hurt. But you gave us no choice. You pushed us until we had nothing left to lose. His voice hardened. So now you will accept our terms. You will pay for what you've done. And you will never, ever threaten humanity again. Because next time, we won't be so gentle. On Vectari Prime, Commander Harris reached the Imperial Palace. The Emperor stood on his balcony, watching his world fall apart. He was old. He had ruled for 60 years. He had never lost anything. Today, he had lost everything. Nicole looked up at him and delivered a message from Admiral Torres. You will live. You will watch. You will remember. That is your punishment. The Emperor's face twisted with rage. You think this is mercy? Leaving me alive to see my empire in ruins? No, Nicole replied. I think it's justice. Now you get to watch yours suffer instead. She turned and walked away. The Emperor fell to his knees and wept. The reckoning was complete. But the war was not over yet. The 6-Day War. When humanity finally snapped and shattered the galaxy. Part 4. The Revelation. The Eternal Fleet was the Concorde's final secret. For 3,000 years, it had waited in a hidden system, far from any star map. 3,000 capital ships from 20 different species. Crews trained from birth for one purpose: to destroy any threat to conquered rule. No one outside the highest levels of government knew it existed. It was the ultimate backup plan. The last resort. The weapon that would crush any enemy, no matter how powerful. On day 5 of the war, Admiral Torres found it. How? The Concorde High Admiral demanded over the communication channel. His name was Vex Torum, and he had commanded the Eternal Fleet for 40 years. How did you find us? This location is the most closely guarded secret in the galaxy. Torres smiled from his command chair. You really need to pay your maintenance workers better. One of them was human. He's been sending us reports for 30 years. Vex Torum felt his blood go cold. It doesn't matter, he said, forcing confidence into his voice. You may have found us, but you cannot defeat us. 3,000 ships. The best crews in the galaxy. You are outnumbered and outmatched. Am I? The space around the Eternal Fleet began to shimmer. Reality bent and twisted. And then, one by one, human ships began to appear. Not dozens, not hundreds, thousands, 15,000 warships of every size and shape, designs that no alien eye had ever seen. Weapons that glowed with impossible energy. And at the center of the formation, something that made even Vex Torum gasp. It was a ship. But calling it a ship was like calling a mountain a rock. It was massive. Larger than some moons. Its hull was covered with weapons platforms, shield generators, and engine ports that burned like small suns. That, Torres said, is the humanity. It carries the entire population of 3 human colonies. 50 million people. And every single one of them volunteered to be here today. Captain Andrew Blake stood on the bridge of the Humanity. He was young for such a command. Barely 40 years old. But he had earned his position through skill and courage. Now he looked out at the Eternal Fleet and felt no fear. All weapons online, his tactical officer reported. All shields at maximum. Fleet is in formation and awaiting orders. Andrew nodded. Open a channel to the Admiral. Torres appeared on his screen. Captain Blake, are you ready? Yes, sir. The Humanity is ready to serve. Good. Give them one chance to surrender. Then end this. Andrew turned to his communications officer. Broadcast to the Eternal Fleet. All channels. The message went out. Andrew's voice was calm and clear. Attention, Eternal Fleet. This is Captain Andrew Blake of the Humanity. You are surrounded and outgunned. Your weapons cannot penetrate our shields. Your ships cannot match our speed. You have 2 choices. Surrender now and live, or fight and die. You have 5 minutes to decide. On the Eternal Fleet flagship, chaos erupted. Officers screamed at each other. Some demanded immediate attack. Others begged for surrender. Vex Torum stood in the middle of it all, staring at the human fleet on his view screen. 15,000 ships. It was impossible. Where had they come from? How had humanity built such a force in secret? Sir, his first officer said. What do we do? Vex Torum thought about his orders. He had been told to destroy any threat to the Concorde. He had trained his whole life for this moment, but looking at that fleet, at that impossible giant ship at its center, he knew the truth. They could not win. Signal our surrender, he said quietly. Sir, I said, surrender. Vex Torum slammed his fist on his command console. Look at them. Look at what they've built. We cannot defeat that. No one can defeat that. His officers stared at him in shock. The Eternal Fleet had never surrendered. Never. There's no shame in this, Vextorum continued. We were beaten before we even knew the war had started. The humans played us all for fools. He laughed bitterly. 300 years. They planned this for 300 years. What chance did we ever have? The surrender signal went out, but not everyone obeyed. A faction of Vectari ships broke formation. 200 vessels, commanded by officers who refused to accept defeat. They charged toward the humanity with weapons blazing. Andrew Blake watched them come. They're not surrendering. No, his tactical officer agreed. They're attacking. Andrew sighed. He had hoped this wouldn't be necessary. All point defense batteries. Engage. Destroy any ship that fires on us. Try not to hit the ones that are surrendering. The battle lasted 11 minutes. Human weapons were precise, targeted. They hit only the ships that attacked, leaving the rest untouched. But for those 200 vessels, there was no mercy. Energy beams cut through shields like paper. Missiles found their targets with perfect accuracy. One by one, the rebel ships exploded into flame. When it was over, not a single attacking vessel remained. The rest of the Eternal Fleet floated silent and broken. Their power systems shut down in surrender. Lieutenant Megan Torres watched from her fighter cockpit. She was the Admiral's daughter. But she had earned her wings through skill, not family connections. She was one of the best pilots in the fleet. It's beautiful in a horrible way, she whispered to her wingman, a young pilot named Chris Lopez. Chris looked at the wreckage spreading across space. It's not beautiful. It's necessary. There's a difference. Megan thought about that. She had lost friends to Gelix raiders. Her mother had died in the Vectari embargo. She had every reason to want revenge, but watching those ships burn, she felt no joy, only sadness. Is it over? She asked. Chris checked his instruments. The Eternal Fleet is finished. The Concorde has nothing left to fight with. Then it's over. On the bridge of the command ship, Admiral Torres received the reports. 0 human casualties in the entire engagement. The Eternal Fleet was either destroyed or captured. The Concorde's last hope was gone. He should have felt triumph. He should have felt pride. But all he felt was tired. 300 years of planning. 300 years of waiting. 5 days of war. And now it was almost done. Commander Monroe, he said. Signal the fleet. We're moving to Nexus Prime. It's time to end this war. Lisa nodded. Her eyes were red from lack of sleep, but she was still standing, still fighting. Yes, sir. What happens when we get there? Torres looked out at the stars. Somewhere out there, billions of aliens were waiting to learn their fate. They expected genocide. They expected slavery. They expected humanity to do to them what they would have done in return. They were wrong. We're going to give them something they don't deserve, Torres said. We're going to give them a second chance. Lisa smiled. It was a tired smile, but a real one. That sounds like humanity, sir. Yes, Torres agreed. It does. The fleet began to move. The final chapter was about to begin. The 6-Day War. When humanity finally snapped and shattered the galaxy. Part 5. The New Order. On the 6th day, Admiral Daniel Torres walked into the Galactic Senate chamber for the second time that week. The first time had been through Ambassador Palmer's visit. This time, Torres came himself. The chamber was full. Every species that had ever wronged humanity was represented. The Vectari sat in their section, heads bowed in shame. The Gelix clustered together, their fierce eyes now dull with defeat. The Corthon, the Meridians, the Thexi, all of them watched the human admiral approach the central platform. They expected death. They expected slavery. They expected the same treatment they had given humanity for 3 centuries. Torres stood at the podium and looked out at them all. He was tired. He had not slept in 4 days. But his voice was strong. 300 years ago, humanity joined the galactic community. We came with open hands and hopeful hearts. We thought we had found friends among the stars. He paused. Instead, we found masters. We found creatures who saw us as tools to be used and thrown away. We found species that called us vermin to our faces and laughed while our children starved. The alien delegates shifted in their seats. Some could not meet his eyes. You expected us to accept it, to bow down, to know our place. And for 300 years, we did, because we were waiting, watching, learning, building. Torres pressed a button on the podium. A holographic document appeared above his head. A new constitution. A new order for the galaxy. Today, that ends. Not your lives. Not your civilizations. But your dominion over others. He began to read from the document. From this day forward, no species will be labeled minor or inferior. Every world has equal standing in the new Galactic Union. No planet will be relocated or destroyed for resources. No trade embargo will be used as a weapon against civilian populations. No raids will be conducted against peaceful vessels. The Gelix delegate started to speak, but Torres cut him off with a look. You don't get to argue. You lost that right when you spent 3 centuries murdering our people. Now you listen. He continued reading. Military forces will be limited and regulated. A joint council will oversee disputes between species. Economic development will be shared, not hoarded. The strong will protect the weak, not prey upon them. Torres lowered his hands and looked directly at the assembled aliens. This is not what you would have done in our position. If your fleets had broken ours, if your armies had conquered Earth, you would have wiped us out and divided our territories. I know this because that is exactly what you were planning to do. He let that sink in. We are not you. We refuse to become you. Humanity went to war not to destroy but to liberate, not to enslave but to free. This is our way. This has always been our way. Secretary Price stepped forward. She had traveled from Earth to be here for this moment. Her voice joined Torres's. Admiral Torres speaks for our military. I speak for our government. Together, we offer you this chance. Accept the new order. Join the Galactic Union. Help us build something better than what existed before. She extended her hand toward the Vectari delegation. We will not forget what you did. We will never forget. We choose to believe that you can change, that you can be better than you were. The Vectari Emperor, the same one who had watched his empire crumble from his palace balcony, rose slowly from his seat. He was old, broken. His 4 eyes were clouded with tears. He walked toward the podium. Every eye in the chamber followed him. For a long moment, he simply stood there, looking at the 2 humans who had conquered his species in less than a week. Then he bowed. I accept your terms, he said. His voice was barely a whisper. On behalf of the Vectari Empire, I accept your mercy. One by one, the other delegates followed. The Gelix, the Corthons, the Meridians. Every species that had tormented humanity now bent their heads in submission. But Torres shook his head. No, we don't want your submission. We want your partnership. He reached out and lifted the Vectari Emperor's chin. Stand up. Face us as equals. That is what we fought for. That is what we want. The Emperor stared at him in confusion. After everything we did to you, you want us as equals? Yes. Torres said simply. Because that is the only way forward. Empires built on fear and oppression always fall. We want to build something that lasts, something worth fighting for. And we can't do that alone. The chamber was silent. Then, slowly, the Vectari Emperor stood straight. He looked at Admiral Torres with new eyes. Not with fear, not with hatred, with something that might have been respect. Then we will try, he said. We will try to be what you believe we can be. Torres smiled. It was the first real smile he had worn in days. That's all we ask. Across the galaxy, the news spread. The 6-day war was over. Humanity had won. But instead of conquest, they offered peace. Instead of revenge, they offered justice. Instead of chains, they offered freedom. Not everyone understood. Some humans wanted blood. Some wanted to make the aliens pay for every death, every insult, every crime. But the government held firm. This was not about punishment. This was about building a future. On the bridge of the humanity, Captain Andrew Blake watched the peace treaty signing through his view screen. His crew stood around him, silent and thoughtful. "Is it really over?" asked his helmsman, a young woman named Sarah Valdez. Andrew nodded. "The war is over. The work is just beginning." He thought about all the things that needed to happen next. Rebuilding damaged worlds, establishing new trade routes, creating systems of justice that would apply to all species equally. It would take generations. It might never be truly finished. But it was a start. Commander Lisa Monroe stood beside Admiral Torres as the last delegate signed the treaty. Her eyes were wet, but she was smiling. "We did it," she said quietly. "We actually did it." Torres nodded. He was looking at the document, at the signatures of every species that had once tried to destroy them. Not just did it. Changed everything. Nothing will ever be the same. He turned to face her. "The galaxy feared us because they thought we were monsters. Today, we showed them something different. We showed them that humans can be kind, that we can be merciful, that we can win a war and choose not to destroy our enemies." He looked back at the chamber full of aliens, all of them watching the humans with new eyes. That might be the most important victory of all. In her quarters aboard a transport ship heading back to Earth, Lieutenant Megan Torres wrote a letter to her father. She knew he probably wouldn't have time to read it for weeks, but she needed to say the words. "Dad," she wrote, "I spent my whole life hating the aliens who killed Mom. I trained to fight them. I wanted to make them pay. But watching you today, watching you offer them mercy instead of destruction, I think I finally understand what you always tried to teach me." She paused, thinking, strength isn't about hurting others. It's about choosing not to hurt them when you have every right to. It's about being better than the ones who wronged you. It's about building instead of burning. She signed the letter and sealed it. Outside her viewport, the stars shone bright and clear. 100 alien worlds turned beneath them, each one now part of a new union, a new beginning. The 6-day war had ended. But the story of humanity among the stars was just beginning. And this time, they would write it together. The ship came out of hyperspace with a soft hum, and Ethan Cole pressed his face against the window like a child seeing snow for the first time. But he was no child. He was 28 years old, and the wonder in his eyes was carefully practiced. Everything about him was carefully practiced. Below them, the planet Valanthar glowed like a purple jewel against the black of space. It was the capital world of the Valanthari Empire, one of the oldest and most powerful civilizations in the known galaxy. Cities made of crystal and light covered its surface. Ships moved around it like fireflies, thousands of them, coming and going from a world that had ruled the stars when humans were still living in caves. "Beautiful, is it not?" said Ambassador Linda Hayes, standing beside him. She was a tall woman, with gray hair and sharp eyes. She had been dealing with aliens for 30 years, and nothing surprised her anymore. "Very beautiful," Ethan agreed. His voice was soft and slightly nervous, exactly as it should be. He was playing the role of a junior translator, fresh from Earth, excited to see the galaxy for the first time. It was a good role. It let him watch and listen without anyone paying attention to him. The shuttle dropped through the atmosphere and landed on a platform made of white stone. When the doors opened, Ethan felt the warm air of an alien world touch his face. It smelled like flowers and something metallic. Guards stood waiting for them, tall beings with blue skin and silver eyes. The Valanthari were humanoid, but taller and thinner than humans, with an elegance that made them look like living statues. The guards said nothing as they led the human delegation through the palace. Ethan kept his head down, looking at his feet, but his eyes missed nothing. He counted the guards. He noted the placement of doors and windows. He measured the distance between checkpoints. This was what he had been trained to do. This was who he really was. Ethan Cole was not a translator. He was a peacekeeper. One of the most dangerous operatives that humanity had ever produced. The peacekeepers were not soldiers. They were something else entirely. They were trained from childhood in 100 different ways to kill. In a dozen languages. In the art of becoming invisible. They existed to protect humanity from threats that regular soldiers could not handle. But nobody knew this, not even Ambassador Hayes. On all official documents, Ethan was simply an apprentice translator who had scored well on his language exams. That was the way he liked it. The throne room was vast. Pillars of crystal rose toward a ceiling so high it was lost in shadow. Hundreds of aliens filled the space, representatives from a dozen different species, all of them members of the Galactic Concord. Humans were new to this gathering. They had only been accepted into the Concord 5 years ago, and many of the older species still saw them as primitives, barely worth noticing. The Emperor sat on a throne of living light. He was ancient. His blue skin faded to pale gray, but his silver eyes were still sharp. Beside him stood 3 figures in flowing robes. The royal children, 2 sons and a daughter. Ethan's gaze found the daughter without meaning to. She was beautiful in the cold way that a blade was beautiful. Her hair was white as starlight, her features perfect and cruel. She looked at the human delegation the way someone might look at insects crawling across their floor. This was Princess Lysara Val Korath, third in line to the throne. Ethan had read her file on the journey here. She was brilliant, ruthless, and utterly convinced that the Velanthari were the greatest species in the galaxy. She had opposed humanity's acceptance into the Concord. She had called them animals who had learned to use tools. Ambassador Hayes stepped forward and delivered her greeting in perfect Velanthari. The Emperor nodded politely and welcomed the humans to his world. It was all very formal, very correct, and completely without warmth. Then came the feast. Tables had been arranged in a great hall, covered with foods from 100 different worlds. Ethan sat at the far end, where the junior members of each delegation were placed. He ate quietly and listened to the conversations around him. Most of the aliens ignored him completely. This was fine. But not everyone ignored him. He felt her presence before he saw her. Princess Lysara had left the high table and was walking through the hall, stopping to speak with various delegates. When she reached the human section, she paused. Her silver eyes scanned the group until they settled on Ethan. She smiled. It was not a kind smile. "You," she said, pointing at him with one long finger. "Stand up." Ethan stood. He made sure to look nervous, to keep his shoulders hunched. Around him, the hall grew quiet. People were watching. "What is your name?" the princess asked. "Ethan Cole, Your Highness. I am an apprentice translator." An apprentice. She laughed, and others laughed with her. "Tell me, apprentice, is this your first time leaving your little planet?" "Yes, Your Highness." "I thought so. You have the look of someone who has never seen anything beyond his own small world." She walked around him slowly, examining him like a farmer might examine an animal at market. "You humans are such strange creatures, so soft, so fragile. I wonder sometimes how you survived long enough to reach the stars." Ethan said nothing. He kept his eyes on the floor. "Look at me when I speak to you," Lysara commanded. He looked up. Their eyes met. For just a moment, something flickered in his gaze, something cold and hard. But it was gone before she could notice, replaced by the nervous confusion of a young man out of his depth. "Do your people always send their most forgettable specimens to represent them?" the princess asked, loud enough for everyone to hear. "Or did they simply have no one better to spare?" The hall erupted in laughter. Aliens from a dozen species found amusement in the humans' embarrassment. Ethan felt their mockery like a physical weight. But his expression remained humble. "I am honored to be here, Your Highness," he said quietly. "I hope to learn much from your great civilization." Lysara's smile faded slightly. She had expected anger, or shame, or perhaps tears. She had not expected calm acceptance. It irritated her in ways she could not explain. "Learn well, little human," she said finally. "You are in the presence of your betters now. Try not to embarrass your species too badly." She turned and walked away, her white robes flowing behind her like wings. The other aliens returned to their conversations, already forgetting the small human at the end of the table, but Ambassador Hayes had not forgotten. She caught Ethan's eye from across the room and gave him a small nod. She knew there was more to him than met the eye. She just did not know how much more. Ethan sat back down and continued eating. His face showed nothing. But inside, he was recording everything. The princess's cruelty, the court's contempt, the way the Velanthari looked at humans as if they were less than nothing. They did not know what humans really were. They did not know what he really was. But if things went the way he suspected they might, they would learn soon enough. And when that day came, Princess Lasara Valkorath would remember this moment. She would remember how she had mocked him, laughed at him, called him forgettable, and she would understand just how wrong she had been. 3 weeks passed on Velanthar. The human delegation attended meetings, signed trade agreements, and smiled through countless small insults. Ethan continued to play his role perfectly. He carried documents, translated simple conversations, and made himself invisible in the way that only a true professional could. But he was not idle. Every night, when the other humans slept, Ethan walked the palace corridors. He memorized patrol routes. He found the hidden passages that every old palace contained. He learned which guards were lazy and which ones were sharp. He was preparing for something, though he did not yet know what. The warning came on a cold morning when the sky was gray with clouds. Ethan was carrying a stack of papers through the administrative wing when he heard raised voices coming from behind a closed door. He stopped and pretended to organize his documents while he listened. "The war clans are massing at the border," someone was saying. The voice was tight with fear. "Our scouts report at least 200 warships." "That is impossible," another voice replied. This one was deeper, older. "The clans have never united. They fight each other as much as they fight us. They have united now. Under a new warlord. They call him Torak, the Unbroken." Silence followed this statement. Ethan pressed closer to the door, his heart beating faster. He knew about the Kethvari war clans. Everyone in the galaxy knew about them. They were nomadic warriors who lived beyond the borders of civilized space. For centuries, they had raided and pillaged, taking what they wanted and leaving destruction behind. They were stronger than the Velanthari. Faster. More brutal. The only thing that had kept them from conquering the Empire was their inability to work together. But if they had found a leader strong enough to unite them, the door suddenly opened, and Ethan stepped back quickly. A Velanthari general emerged, his face pale with worry. He looked at the human without really seeing him, and walked away down the corridor. Ethan continued on his way, but his mind was racing. He needed to learn more. He needed to know how bad things really were. That night, he found his answers in the palace's communication center. The guards there were easy to avoid. He accessed their systems using skills that no translator should possess, and read report after report of approaching doom. The war clans were coming. 200 ships was a conservative estimate. Some reports suggested there could be 300 or more. They would reach Velanthar in less than a month. The Imperial fleet was scattered across a dozen star systems, and even if recalled immediately, they would not arrive in time. The Galactic Concord had been asked for help, but their nearest forces were months away. Velanthar was going to fall. Ethan reported his findings to Earth through a hidden communication device built into his watch. The response came quickly. He was to remain in place and observe. If the situation became critical, he was authorized to take whatever action he deemed necessary to protect human interests. Whatever action necessary. Ethan understood what that meant. It meant the chains were coming off. It meant that if he had to reveal himself, he could, but not yet. Not until there was no other choice. The next day, the Emperor made his announcement. He stood before the court and told them that the war clans were approaching but that there was no cause for alarm. The Imperial fleet would return. The Concord would send aid. Velanthar had stood for 10,000 years, and it would stand for 10,000 more. Nobody believed him. Ethan could see it in their faces. The fear was spreading through the palace like a disease. Servants whispered in corners. Guards checked their weapons more often. Even the nobles, who usually floated through life without a care, now walked with worried eyes. Princess Lysara was different. She seemed almost excited by the coming danger. Ethan watched her in the days that followed, curious about this strange reaction. She trained with her guards in the combat yards, fighting with a skill that surprised him. She attended war councils and argued strategy with the generals. She was not afraid. She was eager. One evening, Ethan was crossing an empty courtyard when he heard her voice behind him. "Still here, little apprentice?" He turned to find Lysara standing in the doorway, her practice sword still in her hand. She was breathing hard from her training, and there was a wild light in her silver eyes. "Yes, Your Highness," Ethan said with a small bow. "The ambassador believes we should remain until the situation becomes clearer." "The situation is perfectly clear." Lysara walked toward him, spinning her sword with casual skill. "The war clans are coming to destroy us, and there is nothing anyone can do to stop them. Your ambassador is a fool for staying." "Perhaps," Ethan agreed mildly. "You should run, little human. Take your people and fly back to your tiny world. This is no place for the weak." Ethan smiled. It was not his humble smile. It was something else. Something that made Lysara pause. "Perhaps your people could help," she continued. But her voice was less certain now. "Surely humanity has faced threats before." "Oh wait. You spent most of your history fighting each other over patches of dirt." "We did," Ethan said. His voice was quiet, but something in it had changed. The nervousness was gone. "And that is precisely why you should be grateful we are here." Lysara stared at him. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The wind moved through the courtyard, cold and sharp. "What did you say?" she asked, but Ethan was already walking away, disappearing into the shadows of the palace. Lysara was left standing alone, her sword hanging forgotten at her side. A strange feeling growing in her chest. She had looked into his eyes just now. Just for a second. And what she had seen there was not the nervous apprentice she had mocked at the feast. What she had seen was something old and dangerous, something that knew violence the way she knew breathing. For the first time in her life, Princess Lysara Valkorath felt a small seed of doubt take root in her heart. She had called the humans weak. She had laughed at their soft bodies and their short history. But what if she was wrong? What if they were something else entirely? She shook her head and pushed the thought away. It was ridiculous. Humans were nothing. They were children playing at being a civilization. Whatever she had seen in that man's eyes was just a trick of the light. Still, as she walked back to her chambers, she found herself looking over her shoulder, and in the darkness behind her, Ethan Cole watched her go. His face was calm, but his mind was working quickly. The game was changing. The enemy was coming. And soon, very soon, he would have to stop pretending. The war clans did not know what was waiting for them. Neither did the princess. But they would learn. They would all learn. The war clans came on a day when the sky burned red with the light of a dying sun. Their ships appeared out of hyperspace like a swarm of metal insects. Hundreds of them. More than anyone had predicted. The Imperial Defense Fleet fought bravely, but they were outnumbered 10-1. Within hours, the battle was over. Ethan watched from a palace window as the first dropships descended through the atmosphere. They were ugly things, built for war and nothing else. Covered in spikes and painted with symbols of death, fires were already burning in the distant city. He could hear screams carried on the wind. The other humans had been evacuated 2 days ago. Ambassador Hayes had argued with him, ordered him, even begged him to leave with them. But Ethan had refused. His orders were clear. He was to remain until the situation required action. That time had come. He moved through the palace with purpose now, no longer hiding his true nature. Guards ran past him without noticing. Everyone was too focused on the invasion to pay attention to one small human. He reached the armory and used the codes he had stolen weeks ago to open the door. Inside, he found weapons of a dozen different types. He ignored the energy rifles and plasma blasters. They were too loud, too obvious. Instead, He selected a simple combat knife, made of hardened steel. It was the weapon he had been trained with since childhood. It was an extension of his arm. The throne room was in chaos when he arrived. The emperor had been evacuated, but many of the court had not been so lucky. Bodies lay on the crystal floor. Valanthari and Kethvari both. The fighting had been fierce here. Ethan moved through the carnage like a ghost, searching for something. Someone. He found her in a side chamber, surrounded by a ring of war-clan warriors. Princess Lysara stood with her back against the wall, a broken sword in her hand. Her white robes were stained with blue blood, both hers and others. She had fought. She had killed several of her attackers, but there were too many. The warriors were laughing, enjoying the moment. They were massive creatures, nearly 8 feet tall, with gray skin and red eyes. Their bodies were covered in ritual scars, marks of the battles they had survived. Each one carried weapons that could cut through stone. "Pretty little princess," one of them growled in broken galactic common. "Warlord will like you. He will keep you as pet. Or maybe eat you." "Hard to say." The others laughed. Lysara said nothing, but her grip on her broken sword did not waver. She was going to die. She knew it, but she would not give them the satisfaction of seeing her fear. Then Ethan Cole walked through the door. He moved differently now. There was no nervousness in his posture, no hesitation in his step. He walked like a predator entering a room full of prey. The warriors turned to look at him and saw only a small human with a knife. "Wrong room, soft skin," the leader said. "Leave now, and we let you live." Ethan kept walking. He did not slow down. He did not speak. The first warrior rushed at him with a howl. Ethan sidestepped the attack and drove his knife into the warrior's throat. Blue blood sprayed across the floor. Before the body had fallen, Ethan was already moving to the next target. It happened so fast that Lysara could barely follow it. The human was a blur of motion, flowing between the warriors like water through rocks. His knife found throats and eyes, and the gaps in armor that should have been invisible. 3 warriors died in as many seconds. The 4th managed to swing his axe, but Ethan ducked beneath it and broke the warrior's knee with a single kick. As the warrior fell, the knife opened his stomach. The 5th warrior was smarter. He grabbed a fallen plasma rifle and aimed it at the human. Ethan threw his knife. It flew across the room and buried itself in the warrior's eye. He was dead before he hit the ground. Silence fell over the chamber. 5 Kethvari warriors, each one trained from birth for combat, lay dead on the floor. And in the center of them stood a small human who was not even breathing hard. Ethan walked over to the last body and pulled out his knife. He cleaned it on the warrior's clothing and turned to face Lysara. She stared at him. Her mouth was open, but no words came out. This was not possible. This could not be real. No one moved that fast. No one killed that easily. And certainly not a human. Not a weak little apprentice translator. "Who are you?" she finally managed to ask. "My name is Ethan Cole," he said calmly. "I am a peacekeeper of Earth." "A peacekeeper? We are trained to protect humanity from threats that regular soldiers cannot handle." He looked at the bodies on the floor. "We have been fighting and killing for as long as our species has existed. Your mockery at the feast was more accurate than you knew, princess. We did spend our history fighting each other. It made us very, very good at it." Lysara felt her legs go weak. She leaned against the wall for support. Everything she had believed about humans, everything she had been taught, was crumbling before her eyes. "There is no time to explain more," Ethan continued. "The WarClan forces are still advancing. The throne room has fallen. We need to move." "Move where?" Lysara asked. "The palace is lost. The fleet is destroyed. Where can we possibly go?" Ethan looked at her, and for the first time, she saw something like respect in his eyes. "I have a plan," he said, "but it requires doing something that has never been done before. It requires challenging their warlord to single combat. That is insane. Torak the Unbroken has killed 100 champions. He is the strongest warrior the Kethvari have ever produced. I know. Ethan smiled, and it was not a pleasant smile. That is what makes it interesting. He held out his hand to her. After a moment of hesitation, she took it. His grip was strong and steady. Why? She asked, as he led her toward a hidden passage. Why would you risk your life for us? After how I treated you, after how everyone treated you? Ethan did not look at her as he answered. Because that is what humans do, he said simply. We protect people. Even people who do not deserve it. Even people who hate us. He paused. Especially them. Lasara said nothing. But as they moved through the dark passage, she found herself looking at the human with new eyes. She had called him weak. She had called him forgettable. She had laughed at him in front of the entire court. And now he was the only thing standing between her world and destruction. The universe, she was learning, had a very strange sense of humor. The hidden passage led to a small courtyard at the heart of the palace. It was surrounded by high walls, protected from the chaos outside. Ethan helped Lasara through the final doorway and then sealed it behind them. Wait here, he said. I need to find the WarClan commanders. And do what exactly? Lasara asked. Ask them politely to fight you? Something like that. He started toward the courtyard's main gate, but her voice stopped him. The right of Vakith Nor, she said. That is what you are planning, is it not? Okay. Ethan turned back. You know of it? Every student of Kethvari culture knows of it. Single combat for dominion. If a warrior defeats the leader of a warband, they take control of that warband. If they defeat a warlord... She paused. But it has not been used in centuries. And outsiders are not supposed to know about it. Humans make it their business to know everything about potential enemies. Ethan smiled thinly. We are paranoid like that. Even if you invoke the right, Torak will destroy you. He is not like those warriors you killed inside. He has been fighting for 80 years. He has never lost a battle. Neither have I. The words were spoken without pride. Without boasting. They were simply a statement of fact. Lasara looked at him and felt that strange feeling again. The one she had felt in the courtyard a week ago. This human was not normal. He was something different entirely. Stay here, Ethan said again. I will return soon. He walked through the gate and into the smoke-filled streets. Lasara watched him go and then sat down on a stone bench. Her wounds were not serious, but she was exhausted. The events of the past hour had drained something from her. She had always been proud. She had always believed that the Velanthari were the greatest species in the galaxy, that all others were inferior. This belief had been handed down through generations, reinforced by teachers and parents and priests. It was as natural to her as breathing. But now that belief was shaking. The human she had mocked had saved her life. He had killed 5 WarClan warriors with nothing but a knife, and now he was walking into the enemy camp to challenge their greatest champion. What did that say about everything she had been taught? An hour passed. Then 2. Lasara began to worry that Ethan had been killed, that his confidence had been misplaced. Then she heard the sounds of movement beyond the walls. Voices, many of them, speaking in the harsh language of the Kethvari. The gate opened, and Ethan walked through. Behind him came a crowd of WarClan warriors, dozens of them. Their red eyes fixed on the human who had entered their camp and emerged alive. They have accepted, Ethan said simply. The fight will take place here, in this courtyard. The warlord is coming. Ethan. Lasara stood up. Ethan. It was the first time she had used his name. He noticed this and allowed a small smile. Do not worry, princess. I know what I am doing. The WarClan warriors filed into the courtyard, forming a wide circle. They moved with the discipline of soldiers who had fought together for decades. Whatever else they were, they respected the old ways. The right of Vakith Nor was sacred to them. Then Torak the Unbroken arrived. He was massive, even by Kethvari standards. Nearly 8 feet tall. His body was a mountain of muscle and scar tissue. His face was brutal. His eyes like drops of fresh blood. In his hands, he carried a war axe with an edge that glowed with plasma energy. It was said that Axe had killed 300 champions. Torak looked at Ethan and laughed. It was a deep, booming sound that echoed off the courtyard walls. "This is the champion of the softskins?" He spoke Galactic Common with a heavy accent. "I expected more. You are so small. So fragile. I will enjoy breaking you." Ethan removed his jacket and handed it to Lysara. Underneath, his body was lean and hard, marked with scars from wounds that should have killed him. He rolled his shoulders and took out his knife. "That is your weapon?" Torak laughed again. "A knife against my axe? You are either very brave or very stupid." "Perhaps both," Ethan said calmly. "Shall we begin?" The War Clan warriors began to chant, a low rhythm that filled the air like thunder. Torak raised his axe and roared, a sound of pure animal fury. Then he charged. He was fast, far faster than something his size should be. The axe swung down in a blur of light, aimed at Ethan's head. But Ethan was no longer there. He had moved sideways at the last possible moment, letting the axe crash into the stone where he had stood. Torak spun and attacked again, a sweeping blow that should have cut the human in half. Ethan ducked beneath it and darted forward, his knife slashing across the warlord's arm. Blue blood sprayed into the air, first blood to the human. The chanting faltered. Torak looked at the wound on his arm and smiled. It was not a pleasant smile. "Good," he said. "Very good. Perhaps this will be fun after all." He attacked again. Faster this time. A series of blows that would have killed any normal opponent. Ethan dodged and weaved, using his smaller size to stay just beyond the axe's reach, but he could not avoid everything. The flat of the axe caught his ribs and sent him flying across the courtyard. Lysara gasped as she watched him crash into the wall. But Ethan was already getting up, already moving. Blood ran from his mouth, and his breathing was ragged, but his eyes were still clear. "Is that all?" he asked. Torak roared and charged again. This time, Ethan did not dodge. He met the attack head-on, stepping inside the arc of the axe and driving his knife into the warlord's side. Torak bellowed in pain and grabbed Ethan by the throat, lifting him off the ground. "I will crush you," the warlord growled. Ethan's face was turning purple, but he did not panic. Instead, he drove the knife deeper into Torak's side, twisting it, searching for something vital. The warlord's grip weakened. He threw Ethan across the courtyard again, but this time, he staggered. They faced each other in the center of the circle, both of them bleeding, both of them breathing hard. The chanting had stopped completely. The warriors watched in stunned silence. No one had ever wounded Torak this badly. No one had ever lasted this long against him. "You fight well, human," Torak admitted. "But I am Torak the Unbroken. I cannot be defeated." "Everyone can be defeated," Ethan replied. "It just takes finding the right way." He attacked. There was no elegance now, no careful dodging. It was pure aggression, a storm of steel and fury that drove Torak backward, step by step. The warlord swung his axe wildly, trying to create distance, but Ethan was too close, too fast. The knife found Torak's leg, his arm, his chest. Each wound was small, but together they were draining the giant's strength. Blood pooled on the stones beneath them. Torak made one final desperate swing. Ethan caught his wrist, twisted, and the axe clattered to the ground. Before the warlord could react, Ethan drove his knife into the gap between neck and shoulder, finding the artery that pumped blood to the brain. Torak's eyes went wide. He tried to speak but could not. Slowly, like a mountain falling, he dropped to his knees. Then he fell forward and did not move again. Silence filled the courtyard. Every War Clan warrior stared at the fallen giant, at the human standing over him, at the blood that covered them both. Ethan pulled his knife free and turned to face the crowd. His voice was steady, despite his injuries. "I claim victory," he said in flawless Kethvari. "By your own laws, the War Clans answer to me now." For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, the nearest warrior dropped to his knees. Then, another. And another. Like a wave spreading outward, every war-clan soldier in the courtyard bowed before the human who had done the impossible. Princess Lysara watched with tears in her eyes. This was not possible. This could not be real. But it was happening right in front of her. The weak little apprentice had become the master of the most feared warriors in the galaxy. And suddenly, everything she thought she knew about humans seemed very, very wrong. Word spread quickly through the war-clan fleet. Their warlord was dead. A human had killed him. By the ancient laws that governed their society, this human was now their leader. Some warriors raged against this truth. But the laws were clear. Torek had accepted the right of Vaketh Nor. He had lost. The consequences were absolute. Within hours, the fighting stopped. The fires in the city were put out. The war-clan soldiers withdrew to their ships and waited for orders from their new master. Ethan Cole stood in the ruins of the throne room, surrounded by war-clan commanders who had bent their knees to him. His wounds had been bandaged by their healers, who treated him with a respect that bordered on worship. He had done what none of them could do. He had defeated the Unbroken. Princess Lysara watched from the doorway as he gave orders in the Kethvari tongue. The warriors obeyed without question. It was strange to see this small human commanding giants. Strange, but somehow fitting. Her father arrived with the dawn. The emperor had been evacuated to a bunker beneath the city. And when word reached him that the invasion had somehow ended, he emerged to find a world transformed. The palace was damaged but standing. The city was burned in places but not destroyed. And in the throne room, a human who had been listed as an apprentice translator was giving orders to the army that had nearly conquered them. The emperor approached slowly, his guards fanning out behind him. He was an old man, made older by the terror of the past day, and there was fear in his silver eyes as he looked at the human. "You are the one they call Ethan Cole?" he asked. "I am," Ethan replied. He did not bow. He did not show any of the humble behavior he had displayed before. Those days were over. The war clans, they answer to you now? They do. The emperor looked at the massive warriors kneeling around the room. He looked at his daughter, who stood with tears still drying on her cheeks. He looked at the bodies on the floor, at the blood staining the crystal. "We owe you everything," he said finally. There was no pride in his voice now, no condescension. Only gratitude and wonder. "Name your price. Anything in my power to give is yours." Ethan was quiet for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was calm and measured. "Humanity asks nothing," he said. "We did not come here for payment. We came because your world was in danger, and we could help. But surely there must be something. Territory? Resources? A seat on the Imperial Council?" Ethan shook his head. "We only request that you remember this day. Remember that when the darkness came, humanity stood beside you. We came not as conquerors but as friends. We ask only that you treat us as such in the years to come." The emperor stared at him. This was not how power worked. When you had leverage, you used it. When you had an enemy at your mercy, you extracted everything you could. Every species in the galaxy understood this. It was the fundamental law of survival. But humans, it seemed, played by different rules. "I will remember," the emperor said at last. "My people will remember. I swear it on my throne. And my blood." Ethan nodded. "Then our business is concluded." He turned to leave, but Lysara stepped into his path. She had cleaned the blood from her face, though her robes were still stained. She looked at him with eyes that held something new. Something that had not been there before. "Wait," she said. Ethan stopped. "I was wrong about you," she said softly. The words came hard. Lysara Valkoreth had never apologized for anything in her life. "I was wrong about all of your kind. I mocked you. I called you weak and forgettable. I laughed when others laughed at you." She took a deep breath. "Forgive me." Ethan studied her face for a long moment. Then, Slowly, the stern mask cracked, and he offered her a smile. It was the same polite smile she had mocked at the feast. But now she understood the truth behind it. It was not weakness. It was control. It was a predator choosing not to show its teeth. "There is nothing to forgive, Princess," he said. "You simply did not know us yet." The Lan Balinit Forder. He paused, and when he spoke again, his voice was warmer. "Now you do." He walked past her, moving toward the palace gates. The war clan commanders fell in behind him, following their new leader without question. At the door, he stopped and turned back one last time. "I will lead the war clans back beyond the borders," he said. "They will not trouble your people again. But remember what you have learned today. Humans are not what we appear to be. We have spent our entire history fighting and dying and learning how to survive against impossible odds." His eyes swept across the room, meeting the gaze of every Velanthari present. "We are very good at surviving." Then he was gone, swallowed by the light of the morning sun. The war clan fleet departed 3 days later. True to his word, Ethan led them back beyond the borders of civilized space. What he did with them after that became the subject of legend. Some said he reformed them, turned them from raiders into traders. Others said he led them against worse threats lurking in the unexplored regions. The truth was known only to a few, but on Velanthar, nothing was ever the same. The Emperor kept his promise. Humanity was welcomed into the heart of the Empire, given respect and honor that would have been unthinkable a month before. Trade agreements became alliances, suspicion became friendship, and when other species asked why the proud Velanthari had suddenly changed their views on humans, the story was always the same. They told of a princess who mocked an apprentice. They told of a young man with humble eyes and a quiet voice. They told of how the galaxy's most feared warriors knelt before him in a blood-soaked courtyard. The story spread from world to world, growing with each telling. It reached the farthest corners of the galactic concord. It was whispered in council chambers and shouted in taverns, and everywhere it went, it carried the same message. Do not underestimate the humans. They are small, yes. They are soft. They smile politely and speak humbly, and seem so very harmless. But beneath that gentle surface lies something else, something old and fierce and unbreakable. They are the children of a world that tried to kill them at every turn, and they conquered it. They are the descendants of billions who fought and died so that their species could reach the stars. They call themselves humans. And they are not to be taken lightly. Princess Lysara never saw Ethan Cole again. But she kept a memory of him in her heart, a reminder of the lesson she had learned. Years later, when she became Empress, she made humanity the closest ally of the Velanthari throne, and whenever anyone asked why, she would smile and tell them the story of the apprentice and the war clans. "I thought I knew what strength was," she would say. "I thought it meant being the biggest, the fastest, the most powerful. I was wrong. True strength is standing up when everyone has counted you out. True strength is fighting for people who do not deserve it. True strength is smiling while the world laughs at you, and then showing them what they missed." She would pause then, and her silver eyes would grow distant with memory. "That is what humans are," she would finish. "They are the ones who get up when they should stay down. They are the ones who fight when they should run. They are the ones who refuse to break, no matter how hard the universe tries to break them." And in the vastness of space, aboard a ship that sailed between the stars, Ethan Cole would sometimes think of the princess who had taunted him and smile. He had done his job. He had protected his people, and in doing so, he had changed the galaxy forever, not through conquest, through courage. The Grand Assembly Hall of the Galactic Council was the largest building that Ambassador Daniel Harris had ever seen. The crystal dome stretched so high above his head that clouds actually formed inside it. Thousands of alien delegates sat in floating chairs that circled around the central speaking platform. Each one represented a different species from across the known galaxy. Daniel stood at the center of it all. He wore his best Earth suit, dark blue with the United Earth emblem on his chest. Beside him stood Admiral Laura Bennett, her gray hair pulled back tight, and her military uniform pressed perfectly. Behind them waited a small group of human diplomats and officers who had traveled 8 months through space to reach this moment. This was the day humanity would finally be recognized. This was the day Earth would take its place among the stars. Daniel cleared his throat and began to speak. His words were translated instantly into thousands of languages by the small device attached to his collar. "Distinguished members of the Galactic Council," he said, keeping his voice strong and clear. "I stand before you as the representative of Earth and all human colonies. We come to request full membership in this great assembly." He paused and looked around at the alien faces watching him. Some had scales. Some had feathers. Some had no faces at all. Just strange shapes that moved and pulsed with light. Daniel had studied alien cultures for 20 years, but standing here among them still made his heart beat faster. Humanity achieved faster than light travel 187 years ago, Daniel continued. Since then, we have established colonies on 17 worlds. We have built a fleet of over 800 vessels. We have developed technology that meets every requirement listed in your membership charter. ASCO. He held up a data pad containing all the evidence. Trade reports, scientific discoveries, population statistics. Everything the Council had asked for and more. "We are ready," Daniel said firmly. "We are ready to join the galactic community as equals." For a long moment, the hall was silent. Then, the laughter started. It began with one delegate, a tall creature with blue skin and 6 arms. Then another joined in. And another. Within seconds, the entire assembly was laughing at him. The sound echoed off the crystal dome and came back at Daniel from every direction. Admiral Laura Bennett's hands curled into fists at her sides, but she did not move. She had been trained to remain calm in any situation, and she would not shame humanity by losing her temper here. High Arbiter Zelthos rose from his floating throne at the head of the chamber. He was the leader of the Valorian Dominion, the oldest and most powerful empire in the known galaxy. His body was covered in gray scales, and his 4 yellow eyes looked down at Daniel with clear contempt. "Humanity requests membership," Zelthos repeated, his deep voice dripping with amusement. "How delightful. How absolutely delightful." He floated down from his throne until he hovered just above Daniel's head, forcing the human ambassador to look up at him. "Tell me, little human," Zelthos said. "Do you know how old the Valorian Dominion is?" Daniel kept his expression neutral. "According to our records, approximately 400,000 years. 423,000 years, Zelthos corrected. "When my ancestors were building their first starships, your ancestors were still living in caves and hitting each other with rocks." More laughter filled the chamber. Representative Crix of the Thornax Collective rose from his seat. He was an insect-like creature with sharp mandibles and compound eyes that reflected the light in disturbing patterns. "You mentioned your fleet," Crix said, his mandibles clicking together as he spoke. 800 vessels, yes? We have 800 vessels guarding a single mining outpost in a system we consider unimportant. Your entire navy would not last 5 minutes against our border patrol. "The humans are brave, I will give them that," said another delegate. A floating mass of purple tentacles representing the Crixian Republic. Brave or stupid? Perhaps both. Daniel felt his face grow warm, but he did not allow his expression to change. He had expected resistance. He had expected skepticism. But this open mockery was something else entirely. "We are not asking for charity," Daniel said, keeping his voice steady. "We are asking for the opportunity to prove ourselves. Give us a chance to show what humanity can contribute to this council." Zelthos laughed again, a cold and cruel sound. "Contribute? What could you possibly contribute? Your technology is primitive. Your lifespan is laughably short. You cannot even communicate telepathically. You are children, infants playing with dangerous toys." He turned to address the full assembly. "I move that humanity's application be denied, and that Earth be officially classified as a premature civilization. They shall have no voting rights, no trade agreements, and no protection under council law. Perhaps in 10,000 years, When they have learned to behave properly, we can revisit this matter. Seconded, said Representative Cricks immediately. The vote was taken. Every single delegate voted in favor of Zelthos's motion. Not one voice spoke for humanity. Not one hand or tentacle or appendage was raised in their defense. The motion passes unanimously, announced the council secretary, a small creature that floated near the ceiling. Humanity is hereby designated a premature civilization. This assembly is dismissed. The delegates began to leave, many of them still chuckling to themselves. Some of them threw holographic images at Daniel's feet as they passed. Pictures of primitive humans with spears. Cartoons of humans tripping over their own feet. Jokes that needed no translation. Daniel stood perfectly still through all of it. He did not flinch. He did not look away. He simply watched and remembered every face that mocked him. Admiral Laura Bennett stepped closer to him. "We should go," she said quietly. "Yes," Daniel agreed. "We should." They walked back through the long corridors of the council building, their small delegation following in silence. The walls were decorated with statues and paintings celebrating the great achievements of council species. There was nothing about humanity, there never would be, if these aliens had their way. When they finally reached their shuttle, Daniel allowed himself to take a deep breath. His hands were shaking slightly, though whether from anger or something else, he could not say. "They have no idea," Laura said softly, her eyes hard as stone. "They have absolutely no idea what they have just done." Daniel nodded slowly. "No, they do not." He looked back at the massive council building one last time. Inside, the most powerful beings in the galaxy were probably still laughing about the foolish little humans who thought they deserved a seat at the table. Daniel reached into his pocket and pressed a small button on a device hidden there. The signal was sent instantly, traveling faster than light across the void of space back toward Earth. "Protocol Midnight is authorized," he said quietly. Laura's expression did not change, but there was a new light in her eyes, something dangerous, something patient. "How long do we wait?" she asked. "As long as it takes," Daniel replied. They wanted to teach humanity a lesson. Perhaps it is time we taught them one instead. Tuan, Tuan, Tuan. The shuttle lifted off and carried them away from the council world. Behind them, thousands of alien delegates continued their lives without a single thought about the small blue planet called Earth. They would think about it soon enough. Admiral Kevin Torres was sleeping when the message arrived. His quarters aboard the USS Defiance were small but comfortable, decorated with photographs of his family back on Earth and a few books he had carried with him through 30 years of military service. The alarm woke him at exactly 3 in the morning, ship time. He knew what it meant before he even opened his eyes. Kevin dressed quickly and walked to the bridge of the Defiance. The ship was humanity's largest carrier, home to 5,000 crew members, and capable of carrying 200 smaller combat vessels inside its massive hull. It orbited Neptune, far from the inner planets where most humans lived. The bridge crew saluted as Kevin entered. They were all young, most of them barely out of the academy. They had no idea what was about to happen. "Admiral, we have received a Priority 1 transmission from Earth Command," reported Lieutenant Amy Brooks, the communications officer. She was nervous. Everyone could tell. Kevin nodded and took his seat in the captain's chair. "Put it through." The screen flickered to life, showing the face of General Robert Hayes, the head of Earth's military forces. His expression was grim but determined. "Admiral Torres," Hayes said, "authorization code Alpha 77 Delta. Protocol Midnight is now active. You have full operational command of the fleet." Kevin felt his heart skip a beat. He had trained for this moment. He had planned for it, prepared for it, even dreamed about it. But some part of him had never truly believed it would come. "Authorization confirmed," Kevin said. "Protocol Midnight is active." The transmission ended. Kevin sat in silence for a long moment, feeling the weight of what he was about to do pressing down on his shoulders. "Admiral?" Lieutenant Brooks asked uncertainly. "What does Protocol Midnight mean?" Kevin stood up and pressed the button that would broadcast his voice to every ship in the human fleet. All 842 vessels. Every captain. Every crew member. Every soldier floating somewhere in the vast darkness of space. All ships. This is Admiral Kevin Torres, he said. His voice was calm and steady. The voice of a man who had made peace with his decision long ago. Execute Protocol Midnight. I repeat. Execute Protocol Midnight. Power down all transponders. Shut off all navigation beacons. Cease all communication with external sources. Radio silence begins in 10 minutes. He paused, knowing that his next words might be the last some of these people would ever hear from their commander. I cannot tell you where we are going or what we will do when we get there. What I can tell you is this. Humanity has been insulted. We have been mocked and dismissed by species who believe they are better than us simply because they are older. They called us children. They laughed at us. They threw pictures of our ancestors at our ambassadors like garbage. Kevin's jaw tightened. They made a mistake. And now they will learn that humanity does not forgive such insults easily. He looked around the bridge at the young faces staring back at him. Fear. Excitement. Determination. He saw all of these things in their eyes. May God watch over us all, Kevin finished. Torres out. Across 17 star systems, humanity's fleet began to disappear. Transponders went dark one by one. Navigation beacons that had broadcast their positions for decades suddenly fell silent. Communication arrays that had connected ships across light years of empty space powered down and went cold. On Earth, it was still early morning when President Nathan Cole entered the recording room in the basement of the presidential residence. Only 3 people in the world knew he was there. Nathan was a tall man with gray eyes and silver hair cut short in the military style. He had served as a soldier before entering politics. And even now, at 62 years old, he carried himself like a man ready for battle. He sat down in front of the camera and began to speak. To the citizens of Earth and all human colonies, he said, by the time you see this message, weeks will have passed. What I am about to tell you will shock you. It may frighten you, but I believe you deserve to know the truth. Nathan folded his hands in front of him. 3 days ago, our ambassadors returned from the Galactic Council. Their request for membership was denied. But that is not the worst part. They were laughed at, mocked, treated like animals by species who believe themselves superior to us. His gray eyes hardened. We did not start this conflict. The Galactic Council drew first blood when they called us children. They drew second blood when they denied us our rightful place among the stars. But when an enemy draws blood, you do not complain to a council that does not care. You remind them why they should have been afraid of you in the first place. Nathan leaned forward slightly. Our fleet has gone dark. By now, the council will have noticed. They will wonder where we went. They will search for us. They will not find us. A small smile crossed his face. You see, for 200 years, we have shown the galaxy only what we wanted them to see. 800 ships. Simple technology. A species still learning to walk among the stars. That was the mask we wore. That was the story we told. He shook his head slowly. The truth is different. The truth is that humanity learned long ago that the universe is dangerous. The truth is that we prepared for the day when someone would try to crush us before we could grow strong enough to defend ourselves. Nathan stood up and walked closer to the camera. What happens next will either be our finest hour or our final chapter. But I want you to know something. I want you to believe it with all your heart. We are not weak. We are not children. We are the descendants of people who survived ice ages and plagues and wars that killed millions. We are the children of explorers who crossed oceans in wooden boats and walked on the moon with nothing but courage and determination. He pointed at the camera. And we will not be laughed at by anyone. The recording ended. Nathan Cole walked out of the room and returned to his office, where he would spend the next several weeks pretending that nothing unusual was happening. Meanwhile, in the space between stars, humanity's fleet moved like ghosts through the darkness. They traveled through radiation fields that would have killed unprotected ships. They hid in the shadows of dead suns that no one had visited in millennia. They split into groups and spread across the galaxy like fingers reaching for a throat. Admiral Kevin Torres stood on the bridge of the Defiance, watching the stars slowly drift past. The ship was running silent, invisible to every form of detection the galaxy had ever developed. "Sir," Lieutenant Brooks said quietly, "all ships have confirmed protocol midnight status. We are completely dark." Kevin nodded. "Good. Set course for the first objective." "Yes, sir." Brooks hesitated for a moment. "Admiral, may I ask a question?" "Go ahead. How long have we been planning this?" Kevin turned to look at her. This young woman who had joined the Navy believing it was nothing more than a peacekeeping force. She had no idea that the ships she served on had been designed for something very different. "Since the day we first made contact with alien life," Kevin said, "our leaders knew that eventually, someone would try to step on us. They decided that when that day came, we would be ready." Brooks swallowed hard. "And the Council really has no idea?" Kevin smiled. And for a moment, he looked almost sad. "They thought we were children playing with toys. They never considered that the toys might be real weapons." The Defiance continued its silent journey through the void. Behind it, hundreds of other human ships did the same, moving toward their targets with the patience of predators who knew their prey could not escape. On the Council world, the morning after humanity's fleet disappeared, a young Valorian analyst noticed something strange in his sensor readings. He ran the data 3 times to make sure he was not making a mistake. Then he ran to find his superior. "The human ships," he gasped. "They are gone. All of them. Every single one." The superior barely looked up from his meal. "Gone where?" "We do not know. They just vanished. Overnight. The entire fleet." The superior laughed and returned to his food. "Good riddance. Perhaps they finally realized they do not belong here." He did not notice the analyst's worried expression. He did not see the fear in the young Valorian's eyes. But he would understand soon enough. They all would. 3 weeks passed in silence. The Galactic Council barely noticed that humanity had gone quiet. Why would they? Earth was a minor planet on the edge of explored space, home to a species that had only recently learned to travel between stars. The great powers had more important things to worry about. The Valorian Dominion celebrated the 423rd anniversary of their empire, with festivals that lasted for days. High Arbiter Zelthos gave speeches about Valorian greatness and the natural order of the galaxy. He mentioned humanity once, calling them, "those foolish creatures who thought they could sit at our table." The Thornax Collective continued their expansion into the Outer Rim, conquering small worlds and enslaving their populations. Representative Crix personally oversaw the destruction of a civilization that had dared to resist. Their screams pleased him. The Crixian Republic held elections and changed their government 3 times, as they did every few years. None of the new leaders gave a single thought to the missing human fleet. Life continued as it always had. The old powers ruled. The weak suffered. And Earth was forgotten. But in the dark spaces between stars, something was moving. Commander Samantha Reed sat in the tactical center of the USS Ghost, a ship that did not officially exist. It was part of what the military called the Phantom Fleet. 48 vessels built in secret over the past century using technology that Earth had never revealed to anyone. The Ghost could bend light around its hull, making it invisible to the naked eye. It could mask its heat signature so perfectly that it appeared to be nothing more than empty space. It could travel through radiation fields that would destroy any ship the Council species had ever built. Right now, the Ghost was floating less than 1,000 kilometers from the Valorian homeworld, watching everything that happened on the planet below. "Report," Samantha ordered. Her voice was calm and professional, betraying nothing of the tension she felt inside. Lieutenant Paul Martinez pulled up a holographic display. "We have completed our survey of the Valorian home system. Every defensive platform has been mapped. Every patrol route has been recorded. Every blind spot in their sensor network has been identified." Samantha studied the display carefully. The Valorians thought their homeworld was untouchable. They had thousands of weapons platforms orbiting their planet, millions of soldiers ready to defend it, and a fleet that numbered in the tens of thousands. But they had weaknesses. Every system had weaknesses. You just had to know where to look. "And the other teams?" Samantha asked. Admiral Torres confirms that all units are in position. The main fleet has divided into 17 strike groups, each one targeting a different strategic location. The Thornax supply lines are completely undefended. Their cargo ships travel the same routes they have used for centuries. They never change anything. Samantha shook her head slowly. They have been dominant for so long that they forgot how to be careful. And? Yes, Commander. They assume no one would dare attack them. It never occurred to them that someone might be watching from the shadows. On Earth, Dr. Claire Patterson worked alone in her underground laboratory. She was one of only 200 people on the planet who knew what was really happening. The rest of humanity went about their daily lives, completely unaware that their entire species was about to make a statement that would change galactic history. Claire monitored data streams from across the galaxy, tracking the positions of every human ship she could find. The military did not share all their information with her, of course, but she had helped design the communication systems they used, so she knew more than most. Day 22, she recorded in her personal log. Still no detection by any council species. Their sensor technology is impressive, but it has blind spots. We designed our stealth systems specifically to exploit those blind spots. So far, everything is working exactly as planned. She paused and took a sip of cold coffee. I keep thinking about how arrogant they were at the council meeting. They laughed at us. They called us children. They genuinely believed that we were no threat to them. Claire smiled slightly. They were wrong. And soon, they will understand just how wrong they were. Far away, on the bridge of the USS Defiance, Admiral Kevin Torres was having a similar thought. He stood at the observation window, staring out at the vast emptiness of space. Somewhere in that darkness, the homeworlds of humanity's enemies waited like targets on a shooting range. Admiral, said Lieutenant Amy Brooks from her station. All units report ready status. We can begin the operation at your command. Kevin did not respond immediately. He was thinking about his family back on Earth. His wife. His 2 daughters. They had no idea where he was, or what he was about to do. He had said goodbye to them months ago, knowing that he might never see them again. What about civilian evacuation? He asked finally. All colonial evacuation ships reached designated safe zones 12 days ago. The official story was a solar flare warning. No one suspected anything. Kevin nodded. That had been one of his conditions for agreeing to command this operation. He was willing to fight the Council species. He was willing to destroy their military forces. But he would not put innocent human civilians at risk. Very good, he said. Maintain current position and continue surveillance. We move on my order. Yes, Admiral. Kevin returned to his quarters and sat down at his small desk. There was a photograph there. A picture of his wife smiling on their wedding day 35 years ago. He touched the frame gently. I hope you understand, he said quietly. I hope someday you can forgive me for what I am about to do. Back in the Valorian home system, High Arbiter Zelthos was preparing for his evening meal when his chief advisor entered the room without permission. What is the meaning of this interruption? Zelthos demanded. The advisor's scales had gone pale, a sign of extreme stress in Valorians. Arbiter. We have received disturbing reports from our outer colonies. Several ships have gone missing along the trade routes. Zelthos waved a dismissive tentacle. Pirates. Bandits. The outer colonies are always complaining about something. These were not merchant vessels, Arbiter. They were military patrol ships. 12 of them vanished without a trace over the past week. No distress signals. No debris. Nothing. For the first time, Zelthos felt a small flicker of concern. Military ships did not simply disappear. They were designed to survive almost anything. Investigate it, he ordered. Send additional patrols to those regions. I already have, Arbiter. Those patrols have also disappeared. Zelthos stood up slowly. His 4 eyes narrowed as he processed this information. You are telling me that we have lost multiple military vessels and you have no explanation? Yes, Arbiter. And there is something else. Our long-range sensors have detected anomalies. Strange readings in regions of space where nothing should be. It is as if something is there. but our sensors cannot identify what. Zelthos felt the first cold touch of genuine fear. But he pushed it away. He was the High Arbiter of the Valorian Dominion. He had ruled for 300 years. He had crushed rebellions and conquered empires. He would not be frightened by missing patrol ships and sensor glitches. "Double the patrols around our homeworld," he ordered, "and send messages to our allies. Ask if they have experienced similar problems." The advisor hurried away to carry out the commands. Zelthos stood alone in his dining chamber, his appetite gone. For just a moment, he remembered the human ambassador standing at the council podium. He remembered the man's calm face as the entire assembly laughed at him. He remembered thinking that humans were weak, foolish creatures who posed no threat to anyone. Now, for the first time, Zelthos wondered if he had made a mistake. He shook off the thought. Humans were nothing. Their fleet of 800 ships was a joke compared to the might of the Valorian Dominion. Whatever was happening in the outer regions, it could not possibly have anything to do with them. He sat back down and forced himself to eat. The fear would pass. Everything would be fine. But somewhere in the darkness of space, Admiral Kevin Torres was looking at a clock on his wall, counting down the hours until the operation began. Soon, he whispered to himself. Very soon. The galaxy had no idea what was coming. High Arbiter Zelthos was in the middle of his morning meal when the first alarm sounded. The harsh tone cut through the peaceful silence of his private chambers, making him drop his food container in surprise. His chief advisor burst through the door seconds later, his scales now completely white with terror. "Arbiter," the advisor gasped, barely able to form words. "The Thornax Collective Primary Supply Convoy has been destroyed." Zelthos stood up slowly. "Destroyed by whom? We do not know." All 47 vessels were eliminated simultaneously. No distress signals were sent. No survivors have been found. And the weapon signatures do not match anything in our database. Before Zelthos could respond, another alarm joined the first, then another. Within moments, warning signals were coming from every direction. A second advisor ran into the room. "Arbiter. The orbital defense platforms around Valoria Prime are offline. All 300 of them. They just stopped working at the same time." "What?" Zelthos strode to the window and looked up at the sky. He could see nothing unusual, just the familiar stars and the distant shapes of defense platforms that should have been protecting his world. But according to his advisors, those platforms were now dead metal floating in space. "There is more," the second advisor continued, his voice shaking. "We are detecting unidentified vessels in our home system. Hundreds of them. They appeared out of nowhere." Zelthos felt his heart begin to race. "Show me." They rushed to the command center, a vast room filled with screens and holographic displays. What Zelthos saw there made him stop in his tracks. Ships. Hundreds of ships. They surrounded Valoria Prime like a net, holding position at precise distances from the planet. Each one was marked with a symbol that Zelthos recognized immediately. "The blue circle of Earth." "That is impossible," he whispered. "The humans only have 800 ships. We destroyed most of their fleet tracking beacons weeks ago. They should have fled back to their homeworld." An analyst looked up from his console with wide, frightened eyes. "Arbiter, we are detecting additional contacts throughout the sector. The initial count was 300 vessels in our home system. But our long-range arrays are now showing movement everywhere. In the asteroid fields, in the radiation belts around our star, even in the corona of nearby dead suns." "How many?" Zelthos demanded. The analyst checked his readings 3 times before answering. "Current estimate is over 2,000 ships, Arbiter. And more are appearing every minute." Zelthos felt the room spin around him. 2,000 ships. The humans had shown the galaxy only 800. They had hidden more than half their fleet. Where? How? "Open a channel to their command vessel," he ordered. "I want to speak with whoever is leading this fleet." The communication officers worked frantically at their stations. After several tense minutes, a voice came through the speakers. "Hi, Arbiter Zelthos. This is Admiral Kevin Torres of the United Earth Navy." The voice was calm, almost friendly. It was the voice of a man who knew he held all the power in this situation. "Admiral Torres," Zelthos said, fighting to keep his own voice steady. "You are in violation of multiple galactic laws. Remove your vessels from our space immediately." There was a pause, and then Kevin Torres laughed. It was not a cruel laugh. Not like the laughter that had filled the council chamber when humanity's ambassador spoke. It was the laugh of someone who genuinely found the situation amusing. 23 days ago, you called humanity children, Kevin said. You laughed at our fleet. You denied us our place among the stars. You threw pictures of our ancestors at our ambassador's feet like garbage. Zelthos said nothing. What could he say? "I want you to look at your sensors right now, Arbiter. Count the ships surrounding your world. Look at the weapon signatures. Notice that your defense platforms are offline, and your patrol fleets cannot reach you in time to help." Kevin's voice became harder, losing its friendly tone. "Then I want you to understand something very important. This is not our full fleet. This is not even half of it. For 2 centuries, we showed you only what we wanted you to see. You thought you knew everything about humanity. You knew nothing. Across the galaxy, similar scenes were playing out. The Thornax Collective found their border fortresses surrounded by human vessels that had appeared from inside the radiation fields of nearby stars. The Crixian Republic discovered that their secret weapons development facility, hidden in an asteroid belt they thought no one knew about, had been under human surveillance for decades. Every major power that had voted against Earth at the council meeting woke up that morning to find human ships in their most sensitive locations. Representative Crix of the Thornax Collective was the first to try fighting back. He ordered his ships to attack the human vessels surrounding his fleet headquarters. The battle lasted less than 4 minutes. Human weapons cut through Thornax shields like they were made of paper. Human ships moved with speed and precision that Crix had never seen before. When the shooting stopped, 37 Thornax warships were drifting wreckage, and not a single human vessel had been scratched. "Surrender or die," came the simple message from the human commander. "You have 60 seconds to decide." Crix surrendered. Back on Valoria Prime, High Arbiter Zelthos was receiving similar reports from all over the galaxy. The Valorian fleet, the largest military force in known space, was being systematically surrounded and cut off from its home systems. Their communications were being jammed, their supply lines were being blocked, and everywhere they turned, they found human ships waiting for them. "How is this possible?" Zelthos demanded. "How did they hide this many ships from us?" Admiral Kevin Torres's voice came through the speakers again, answering a question that had not been asked to him directly. "You never looked for us, Arbiter. You were so certain that we were weak and primitive that you never bothered to watch us carefully. We built ships in hidden facilities, on moons you never explored. We developed weapons in laboratories you never found. We trained soldiers in bases you never knew existed." Kevin paused, and when he spoke again, his voice was almost sad. "You could have been our friends. You could have welcomed us into your community and helped us grow. Instead, you chose to mock us, to dismiss us, to treat us like animals who did not deserve respect." "What do you want?" Zelthos asked finally. The words tasted bitter in his mouth, but he had no choice. His fleet was outmaneuvered. His defenses were down. His allies were under siege. He had lost before the battle even began. "You have 12 hours to call an emergency session of the Galactic Council," Kevin replied. "At that session, you will grant Earth full membership with all associated rights and privileges. You will issue a formal apology to humanity, and you will remember this day the next time you consider ridiculing a species you know nothing about." Zelthos closed his 4 eyes, feeling the weight of centuries of pride crashing down around him. "And if we refuse?" There was a long silence before Kevin answered. When he did, his voice was cold as the void of space. "Then tomorrow morning, your fleets will be missing too. And unlike ours, they will not be coming back." Zelthos opened his eyes and looked at the screens surrounding him. Human ships filled every display, their weapons powered and ready. He thought about the laughter in the council chamber. He thought about the holographic images thrown at the human ambassador's feet. He thought about calling them children. "I will call the session," he said quietly. We will do as you ask. That is wise, Kevin replied. Torres out. The communication ended. Zelthos stood alone in the command center, surrounded by his frightened advisors and the blinking lights of a military system that had failed completely. For 400,000 years, the Valorian Dominion had been the greatest power in the galaxy. They had conquered empires, crushed rebellions, made lesser species bow before them, and now they had been humbled by a species barely 2 centuries old. Zelthos walked slowly to the window and looked up at the sky. Somewhere up there, hidden among the stars, human ships were waiting to see what he would do next. He had called them children. He had laughed at them. He would never make that mistake again. The emergency session of the Galactic Council was the most heavily attended meeting in recorded history. Every species in the galaxy, from the mightiest empire to the smallest colony world, sent representatives to witness what many were already calling the dawn of the human era. The Grand Assembly Hall looked different now. The floating seats were packed with delegates who watched in nervous silence. No one was laughing. No one was throwing holographic images. The great crystal dome above them seemed to press down with the weight of a galaxy's shame. Ambassador Daniel Harris stood at the central podium once again. He wore the same dark blue suit with the Earth emblem on his chest. Admiral Laura Bennett stood beside him, her gray hair still pulled back tight and her uniform still pressed perfectly. But everything else had changed. Distinguished members of the Galactic Council, Daniel began, his voice carrying clearly across the silent chamber. 1 month ago, I stood in this exact spot and asked for humanity to be recognized as equals. You laughed at me. You mocked my species. You denied us our rightful place among the stars. He paused and looked around at the alien faces watching him. This time, none of them could meet his eyes. Humanity did not come to space seeking war. We came seeking partnership, knowledge, the chance to learn from civilizations far older and wiser than ourselves. We hoped to find friends among the stars. Instead, we found arrogance, contempt, cruelty. Daniel's voice remained calm, but there was steel beneath his words. You called us children. Perhaps you were right. Children grow. Children learn. And children have a remarkable tendency to eventually surpass their elders. High Arbiter Zelthos rose from his floating throne. He moved slowly, as if every movement caused him pain. For the first time in centuries, he looked old. The Valorian Dominion wishes to formally apologize to the people of Earth, he said. His voice was flat, empty of its usual arrogance. We underestimated you. We dismissed you. We treated you with disrespect that you did not deserve. He paused, and for a moment, something almost like shame crossed his alien features. We were wrong. One by one, the other species that had mocked humanity at the first meeting rose to offer their own apologies. Representative Crix, of the Thornax Collective. The leaders of the Crixian Republic. Every voice that had laughed at Daniel Harris now spoke words of regret and acceptance. The vote for humanity's membership was unanimous. But this time, the unanimity came from a very different place. Not from contempt, but from respect, perhaps even from fear. Admiral Laura Bennett watched the proceedings with satisfaction. She had spent her entire career preparing for this moment, even when she thought it might never come. Now, standing in the heart of the galaxy's government, she felt something she had not expected: pride. Pure, overwhelming pride in her species and what they had accomplished. After the session ended, Laura found Daniel standing alone on a balcony overlooking the Council World's great city. Millions of alien beings moved through the streets below, going about their daily lives. Most of them had probably already heard the news. Humanity was now a full member of the galactic community. We did it, Laura said quietly, joining him at the railing. Daniel nodded slowly. We did. Though I wish it had not required such a demonstration. They left us no choice. They would never have respected us if we had not shown them what we were capable of. I know. Daniel sighed and looked up at the alien sky. I just hope that we can build something better now. Something based on mutual respect instead of fear. And I meant it. Laura thought about that for a moment. Fear is not the worst foundation for a relationship. It can grow into respect, given time. And respect can grow into genuine friendship. You sound like Admiral Torres. Laura smiled slightly. He taught me well. In the weeks that followed, the galaxy began to change in ways that no one had predicted. Human diplomats established embassies on 100 worlds, bringing with them not just military power but also trade goods, scientific knowledge, and cultural exchange. Human scientists shared technologies that the Council had assumed would take humanity millennia to develop. Medical advances that could extend alien lifespans. Energy systems that were more efficient than anything the old empires had created. Agricultural techniques that could feed populations on worlds where farming had always been difficult. Human merchants opened trade routes that benefited species who had been ignored by the great powers for generations. Small colonies that had never mattered to the Valorian Dominion or the Thornax Collective suddenly found themselves connected to a galactic economy that welcomed their contributions. And in quiet corners of the galaxy, something unexpected began to happen. Former enemies became unlikely allies. Species that had been conquered by the old empires looked to humanity as an example of what was possible. If these newcomers could stand up to the greatest powers in the galaxy and win, perhaps others could too. The balance of power was shifting, and everyone could feel it. Admiral Kevin Torres retired 6 months after the operation that had made him famous. He had done what he set out to do. Now it was time to go home. His farewell ceremony was held aboard the USS Defiance, the ship that had served as his flagship during the most important military operation in human history. Hundreds of officers attended, along with representatives from a dozen alien species who had come to pay their respects. After the formal ceremony ended, a young ensign approached Kevin with a question that many people had been asking. "Admiral," the ensign said nervously, "may I ask you something?" Kevin smiled. "Of course. What if they had not backed down? What if we had actually been forced to fight a full-scale war?" Kevin was quiet for a long moment, considering his answer carefully. "The greatest victory is the one where you never have to fire a shot," he said finally. "We did not hide our fleet to start a war. We hid it to prevent one. The Council needed to understand that respect cannot be demanded. It must be earned, or in some cases, demonstrated quite dramatically." The ensign nodded, but still looked uncertain. "But sir, were we really strong enough to win? If it had come to actual combat?" Kevin turned and walked to the observation window, looking out at the stars that had been his home for 30 years. "That is the thing about strength," he said. "Sometimes it is not about what you can actually do. Sometimes it is about what others believe you can do. We convinced them that fighting us would cost them more than accepting us. That was enough." He looked back at the young ensign with a gentle expression. "Humanity has always been at its best when our backs are against the wall. They pushed us into that wall. They just did not realize that we knew how to push back." The ensign saluted and walked away, leaving Kevin alone with his thoughts. He thought about his wife, waiting for him back on Earth. He thought about his daughters, who had grown up while he was away serving his species. He thought about all the sacrifices that had been made, not just by him but by thousands of men and women who had devoted their lives to protecting humanity. It had been worth it. All of it had been worth it. On Earth, the news of humanity's acceptance into the Galactic Council was celebrated with festivals that lasted for weeks. People danced in the streets of every city on the planet. Children looked up at the stars and imagined the adventures waiting for them. President Nathan Cole addressed the nation from the steps of the Capitol building. His words broadcast to every human settlement in the galaxy. "Today, we take our place among the stars," he said. "Not as children begging for acceptance, but as equals who have earned our seat at the table. We did not seek this confrontation. But when it came, we did not run from it either." He paused and looked directly into the cameras. "Let this be a lesson to our children and our children's children. The universe will test you. It will challenge you. It will try to make you feel small and insignificant. But you are not small. You are not insignificant. You are human. And that means you carry within you the legacy of every generation that came before." Nathan's voice rose with passion. "We survived ice ages. We survived plagues. We survived wars that nearly destroyed our civilization. And now, we have survived the contempt of species who thought themselves better than us. Whatever challenges await us in the future, we will survive those too, because that is what we do. That is who we are. The crowd cheered, and the sound echoed across a world that had just changed forever. Far above, in the endless darkness of space, the ships of humanity's fleet continued their patrols. They were no longer hidden. They no longer needed to be. The galaxy knew what humanity was capable of now, and the galaxy would never forget. The message came on a Tuesday morning. It arrived through every radio telescope on Earth at the exact same moment. Scientists in China heard it first because the sun was setting there. Then the Americans heard it, then the Europeans. Within 1 hour, every government on Earth knew the truth. Humanity was not alone in the universe. Ambassador Daniel Harper was eating breakfast when his phone rang. He was 52 years old with gray hair and tired eyes. He had spent 30 years talking to difficult people in difficult places. He had negotiated peace deals in war zones. He had convinced dictators to release prisoners. But nothing in his long career had prepared him for this phone call. The President of the United States spoke quickly. There was no time for small talk. An alien message had been received. It was not a greeting. It was not a friendly hello from the stars. It was a summons. Earth had been discovered by something called the Galactic Council, and humanity was required to appear before them. Harper put down his coffee cup. He asked the President to repeat what she had just said. She did. The words were the same the second time. They did not make any more sense. 3 months later, Harper stood aboard the starship Endurance. The ship had been built in secret over the past 20 years. Governments had found alien technology in a crashed probe decades ago. They had studied it. They had learned from it. And they had built this ship. It was not as advanced as true alien vessels, but it could travel faster than light. It could take humans to the stars. Commander Catherine Moore was the captain of the Endurance. She was 45 years old with short brown hair and a scar on her chin from an accident years ago. She had been a fighter pilot before becoming an astronaut. She had flown in 3 wars. She was not afraid of much. But even she felt nervous as the ship prepared to leave Earth orbit. The crew numbered 112 people. They were the best humanity had to offer. Scientists, soldiers, diplomats, engineers. They had trained together for 2 years. They had learned everything they could about the Galactic Council from the alien databases recovered from the crashed probe. The information was old and incomplete, but it was better than nothing. Harper joined Moore on the bridge as the ship engaged its faster-than-light drive. The stars stretched and blurred. Colors that had no name swirled around them. Then, everything went still, and they were somewhere else entirely. The journey took 3 weeks. They passed through systems with dying suns and planets made of diamond. They saw things that no human had ever seen before. But they did not stop to explore. They had a destination, and they could not be late. The Council Station was located at the center of the galaxy. It orbited a star that was slowly dying, its red light casting everything in shades of blood and rust. The station itself was enormous. It was bigger than some planets. Thousands of ships surrounded it, coming and going like insects around a hive. Harper stood at the observation window and stared at the station. He felt very small. He had represented Earth in many places, but he had always known that Earth was powerful. Here, Earth was nothing, a tiny blue dot at the edge of a vast galaxy, a newcomer to a game that had been played for millions of years. The Endurance docked at a port reserved for new species. A delegation was waiting for them. The aliens were called the Velthari. They were tall, almost 8 feet, with skin that looked like living crystal. They had 6 arms and no visible eyes. But Harper could feel them watching him. High Arbiter Zolanth led the delegation. He was the chief diplomat of the Galactic Council. He had welcomed hundreds of new species into the galactic community. He spoke through a translation device that turned his strange sounds into English words. "Welcome to the Galactic Council," the Arbiter said. His voice was cold and formal. There was no warmth in it. Humanity is the 437th species to be discovered and integrated. You should feel honored. Harper nodded politely. He introduced himself and his team. Commander Moore stood beside him, along with Lieutenant Commander Scott Bradley, their communications officer, and Major Samantha Cruz, their military advisor. They were all dressed in formal uniforms. They wanted to make a good impression. The Velthari led them through the station. The corridors were vast and filled with aliens of every shape and size. Some walked on two legs like humans. Some floated through the air. Some crawled on dozens of limbs. Harper tried not to stare, but it was difficult. He had imagined this moment his entire life. But imagination was nothing compared to reality. The Grand Chamber was the heart of the station. It was a massive amphitheater that could hold millions of beings. Today, it held representatives from over 400 species. They sat in tiered rows that rose up toward a ceiling so high, it disappeared into shadow. At the center was a raised platform where the council leaders sat. Harper and his team were led to a small area at the bottom of the chamber. They were the lowest point in the room. Everyone else looked down at them. Harper understood the message. Humanity was at the bottom. Humanity was nothing special. High Arbiter Xolanthe took his place on the central platform. He raised two of his arms, and the chamber fell silent. The integration of humanity would now begin. The terms were read by a small creature with gray skin and large black eyes. Its voice was high and sharp, and it spoke quickly. Harper listened carefully, his translator working hard to keep up. Earth would surrender 70% of its mineral resources to the Council. Human workers would be sent to mining colonies across the galaxy. All human military technology would be confiscated and destroyed. Humans would not be allowed to build warships. Humans would not be allowed to travel freely. Humans would accept permanent status at the lowest tier of galactic civilization. They would have no voting rights for 3,000 years. The creature finished reading and looked at Harper. It asked if humanity accepted these terms. Harper looked at Commander Moore. She shook her head slightly. He looked at Major Cruz. She did the same. He looked at Lieutenant Commander Bradley. Bradley almost smiled. Harper turned back to the chamber. 400 species watched him. Millions of eyes. Some with pupils. Some without. All focused on the small group of humans at the bottom of the room. Harper thought about Earth. He thought about the people back home waiting for news. He thought about his daughter, who was 12 years old and dreamed of seeing the stars. He thought about what these terms would mean for her. A life of servitude, a future with no hope. He straightened his shoulders. He took a deep breath. And then he spoke. "No," Harper said. His voice was calm and clear. It echoed through the silent chamber. Humanity does not accept these terms. The chamber erupted into noise. Aliens shouted and screamed. Some laughed. Some made sounds that Harper could not identify. High Arbiter Xolanthe stared down at the humans with what might have been shock. No species had ever refused the Council before. Not once in millions of years. The galaxy had a way of doing things. And that way did not include the word no. But humanity had never been good at following rules. The noise in the Grand Chamber continued for several minutes. High Arbiter Xolanthe raised all 6 of his arms, demanding silence. Slowly, the alien voices faded, but the tension remained. It hung in the air like smoke from a fire. Xolanthe leaned forward on his platform. His crystalline skin caught the light and scattered it in all directions. He looked directly at Ambassador Harper. "There must be an error," Xolanthe said. "Perhaps your translation device has failed. Perhaps you do not understand what you are saying. No species has ever refused the integration terms. This is not how things are done." Harper shook his head. He told Xolanthe that there was no error. The translation was correct. Humanity understood the terms perfectly, and humanity was refusing them. The chamber buzzed with whispered conversations. Aliens spoke to each other in languages that sounded like music, like grinding rocks, like flowing water. Harper caught glimpses of their expressions. Some looked angry, some looked confused. A few, he thought, looked almost impressed. A tall creature from the back of the chamber stood up. She had pale blue skin and long limbs that seemed to bend in the wrong places. Harper's translator identified her as Representative Valeth of the Morvani Collective. The Morvani were known throughout the galaxy as diplomats and traders. They had been members of the Council for over 50,000 years. Valeth walked down through the rows until she stood near the human delegation. She looked at Harper with 4 silver eyes. Her voice was soft but carried clearly through the chamber. "You are making a terrible mistake," she said. "The Council does not make empty threats. Species that refuse integration are punished. The Draveshi refused once. Now they serve as labor forces on mining worlds. The Kandori refused twice. Their homeworld is now a lifeless rock. Is this what you want for Earth?" Harper met her gaze without flinching. He told her that humanity did not want war. Humanity did not want destruction. But humanity also did not want slavery. The terms being offered were not integration. They were conquest with polite words. Lieutenant Commander Scott Bradley stepped forward. He carried a small device in his hand. He asked Solenth for permission to show the chamber something. The Arbiter hesitated, then nodded. Bradley pressed a button, and a holographic display appeared in the center of the chamber. It showed Earth, the blue oceans, the green and brown land, the white clouds swirling over everything. It was beautiful, and Harper felt a sudden ache in his chest. Bradley spoke clearly so everyone could hear. He explained that humans had lived on Earth for 300,000 years. In that time, they had survived ice ages, volcanic eruptions, plagues, and countless wars against each other. They had built civilizations and watched them fall. They had made terrible mistakes and learned from them. And through it all, one thing had remained constant. Humans did not give up. Humans did not surrender. Humans fought for what they believed in, even when the odds were impossible. The hologram changed. Now it showed scenes from human history. Ancient warriors with swords and shields, medieval knights on horseback, soldiers in muddy trenches, planes dropping bombs, rockets launching into space. The images flashed by quickly, but the message was clear. Humanity had spent its entire existence fighting. Major Samantha Cruz stepped forward next. She was a small woman with dark hair and eyes that had seen too much death. She had fought in 3 wars on Earth before becoming part of the Endurance crew. She knew what war meant. She knew its cost. Cruz looked up at the assembled aliens. She told them that humans had a saying. It was better to die on your feet than to live on your knees. She asked if they understood what that meant. It meant that humans valued freedom more than survival. It meant that humans would rather be destroyed than be slaves. The chamber was silent. Even the most powerful species seemed uncertain how to respond. This was not how new civilizations were supposed to behave. They were supposed to be grateful. They were supposed to accept their place. They were supposed to bow. High Arbiter Zolinth conferred with the other council leaders. They spoke in a language that Harper's translator could not decipher. Finally, Zolinth turned back to the humans. He said that the council would give humanity time to reconsider. 1 standard galactic cycle, which was approximately 6 Earth months. If humanity did not accept the integration terms by then, the enforcement armada would be sent. The armada had 5,000 warships. It had never lost a battle. Earth would be brought into compliance whether it wanted to be or not. Commander Catherine Moore had been quiet throughout the proceedings. She was not a diplomat. She was a soldier. But now, she stepped forward, her boots clicking on the metal floor. Moore addressed the chamber directly. She told them that humanity had heard their threats. Humanity had seen their numbers. And humanity was not impressed. She explained that, back on Earth, humans had spent centuries fighting each other. Nation against nation. Brother against brother. They had invented weapons that could destroy entire cities in a single flash. They had developed strategies that turned weaker forces into winners. They had learned that numbers did not always decide battles. Determination did. Will did. The willingness to sacrifice everything for victory did. She pointed at the holographic display, which now showed images of human military technology. Missiles, tanks, fighter jets, nuclear submarines, rail guns, lasers. The technology was primitive by galactic standards, but it was deadly. Humans had spent 1,000 years perfecting the art of killing each other. If the Council wanted to test them, Moore said, the Council was welcome to try. Representative Valeth shook her head sadly. She told Moore that she did not understand. The Council had fought wars against species far more advanced than humanity. They had won every time. Human weapons were toys compared to what the Armada possessed. This was not bravery. This was suicide. Harper answered her. He said that maybe she was right. Maybe humanity would lose. Maybe Earth would be destroyed. But he asked her to consider something. Every soldier in that Armada would know that they were fighting people who would never stop, people who would never surrender, people who would make them pay for every inch of space. He asked her how many casualties the Council was willing to accept. How many ships were they willing to lose? How many of their own soldiers would die before Earth fell? He leaned forward. He spoke quietly, but his words carried through the silent chamber. He told them that humanity might not win, but humanity would make sure that victory cost the Council more than they could imagine. The vote was held immediately. 400 species raised their voices. The result was unanimous. Humanity would be given one galactic cycle to change its answer. The Armada would be prepared. If the humans refused again, they would face the consequences. Zolinth dismissed the assembly. As the aliens began to leave, some of them glanced at the human delegation. Most of those looks were hostile or pitying. But Harper noticed a few that seemed different. Curious, thoughtful, perhaps even hopeful. The Morvani representative paused beside Harper on her way out. She leaned close and spoke quietly so only he could hear. She told him that some species had waited a long time for someone to stand up to the Council. She said she hoped humanity knew what it was doing. Then she walked away without looking back. Harper watched her go. He did not know if humanity knew what it was doing. He only knew that there had been no other choice. Some things were more important than survival. Commander Moore touched his shoulder. It was time to return to the Endurance. It was time to go home. It was time to prepare for war. As they walked back to their ship, Bradley fell into step beside Harper. He asked the ambassador if he really thought they could win. Harper looked out at the stars through a viewing window. Millions of lights, millions of worlds. And somewhere out there, an armada was being assembled to destroy his home. He told Bradley that he did not know if they could win. But he knew that they could not lose by giving up who they were. If Earth was going to fall, it would fall fighting. It would fall free. Bradley nodded slowly. Then he smiled. He said that was good enough for him. The Endurance undocked from the station and began its long journey home. Behind them, the Galactic Council watched them go. Some with anger. Some with contempt. Some with fear. And one or two, perhaps, with the beginning of respect. The news reached Earth before the Endurance did. Someone on the Council station had leaked the recording of Harper's refusal. It spread across the galaxy in hours. It reached human communication networks in days. By the time the Endurance entered Earth orbit, every person on the planet knew what had happened. Some people were terrified. They called Harper a fool. They said he had doomed them all. They demanded that Earth send a new delegation to apologize and accept the terms. 5,000 warships. They said, how could humanity survive against 5,000 warships? But others felt something different. They felt pride. For the first time in human history, Earth had spoken with one voice. And that voice had said no. No to slavery. No to submission. No to being treated as less than equal. The governments of the world met in emergency session. There was shouting. There was arguing. Some leaders wanted to surrender immediately. Others wanted to fight. The debates lasted for 3 days. In the end, the decision was made. Earth would not surrender. Earth would prepare for war. And for the first time ever, all of humanity would work together to face a common enemy. The United Earth Defense Coalition was formed within 2 weeks. Every nation contributed soldiers, scientists, and resources. Admiral Gregory Turner was chosen to lead the Space Forces. He was 60 years old with white hair and a face that looked like it had been carved from stone. He had commanded navies in 3 wars on Earth. Now he would command the defense of the entire planet. General Nicole Patterson was chosen to lead the ground and orbital defenses. She was younger than Turner, only 48, but she had more combat experience than anyone else on Earth. She had fought in Africa, in Asia, in South America. She knew how to defend territory against superior forces. She knew how to make enemies pay for every step forward. Harper remained the chief diplomat. Even as Earth prepared for war, he continued sending messages to the Council. He asked for different terms. He offered compromises. He tried to find a peaceful solution. But the Council did not respond. As far as they were concerned, humanity had made its choice. Now humanity would face the consequences. Dr. Benjamin Cole led the scientific effort. He was a small man with glasses and a nervous habit of tapping his fingers against any surface. He was also the most brilliant physicist on Earth. He had spent 20 years studying the alien technology recovered from the crashed probe. He knew more about it than anyone. Dr. Megan Walsh worked beside him. She was an engineer who had helped build the Endurance. She was calm where Cole was anxious, practical where he was theoretical. Together, they led a team of 3,000 scientists working around the clock in underground laboratories. Their mission was simple but impossible. They needed to make human technology better. They needed to find ways to hurt the alien warships. They needed to give Earth a chance. Cole and Walsh worked without sleep for weeks. They studied the alien weapons. They analyzed their shields. They looked for weaknesses. And slowly, they began to find them. The alien shields were designed to stop energy weapons. Lasers and plasma bolts simply bounced off or were absorbed. But the shields were less effective against physical objects. A rock thrown hard enough could punch through where a laser beam could not. It seemed primitive, but it was true. Cole developed new railguns based on this discovery. They fired metal projectiles at incredible speeds. The projectiles were simple chunks of iron and tungsten. But when they hit something, they hit hard, very hard. Walsh designed new missiles that could change direction unpredictably. Alien targeting systems expected logical patterns. Human missiles did not follow logic. They twisted and turned and sometimes flew in circles before hitting their targets. It was chaotic. It was messy. It was very human. While the scientists worked, the military prepared. Captain Andrew Price led the construction of orbital defense platforms. These were massive stations that floated in space around Earth. Each one carried dozens of the new railguns and hundreds of missiles. Each one was crewed by soldiers ready to die defending their home. Price was a young captain, only 34, but he had a talent for building things quickly. He pushed his teams hard. He worked alongside them, welding metal and hauling equipment. In 4 months, they built 37 orbital platforms. It was not enough. It would never be enough, but it was something. On Earth, underground shelters were dug in every major city. Supplies were stored. Evacuation plans were created. Nobody said it out loud, but everyone knew the truth. If the battle in space was lost, the fighting would move to the surface. And then things would get much worse. The Endurance made regular trips between Earth and the edges of the solar system. Commander Moore led scouting missions, looking for early signs of the Armada. On one of these missions, she found something unexpected. A small ship was hiding behind one of Jupiter's moons. It was badly damaged, leaking atmosphere and barely functional. Moore approached carefully, expecting a trap. Instead, she found a refugee. His name was Toreth, and he was Kendori. His species had been conquered by the Council 60,000 years ago. Their homeworld had been destroyed when they tried to rebel. The survivors had been scattered across the galaxy, forced to serve the Council in whatever capacity was required. Toreth had stolen a ship and fled. He had been running for 3 years, staying one step ahead of Council hunters. He had heard about humanity's refusal. He had come to offer his help. Moore brought him back to Earth. At first, the generals did not trust him. He was alien. He could be a spy. But Harper spoke with Torath for hours. He listened to his story. He saw the pain in his eyes. And he believed him. Torath had information about the enforcement armada. He knew their tactics. He knew their weaknesses. He knew that they had never faced a species truly willing to fight to the end. Every other civilization they had conquered had eventually surrendered. The armada was designed to intimidate, not to defeat determined resistance. General Patterson listened carefully to everything Torath said. She asked him hundreds of questions. She made him draw diagrams and explain details. When she was done, she smiled for the first time in months. She told the others that they could not beat the armada in a straight fight. But they did not need to. They just needed to make the fight so costly that the Council would reconsider. They needed to show the galaxy that humans were too dangerous to conquer. Admiral Turner agreed. He began redesigning their battle plans based on Torath's information. The orbital platforms were repositioned. The ships were organized into small, fast attack groups instead of large formations. Everything was optimized for one purpose: making the enemy bleed. Harper sent one final message to the Council as the deadline approached. He told them that humanity had considered their terms. He told them that humanity still refused. He invited them to send their armada. He promised that Earth would be waiting. The message ended with words that would become famous across the galaxy. "We did not start this fight, but we will finish it. Come and take our world if you can. We will make you pay for every star between here and your dying sun." The Galactic Council received the message and did not respond. There was nothing left to say. The armada was already on its way. In laboratories on Earth, scientists worked on final adjustments to weapons. In orbit, soldiers checked their equipment one last time. In cities around the world, families held each other close and hoped for the best. Commander Moore stood on the bridge of the Endurance and watched the stars. Somewhere out there, 5,000 warships were coming to destroy everything she loved. She was not afraid. She was ready. Humanity was ready. Let them come, she thought. Let them see what we are made of. The armada arrived on a clear night over the Pacific Ocean. 5,000 ships emerged from faster-than-light travel in perfect formation. They filled the sky like a second layer of stars. From Earth, people looked up and saw their death approaching. Fleet Commander Zyrith stood on the bridge of his flagship. He was Dravshi, one of the species that had been conquered by the Council long ago. His people now served as soldiers for their masters. Zyrith had commanded dozens of enforcement actions. He had never lost. He looked at the small blue planet on his view screen. It was pretty, he thought. Green and blue and white. It reminded him of stories about his own homeworld, the one his ancestors had lost when they tried to resist the Council. He felt nothing for the humans. They had made their choice. Now they would suffer for it. Zyrith opened a communication channel. He broadcast his message to the entire planet. He told the humans that the enforcement armada had arrived. He told them that resistance was pointless. He offered them one final chance to surrender. If they accepted now, their punishment would be reduced. If they fought, their planet would burn. He waited for a response. He expected fear. He expected begging. He expected what he always received from new species facing the armada. Admiral Gregory Turner responded from the carrier Defiance. His voice was calm and steady. He told Zyrith that humanity had received his offer. He told him that humanity declined. Then he said something that made Zyrith pause. "Welcome to Earth," Turner said. "I hope you brought enough ships." The battle began immediately. The human fleet was small compared to the armada. Only 200 ships against 5,000. But those 200 ships did not fight like any enemy Zyrith had faced before. Commander Christopher Lane led the first attack wing. His squadron of fighters dove straight at the largest alien battleship. The armada's targeting systems tracked them easily. Energy weapons fired. The fighters should have been destroyed. But Lane's pilots did not fly in straight lines. They twisted and turned and spun in ways that made no logical sense. They flew through debris clouds. They used each other as shields. They did everything wrong according to proper combat doctrine. And because of that, The alien targeting systems could not predict their movements. The fighters reached the battleship and launched their missiles. The missiles did not fly straight either. They corkscrewed and looped, and changed direction randomly. Half of them missed, but the other half hit the shield exactly where Torath had said they would be weakest. The battleship's shields flickered. They did not fail completely, but they weakened. Lane's second wave came in right behind the first. This time they fired railgun rounds, solid chunks of metal moving at incredible speeds. The weakened shields could not stop them. The battleship exploded. It was the first Armada ship destroyed by any species in over 10,000 years. Zyrith watched in shock. One lucky hit, he told himself. It meant nothing. He ordered his fleet to advance in standard formation. They would crush the humans with overwhelming numbers. But the humans did not fight fair. The orbital defense platforms opened fire from unexpected angles. Ground-based railguns launched projectiles from Earth's surface. Missiles came from asteroids where they had been hidden for months. The attacks came from everywhere at once. General Patterson coordinated the defense from her command center deep underground. She watched the battle unfold on dozens of screens. She saw human ships destroyed. She saw friends die. But she also saw alien ships burning. More alien ships than anyone had expected. The battle raged for 6 days. Neither side slept. Neither side stopped. Human pilots flew until they collapsed from exhaustion. Soldiers on the orbital platforms fought through injuries that should have killed them. Everyone knew what was at stake. Everyone knew there was no retreat. On the third day, Commander Moore led a desperate attack against the Armada's supply ships. Without supplies, the alien fleet would eventually run out of ammunition and fuel. The supply ships were heavily guarded. But Moore had a plan. She took the Endurance and 3 other ships directly through the center of the Armada. It was suicide. Everyone knew it was suicide. But Moore had realized something important. The aliens expected rational behavior. They expected enemies to protect themselves. They did not expect an enemy to throw themselves into certain death just to cause damage. The Endurance took hit after hit. Fires broke out on multiple decks. Crew members died at their stations. But Moore kept the ship moving forward. She reached the supply convoy and launched every weapon she had. 4 supply ships were destroyed before the Endurance was disabled. Moore ordered the crew to abandon ship. The escape pods launched toward Earth. Moore stayed behind to make sure everyone got out safely. She did not expect to survive. But as the Endurance drifted dead in space, a squadron of human fighters appeared. They drove off the alien ships trying to finish her. A rescue shuttle grabbed her escape pod at the last moment. Moore woke up in a hospital on Earth with burns on her arms and a concussion. General Patterson was standing beside her bed. Patterson told her that the destruction of the supply ships had changed everything. The Armada was running low on ammunition. They would have to be more careful now. On the 5th day, Captain Heather Brooks led a boarding party against the Armada's command ship. It was a desperate gamble. If they could capture or kill Fleet Commander Zyrith, the Armada might fall into chaos. Brooks and 50 Marines launched from a damaged cruiser that was pretending to be a helpless wreck. The aliens ignored them, focusing on larger threats. The Marines reached the command ship and cut their way through the hull. The fighting inside was brutal. The corridors were designed for aliens, not humans. The Marines had to crawl through some sections and squeeze through others. They lost soldiers with every step, but they kept moving forward. Brooks reached the bridge with only 12 Marines left. The doors were locked and defended by alien guards. She did not have time for a siege. She planted explosives on the door and blew it open. The explosion killed 3 of her remaining Marines. Brooks charged through the smoke with the others. They found Fleet Commander Zyrith trying to evacuate through an emergency exit. Brooks tackled him. He was larger than her and stronger, but she had spent her whole life fighting things that were bigger and stronger. She pinned him down while her Marines secured the bridge. Zyrith looked up at her with eyes full of confusion. He asked her why. Why would humans sacrifice so much? Why would they die in such numbers? Why would they refuse to accept the reality of their situation? Brooks was bleeding from a wound on her head. Her armor was cracked. She was exhausted beyond anything she had ever experienced. But she still found the strength to answer. She told him that it was not about winning or losing. It was about who they were. Humans did not bow to tyrants. Humans did not accept slavery. Humans fought for their freedom even when the fight was impossible. That was what made them human. Zyreth did not understand. His people had accepted their place in the galaxy long ago. They had stopped fighting. They had survived by surrendering. He could not imagine any other way. Brooks felt sorry for him. She told him that his people had given up something more important than survival. They had given up their spirit. Humans would rather die than do the same. On the 6th day, the battle ended. The Armada had lost over 4,000 ships. The remaining vessels were low on ammunition and fuel. Their commander was captured. Their confidence was broken. Admiral Turner sent a message to the surviving alien ships. He told them that they could leave. He told them that humanity would not pursue them. He told them to go home and tell the Council what had happened. The Armada fled. They jumped to faster-than-light travel and disappeared into the stars. Behind them, the space around Earth was filled with wreckage. Human ships and alien ships, mixed together in death. Humanity had paid a terrible price. Thousands of soldiers had died. 3 orbital platforms had been destroyed. Entire cities had been damaged by debris falling from space. But humanity had survived. Against 5,000 ships, humanity had survived. And across the galaxy, other species heard what had happened. They heard that the Enforcement Armada had been defeated. They heard that a young species had done the impossible. They heard that humans refused to kneel. The surviving Armada ships reached Council space after 2 weeks of travel. They were damaged and demoralized. The crews spoke in whispers about what they had seen. They told stories of human fighters diving into certain death. They told stories of missiles that moved like living things. They told stories of a species that simply would not stop. High Arbiter Zolenth received the reports in his private chambers. He read them 3 times. He could not believe what he was reading. The Enforcement Armada had lost 4,000 ships. Fleet Commander Zyreth had been captured. A primitive species had done what no one had accomplished in millions of years. The Galactic Council convened an emergency session. The Grand Chamber was filled with representatives shouting at each other. Some demanded that a larger fleet be sent to destroy humanity completely. Others argued that the cost would be too high. A few suggested that perhaps it was time to reconsider the Council's approach to new species. But the real crisis was not in the chamber. It was spreading across the galaxy. The Kandori had heard about humanity's victory. On 3 colony worlds, they rose up against their masters. They fought with improvised weapons and bare hands. They lost many battles, but they kept fighting. For the first time in 60,000 years, the Kandori had hope. The Morvani Collective formally demanded renegotiation of their integration terms. They had been part of the Council for 50,000 years, but they had always resented their position. Now they saw a chance to change things. Representative Valeth led the delegation, speaking the same words she had heard from Ambassador Harper months ago. She told the Council that the Morvani would no longer accept terms that treated them as lesser beings. Other species began to stir. The young ones who had been conquered recently. The old ones who had submitted so long ago they had forgotten what freedom felt like. They all watched humanity and wondered, if these newcomers could stand against the Council, maybe they could too. High Arbiter Zolenth understood what was happening. The galactic order that had existed for millions of years was beginning to crack. One small species had shown the galaxy that the Council was not invincible. If the Council did not act quickly, everything would fall apart. He sent a message to Earth. He requested a meeting. Ambassador Harper received the message with surprise. He had expected threats or demands. Instead, the Arbiter asked for negotiations. Real negotiations. Not the one-sided terms that had been offered before. Harper discussed the situation with the other leaders. Admiral Turner was suspicious. He thought it might be a trap. General Patterson agreed. They had just won a great victory. Why would the Council suddenly want to talk? But Commander Moore saw something different. She had spoken to the captured fleet commander Zyreth. She had seen the confusion in his eyes. She understood now that the council ruled through fear, not strength. They had been afraid of humanity from the beginning. They had just hidden it behind threats and numbers. Harper decided to accept the meeting. He would go back to the council station. But this time, he would not go alone. This time, Earth's fleet would come with him. 20 human warships escorted the Endurance to the council station. They were battered from the recent battle, but they were still dangerous. The aliens at the station watched them arrive with a mixture of fear and respect. Harper walked into the grand chamber for the second time. Everything looked the same as before. The tiered rows of alien representatives. The central platform where the council leaders sat. The vast ceiling disappearing into shadow. But something was different. Harper was no longer led to the lowest point in the room. He was given a place halfway up the chamber, level with species that had been part of the council for thousands of years. High Arbiter Zolenth greeted him formally. There was no warmth in his voice, but there was no contempt either. The Arbiter began with an offer. The council would reduce its demands. Humanity would surrender only 20% of its resources, instead of 70%. Humans would not be required to provide labor forces. Human military technology would be monitored, but not confiscated. Harper listened politely. Then he said no. Zolenth's crystalline skin flickered with color. He asked what humanity wanted. Harper stood up. He addressed the entire chamber. He said that humanity wanted something the council had never offered to anyone. Equality. He proposed a new kind of relationship between species. Not integration, not submission, but partnership. The chamber buzzed with conversation. Some aliens laughed. Some shouted insults. But others listened. Harper continued. He explained his vision. A galaxy where species shared technology and knowledge instead of taking them by force. A galaxy where strong species helped weak ones instead of conquering them. A galaxy where every world had a voice, regardless of how old or powerful it was. He knew it sounded impossible. He knew the older species would resist. But he also knew that the old way was dying. The council could try to hold on to power through force, but they had just learned what that cost. Humanity had made them pay dearly for one planet. How much would they pay for 10 planets? For 100? Representative Valeth stood up. She walked to the center of the chamber and stood beside Harper. She announced that the Morvani Collective supported his proposal. If a new galactic order was possible, the Morvani wanted to be part of it. Other species joined her. One by one, representatives from across the galaxy descended to stand with the humans and the Morvani. The young species came first. Then some of the middle-aged ones, even a few of the ancient species, those who remembered what freedom felt like before they surrendered it. High Arbiter Zolenth watched from his platform. He understood what was happening. The old council was being replaced by something new. He could fight it. He could send more fleets. He could try to crush every rebellious species one by one, or he could adapt. The Velthari were an ancient species. They had survived for millions of years by being practical. Zolenth was practical now. He descended from his platform and walked to where Harper stood. He extended one of his 6 hands. Harper took it. The negotiations lasted for weeks. There were arguments and compromises. Old grievances were aired. New agreements were reached. It was messy and difficult. But slowly a new charter emerged. The Galactic Council became the Galactic Assembly. Every species received one vote, regardless of age or power. A council of rotating members would handle disputes. Force would only be used against species that threatened others. It was not perfect. Nothing involving so many different beings could be perfect. But it was better than what had existed before. On the day the charter was signed, Commander Moore stood beside Harper at the great window of the station. Through the glass, they could see stars stretching out to infinity. Somewhere out there, the Kendori were rebuilding. The Morvani were negotiating new trade deals. Young species were looking up at the sky and dreaming of the future. Moore asked Harper if he had ever doubted their path. She asked if he had ever thought about accepting the original terms and saving humanity the war. Harper was quiet for a moment. Then he admitted that he had doubted every day. He had lain awake at night, wondering if he was condemning his species to destruction. He had questioned himself 1,000 times, but he had remembered something. Throughout human history, people had faced similar choices: accept tyranny and survive, or fight for freedom and risk everything. Some had chosen survival. But the ones who were remembered, the ones who changed history, had chosen to fight. Moore nodded. She understood. She had felt the same doubts, but she had also felt something else during the battle. Pride. Purpose. The knowledge that she was fighting for something worth dying for. The Endurance departed from the station the next day. The crew was exhausted but happy. They were going home. They were bringing news of peace. Real peace. Not surrender. As the ship jumped to faster-than-light travel, Harper took one last look at the stars. The galaxy was vast and old and full of wonders. Humanity had only taken its first steps into that vastness. There would be more challenges ahead, more struggles, more difficult choices, but humanity had proven something important. They had proven that size and power were not everything. They had proven that courage and determination could change the course of history. They had proven that a species willing to stand for its principles could inspire others to do the same. The Galactic Council had expected humanity to kneel. They had expected gratitude for being allowed to exist. They had expected the same submission they had received from every other species. Instead, humanity had stood up. Humanity had fought. Humanity had won. And across the galaxy, other species told the story of Earth. They told it to their children and their children's children. They told it in whispers on conquered worlds and in songs on free ones. The story of a small species from a small planet who refused to accept their place at the bottom. The story of people who valued freedom more than survival. The story of humanity. The story of those who refused to kneel. Jake Morrison stood at the observation window of the exploration vessel Starward Horizon. He was 22 years old, a cadet in his final year of training, and he had never seen anything quite like the view before him. A massive gas giant filled half the window. It was purple and orange, with storms larger than Earth swirling across its surface. But Jake was not looking at the planet. He was looking at the small moon that orbited it. The moon was pale blue, covered in thin clouds, and according to the ship's sensors, it was home to intelligent life. Morrison. A voice called from behind him. Jake turned around. Commander Lisa Tanner walked toward him with a datapad in her hand. She was a tall woman with short gray hair and eyes that had seen 100 worlds. Jake straightened his posture immediately. "Yes, Commander," he said. "You have been selected for the ground team," Commander Tanner said. She handed him the datapad. "We are making first contact with the species on that moon. I want you down there." Jake felt his heart jump. First contact. Every cadet dreamed of being part of a first contact mission. It was the most important thing a space explorer could do. Meeting a new species for the first time. Learning about their culture. Representing all of humanity. "Thank you, Commander," Jake said. "I will not let you down." Commander Tanner did not smile. She rarely did. "Read the briefing file carefully. This mission has some unusual factors. The moon has very low gravity. Only 12% of Earth standard. You will feel almost weightless down there." Jake nodded. He had trained in low-gravity environments before. It was strange at first, but he had gotten used to it. "There is something else," the commander continued. "The natives are called the Velorii. They are a fragile species. Hollow bones. Thin bodies. They have never seen humans before. They have never seen any off-world species before. We are the first." "I understand," Jake said. "Do you?" Commander Tanner looked at him closely. "You are young and strong. On that moon, you will be stronger than you can imagine. A small jump will send you flying. A gentle push could break their bones. You must be careful, Morrison. Very careful." Jake swallowed. "I will be careful, Commander." Commander Tanner nodded once. "Report to the briefing room in 1 hour. Dr. Holt will give you more information about the Velorii culture." She walked away, and Jake looked back at the moon through the window. It looked so peaceful from up here. He wondered what the Valori were like. Were they friendly? Were they afraid? Did they have any idea that visitors from another world were about to land on their home? 1 hour later, Jake sat in the briefing room with the rest of the ground team. There were 5 of them in total. Lieutenant Amy Vance was the cultural liaison, a woman who specialized in understanding alien societies. Dr. Kevin Holt was the xenolinguist, an expert in alien languages. There were also 2 security officers, but Jake did not know them well. Dr. Holt stood at the front of the room. Behind him, a large screen showed images of the Valori. They were small creatures, no taller than human children. They had 4 thin arms and 2 legs. Their skin was almost transparent, and Jake could see the outline of their organs beneath. Their eyes were huge, taking up almost half of their faces. The Valori are a peaceful species, Dr. Holt explained. They have no weapons, no wars. They live in small communities and spend most of their time in religious practice. Religious practice? Lieutenant Vance asked. Dr. Holt nodded. Yes. The Valori are deeply spiritual. Their entire culture is built around their religion. They believe in beings called the Ascended Ones. The screen changed to show ancient Valori artwork. The images depicted tall, powerful figures floating above the ground. They had no wings, but they seemed to fly through the air with ease. They lifted massive objects with single hands. They moved with grace and power that the small Valori could never match. According to Valori belief, the Ascended Ones are spirits who come from beyond the sky. Dr. Holt continued. They can defy gravity. They can lift mountains. They are gods. Essentially, the Valori have been waiting for the Ascended Ones to return for thousands of years. Jake looked at the images. The Ascended Ones in the artwork looked almost human. They stood upright on 2 legs. They had 2 arms instead of 4. Their bodies were thick and strong. A strange feeling crept into Jake's stomach. Doctor, he said slowly, those figures in the artwork, they look like us. Dr. Holt paused. He looked at the screen, then back at Jake. Yes, we noticed that too. It is probably a coincidence. Many species develop similar religious imagery, but Jake was not so sure. He looked at the picture of the Ascended One, lifting a boulder with one hand. He thought about what Commander Tanner had said. On that moon, you will be stronger than you can imagine. What happens if they think we are the Ascended Ones? Jake asked. The room went quiet. Doctor, Holt took off his glasses and cleaned them slowly. That is a possibility we have considered, he admitted. If it happens, we must correct the misunderstanding immediately. We cannot allow them to worship us. It would damage their culture and create an unhealthy power dynamic. Lieutenant Vance nodded in agreement. We need to be very clear about who we are and where we come from. We are explorers, not gods. Exactly, Dr. Holt said. We will explain everything. We will show them our ship, our technology, our biology. They will understand that we are just another species, different from them but not divine. Jake listened to the plan. It sounded reasonable. The Valori were intelligent beings. Surely they would understand the truth once it was explained to them. The briefing continued for another hour. Dr. Holt taught them basic Valori phrases. Lieutenant Vance explained the proper way to greet their leaders. The security officers reviewed safety protocols. Finally, the briefing ended, and the team prepared to board the shuttle. Jake put on his light exploration suit. It was designed for low-gravity environments, with magnetic boots that could be activated if needed. He checked his equipment twice, then 3 times. Everything was in order. As he walked toward the shuttle bay, he passed the observation window again. The blue moon was closer now. He could see the outline of continents and oceans. Somewhere down there, the Valori were going about their daily lives, unaware that everything was about to change. Jake stepped into the shuttle and took his seat. The engines hummed to life. The bay doors opened, and the shuttle launched into space. As they descended toward the moon, Jake watched the surface grow larger and larger. The clouds parted, revealing forests of strange blue trees and cities made of white domes. "Landing in 5 minutes," the pilot announced. Jake gripped his seat. His heart was pounding. He was about to set foot on an alien world. He was about to meet an alien species. He was about to make history. He had no idea just how much history he was about to make. The shuttle touched down in a clearing near one of the Valori settlements. Jake felt the landing gear connect with the ground. And then the engines went quiet. For a moment, nobody moved. "Remember your training," Lieutenant Vance said. "Move slowly. Speak softly. Let them come to us." The shuttle door opened with a hiss. Pale blue light poured into the cabin. Jake could see the alien sky through the doorway. It was not blue like Earth's sky. It was more like silver. With thin clouds drifting lazily overhead, Jake was the first to step out. The moment his boot touched the ground, he felt the difference. The gravity here was so low that his body felt like it was made of feathers. Every movement was too fast. Every step pushed him too far forward. He took a careful step. His body lifted slightly off the ground before settling back down. It was like walking on a trampoline, but softer. He had to focus hard, just to move normally. The rest of the team followed him out of the shuttle. Dr. Holt almost tripped as he stepped onto the surface. Lieutenant Vance grabbed his arm to steady him. "This will take some getting used to," Dr. Holt muttered. Jake looked around. The clearing was surrounded by tall trees with blue leaves. The ground was covered in soft purple grass. Everything looked peaceful and quiet. Then he saw them. The Valori emerged from the trees. There were dozens of them, maybe hundreds. They moved slowly. Their forearms held close to their bodies. Their huge eyes reflected the silver light of the sky. Jake had seen pictures of them, but the pictures did not prepare him for the real thing. They were so small. The tallest one barely reached his chest. Their skin was so thin that he could see their hearts beating beneath their chests. They looked fragile, like they might break if he touched them. One of the Valori stepped forward. He was older than the others, with wrinkled skin and cloudy eyes. He wore a robe decorated with strange symbols. This must be one of their leaders, Jake thought. The elder stopped a few meters away from Jake. He looked up at the human with an expression that Jake could not read. Was it fear? Curiosity? Wonder? Then the elder spoke. His voice was high and thin, like the sound of wind through hollow reeds. Dr. Holt leaned close to Jake. He is greeting us. He says his name is Keth Al. He is the spiritual leader of this settlement. Jake nodded. He raised his hand slowly, palm forward, the way they had practiced. It was supposed to be a universal gesture of peace, but as he raised his hand, his fingers brushed against one of the supply crates that had been unloaded from the shuttle. The crate was heavy, filled with equipment and food. On Earth, it would take 2 men to lift it. Jake did not mean to grab it. It was an accident. But his fingers closed around the handle, and the crate came up with his arm like it weighed nothing. He stood there with one arm raised in greeting, and the other holding a 200-pound crate like it was an empty box. The Valori gasped. The sound was like 100 small birds crying out at once. Kethal stumbled backward, his forearms covering his face. Jake quickly set the crate down. "I am sorry. I did not mean to, but it was too late." Kethal dropped to his knees. He pressed his face against the purple grass. All around him, the other Valori did the same. Hundreds of small bodies fell to the ground in worship. Jake stood frozen. He did not know what to do. He looked at Dr. Holt, but the xenolinguist looked just as shocked. Kethal began to speak again. His voice trembled with emotion. Tears streamed down his translucent cheeks. "What is he saying?" Jake asked. Dr. Holt swallowed hard. "He is saying that the Ascended Ones have returned. He is saying that you are a spirit from beyond the sky. He is thanking the gods for answering the prayers of his people." Jake felt cold despite the warm air. "Tell him I am not a spirit. Tell him I am just a human." Dr. Holt tried. He spoke in the Valorii language, using the phrases he had learned. He explained that Jake was a person from another world, not a god. He said that humans were mortal beings, just like the Valorii. Kethal listened. Then he shook his head. He does not believe me, Doctor, Holt said. He says that only an ascended one could lift such weight with one arm. He says that only a spirit could stand so tall and move with such grace. He says the prophecies are clear. Lieutenant Vance stepped forward. This is exactly what we were afraid of. We need to fix this now, before it spreads. But as she spoke, young Valorii were already running back toward the settlement. Jake could hear them shouting as they ran. He did not understand the words, but he understood their meaning. The news was spreading. The spirit had arrived. Over the next hour, more and more Valorii came to the clearing. They came from the settlement and from other settlements beyond. They came on foot and in small vehicles that floated above the ground. They came alone and in groups. They came to see the Ascended One. Jake tried again and again to explain the truth. He showed them his shuttle, explaining that it was a machine, not magic. He showed them his exploration suit, explaining that it was made of fabric and metal, not spirit energy. He even took off his glove and showed them his hand, pointing to his skin and bones and blood, but nothing worked. Every explanation only made things worse. When he showed them the shuttle, they marveled at the technology. Surely only a god could create such wonders, they said. When he showed them his suit, they admired its beauty. Surely only a spirit could wear such clothes, they said. When he showed them his hand, they touched his skin with trembling fingers. Surely only an ascended one could have such strong flesh, they said. Jake was trapped. Everything he did proved to them that he was divine. His strength, his height, his technology. Even the way he walked, bouncing slightly with each step, made him look like he was floating. Commander Tanner contacted them from the ship. Her voice came through Jake's earpiece, tight with concern. "Report, Morrison. What is happening down there?" Jake explained the situation. He told her about the supply crate, about Keth Al, about the crowds of worshipping Valorii. There was a long pause. Then the commander spoke again. "Continue the mission. Try to correct the misunderstanding, but do not force the issue. We do not want to cause a cultural crisis. Observe their behavior. Learn about their society. Report back regularly." "Understood, Commander," Jake said, but he did not feel confident. He looked at the sea of Valorii faces staring up at him with hope and wonder. They believed he was a god. They believed he had come to save them, and Jake had no idea how to tell them the truth without breaking their hearts. The sun began to set. The silver sky turned orange, then red, then deep purple. The Valorii lit torches and continued their vigil around Jake and the ground team. Kethal approached again. This time, he was smiling. His old face was filled with joy. "He wants to take you to the temple," Dr. Holt translated. "He wants you to bless his people." Jake looked at Lieutenant Vance. She shrugged helplessly. "We need to learn more about their culture," she said. "Maybe if we understand their beliefs better, we can find a way to explain the truth." Jake nodded slowly. He turned to Kethal and gave a small bow. "I will go with you," he said. Kethal's smile grew even wider. He took Jake's hand, his 4 fingers tiny against Jake's palm, and began to lead him toward the settlement. As they walked, Jake looked back at the shuttle. It seemed very small now, very far away. He wondered if he would ever be able to fix this mistake. 3 days passed on the blue moon, and with each day, the situation grew more complicated. Jake walked through the Valorii settlement with Kethal by his side. Everywhere he went, people stopped what they were doing to stare at him. Children hid behind their parents and peeked out with huge eyes. Adults whispered to each other and pointed. Some of them cried tears of joy. Jake had tried everything to prove he was not a god. He had eaten food in front of them, showing that he needed to eat, just like they did. He had slept in the shelter they built for him, showing that he needed rest. He had even cut his finger on a sharp stone and shown them the blood, proving that he could be hurt. None of it mattered. The Valorii had explanations for everything. Of course the Ascended One eats, they said. Even spirits need nourishment in physical form. Of course the Ascended One sleeps. Even gods must dream. Of course the Ascended One bleeds. The blood is sacred. It is proof that the spirit has taken on mortal flesh to walk among us. Jake wanted to scream, but he kept his frustration inside. He smiled and nodded and tried to be patient. On the morning of the fourth day, something happened that made everything worse. Jake was walking near the edge of the settlement when he heard screaming. He turned and saw a crowd of Valorii gathered around a collapsed structure. One of their buildings had fallen, and the white material was scattered everywhere. Jake ran toward the crowd. His legs carried him faster than he expected. In the low gravity, running felt like flying. He covered the distance in seconds. "What happened?" he asked. "Doctor." Holt pushed through the crowd. His face was pale. "One of the buildings collapsed. There are people trapped inside." Jake looked at the pile of rubble. The white material was heavy, much heavier than it looked. The Valorii were trying to lift it, but their thin arms could not move the broken pieces. Then Jake heard something that made his heart stop. A small voice was crying out from beneath the rubble. It was a child's voice. Jake did not think. He moved. He grabbed the largest piece of rubble and lifted it. It was heavy even for him, but in this gravity, it came up easily. He threw it aside and grabbed another piece. And another. And another. The Valorii watched in stunned silence as Jake tore through the wreckage. Pieces of building that would have taken 10 of them to move went flying through the air like leaves. After 2 minutes of digging, Jake found them. A mother and her child were huddled together in a small space beneath the rubble. The mother was injured. Her arm was bent at a strange angle, but the child looked unharmed. Jake reached down and picked them both up. He carried them out of the rubble and set them gently on the ground. A team of Valorii healers rushed forward to help them. For a moment, everything was quiet. Then the celebration began. The Valorii cheered and sang. They danced in circles around Jake. They threw flower petals into the air. They wept and laughed, and praised the Ascended One, who had saved 2 of their people. Kethal approached Jake with tears streaming down his old face. "He says you have proven yourself beyond all doubt, Doctor," Holt translated. "He says the prophecies told of a spirit who would save the innocent. He says you are the one they have been waiting for." Jake closed his eyes. He had only wanted to help. He had not been thinking about prophecies or religion. He had just heard a child crying and done what anyone would do. But to the Valorii, this was divine intervention. This was proof of everything they believed. That night, a feast was held in Jake's honor. The Valorii brought out their finest foods and drinks. Musicians played strange instruments that made sounds like water flowing over stones. Dancers performed ancient rituals that told the story of the Ascended Ones. Jake sat at a table with the ground team. Lieutenant Vance looked worried. "Doctor." Holt looked fascinated. The security officers looked uncomfortable. "This is getting out of control," Lieutenant Vance said quietly. "The longer we stay, the stronger their belief becomes. We need to do something." "What do you suggest?" Jake asked. "I tried to show them I am mortal. They explain it away every time. Maybe we are approaching this wrong," Dr. Holt said. He was watching the dancers with interest. "We keep trying to prove we are not divine. But perhaps we need to understand what divine means to them first." There, Jake thought about this. "What do you mean?" "Every culture has its own definition of gods and spirits." "Doctor," Holt explained, "to the Valorii, the Ascended Ones are beings of great strength and power. Beings who can do what they cannot. By their definition, you are an Ascended One. You can lift what they cannot lift. You can move how they cannot move. Telling them you are not a god means nothing if you keep acting like one." "But I am not acting like anything," Jake said. "I am just being myself." "I am." "Exactly," Dr. Holt said. "And yourself, in this environment, is superhuman. That is the problem." Before Jake could respond, Kethal approached the table. He bowed deeply and spoke in his thin, musical voice. He has a request, Doctor, Holt said. He says there are those among his people who do not believe you are truly an ascended one. A group of priests led by someone named Voreen. They demand proof. The mand. They demand proof. Jake felt a spark of hope. Finally. Skeptics. Maybe they can help convince the others. I would not be so hopeful, Lieutenant Vance warned. If they demand proof and you give it, things could get even worse. Keth-Al continued speaking. Doctor. Holt listened carefully, his expression growing concerned. He says Voreen has called for the trial of the Ascended. It is an ancient test, used in their legends to determine if a being is truly divine. If you pass the trial, all doubt will be erased forever. If you fail, you will be exposed as a false spirit. What is the trial? Jake asked. Dr. Holt hesitated. He says you must cross the Great Chasm. According to their legends, only the Ascended ones can walk across the void without falling. Jake felt his hope die. The Great Chasm. How wide is it? Approximately 30 meters, Doctor, Holt said. Lieutenant Vance stood up. Absolutely not. This is too dangerous. We need to refuse. But Jake was thinking. 30 meters was far. On Earth, it would be impossible for any human to jump that distance. The world record was less than 9 meters. But here, with only 12% gravity, everything was different. Jake had seen how far his steps carried him. He had felt how high his jumps went. 30 meters was far. But was it impossible? If I refuse, Jake said slowly, what happens? Keth-Al spoke again. Dr. Holt translated with a heavy voice. He says that if you refuse, Voreen will declare you a false spirit. The people will be divided. Some will follow Voreen. Others will follow Keth-Al. There will be conflict, maybe even war. Jake closed his eyes. He had never wanted any of this. He had just wanted to be part of a first contact mission. He had wanted to meet an alien species and help humanity make new friends among the stars. Instead, he was standing at the center of a religious crisis. I will take the trial, Jake said. Lieutenant Vance grabbed his arm. Jake, this is insane. If you fail, you could die. Even if you survive the fall, the mission will be ruined. And if I refuse, they might go to war with each other, Jake said. At least if I try, there is a chance. He looked at Keth-Al and nodded. Tell him I accept. The elder's face lit up with joy. He clasped all 4 of his hands together and bowed again and again. As he walked away to share the news, Jake stared at the table. His food sat untouched. His drink sat untouched. Tomorrow, he would either fly like a god or fall like a mortal. He was not sure which one frightened him more. The morning of the trial arrived with a silver sky and cold wind. Jake stood at the edge of the Great Chasm and looked down. The canyon was deep, so deep that he could not see the bottom. Mist swirled in the darkness below. The wind howled up from the depths like the voice of some ancient beast. Thousands of Valori had gathered to watch. They stood on both sides of the chasm, their huge eyes fixed on Jake. Some of them held torches. Others held flowers. All of them were silent. On the far side of the chasm, Jake could see his destination. It was exactly 30 meters away. The rock on the other side was flat and wide. A good landing spot if he could reach it. If Jake had spent all night thinking about the physics. He had calculated the math in his head a dozen times. In 12% gravity, he could jump almost 8 times higher and farther than on Earth. The world record long jump on Earth was about 9 meters. 8 times that was over 70 meters. 30 meters should be easy, but theory and practice were different things. Jake had never actually tried to jump 30 meters. He had never tested the limits of his abilities in this gravity. What if his calculations were wrong? What if the wind pushed him off course? What if he simply missed? Lieutenant Vance stood behind him with the rest of the ground team. Her face was tight with worry. You can still refuse, she said. We can find another way. Jake shook his head. There is no other way. You heard what Dr. Holt said. If I refuse, they might tear themselves apart. And if you fall? Jake did not answer. He did not want to think about falling. Kethal approached him. The old elder's hands were shaking, but his eyes were filled with faith. He says it is time, Dr. Holt translated. He says the Ascended One must show his true nature. Jake nodded. He took off his heavy equipment belt and handed it to Lieutenant Vance. He stretched his legs and arms. He took several deep breaths. On the other side of the chasm, he could see Voreen. The skeptical priest stood with his followers, watching with narrow eyes. Voreen was younger than Kethal, with sharper features and a harder expression. He did not believe Jake was divine. He wanted to see him fail. Jake walked to the starting point. It was marked with a white stone, about 20 meters back from the edge. He would need a running start to build up enough speed. The crowd was completely silent. Jake could hear his own heartbeat pounding in his ears. He thought about his training. He thought about all the hours he had spent in low-gravity simulators back on Earth. He thought about his instructors and their lessons. He thought about Commander Tanner and her trust in him. Then he stopped thinking. Jake started to run. His feet hit the ground in powerful strides. Each step pushed him forward faster than the last. The edge of the chasm rushed toward him. The wind roared around him. The mist swirled below. And then he jumped. For a long, breathless moment, Jake was flying. He soared through the air above the great chasm. The wind tried to push him down, but his momentum carried him forward. He could see the other side getting closer. He could see Voreen's shocked face. He could see the flat rock rushing up to meet him. Time seemed to slow down. Jake spread his arms for balance. He adjusted his body in the air. He prepared for landing. His feet hit the rock on the other side. The impact was harder than he expected. His knees buckled. He stumbled forward and fell onto his hands. For a moment, he thought he was going to roll right off the edge, but he stopped. He was safe. He had made it. The silence lasted for exactly 3 seconds. Then the crowd exploded. The Valorii on both sides of the chasm began to scream with joy. They threw their flowers into the air. They fell to their knees. They cried and laughed and shouted praises to the Ascended One. Jake stood up slowly. His legs were shaking. His heart was still pounding. He looked across the chasm at Lieutenant Vance and the ground team. They looked stunned. Then he looked at Voreen. The skeptical priest was staring at Jake with wide eyes. His mouth hung open. All the doubt, all the suspicion, all the disbelief had drained from his face. Slowly, Voreen sank to his knees. He pressed his face against the rock. His followers did the same. "No," Jake whispered. "No, no, no." He had wanted to fail. He had wanted to fall. Or at least to barely make it. He had wanted to show them that he was just a normal person who got lucky. Instead, he had proven their prophecy. He had crossed the void. He had done what only an Ascended One could do. Kethal's voice rang out across the chasm. He was speaking in a loud, official tone. Dr. Holt's translation came through Jake's earpiece. The trial is complete. The Ascended One has proven his divine nature. All doubt is erased. From this day forward, let no one question the truth. The gods have returned to us. Jake closed his eyes. He felt sick. He had never wanted this power. He had never wanted to be worshipped. He was just a cadet. Just a young man trying to do his job. But the Valorii did not see a cadet. They saw a god. Over the next hour, Jake made his way back around the chasm. A bridge existed further downstream, but it took time to reach. When he finally reunited with the ground team, the Valorii were already preparing another feast. Lieutenant Vance pulled him aside. "That was incredible," she admitted. "But we are in deeper trouble now than before." "I know," Jake said. His voice was tired. "Commander Tanner is on her way down," Lieutenant Vance continued. "She has decided to intervene personally. She wants to try a new approach." Jake felt a small spark of hope. The commander was wise and experienced. Maybe she could think of something he had missed. "When does she arrive?" he asked. "In a few hours, she is bringing the full cultural team and some additional equipment." She wants to give them a proper demonstration of human technology and biology. She thinks that if we explain everything clearly, with evidence and examples, they might finally understand. Jake nodded. He was not confident that it would work. Nothing had worked so far. But he was willing to try anything. That evening, Jake sat alone on a hill overlooking the settlement. The two suns were setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. The white domes of the Valori buildings glowed softly in the fading light. Kethal found him there. The old elder sat down beside Jake, moving carefully because of his fragile bones. For a while, neither of them spoke. Then Kethal said something in his language. His voice was gentle. Jake looked at him. "What did you say?" Dr. Holt's voice came through his earpiece. The xenolinguist was monitoring from the shuttle. "He says you look sad. He wants to know why an ascended one would be sad." Jake smiled bitterly. "Tell him that I am sad, because I am not what he thinks I am. Tell him I am just a person. No different from him," Dr. Holt translated. Kethal listened, then responded. "He says that you are humble. He says that only a true divine being would deny his own divinity. He says your humility is proof of your greatness." Jake laughed, but there was no joy in it. Even his denials became proof. Even his sadness became evidence. There was no escape from this trap. He looked at Kethal. The old elder was watching him with eyes full of love and devotion. Jake realized that this little creature genuinely cared about him, not because Jake was a god, but because Kethal believed in something greater than himself. Was that really so wrong? Was faith really such a terrible thing? Jake did not know the answer. He only knew that tomorrow, Commander Tanner would arrive, and together they would try one more time to show the Valori the truth. Whether the Valori would accept that truth was another question entirely. Commander Lisa Tanner descended from the sky in a shuttle larger than the one Jake had arrived in. The whole settlement gathered to watch it land. To them, it must have looked like a chariot from heaven. Jake stood with Lieutenant Vance and Dr. Holt as the commander stepped onto the surface. She was followed by more scientists, more translators, and crates full of equipment. "Morrison," she said, nodding to Jake. "You have been busy." "Yes, Commander. I tried to explain the truth. They would not listen." "I know. I have read all your reports." Commander Tanner looked around at the thousands of Valori watching them. "Today, we try something different. We tell them everything. We show them everything. We leave nothing out." A great assembly was organized in the central plaza of the settlement. Every Valori who could attend was there. They sat in circles around a raised platform where the human team stood. Kethal was there. Voreen was there too, though he no longer looked skeptical. Since the trial, he had become one of Jake's most devoted followers. Commander Tanner stepped forward. "Doctor." Holt translated her words into the Valori language. "People of Vega 4C, she began. We come from a world called Earth. It is very far from here, across the great emptiness of space. We are not spirits. We are not gods. We are a species called humans, and we are mortal beings just like you." The Valori listened in silence. Their huge eyes reflected the light of the torches. "On our world, the gravity is much stronger than here. Our bodies have grown to match that gravity. We have thick bones. We have strong muscles. We can lift heavy objects because our world requires us to be strong." Commander Tanner signaled to one of the scientists. The scientist stepped forward with a small projector. An image appeared in the air above the platform. It showed Earth, a blue and green ball, floating in space. "This is our world," Commander Tanner said. "It is not heaven. It is just another planet, like your moon is another place. We were born there. We grew up there. We are made of flesh and blood, just like you." More images appeared. They showed human cities, human families, human children playing in parks. They showed humans eating and sleeping and working and laughing. "We have machines that carry us between worlds," Commander Tanner continued. "This is not magic. It is technology. Your ancestors used fire and stone tools. Our ancestors did too. Over thousands of years, we learned to build greater things. The same could happen for your people, given enough time. The presentation continued for almost an hour. The humans showed the Valorii everything. They explained gravity and how it affected bodies. They explained space travel and how ships moved between stars. They explained biology and how different environments created different forms of life. When the presentation ended, Commander Tanner asked if there were questions. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then Kethal rose from his seat. He walked to the platform and looked up at the humans. His expression was thoughtful, but not shaken. He spoke in a calm, measured voice. Dr. Holt translated, "You say you are not spirits. You say you come from another world. You say your strength is the result of your birth, not divine blessing." "That is correct," Commander Tanner said. Kethal nodded slowly. "I understand your words. But let me ask you something." He turned to face his people. "This young one," he said, pointing at Jake, "came from the sky. He walks where we cannot walk. He lifts what we cannot lift. He crossed the great chasm with his own body. He saved a mother and child from certain death. He asked for nothing in return. He shared food with us. He shared laughter with us. He treated us with kindness and respect." Kethal turned back to the humans. "You call this science. You call this biology. You call this the accident of being born on a heavy world." He paused. "We call it divine." The crowd murmured in agreement. Kethal continued, "Perhaps your people do not believe in gods. Perhaps you see the universe as a machine, cold and empty. But we see it differently. We see wonders everywhere. We see the stars and ask who lit them. We see the void between worlds and ask who holds it together. We see beings like you, strong and kind. And we ask who sent them to us." He looked directly at Jake. "You did not choose to be born on a heavy world. You did not choose to have strong bones and powerful muscles. But you did choose to save that child. You did choose to share our food and learn our songs. You did choose to jump across the chasm when you could have refused." Kethal smiled. And for the first time, Jake saw no worship in his eyes, only warmth, only gratitude. "Maybe you are not a god by your definition, but you are a wonder by ours. And for that, we are grateful." Commander Tanner was silent for a long moment. Then she spoke. "Kethal, we do not want to be worshipped. We want to be friends, partners, equals. We want to learn from you. And we hope you might want to learn from us." Kethal nodded. "Then let us learn together. You can teach us about the stars and the machines that cross them. We can teach you about the spirit and the meaning that fills them." He extended one of his 4 hands toward Commander Tanner. She took it gently, careful not to squeeze too hard. "Friends," Kethal said in broken but recognizable human language. It was the first human word he had ever spoken. "Friends," Commander Tanner replied. The crowd erupted in cheers. Not the cheers of worship this time, but cheers of celebration. The Valorii rushed forward to greet the humans, not as gods, but as guests, as partners, as friends. Jake felt tears in his eyes. He had spent days trying to convince them he was not divine. He had failed again and again. But now, finally, something had changed. The Valorii still believed in the Ascended Ones. That faith had not disappeared, but it had transformed. The Ascended Ones were no longer distant gods waiting to return. They were travelers from other worlds. Beings who were different but not better. Stronger but not superior. The universe was still full of wonders. It was just bigger than they had thought. Jake stayed on Vega 4C for another month. He helped establish a cultural exchange program between humans and Valorii. He learned their language and their customs. He made friends with the children and shared stories with the elders. He even visited Voreen and talked with the former skeptic about philosophy and faith. On his last day, Kethal came to him with a gift. It was a small stone carving, no bigger than Jake's palm. It showed a figure leaping across a chasm, arms spread wide, reaching for something beyond the edge of the stone. "For you," Kethal said. So you will remember us. Jake held the carving carefully. He looked at the tiny figure frozen in mid-leap, forever flying, forever reaching. I will never forget you, he said. Any of you. Kethal smiled. We know. The spirits never forget. Jake laughed. Some things, it seemed, would never change. He boarded the shuttle and took his seat. As the ship rose through the pale blue atmosphere, he looked down at the settlements growing smaller below. The white domes glittered in the silver light. The blue forests stretched to the horizon. Somewhere down there, Kethal was watching the sky. Somewhere down there, children were playing games and pretending to be ascended ones. Somewhere down there, a mother and her daughter were alive because a young man from a heavy world had chosen to dig through the rubble. Jake held the stone carving in his hand and smiled. He was not a god. He had never been a god. He was just a cadet. A young man who had stumbled into something bigger than himself. But maybe that was okay. Maybe being human was enough. Maybe being human was more than enough. The shuttle passed through the clouds and into the black of space. The stars surrounded him. Millions of tiny lights scattered across the infinite darkness. Each one was a sun. Each one might have worlds. Each one might have people looking up at the sky and wondering what wonders waited beyond. Jake Morrison, human cadet, looked at those stars and wondered too. And somewhere in his heart, he felt something that might have been called divine. The ship called Horizon came out of hyperspace at the edge of the Nexus system. Inside, Ambassador Daniel Carter looked through the window at the massive space station that floated before them. It was bigger than anything humans had ever built. The station was home to the Galactic Council, where over 200 alien species made decisions that shaped the galaxy. Daniel took a deep breath and straightened his uniform. He was 53 years old with gray hair at his temples and calm brown eyes. He had spent his whole career preparing for this moment. Humanity was about to meet the galaxy for the first time. Commander Laura Hayes stood beside him. She was 41, tall and strong, with short black hair and sharp blue eyes that never stopped moving. She had served 20 years in the military before joining the diplomatic security team. Her job was to keep Daniel alive, but she did much more than that. She watched everything and remembered everything. The shuttle bay doors opened, and their small craft flew toward the station. Laura counted the defense platforms as they passed. She noted the patrol ships and their weapon placements. She mapped the station's structure in her mind, finding weak points and strong points without even trying. It was just how her brain worked. Daniel noticed what she was doing. He said nothing. He was glad she was there. The docking procedure took 30 minutes. Alien officials checked their ship and scanned their bodies. They asked questions about human biology and technology. Daniel answered everything with a polite smile. He gave them exactly what they expected to hear. When they finally stepped onto the station, a group of aliens was waiting for them. The leader was a tall being made of living crystal. His body shifted colors as he moved, from blue to green to gold. His name was Counselor Thrixon, and he was the head of the welcoming committee. "Welcome to the Nexus," Thrixon said. His voice sounded like glass chimes in the wind. "We are pleased to meet the humans at last." Daniel bowed his head slightly. "Thank you, Counselor. We are honored to be here." Behind Thrixon stood representatives from other species. There was a Keth warrior, massive and covered in thick scales, with 4 arms and teeth like knives. There was a Moravi scout, small and quick, with 6 eyes that moved independently. There were others that Daniel could not name yet, beings of gas and light and metal. All of them looked at the humans with the same expression. It was curiosity mixed with something else. Daniel recognized it immediately. It was the look of someone studying an insect. They did not see humans as equals. They saw them as primitives who had somehow learned to build starships. They saw them as children who had wandered into a room full of adults. Laura saw it too. Her face showed nothing, but inside she was making notes. She was learning how these aliens thought, how they judged strength and weakness. It would be useful later. The welcoming committee led them through long corridors filled with alien life. Creatures of every shape and size moved past them. Some walked. Some floated. Some crawled along the walls. The air smelled different in each section, adjusted for different species. They reached the council chamber after an hour of walking. The room was enormous, shaped like a bowl with seats rising up on all sides. In the center was a platform where speakers stood to address the assembly. Light came from everywhere and nowhere at once. 200 species. 200 flags. 200 different ways of thinking and living and fighting. Daniel looked at them all and felt the weight of what he carried. He represented every human who had ever lived, everyone who would ever live. He could not fail them. Thrixon guided Daniel to the speaking platform. Laura stayed at the edge of the room with the other security personnel. She positioned herself where she could see both Daniel and the main exits. 17 structural weaknesses, she counted. The chamber was designed for diplomacy, not defense. The council recognizes the representative of the human species, Thrixon announced. You may speak. Daniel cleared his throat. A translation device carried his words to every being in the chamber. Honored members of the Galactic Council, he began. I bring greetings from Earth and all human colonies. We come in peace, seeking friendship and trade. We have much to learn from your great civilizations, and we hope that someday we might have something to offer in return. He spoke for 20 minutes. He talked about human history, their journey to the stars, their hopes for the future. He was humble and respectful. He asked for nothing and demanded nothing. When he finished, the council deliberated. Different species spoke in their own languages, their words translated for all to hear. Most of them were not kind. They are so young, said the Valari ambassador. Their technology is primitive, their bodies are weak. They have no natural weapons, said a Keth general. No claws, no armor, no venom. They are prey animals who learned to use tools. Their world is small and far away, said another voice. They pose no threat and offer no value. Daniel listened to all of it. His face remained calm and pleasant. Inside, he was recording every word, every speaker, every reaction. He was learning who his friends might be, and who would always see humans as lesser beings. The debate lasted 3 hours. In the end, the council voted to grant humanity provisional membership. They were given a small territory on the edge of explored space, far from the wealthy trade routes and powerful empires. It was the worst land available, the scraps left over after everyone else had taken their share. Thrixon delivered the news as if it were a great gift. You are now part of the galactic community, he said. We wish you well in your new home. Daniel bowed again. We are grateful for this opportunity. Laura walked beside him as they left the chamber. When they were alone in the corridor, she finally spoke. They think we are nothing, she said. Daniel nodded slowly. Yes, they do. That makes them dangerous. No, Daniel said. He smiled, and for just a moment, something cold flickered in his eyes. That makes them careless. Dangerous is what we are. Laura looked at him with new respect. She had known Daniel for 5 years, but she had never seen that look before. It reminded her of something old and patient, something that knew how to wait for the right moment. They returned to their ship and began the long journey to humanity's new home. Behind them, the council went back to its business. Already forgetting about the small, soft creatures from the spiral arm. They would remember eventually. The galaxy always remembered its mistakes, but by then, it would be far too late. 30 years passed like water through fingers. The human colony on Elysium grew slowly from a small outpost into a real civilization. Cities rose from the alien soil. Farms spread across the valleys. Children were born who had never seen Earth, who knew only the purple sky and twin suns of their new world. Ambassador Kevin Morris now represented humanity on the Galactic Council. He was a round man with a friendly face, and a laugh that made everyone around him feel comfortable. He wore simple clothes and spoke simple words. The other ambassadors thought he was a fool, and that was exactly what he wanted them to think. Kevin sat through meetings where other species insulted humanity. He smiled when they called humans primitive. He nodded when they explained why humans could not have better trade agreements. He accepted every unfair deal without complaint. The humans are so agreeable, the Valari said among themselves. They know their place. But Kevin was not agreeable. He was patient. Every insult he received, he wrote down. Every unfair rule, he documented. Every species that looked down on humans, he remembered. He was building a record that would be useful someday. Dr. Samantha Grant ran the human scientific delegation. She was 60 years old, with white hair and bright green eyes that sparkled with curiosity. She asked questions constantly, about everything. How did Valari crystal ships work? What powered Keth weapons? How did Moravi scouts see in the dark? The aliens found her amusing. They answered her questions freely, happy to show off their superior knowledge. They never noticed that she recorded every conversation. They never saw her team of scientists analyzing the data she gathered, looking for patterns and weaknesses. She is like a child, the Keth ambassador laughed. Always asking why. Why? Why? Samantha smiled at his words. She had already learned more about Keth biology in 3 years than anyone in human history. She knew their weak points now, the gaps in their scales, the chemicals that affected their nervous systems. Knowledge was power, and she was gathering more of it every day. Captain Nathan Cole commanded the human defense fleet from his ship, the Vigilant. He was 55, lean and hard, with a face like carved stone. He had fought in 3 wars on Earth before humanity reached the stars. He knew what combat really looked like. His fleet was small, just 20 ships assigned to protect Elysium. The Council called them patrol vessels, barely armed and poorly trained. Nathan let them believe that. In reality, his ships trained every single day. His crews ran drills until they could fight blind, until they could read each other's thoughts through nothing but instinct. He studied every battle in galactic history, learning from victories and defeats alike. He knew how the Keth fought, how the Valari defended, how the Moravi scouted. Why do you train so much? A Moravi observer once asked him. There is no threat in this sector, Nathan shrugged. We like to stay busy. The Moravi did not believe him. They were spies by nature, and they sensed something hidden beneath the surface. But their reports were ignored by the Council. How could humans be dangerous? They were prey animals. Back on Elysium, Governor Ryan Mitchell managed the colony's growth. He was 48, practical and calm, with a talent for making things work. He built hospitals and schools and factories. He made sure everyone had food and shelter and purpose. But he also built things that no one talked about. Underground shelters that could hold the entire population. Hidden weapon caches spread across the continent. Communication systems that could not be jammed or intercepted. Emergency protocols that every citizen knew by heart. Why do we practice these drills? His daughter asked him once. She was 12, born on Elysium, innocent of the galaxy's dangers. Because the universe is not always kind, Ryan told her. And we must be ready for unkindness. The years continued to pass. Humanity traded and talked and smiled. They never complained, never threatened, never showed anger. They were model citizens of the galactic community, quiet and obedient, and completely beneath notice. Lieutenant Megan Torres was 26 when she joined the Elysium Defense Force. She was short and strong, with dark hair and darker eyes. She had grown up on stories of Earth's warriors, of soldiers who fought against impossible odds and never gave up. She trained with Nathan Cole's methods, pushing herself harder than anyone thought necessary. She learned to fight in every environment, from city streets to open fields to the vacuum of space. She studied alien combat techniques and found ways to counter them. You are too serious, her friends told her. There will never be a war here. Megan just smiled. She knew something they did not. The galaxy was full of predators, and predators eventually grew hungry. When that day came, she would be ready. Dr. Samantha Grant made a discovery in her 15th year on the Council. She found that Keth warriors had been watching human space for some time. They were mapping Elysium's defenses, counting ships, measuring response times. They were preparing for something. She brought this information to Kevin Morris in secret. He read her report with that same friendly smile on his face. But his eyes were cold. "How long before they attack?" he asked. "Maybe 5 years. Maybe 10. They are patient hunters." Kevin nodded. "Then we have time to prepare." The message went out through channels that no one else knew existed. Human military commanders across the sector received new orders. Training intensified. Production increased. Ships that looked weak on the outside were quietly upgraded with better weapons and shields. The Moravi spies noticed the activity. They sent warnings to the Council, saying that humans were behaving strangely. The Council dismissed these warnings as paranoia. Humans were harmless. Everyone knew that. Nathan Cole received the final intelligence report on a cold morning. The Keth were coming. Not in 5 years. Not in 10. They were coming now. He stood on the bridge of the Vigilant and looked out at the stars. His crew watched him, waiting for orders. They had trained for this moment their entire careers. "Send word to Governor Mitchell," Nathan said quietly. "Tell him it is time to wake up." Across Elysium, alarms began to sound. Citizens who had practiced emergency drills 100 times now did them for real. They moved quickly and calmly, knowing exactly where to go and what to do. The galaxy thought humans were prey. The galaxy was about to learn the truth. Prey did not prepare for 30 years. Prey did not study their enemies and build hidden weapons. Prey did not wait patiently for the perfect moment to show what they really were. Humans were something else entirely, and the Keth were about to find out what. The Keth fleet dropped out of hyperspace like a hammer falling from the sky. 40 warships, each one bristling with weapons, each one carrying thousands of warriors hungry for conquest. They had come to take Elysium, to crush the weak humans and claim their world. It would be easy, they thought. It would be quick. War leader Kreth stood on the bridge of his flagship, the Ironjaw. He was massive even by Keth standards, 9 feet tall, and covered in black scales that had seen 100 battles. His 4 arms were crossed over his chest as he watched the human colony grow larger on his screens. "Begin the attack," he ordered. "Destroy their ships first. Then we land." His fleet spread out in a formation that had broken dozens of enemies before. Their weapons charged with energy that could melt steel. Their warriors roared with excitement, eager for blood. On Elysium, Governor Ryan Mitchell received the alert while sitting in his office. He read the message once, then pressed a button on his desk. That button sent a signal to every corner of the colony. It was time. Captain Nathan Cole was already moving. His 20 ships launched from their hidden positions in the asteroid belt around Elysium. They were small compared to the Keth vessels, fast and nimble where the enemy was large and powerful. "All ships, execute pattern Delta," Nathan said into his communicator. His voice was calm, almost bored. "Do not engage directly. Make them chase you." The Keth expected the human ships to fight head-on and die quickly. Instead, the humans scattered like leaves in the wind. They fired quick shots and disappeared behind asteroids. They led the Keth deeper into the belt, where rocks the size of mountains turned the battle into a maze. War leader Kreth growled with frustration. "They run like cowards. Chase them down." His ships followed, breaking their formation to pursue individual targets. It was exactly what Nathan wanted. Hidden among the asteroids were weapons that no one knew about. Missiles that had waited for years in the cold and dark. When the Keth ships passed, those missiles woke up and struck from every direction at once. 6 Keth warships died in the first 10 minutes, destroyed by weapons they never saw coming. The rest pulled back in confusion, their formation completely broken. On the surface of Elysium, the civilians had vanished. The Keth scouts who scanned the cities found them empty, abandoned. Where had millions of people gone? The scouts did not understand. They reported back that the invasion would be easy. War leader Kreth ordered the landing. 30,000 Keth warriors dropped from orbit in massive transport ships. They expected to find frightened humans hiding in buildings, easy prey for superior hunters. Lieutenant Megan Torres watched them come from her position in the hills above the capital city. She had 200 soldiers with her, All of them trained for exactly this moment. They wore armor that blended with the rocks. They carried weapons that fired without sound or flash. "Wait," she told her troops. "Let them land. Let them feel safe." The Keth transports touched down in the empty streets. Warriors poured out, their weapons ready, their eyes searching for targets. They found nothing but silence. Then the ground beneath them exploded. Megan had spent years learning where to place mines, where to position snipers, where to create kill zones that enemy soldiers could not escape. The Keth walked straight into her trap without ever knowing it was there. The first wave of Keth warriors died before they could fire a single shot. The second wave tried to retreat and found humans behind them, cutting off their escape. The third wave finally formed a defense, but by then they were surrounded and taking fire from every direction. War leader Kreth watched the reports come in with growing horror. His warriors were dying, not in glorious battle, but in ambushes and traps set by creatures he had been told were prey. "They fight like hunters," one of his captains said. "They do not behave like prey animals." Kreth struck him with one massive fist. "They are weak. They are nothing. Send more warriors." In orbit, Captain Nathan Cole was teaching the Keth fleet a lesson they would never forget. His ships moved like dancers, weaving between asteroids, striking and retreating before the enemy could respond. Human pilots flew maneuvers that should have been impossible, trusting each other completely, knowing where their wingmates would be without needing to look. 12 more Keth ships fell to human weapons. The Ironjaw itself took damage when 3 human ships attacked it at once, hitting the same spot on its shields until they collapsed. For the first time in his long life, War Leader Kreeth felt something he did not recognize. It took him a moment to understand what it was. Fear. On the ground, the battle continued for 3 days. Megan Torres led her soldiers through streets and tunnels, hitting the Keth wherever they were weak, disappearing before they could strike back. She did not sleep. Her soldiers did not sleep. They fought with a fury that seemed endless. The Keth were stronger than humans. They were bigger and tougher, and had natural weapons built into their bodies. But humans had something the Keth did not understand. They had endurance. They could keep fighting long after any sane creature would have stopped. When a Keth warrior got tired, he slowed down. When a human got tired, something else woke up inside them. Something old and cold and absolutely relentless. "Why will they not stop?" a Keth captain screamed into his communicator. "We have killed hundreds of them. They should be broken." But the humans were not broken. Every loss made them fight harder. Every dead friend made them more determined. They were not prey running from predators. They were predators themselves, and they had finally been given permission to hunt. On the morning of the 4th day, War Leader Kreeth made a decision that would haunt his species forever. He ordered a retreat. 12 Keth ships limped away from Elysium, carrying the survivors of an invasion that was supposed to be easy. They left behind 28 destroyed warships and over 20,000 dead warriors. They left behind their pride and their certainty that they were the galaxy's greatest hunters. Governor Ryan Mitchell stood in the ruins of his capital city and watched them go. The purple sky was full of smoke, and the ground was scarred from battle. But his people were alive. His world was free. Captain Nathan Cole's voice came through his communicator. "Governor, the enemy has retreated. Elysium is secure." Ryan closed his eyes and let out a breath he had been holding for 3 days. "Thank you, Captain. Thank everyone." Behind him, Megan Torres lowered her weapon for the first time since the invasion began. Her armor was scorched and dented. Her face was covered in dust and dried blood. She had not slept in 4 days, but she was smiling. "Sir," she said to the governor, "I think the galaxy just noticed us." Ryan nodded slowly. "Yes, Lieutenant, I believe they did." The Galactic Council chamber had never been so silent. 200 species sat in their seats, staring at the holographic display in the center of the room. The images showed the battle for Elysium, recorded from every angle by satellites and drones. They showed Keth warships exploding. They showed Keth warriors falling. They showed humans fighting with a ferocity that no one had ever expected. Counselor Thrixon's crystal body flickered between colors that had no translation. He had welcomed humanity to the Council 30 years ago. He had called them primitives. He had given them the worst territory available because he thought they deserved nothing better. Now he watched those same primitives destroy the most feared military force in the sector. Ambassador Kevin Morris stood on the speaking platform, his hands folded calmly in front of him. He looked the same as always, round and friendly and harmless, but everyone in the chamber knew that appearance meant nothing now. "How did you do this?" the Valari ambassador demanded. "The Keth have not lost a battle in 4 centuries. Your ships are old. Your weapons are weak. This should have been impossible." Kevin smiled, that same gentle smile he had worn through 1,000 insults. "Our ships are small," he agreed. "Our weapons are simple. But you are correct about one thing. This should have been impossible." One thing. He pressed a button, and the holographic display changed. It showed human soldiers moving through the streets of Elysium, coordinating their attacks without speaking, knowing exactly where their companions would be. "You classified humans as a prey species," Kevin said. "You looked at our soft skin and our dull teeth and our small claws. You decided we were harmless gatherers who learned to use technology by accident." The display changed again. It showed human pilots executing maneuvers that made experienced warriors gasp. Their ships moved as one, like a single creature with many bodies. "You were wrong." Admiral Chris Bennett appeared on the display via quantum link. He stood on the bridge of the carrier, relentless, surrounded by officers who had just won an impossible victory. He was 60 years old, gray-haired and calm, with eyes that had seen more death than anyone in the council chamber could imagine. "Counselors," he said, "allow me to explain what you faced on Elysium." He pulled up biological data on the display. Human anatomy, human brain chemistry, human evolutionary history. "Humans are not prey," he said. "We are persistence predators. On our homeworld, we hunted by chasing our prey until it collapsed from exhaustion. We could run longer than any other creature. We could track animals across continents. We could follow a wounded target for days without stopping." The council listened in growing silence. This was not what their scientists had told them. This was not what their classifications said. "Our bodies heal faster than most species in this room," the Admiral continued. "Wounds that would kill you merely slow us down. We can function without sleep for extended periods. We can ignore pain that would cause other species to lose consciousness." Dr. Samantha Grant took over the presentation. She showed charts and graphs and medical data that made the alien physicians in the room lean forward with shock. "Human stress response is unique in the galaxy," she explained. "When we are threatened, our bodies release chemicals that make us faster, stronger, and more resistant to damage. We call this the fight-or-flight response. But the truth is, humans almost always choose to fight." She showed footage from the ground battle. Human soldiers taking wounds that should have stopped them, then continuing to fight. Human Marines working together without communication, knowing instinctively what their companions needed. "We are pack hunters," Samantha said. "We evolved to work in groups, to trust each other completely, to fight and die for our companions without hesitation. This is not something we learned. This is what we are." A Moravi delegate spoke up, his 6 eyes blinking rapidly. "We suspected something. We sent warnings to the council. But no one listened. No one wanted to listen," Kevin said. "It was easier to believe we were harmless. It was more comfortable to look down on us and feel superior." He walked to the edge of the platform and looked up at the assembled species. His friendly face was still there, but something had changed behind his eyes. Something ancient and patient and very, very dangerous. "For 30 years, we smiled at your insults. We accepted your unfair trade agreements. We let you treat us like children because it served our purposes. We learned everything we could about you while you learned nothing about us." Counselor Thrixon finally found his voice. "You deceived us. We survived," Kevin replied. "That is what humans do. We survive. We adapt. We overcome. And we never ever forget those who tried to harm us." The Keth representative had been silent throughout the presentation. He was a smaller specimen than war leader Kreth, a diplomat rather than a warrior, but he understood what he was hearing better than anyone else in the room. "You waited," he said slowly. "You waited for us to attack first. You let us come to you because you knew you would win." Kevin nodded. "We had 30 years to prepare. We knew the Keth were watching us. We knew an attack was coming. So we made sure we were ready." "But why?" the Keth asked. "Why not simply build a stronger fleet? Why not show your true power and prevent the war entirely?" Kevin's smile faded for the first time. "Because we needed the galaxy to see. We needed everyone to understand that humans are not prey. We are not weak. We are not helpless. We are predators who chose to wear a mask of gentleness." He gestured at the display, which now showed the retreating Keth fleet, battered and broken. "The mask is off now. Everyone in this chamber knows what we truly are. The question is, what happens next?" Admiral Bennett spoke again. "Humanity does not want war. We did not start this conflict. But we will finish it. One way or another. The Keth Dominion will answer for their unprovoked attack. How they answer is up to them." The council chamber erupted in chaos. Species that had ignored humanity for decades now shouted questions and demands. Some wanted to know more about human capabilities. Others wanted to form alliances. A few were clearly terrified. Kevin Morris stood in the center of it all, calm and patient as always. He had waited 30 years for this moment. He could wait a little longer for the galaxy to understand. Humanity was done hiding. Humanity was done smiling through insults. The predators of Earth had finally shown their teeth, and the galaxy would never look at them the same way again. The Keth Dominion fell in 6 months. Human fleets pursued them across the sector, striking at supply lines and military bases with cold precision. They did not attack civilian targets. They did not slaughter surrendering warriors. But they did not stop, either. They did not rest. They did not give the Keth a single moment of peace. Captain Nathan Cole led the main pursuit force. His ships had been reinforced with vessels from Earth and the other human colonies. Ships that had been hiding their true capabilities for 30 years. The Keth found themselves outgunned and outmaneuvered at every turn. "Why do they not tire?" a Keth commander asked as his fleet retreated for the 3rd time in a week. "Why do they keep coming?" No one could answer him. The Keth did not understand persistence. They were ambush predators who struck hard and fast, then rested to recover their strength. The concept of a hunter that never stopped was alien to them. War leader Kreth made his last stand above the Keth homeworld. He had gathered every ship that could still fly, every warrior that could still fight. He would die defending his people, as a true Keth should. Admiral Chris Bennett arrived with the human fleet 3 days later. He could have attacked immediately. He could have destroyed the Keth defenses and ended the war in a single battle. Instead, he sent a message. "War leader Kreth," he said, "your fleet is broken. Your armies are scattered. Your dominion has fallen. But humanity did not come here for revenge. We came here for justice." Kreth stared at the human admiral on his view screen. He had expected gloating, demands for submission, perhaps even torture. That was what the Keth would have done to a defeated enemy. "What do you want?" Kreth asked. "Surrender," Bennett replied. "Accept responsibility for your unprovoked attack on Elysium. Pay fair compensation for the damage you caused. And promise, on your honor as a warrior, that the Keth will never attack a peaceful species again." Kreth was silent for a long moment. "That is all?" "That is all. Humanity does not want to rule the Keth. We do not want to destroy your civilization. We want to live in peace with our neighbors. You made that impossible when you attacked us. Now you must help make it possible again." The Keth surrendered 3 days later. It was the first time in their recorded history that they had admitted defeat to another species. Many Keth warriors took their own lives rather than face the shame, but Kreth himself survived. He had learned something important from the humans, something his people had never understood before. True strength was not just about winning battles, It was about knowing when to stop fighting. Back on the Nexus station, Ambassador Kevin Morris addressed the Galactic Council for the final time. He was retiring, going home to Earth to spend his remaining years with his grandchildren. A younger ambassador would take his place. Humanity has no desire for empire, he told the assembled species. We did not ask for this war. We did not want to prove ourselves through violence, but the Keth gave us no choice. He paused, looking around the chamber at faces that had once looked down on him with contempt. Now, they watched him with respect. And in some cases, fear. We offer the galaxy a choice, Kevin continued. Humanity will protect any species that asks for protection. We will defend the weak against the strong. We will stand between the innocent and those who would harm them. He smiled, and for once it was a genuine smile, warm and kind. We are predators. We cannot change our nature, but we can choose how to use it. We choose to be guardians. The Council voted unanimously to accept humanity's offer. Species that had dismissed humans as primitives now requested alliance treaties. Species that had insulted them now sent gifts and apologies. The galaxy had learned its lesson. Lieutenant Megan Torres received a promotion to colonel and took command of the new Galactic Defense Academy. Students from a dozen species came to learn human tactics and strategy. She taught them everything she knew, holding nothing back. Why share your secrets? A Moravi student asked her once. You could keep your advantages and stay stronger than everyone else. Megan shook her head. Because the galaxy is full of dangers that no single species can face alone. If we make everyone stronger, we make the whole galaxy safer. Captain Nathan Cole retired to Elysium, where he helped rebuild the cities damaged during the Keth invasion. He refused medals and honors, saying he had only done his job. Governor Ryan Mitchell gave him a small farm on the outskirts of the capital, where he grew vegetables and watched the purple sunsets in peace. Dr. Samantha Grant continued her research, now with full access to technologies that had once been denied to humanity. She shared her discoveries freely, advancing the medical and scientific knowledge of the entire galactic community. Her work saved millions of lives across hundreds of worlds. Admiral Chris Bennett became the first human to sit on the Galactic Security Council. He used his position to prevent conflicts before they started, to mediate disputes between species, to maintain the peace that so many had died to create. And on Earth, in a small house overlooking the Pacific Ocean, Ambassador Daniel Carter watched the news feeds and smiled. He had been the first human to stand before the Galactic Council. 30 years ago, he had worn the mask of humility while his people prepared for a future that others could not imagine. His great-granddaughter sat beside him, watching a story about human peacekeepers preventing a border dispute between two alien species. She was 12 years old and full of questions. Grandfather, she asked, why did the aliens think we were weak? Daniel thought about the question for a long moment. He remembered the council chamber, the condescending smiles, the insults delivered as compliments. He remembered wearing that mask of harmlessness while Laura Hayes counted structural weaknesses in the background. Because we wanted them to, he finally said. Because sometimes the best way to win is to let your enemy think they have already won. But why did we want to protect them afterward? They were mean to us. Daniel smiled and put his arm around her. Because being strong does not mean being cruel. The galaxy needed protectors. We became what the galaxy needed. His great-granddaughter thought about this. So we are the good guys? We try to be, Daniel said. Every day, we try to be. Outside the window, the sun was setting over the ocean, painting the sky in shades of orange and gold. Somewhere out among the stars, human ships patrolled the borders of civilized space, keeping watch over a galaxy that had once dismissed them as harmless. The predators of Earth had found their purpose. They were no longer hunters seeking prey. They were guardians standing watch. They were shields protecting the innocent. And they were still exactly what they had always been, patient, persistent, and absolutely relentless when protecting those they had chosen to defend. The galaxy slept safely that night, and every night after, because humanity had decided to keep watch. And humanity never stopped, never rested, never forgot. The ship came down from the stars on a cold Tuesday morning. Commander Zethrak watched from the bridge of his warship as the small blue planet grew larger in the viewing screen. He had seen many worlds like this one. Green and blue, filled with water and life, easy targets. His species, the Valorans, had conquered 17 star systems in the past 100 years. This world would be the 18th. Status report, he said to his second officer. All systems ready, Commander. The humans have detected our fleet. They are sending communication signals. Zethrak made a sound that was close to laughter. Let them talk. It will not change what happens next. The Valorans were tall creatures, standing nearly 8 feet in height. Their skin was gray and thick, like armor. Their eyes were black and showed no emotion. They had 4 arms and moved with a slow, heavy grace that spoke of great strength. In all their wars, they had never met a species that could stand against them. On Earth, the governments of the world watched in fear. The aliens had appeared without warning. Their fleet numbered 50 ships, each one larger than anything humans had ever built. Military leaders gathered in emergency meetings. Scientists tried to understand the technology they were seeing. Regular people looked up at the sky and wondered if this was the end of everything. But there was one group that did not panic. Deep beneath a mountain in Colorado, a small team of people sat in a quiet room and watched the same screens everyone else was watching. They did not look afraid. They looked patient. "It is time," said a woman named Grace Palmer. She was 47 years old with gray eyes and brown hair that was starting to turn silver at the edges. Her face was calm and her voice was steady. "Tell the president we will handle the first contact." The man beside her, a young soldier named Daniel Harris, looked at her with surprise. "Ma'am, are you sure?" "We do not know what they want." Grace smiled. "They want what all conquerors want, Daniel. They want to take what is not theirs. And we are going to show them why that is a very bad idea." 3 hours later, a Valoran shuttle landed in a field outside Geneva. The aliens had demanded a meeting with Earth's leaders. They said they would discuss terms of surrender. The message was clear. Give up or die. Grace Palmer was there to meet them. She stood alone in the field as the shuttle doors opened. Behind her, at a safe distance, stood a group of human soldiers and diplomats. Daniel was among them. His hands were shaking, but he tried not to show it. Commander Zethrak walked down the ramp with 6 of his soldiers. Each one carried a plasma rifle. Each one looked at the humans like they were insects. Zethrak stopped in front of Grace and looked down at her. She was so small compared to him. So fragile. He had crushed beings like her with his bare hands. "I am Commander Zethrak of the Valoran Empire," he said through a translator device on his chest. "I speak for the Emperor himself. You will listen, and you will obey." Grace nodded politely. "I am Ambassador Grace Palmer. I speak for the people of Earth. Please, tell us what you wish to say." Zethrak blinked. He had expected fear. He had expected begging. This human showed neither. "This world now belongs to the Valoran Empire," he announced. "Your people will serve us. Your resources will fuel our ships. Your children will work in our mines. This is not a request. This is how things will be." Behind Grace, the human soldiers tensed. Some of them reached for their weapons. But Grace raised her hand slightly, and they stopped. "I see," she said calmly. "And what if we say no?" Zethrak stared at her. In all his years of conquest, no one had ever said no. Not like this. Not so simply. Not so quietly. "Then we will kill every living thing on this planet," he said. "We will burn your cities. We will poison your water. We will leave nothing behind but ash and bone." "Do you understand?" Grace nodded again. "I understand completely. You are threatening to destroy us if we do not become your slaves." "Yes, I see." Grace looked at him with those calm, gray eyes. "And you believe you can do this?" "I know we can. Interesting." Grace took a small step forward. "Let me ask you something, Commander. Before you came here, Did you study our species? Did you learn anything about us? Zethrak made a dismissive sound. We learned enough. You are weak. You are young. You have no ships that can challenge ours. Your weapons are primitive. Your bodies are soft. You are no threat to us. I see, Grace said again. So you did not look very closely. There was no need. Grace smiled. It was a small smile. Almost sad. That was a mistake. Zethrak felt something he had not felt in a very long time. A cold feeling in his chest. A warning from some deep part of his mind. He ignored it. Enough talk, he said. He raised his sidearm, a compact railgun that fired a magnetized bolt at 3 times the speed of sound. No creature in the known galaxy could dodge such a weapon. No armor could stop it. Let me show you what happens to species that waste my time. He fired at Grace Palmer's chest. What happened next would change everything. Grace moved. But moved was not the right word. She seemed to blur, to shift. Like reality itself bent around her for just a moment. One instant she was standing in front of the bolt. The next instant she was 2 feet to the left. Her hand was raised, and between her fingers, she held the smoking rail bolt. She had caught it. She had simply reached out and caught it from the air. The silence that followed was absolute. Zethrak's soldiers stood frozen. The human soldiers stared with wide eyes. Even the wind seemed to stop. Grace looked at the bolt in her hand. She turned it over, studying it with mild interest. Like someone examining a strange rock they had found on a beach. Then she looked back at Zethrak. That was very rude, she said softly. I was still talking. Zethrak could not speak. His mind was trying to understand what he had seen. It was not possible. Nothing moved that fast. Nothing could move that fast. I think, Grace said, dropping the bolt to the ground, that we need to have a different kind of conversation. Do you not agree? Behind her, Daniel Harris was smiling. For the first time since the alien ships had appeared, he felt no fear at all. The Valorans had made a terrible mistake, and they were only beginning to understand how big that mistake was. The Valoran soldiers were taken away in armored vehicles. Their weapons were removed. Their communication devices were disabled. They did not resist. They were too shocked to resist. Commander Zethrak sat in silence as the vehicle moved through the mountains. His mind kept playing the same moment over and over again. The woman shifting. Her hand rising. The bolt stopping between her fingers. It was impossible. He had seen impossible things before, but nothing like this. The vehicle stopped inside a mountain. Zethrak was led through long corridors made of gray stone and metal. Human soldiers walked beside him. They did not point their weapons at him, but he knew he was a prisoner. Finally, they reached a large room filled with screens and machines. Several humans were waiting there. Zethrak recognized the woman immediately. Grace Palmer, the one who had caught his bolt. Beside her stood an older human male. He was broad and strong, with gray hair and a hard face. His uniform was different from the others. More decorations, more signs of rank. Commander Zethrak, the man said. I am General Nathan Cole. Welcome to Earth. Zethrak found his voice. How did she do it? Nathan looked at Grace. She was standing calmly, with her hands folded in front of her. She did not look like a warrior. She looked like someone's mother, someone's teacher. But Zethrak now knew that looks meant nothing. That is a good question, Nathan said. And we are going to answer it. Because we want you to understand something important. A young woman stepped forward. She was small, with dark hair and sharp eyes. Her coat was white, the kind that scientists wore. I am Lieutenant Hannah Brooks, she said. I study human biology. What you saw today was not magic. It was not a trick. It was something that has been inside our species for a very long time. She touched a screen and images appeared in the air. They showed human bodies, but with strange patterns of light inside them, energy flowing through muscles and nerves. 300 years ago, Hannah said, Humanity discovered something hidden in our genetic code. A potential that had been sleeping for thousands of years. We do not know how it got there. Some think it was evolution. Some think it was something else. But the result is the same. She pointed to the images. Every human being possesses the ability to do what Ambassador Palmer did today. We call it the shift. Zethrak leaned forward. Explain. When a human activates the shift, their perception of time changes. Everything around them appears to slow down. A second of real time can feel like a minute to someone who is shifting. Their reflexes increase to match. Their muscles respond faster than any normal creature could manage. Hannah pulled up more images. These showed humans moving in blurred streaks of motion. Humans catching objects that should have been too fast to see. Humans doing impossible things. The average person can sustain a shift for about 2 seconds of real time, Hannah continued. That does not sound like much. But in those 2 seconds, they can do things that would take others much longer. Trained individuals can hold the shift for longer. Ambassador Palmer can maintain it for almost 8 seconds. Zethrak's mind was racing with calculations. 8 seconds of slowed time. That was enough to walk across a room. To disarm a soldier. To catch a railbolt from the air. This is impossible, he said. The energy required alone would kill any living being. Nathan stepped forward. That is what makes humans different. Our bodies evolved on a world with high radiation, unstable gravity, and extreme conditions. We are tougher than we look. Much tougher. Grace spoke for the first time since the meeting began. We kept this ability secret for 300 years. We did not want the galaxy to know what we could do. We hoped we would never have to show anyone. She walked closer to Zethrak. Even now, standing in front of him, she showed no fear. We wanted peace. We wanted to join the galactic community as friends, not as threats. But you did not give us that choice. You fired at me, she said simply. You threatened to kill everyone on our planet. You left us no option but to show you the truth. Zethrak was silent for a long moment. His soldiers stood nearby, equally silent. They were all trying to understand what this meant. How many of you can do this? Zethrak finally asked. Every single human being, Nathan answered. All 8 billion of us. The number hit Zethrak like a physical blow. 8 billion beings who could move faster than sight. 8 billion beings who could catch bullets from the air. The Valoran Empire had conquered 17 systems with an army of 200 million soldiers. Against 8 billion shifters, that army was nothing. Your fleet, Zethrak said slowly. The ships in orbit. They do not know this. No, Grace said. They do not. But they will learn soon enough if they try to attack. The Emperor will not accept this. He will send more ships. More soldiers. He will burn this world rather than accept defeat. Grace nodded. We know. That is why we are giving you a choice, Commander. She sat down across from him. Her eyes were steady and calm. You can go back to your fleet. You can tell them what you saw. You can warn them that humanity is not what they thought we were. And then you can leave our system in peace. Or, Zethrak asked, or you can stay and fight. And you will lose. Every ship. Every soldier. Everyone who came here thinking we were weak. Grace leaned forward. I do not want that to happen. We do not enjoy killing. We are not conquerors like you. But we will defend ourselves. We will defend our home, and we will win. Zethrak looked at the humans around him. Scientists. Soldiers. Diplomats. Old and young. Male and female. They all looked so ordinary, so fragile, but now he knew the truth hiding behind those soft faces. The Emperor will not listen, he said quietly. He has never lost a war. He will not accept that a species of small, weak creatures could threaten him. Then he will learn, Grace said, the hard way. She stood up and walked to the door. Then she stopped and looked back at him. We are releasing you, Commander. Go back to your ship. Tell your Emperor what you saw today. Tell him that humanity offers peace, but is prepared for war. The choice is his. Zethrak stood slowly. His soldiers gathered around him. They all looked shaken. For the first time in their lives, they had met something they could not defeat with strength alone. As he walked to the door, Zethrak paused beside Grace Palmer. "You could have killed me," he said. "When I fired at you, you could have taken my weapon and killed me before I knew what was happening." Grace smiled sadly. "Yes, I could have. Why did you not?" "Because killing should always be the last choice, Commander, never the first." She looked into his black eyes. "Remember that when you speak to your Emperor. Maybe he will understand." Zethrak doubted it very much. But he nodded anyway and walked out into the cold mountain air. The shuttle ride back to his fleet was the longest journey of his life. He had come to Earth thinking he would conquer a weak species. Now he was returning with a warning that might save his people, or doom them. The choice would not be his to make. 3 weeks passed after Commander Zethrak returned to his fleet. On Earth, the people waited. They watched the skies. They checked the news every hour. Some hoped the aliens would leave. Others prepared for the worst. In the command center beneath the Rocky Mountains, General Nathan Cole studied the reports from space. The Valoran fleet had not attacked. They had not left either. They were waiting for something. "What are they doing up there?" asked Daniel Harris. He had been promoted after the first contact. His calm behavior during the crisis had earned him a place on Nathan's staff. "They are waiting for reinforcements," Nathan said. "Zethrak sent a message to his Emperor. The Emperor is sending more ships." "How many more?" Nathan pulled up a screen showing distant energy signatures moving toward Earth. 200 warships. The largest fleet the Valoran Empire has ever assembled for a single battle. The room went quiet. 200 ships. Against a planet that had never fought a space battle in its history. "We can do this," said a voice from the doorway. Everyone turned. Grace Palmer walked into the room. She looked tired but determined. She had not slept much since the first contact. "Ambassador," Nathan said with a nod. "General, what is our status?" Nathan gestured at the screens around him. "We have 12,000 trained shifters ready for combat deployment. Another 50,000 in reserve. Civilian evacuation is 90% complete. All major cities have moved their populations to the deep shelters." Grace nodded. "And the orbital defenses?" "Ready. Admiral Kevin Grant is commanding the defense station. He has a good team." Grace looked at the approaching fleet on the screen. 200 ships. It seemed like an impossible number, but she had learned long ago that impossible was just a word people used when they were afraid. "Then we are ready," she said. "Let them come." Far above Earth, Admiral Kevin Grant stood on the bridge of humanity's first and only orbital defense station. It was called the Shield, and it had been built in secret over the past 50 years. The rest of the galaxy did not know it existed. Kevin was a quiet man with gray hair and thoughtful eyes. He had spent his entire career preparing for a moment like this. A moment he had hoped would never come. "Admiral," said his tactical officer, Lieutenant Megan Scott. "The Valoran fleet will arrive in 6 hours." "Understood. What is the status of our shifter teams?" "All teams are in position. We have units on every continent. We also have 4 teams stationed on captured Valoran shuttles, ready to board enemy ships if necessary." Kevin nodded slowly. "Good. Tell all units to rest while they can. Once the fighting starts, there will be no time for sleep." On the surface of Earth, in a military base outside Denver, a young woman named Lily Chen was trying to calm her nerves. She was 23 years old. She had graduated from the shift training program only 4 months ago. This would be her first real combat deployment. Her hands were shaking as she checked her equipment. Light armor. A sidearm. Communication device. Emergency beacon. Everything a shifter needed to survive in battle. "First time is always the hardest," said a voice beside her. Lily looked up. Sergeant Chris Morgan stood there with a small smile on his weathered face. He was 40 years old and had been training shifters for 15 years. His body was covered in scars from countless practice sessions and a few real fights. "Is it that obvious?" Lily asked. "The shaking hands give it away." Chris sat down beside her. "Listen, kid. I know you are scared. Everyone is scared before their first battle. That is normal. That is human. What if I am not fast enough?" Chris laughed softly. "You are a shifter. You are one of the fastest things in the galaxy. When you activate your shift, the universe slows down around you. Bullets become slow. Enemies become statues. You have all the time you need to think, to act, to survive." Lily looked at her hands. They were still shaking. "The training is different from real combat." "Yes, it is." Chris put a hand on her shoulder. "In training, you know nothing can really hurt you. In combat, death is real. Fear is real. But here is the secret that no one tells you until you experience it yourself." He leaned closer. "When the moment comes, when you shift for real, something changes inside you. The fear does not disappear, but it becomes distant, like a sound from far away. All that matters is the next second, the next movement, the next breath." Lily took a deep breath. "How do you know when to shift?" "Your body will tell you. Trust it. Trust yourself." Chris stood up. "You made it through the hardest training program on Earth. You can hold a shift for 4 seconds. That is longer than most soldiers twice your age. You are ready for this." Lily wanted to believe him. She really did. 6 hours later, the Valoran fleet arrived. Kevin watched them come on the main screen. 200 ships spreading out in attack formation. Weapons charging. Drop pods preparing to launch. "Admiral," Megan said, "Commander Zethrak is hailing us." Kevin raised an eyebrow. "Put him through." The screen changed to show Zethrak's gray face. He looked different from the reports Kevin had seen. Tired. Worried. "Human vessel," Zethrak said. "This is your final warning. The Emperor has ordered the complete destruction of your species. Surrender now, and some of you may be spared." Kevin looked at the alien commander for a long moment. Then he smiled. "Commander, I have a message for your Emperor." "Speak." Kevin leaned forward. "Tell him that humanity does not surrender. Tell him that every soldier in that fleet will have a chance to go home if they turn around right now. But if they attack, if they fire a single shot at our planet, then we will show them what happens to those who threaten our home." Zethrak shook his head. "You cannot win. You are one planet against an empire." "Maybe," Kevin said. "But we are 8 billion people who can move faster than your weapons can fire. Are you sure you want to test that number?" The communication ended. Minutes later, the first drop pods began falling from orbit. Thousands of metal containers burning through the atmosphere like falling stars. Kevin watched them descend toward his planet, toward his home, toward his people. "All units," he said calmly into the communication system. "The enemy is coming. Remember your training. Remember what we are fighting for. And show them what humanity can do." Far below, Lily Chen looked up at the burning sky and felt something change inside her. The fear was still there. But something else was growing stronger. Determination. She was a shifter. She was human. And she was ready to fight. The invasion of Earth lasted exactly 17 hours. It began with fire from the sky. Valoran drop pods crashed into deserts and fields and city streets across the planet. Each pod carried 20 soldiers. Each soldier carried weapons designed to kill anything that moved. In the Nevada desert, the first wave of aliens touched down at sunrise. 200 soldiers emerged from their pods and formed battle lines. They expected to find a scared population hiding in fear. They expected easy targets. Instead, they found 30 human defenders waiting for them. Private Ethan Moore stood at the front of the human line. He was 25 years old with brown hair and green eyes. He had been a shifter for 3 years. This was his 4th combat deployment, but the first against aliens. "Hold your positions," said Captain Samantha Blake, through the communication device in his ear. "Wait for them to fire first." Ethan watched the Valorans advance. They were huge, gray skin, black eyes, 4 arms each carrying weapons. They moved like they owned the world already. The lead Valoran raised his plasma rifle and shouted something in his own language. Then he fired. Ethan shifted. The world changed around him. Colors became brighter. Sounds became deeper. The plasma bolt that had been racing toward him slowed to a crawl. He could see it clearly now, a ball of burning energy moving through the air like a lazy insect. He stepped to the side. The bolt passed by him harmlessly. Around him, the other shifters had done the same thing. They moved between the frozen moments of time, walking past energy bolts that hung in the air like strange decorations. Ethan walked toward the Valoran who had fired at him. The alien was still holding his rifle, frozen in the middle of his follow-through. Ethan reached out and pulled the weapon from his hands. Then he moved to the next soldier. And the next. And the next. When his shift ended, 3 seconds of real time had passed. 20 Valoran soldiers stood confused and disarmed. Their weapons lay in a pile behind the human line. "What happened?" one of the Valorans shouted. "Where are our weapons?" Captain Blake stepped forward. "On the ground behind us. You can surrender now. Or we can do this again. Your choice." The Valorans surrendered. Similar scenes played out across the planet. In Tokyo, a team led by Lieutenant Hannah Brooks disabled an entire landing force by removing the power cores from their weapons during a single shift. 300 soldiers found themselves holding useless metal tubes. In London, a man named Patrick Quinn held a bridge alone against 200 Valorans for 45 minutes. He shifted in short bursts, never more than a second at a time, deflecting every shot fired at him. He never killed a single enemy. He simply made it impossible for them to advance until reinforcements arrived. In Sydney, a medic named Rosa Martinez used her shift not for combat but for rescue. She ran into active battlefields and pulled wounded soldiers to safety before enemy weapons could find them. She saved 67 lives in a single day. The Valorans had never faced anything like this. They fired and missed. They attacked and found empty air. They tried to hold positions and woke up, disarmed and surrounded. By noon, half of the invasion force had surrendered. But the worst moment for the Valoran Empire came at hour 12. Commander Zethrak, watching the disaster unfold from his ship in orbit, made a desperate decision. If ground forces could not win, then he would burn the planet from space. He gave the order for orbital bombardment. Admiral Kevin Grant had expected this. "All boarding teams," he said calmly. "Execute." 4 teams of shifters had been hiding on captured Valoran shuttles for the entire battle. 20 soldiers in total. They had been waiting for exactly this moment. When Zethrak gave the bombardment order, the teams activated simultaneously. They shifted and moved through the Valoran warships like ghosts. They disabled weapons systems. They destroyed navigation controls. They removed power cores from critical systems. In 8 seconds of real time, 90% of the Valoran fleet lost the ability to fire their weapons. Zethrak stared at his screens in disbelief. Red lights flashed across every system. Damage reports flooded in from every ship. "What is happening?" he shouted. "Sir," his second officer said, his voice shaking. "We have intruders on board. They are moving too fast to track." Zethrak felt a cold hand grip his heart. They were here. The shifters were on his ship. A human appeared in front of him. A young woman with dark hair and fierce eyes. Lily Chen, the same soldier who had been shaking with fear just hours ago, now stood before the Valoran commander with no trace of fear on her face. "Commander Zethrak," she said, "your fleet is disabled. Your ground forces are defeated. You have 2 choices. Surrender now, or we will finish what we started." Zethrak looked around his bridge. His officers were frozen in place, not from a shift but from shock. Their weapons had been removed. Their screens showed nothing but error messages. "How?" he whispered. "We are human," Lily said simply. "This is what we do." The surrender came 1 hour later. Zethrak stood in the same field where Grace Palmer had caught his railbolt 3 weeks earlier. Around him, Valoran officers lined up to hand over their weapons. Above them, the remaining ships of the invasion fleet hung powerless in orbit. Grace Palmer walked toward him across the grass. She looked tired but satisfied. It did not have to be this way, she said. Zethrak nodded slowly. No, it did not. But the Emperor does not understand mercy. He only understands strength. Then perhaps he will understand this. Grace gestured at the defeated fleet. 200 ships. 100,000 soldiers. Beaten by a species you thought was weak. What will happen to us? Zethrak asked. You will be held as prisoners until we can negotiate a formal peace. Your soldiers will be treated fairly. Those who wish to return home will be allowed to do so eventually. Zethrak looked at her with genuine surprise. You will not execute us? You will not torture us for information? Grace shook her head. No, we are not like you, Commander. We do not enjoy causing pain. We do not believe that might makes right. She stepped closer. We could have killed every soldier in your fleet. We chose not to. Remember that. Behind her, the sun was setting over the mountains. The sky was orange and purple and red. It was beautiful. Zethrak realized. This planet was beautiful, and these strange, small creatures had defended it with a power that made the Valoran Empire look like children playing with toys. The Emperor will send more ships, he said quietly. He will not accept this defeat. Then we will defeat them too, Grace said. As many times as necessary. Until your Emperor understands that humanity is not a species to be conquered. She turned and walked away, leaving Zethrak standing alone in the fading light. The battle for Earth was over, but the war for the galaxy was just beginning. 6 months passed after the Battle of Earth. The news had spread across the galaxy like fire through dry grass. A small species from an unknown planet had defeated the mighty Valoran Empire. 200 warships destroyed or captured, 100,000 soldiers taken prisoner, and not a single human city had fallen. The Galactic Council called an emergency meeting. The council was the closest thing the galaxy had to a unified government. Representatives from 300 species gathered in a massive station at the center of known space. They made laws, they settled disputes, they watched empires rise and fall, and now they wanted to meet humanity. Ambassador Grace Palmer traveled to the council station aboard a human ship called the Horizon. It was a small vessel, barely large enough for her team of 20. Compared to the massive warships of other species, it looked like a toy. But everyone in the galaxy now knew what humans could do with toys. Grace stood at the entrance to the council chamber and took a deep breath. Behind her, Daniel Harris waited with a small honor guard. Lily Chen was among them. The young woman had become a hero after the battle. She had been the one to face Zethrak on his own bridge. She had been the face of humanity's impossible victory. Are you ready? Daniel asked. Grace smiled. I have been ready for this moment my entire life. The doors opened, and she walked into the chamber. 300 species watched her enter. Some were tall and thin. Some were short and wide. Some had scales. Some had feathers. Some had no bodies at all. Just clouds of light, floating in special containers. They were the most powerful beings in the known galaxy, and they were all afraid of her. Grace walked to the center of the chamber and stood on a raised platform. Screens displayed her image to every corner of the room. Translators carried her voice to every ear and mind. Members of the Galactic Council, she began. I am Ambassador Grace Palmer. I represent the planet Earth and the species known as humanity. I thank you for this opportunity to speak. A tall being with blue skin and 4 eyes rose from the Valoran section. It was not Zethrak. He was still a prisoner on Earth. This was a different commander. One who had never faced humans in battle. Before you speak, the Valoran said, the Empire demands the return of our soldiers and ships. What you did was an act of war. We will not. Grace raised her hand. The Valoran stopped mid-sentence. Your empire invaded our world without provocation, Grace said calmly. Your commander fired at me during a peaceful meeting. Your emperor sent 200 ships to destroy our species. She lowered her hand. We defended ourselves. Every action we took was in response to your aggression. She looked around the chamber. I did not come here to argue about the past. I came here to talk about the future. The chamber fell silent. For 300 years, humanity hid from the galaxy. We knew what we were capable of. We knew that if other species learned the truth about us, they would see us as a threat. They would attack us out of fear. So we stayed quiet. We stayed invisible. She paused and let her words settle. The Valoran Empire forced us to reveal ourselves. Now, you all know what humanity can do. You have seen the reports. You have studied the recordings. You know that we can move faster than your weapons can fire. You know that we can walk through your armies like they are standing still. A murmur ran through the chamber. Fear, uncertainty, anger. So let me tell you what we intend to do with that power. The chamber became silent again. Nothing. Confusion spread across alien faces. Translators struggled with the simple word. We will not conquer, Grace continued. We will not enslave. We will not threaten or dominate or control. These are the choices that lesser civilizations make when they discover they are stronger than others. Humanity has chosen differently. She walked slowly around the platform, making eye contact with as many delegates as she could. We will protect those who cannot protect themselves. We will stand against tyranny wherever we find it. We will offer our hand in friendship to any species that desires peace. She stopped and faced the Valoran delegate directly. And to those who would threaten innocent lives? To those who believe that power gives them the right to take whatever they want? Her smile was small and calm and absolutely terrifying. We will remind them that there are consequences for cruelty, that strength alone does not make you right, that somewhere in this galaxy, there is a species that will always stand against evil. The Valoran delegate sat down slowly. He did not speak again. A small being from a species Grace did not recognize rose from the front row. It was covered in soft fur and had large, gentle eyes. Ambassador Palmer, it said in a voice like wind through leaves. My people are called the Mirathi. We are not warriors. We have no weapons. For 200 years, the Valoran Empire has taken our young ones to work in their mines. We have begged the council for help. No one came. The small creature's voice trembled. Will you help us? Grace looked at the Mirathi delegate. She saw the pain in those gentle eyes. The hope. The fear that hope would be crushed again. Yes, she said simply. We will help you. She turned to address the entire chamber. Let this be the beginning of a new era. Humanity offers friendship to all who want it. We offer protection to all who need it. We ask nothing in return except peace and respect. She walked back to the center of the platform. The Valoran Empire will sign a treaty of surrender. They will free all slaves. They will withdraw from the 17 systems they have conquered. If they refuse, humanity will ensure they comply. The Valoran delegate started to rise in protest, but something in Grace's eyes made him sit back down. This is not a negotiation, Grace said. This is how things will be. She nodded to her honor guard. Daniel and Lily and the others stepped forward to stand beside her. Humanity does not want to rule the galaxy, but we will not allow the galaxy to be ruled by fear. She smiled again, and this time it was warm and genuine. We have been hiding for too long. It is time for us to join the community of stars, not as conquerors, not as tyrants, but as friends, as protectors, as humans. The chamber erupted in sound. Some delegates cheered, some argued, some simply sat in stunned silence. But in the front row, the small Mirathi delegate was crying tears of joy. For the first time in 200 years, someone had said they would help, and for the first time in galactic history, that someone had the power to actually do it. 1 year later, the last Valoran mine was closed. The last slave was freed. The empire that had terrorized 17 systems for a century surrendered completely, and across the galaxy, beings of every shape and size began to tell stories about the strange species from the small blue planet. The humans, the shifters, the ones who could catch bullets from the air and walk through time itself. The ones who chose to use their impossible power not for conquest, but for protection. The ones who proved that strength without mercy was nothing, and mercy with strength could change everything. In his cell on Earth, Commander Zethrak heard these stories and finally understood. He had fired a railbolt at Grace Palmer's chest. She had shifted effortlessly and snatched it from the air, and in that moment, everything had changed. Not just for him, not just for his empire, but for the entire galaxy, forever. The Valoran ship floated in the dark of space like a silver whale. It was big. It was beautiful. And right now, it was dying. Ambassador Zeexthal stood in the command center with his forearms crossed. His blue skin had gone pale. The screens around him showed nothing but bad news. Red lights flashed everywhere. Warning sounds filled the air. His crew ran back and forth, but their faces showed only fear. "How long do we have?" Zeexthal asked. His chief engineer, a small Valoran named Prix, looked at his tablet. His hands were shaking. 6 minutes. Maybe 7. The plasma conduit in the lower deck has broken. If we cannot fix it, the whole ship will explode. Zeexthal closed his eyes. He had spent 3 years studying humans. He had read their books. He had watched their movies. He had learned their strange languages. The Galactic Council had sent him to make first contact with Earth. This was supposed to be a simple mission. Meet the humans. Shake hands. Sign some papers. Go home. But now his ship was going to blow up, and there was nothing he could do about it. "Can we fix it?" he asked, but he already knew the answer. "No," Prix said. "The damage is too bad. The heat is too high. Anyone who goes in there will die in seconds. Our best engineers have already tried. They could not even get close." Zeexthal looked at the group of humans standing in the corner of the room. There were 5 of them. They had come aboard for a tour of the ship. A simple visit. A friendly gesture before the official meetings began. Now they were all going to die together. One of the humans stepped forward. He was a young man with brown skin and dark hair. He wore a simple uniform with the name Danny Martinez on it. Zeexthal remembered that this one was an engineer. Not a leader. Not a soldier. Just a regular worker who fixed things on human ships. "Hey," Danny said. "What's the problem?" Prix looked at the human like he was crazy. "The plasma conduit is broken. The temperature inside that room is over 2,000 degrees. Our shields cannot protect anyone who goes in there. In 6 minutes, the reaction will go critical, and the ship will be destroyed." Danny nodded slowly. He looked at the screen that showed the broken conduit. Plasma fire shot out of the pipes, like water from a broken fountain. Metal was melting. Sparks flew everywhere. "That's it?" Danny asked. Zeexthal did not understand the question. "That is it? What do you mean?" "We are all going to die." Danny scratched his chin. He did not look scared. He did not look worried. He looked like a man thinking about what to have for lunch. "I mean, that's the only problem? Just the conduit?" "Yes," Prix said. "But it is impossible to fix. The math is clear. There is a 97% chance of death for anyone who enters that room." Danny smiled. It was a strange smile, the kind of smile that made Zeexthal feel nervous in a way he could not explain. 97%? So there's a 3% chance I live? Chapped. Wender. Chapped. Wender. Chapter. Yes, but... Danny turned to another human. She was a woman with short black hair. Her name tag said Lisa Park. Danny reached into his bag and pulled out a bottle of beer. He handed it to Lisa. "Hold my beer," he said. Then he walked toward the door. Zeexthal did not understand what was happening. He watched as Danny grabbed a toolkit from the wall. The human checked the tools inside like he was getting ready for a normal job. Like he was about to fix a broken light. Not walk into a room that would kill him. "Wait," Zeexthal said. "You cannot go in there. You will die." Danny looked back at him. "Maybe, but probably not. The math says, the math is wrong." He opened the door. Heat poured out like a wave. The other humans backed away. The Valorans screamed warnings. But Danny just walked in like he was walking into his own kitchen. The door closed behind him. Prix stared at his tablet. He is still alive. The temperature is 2,300 degrees. He should be dead. But he is still moving. On the screen, Zeexthal watched Danny Martinez do impossible things. The human grabbed a pipe that should have melted his hands. He did not scream. He just held on and pushed it back into place. Sparks flew into his face. He blinked and kept working. "This makes no sense," Prix whispered. His suit should have failed by now. His body should have cooked from the inside. Why is he not dead? Danny found the broken conduit. It was a mess of twisted metal and fire. Any engineer would have said it could not be fixed. But Danny did not seem to care what any engineer would have said. He took a welding tool and started to work. He moved fast. He moved with confidence. Every action was perfect. Every movement was exactly right. But then something strange happened. The tool broke. It simply fell apart in his hands. Danny looked at the broken tool. He looked at the conduit that still needed fixing. And then he did something that no Valoran would ever forget. He punched it. He punched the broken machine with his bare fist. He punched it again, and again, and again. And somehow, impossibly, it started working. The warning lights on the screen began to turn off. One by one, the red became green. The temperature began to drop. The plasma flow became stable. "The conduit is fixed," Prix said. His voice was barely a whisper. He fixed it. He actually fixed it. 7 minutes and 12 seconds after Danny Martinez walked into that room, he walked out again. His uniform was burned. His hair was smoking. There was a cut on his cheek, but he was smiling. He walked up to Lisa Park and took his beer back. He took a long drink. "Not bad," he said. "Little warm in there." No one spoke. Every Valoran on the ship stared at this human like he was a god, or a monster. They were not sure which. Zixthal found his voice first. "How? How did you do that? You should be dead." The math clearly showed. Danny shrugged. "I don't know. I just kinda did it, but the temperature was over 2,000 degrees. Your body should have failed. Your tools should have melted. Nothing you did should have worked. The temperature was over 2,000. Danny thought about it for a moment. "Yeah, I guess. But it needed to get done. So I did it." Zixthal looked at the other humans. They did not seem surprised. They looked proud of their friend, but not shocked. Like this was normal. Like humans did impossible things every day. He turned to his communication officer. "Open a channel to the Galactic Council. Priority 1. Emergency message." The officer looked confused. "But sir, the crisis is over. The ship is saved." "Yes," Zixthal said. "And that is exactly why we need to warn them." He took a deep breath and began to speak. "This is Ambassador Zixthal of the Valoran Collective. I am sending an emergency report about the human species. Forget everything we thought we knew. These creatures are far more dangerous than we ever imagined, not because they want to hurt us, but because they do not seem to understand what impossible means." He looked at Danny, who was now laughing with his friends and drinking his beer like nothing had happened. "I have seen one of them fix an unfixable machine by punching it. I have seen him survive conditions that should have killed him in seconds. And before he did all of this, he said a phrase that I believe we need to study very carefully." Zixthal paused. He said, "Hold my beer." He ended the transmission and sat down heavily in his chair. The universe had just become a much stranger place, and he had a feeling that this was only the beginning. The Galactic Council chamber was the largest room in known space. It was built inside a hollow moon, and it could hold representatives from 500 different species. Today, every seat was full. Every eye, every sensor, every tentacle was focused on the stage at the center. They had all come to talk about the humans. Admiral Kaveth of the Mordaxian fleet stood at the podium. He was a tall creature with gray skin and 8 arms. His people were warriors. They had conquered 100 worlds. They feared nothing. But today, even Kaveth looked nervous. "Thank you all for coming," he said. 6 months ago, Ambassador Zixthal sent us an emergency message about the human species. Since then, we have been collecting data. What we have found is troubling." He pressed a button, and a hologram appeared above his head. It showed a human face. A young man with red hair and a big smile. "This is Greg Sullivan," Kaveth said. 2 months ago, A star in the Kepler system began to die. Our scientists said it would explode within days. 12 billion people lived on the planets around that star. We began evacuation procedures. Quote, he pressed another button. The hologram changed. It showed a tiny ship flying toward a massive ball of fire. Greg Sullivan was a shuttle pilot. He was supposed to help move refugees. Instead, he flew his ship directly into the star. Sounds of shock filled the chamber. Representatives from a dozen species began talking at once. Kaveth raised his hand for silence. Before he flew into the star, he turned to his co-pilot and said 3 words. Hold my beer. The chamber went completely quiet. He spent 6 hours inside the star. We do not know what he did in there. We do not understand how he survived. But when he came out, the star was stable again. It is still burning today. The 12 billion people are safe. A Valoran representative raised his arm. How is this possible? The temperature inside a star is 15 million degrees. No ship can survive that. Kaveth nodded slowly. That is correct. And yet, Greg Sullivan did survive. When we asked him how, he said, and I quote, the air conditioning was really good. More sounds of confusion. Kaveth waited for them to stop. That was not the only incident, he continued. We have documented over 300 cases in the past 6 months. The hologram changed again. This time it showed a woman with brown hair and a leather jacket. She was sitting at a table across from a robot. This is Ashley Torres. She was a cargo ship captain. Her ship was captured by a hostile artificial intelligence that had taken control of a battle station. The AI had killed 600 people. It was armed with weapons that could destroy a planet. Kaveth paused for effect. Ashley Torres challenged the AI to a drinking game. Somehow, she won. The AI is now working as a life coach on a farming colony. It seems very happy. A Mordaxian general stood up. This is madness. How can a machine lose a drinking contest? Machines do not drink. We asked Ashley the same question, Kaveth said. She told us that anything can drink if it believes in itself. The general sat down slowly. He looked like he had a headache. Kaveth pressed the button again. A new face appeared. A man with dark skin and a military uniform. Captain Ryan Delgado. He commanded a small patrol ship near the Orion border. 3 weeks ago, an asteroid the size of a small moon changed course and headed directly for a populated planet. We had no time to evacuate. We had no weapons big enough to destroy it. The hologram showed a tiny ship flying toward a massive rock. Captain Delgado flew his ship at faster than light speed and rammed into the asteroid. The impact broke the asteroid into 1 billion pieces that burned up in the atmosphere. The planet was saved. 8 billion people lived because of what he did. Kaveth took a deep breath. Captain Delgado walked away from the crash. His ship was completely destroyed, but he did not have a single scratch on his body. When we found him, he was floating in space in his emergency suit. He was annoyed because he had spilled his coffee. The chamber erupted in noise. Everyone was talking. Some were scared. Some were angry. Some were simply confused. Kaveth let them talk for a while. Finally, a small voice cut through the chaos. It came from the Valoran section. What do we do? It was Ambassador Zixthal. He looked tired. These humans are not trying to hurt us. They seem friendly. But they can do things that should be impossible. They are unpredictable. They are dangerous. Kaveth nodded. That is why we have created a proposal. We call it the Total Emergency Protocol. He pressed another button. A new image appeared. It showed a simple diagram. The protocol works like this. We have installed sensors on every ship and station in the galaxy. These sensors listen for certain phrases in human speech. The most dangerous phrase is, "Hold my beer." When a sensor detects this phrase, it sends an immediate alert to all nearby vessels. A Mordaxian diplomat raised his hand. And then what? Do we attack the human? Kaveth shook his head quickly. No. Absolutely not. That would be suicide. When the alert sounds, all ships and stations in the area must immediately raise their shields, evacuate non-essential personnel, and move to a safe distance. We run away? The diplomat asked. Yes, Kaveth said firmly. We run away. We get out of the way, and we let the human do whatever impossible thing they are about to do. The chamber was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, the representatives began to nod. One by one, they raised their hands or tentacles or claws. The vote was unanimous. The total emergency protocol became law. After the meeting ended, Zixthal found Kaveth standing near the exit. The admiral was staring out a window at the stars. Do you think this will work? Zixthal asked. Kaveth was quiet for a long time. I do not know. The humans are strange. They do not follow the rules of the universe. They see something impossible and they simply decide that it is possible. End quote. Bright find. Zixthal nodded slowly. I watched Danny Martinez fix a broken machine by punching it. I still do not understand how that worked. None of us do, Kaveth said. That is the problem. We cannot predict them. We cannot understand them. The only thing we can do is stay out of their way when they decide to do something crazy. And hope they do not blow up the galaxy in the process. Kaveth laughed. It was not a happy laugh. Yes, we hope for that. They stood together in silence, watching the stars. Somewhere out there, humans were flying through space, drinking their beer, fixing things that could not be fixed, surviving things that should have killed them, and saying those three terrible words that now echoed through the nightmares of every species in the known universe. Hold my beer. Zixthal shivered. He had spent years thinking that first contact with a new species would be exciting and wonderful. He had imagined friendship and cooperation, and a bright future for all. Now he understood the truth. The galaxy was not ready for humans. Maybe it would never be ready. But the humans were here anyway, and all anyone could do was hold on and hope for the best. He watched as a human ship flew past the window. It was small, and fast, and painted with bright colors. He could almost hear laughter coming from inside. Those strange, wonderful, terrifying creatures. What would they do next? He did not know. Nobody did. That was the most frightening thing of all. 3 years had passed since the total emergency protocol became law. The galaxy had learned to live with humans. It was not easy, but they were managing. Commander Thalia Voss was the first human to serve as a liaison officer on a Galactic Council ship. She was tall with dark hair and calm eyes. Her job was simple. Explain human behavior to confused aliens. Most days, this meant answering questions like, why do humans laugh when they are in danger, and why do they keep making jokes about death? Today was not most days. Thalia stood on the bridge of the Council flagship Eternal Harmony. The ship was massive. It was home to 3,000 crew members from 40 different species. It had the best shields, the best weapons, and the best sensors in the galaxy. None of that mattered right now. What is that thing? Captain Morix asked. He was a Valoran with silver skin and 6 arms. Right now, all 6 arms were shaking. On the main screen, something horrible filled the view. It was a creature the size of a planet. It had no eyes that anyone could see. It had no mouth, but it moved through space like a living thing, and everything it touched disappeared. That is the Devourer, Thalia said quietly. I read about it in the old records. It has been traveling through space for 1,000,000 years. It eats stars. It eats planets. It has destroyed 11 civilizations. 7. Captain Morix made a sound like a dying animal. Can we fight it? No. Can we run from it? Thalia checked her screen. It is moving toward the central systems. If we run, it will catch us eventually. If we stay, we die sooner. The bridge fell silent. 3,000 people on this ship. Billions more on the worlds behind them. All of them waiting to die. Thalia did something she had not done in months. She called her brother. Jake Voss appeared on her personal screen. He was younger than her by 2 years, with messy hair and a stupid smile. He flew a cargo ship called the Lucky Penny. It was an old ship, held together by tape and hope. Jake was not a soldier. He was not a hero. He was just a guy who liked flying and drinking beer. "Hey sis," Jake said. "What's up?" "We're going to die," Thalia said. "There's a planet-sized monster heading toward Council space. It eats everything. Nothing can stop it. It eats Nexter." "Unbuster 1, Jake leaned closer to his screen. "That big space whale thing?" "I saw it on the news." "Yes, that big space whale thing." Jake was quiet for a moment. In the background, Thalia could hear old Earth music playing. Something with guitars. "I bet I could take it," Jake said. Thalia closed her eyes. "Jake, please don't say what I think you're going to say." "Hold my beer, sis." Alarms exploded across the eternal harmony. Red lights flashed. Screens filled with warnings. The total emergency protocol had been activated. Captain Morix looked at Thalia with horror in his eyes. "What is happening? What did your brother just say?" Raise shields," Thalia said calmly. "Move all non-essential crew to the safe zones. And get the viewing screens ready. You're going to want to see this." On the main screen, a tiny ship appeared. The Lucky Penny was old and ugly and slow. It had no weapons. It had no shields worth mentioning. It was painted bright green because Jake thought it was funny, and it was flying straight toward the Devourer. "This is insane," Captain Morix said. "That ship is nothing. The creature will eat it in seconds." Thalia shrugged. "Maybe. But I've learned not to bet against my brother when he's in this mood." Jake's voice came through the communication system. "Hey Thalia, what do we know about this thing? Does it have a brain? Does it talk? We don't know anything. It's been around for 1,000,000 years, and nobody has ever communicated with it." "Cool. First time for everything." The Lucky Penny flew closer. The Devourer was so big that the ship looked like a fly next to a mountain. Dark energy swirled around the creature like a storm. "Jake, this is suicide," Thalia said. "Probably," Jake agreed. "But I brought some stuff that might help." "What stuff?" "Industrial fertilizer, and my music collection." Captain Morix looked at Thalia. "What does that mean?" "I have no idea." On the screen, the Lucky Penny entered the cloud of energy around the Devourer. For a moment, everything went dark. Then a strange sound came through the communication system. It was music. Old Earth rock music. Jake was playing it at full volume. Is he playing music at the creature?" Morix asked. "Yes." "Why?" "Because he's my brother, and he's an idiot." The music kept playing. Minutes passed. The Lucky Penny disappeared inside the Devourer. All communication stopped. Thalia stared at the screen. Her hands were shaking. Jake was annoying and immature, and he never called their mother enough. But he was her brother. "Come on, Jake," she whispered. "Come on." An hour passed, then 2. The Devourer kept moving toward Council space. It seemed like nothing had changed. Some crew members began to cry. Others started praying to gods nobody had worshipped in centuries. Then something strange happened. The Devourer stopped. Captain Morix leaned forward. "What is happening? Why did it stop?" On the screen, the massive creature seemed to shudder. It was like watching a mountain shake. Dark energy pulsed around it in strange patterns. Then the Lucky Penny came out of the creature's side. It was glowing with strange light, but it was in one piece. Jake's voice came through the speakers. "Hey everybody! Good news! The big guy is friendly now." Thalia grabbed the microphone. "Jake, we had a talk. You talked to a planet-sized monster that has been eating civilizations for 1,000,000 years? Yeah, turns out he's just been hungry this whole time. Nobody ever bothered to ask what he actually wanted to eat. He was eating planets because he didn't know there were other options." Captain Morix stood up. "This makes no sense. How do you talk to something like that? How do you convince it to change its behavior?" "The fertilizer helped," Jake said. "I dumped it near his. I guess you'd call it a mouth?" He loved it. Apparently, processed nitrogen compounds are like candy to him. And the music calmed him down. He really likes classic rock. On the screen, the Devourer was moving again. But not toward Council space. It was heading toward a nearby gas giant. "What is it doing?" Morix asked. "He's going to eat hydrogen clouds now," Jake said. "I showed him how. Much easier than chasing planets around. He's going to stay out here and just munch on gas giants for a while." "Oh. And he wants me to give him more music. He keeps humming the guitar solos." Thalia felt tears running down her face. She was not sure if she was laughing or crying. Maybe both. "Jake, you just saved billions of lives." "Yeah, I know. Pretty cool, right?" The lucky penny flew toward the eternal harmony. An hour later, Jake walked onto the bridge. His clothes were burned. His hair was standing straight up. He smelled like fertilizer and something that might have been alien spit. Thalia threw her arms around him. "You're an idiot. Love you too, sis." Captain Morix approached them slowly. "Human Jake Voss. What you did was impossible. Our scientists said there was no way to communicate with the Devourer. They said it had no mind to communicate with." Jake shrugged. "I guess your scientists were wrong. But how? How did you know?" Jake thought about it for a moment. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a beer. He opened it and took a long drink. "I didn't know," he said. "I just figured it was worth trying. Everything wants something, right? Food, company, good music, even giant space monsters. You just have to figure out what they want and give it to them." He finished his beer and smiled. "Also, I was pretty sure I wasn't going to die. The universe owes me a few favors." "Grom," Thalia shook her head. "That's not how the universe works." "Sure it is," Jake said. "You just have to believe hard enough." He walked off the bridge, leaving behind a room full of confused aliens and one very tired sister. The Devourer floated in the distance, peacefully eating clouds of gas, and somewhere in the galaxy, the total emergency protocol alert slowly powered down, until the next time a human decided to do something impossible. The galaxy had learned many things about humans over the years. They were strange. They were unpredictable. They did not seem to understand the word impossible, but there was one thing everyone agreed on. When humans said, "Hold my beer," it was time to run. The total emergency protocol had saved countless lives. It had become a normal part of life. Ships would detect the phrase, alarms would sound, and everyone would move to safety. Then they would watch as some human did something crazy and wonderful and terrifying, but nothing could prepare them for what happened next. It started with a signal from deep space. A voice came through every communication system in the galaxy at the same time. "We are the Void Collective. Surrender your technology. Surrender your minds. Resistance is irrelevant." Admiral Kaveth stood on the bridge of his warship. His 8 arms gripped the command console as he stared at the screen. A massive cloud of darkness was moving toward them. It was not a ship. It was not a creature. It was something worse. The Void Collective was an infection. It spread through machines and took control of minds. It had existed for 1,000,000 years, and it had never been stopped. Entire civilizations had been absorbed into its darkness. 1,000,000,000 stolen minds now served its will. "Can we fight it?" Kaveth asked his tactical officer. "No, Admiral. Our weapons pass through it. Our shields cannot stop it. When it touches a ship, it takes control in seconds." Kaveth lowered his head. He had spent his whole life as a warrior. He had never run from a fight. But this was not a fight. This was extinction. "Begin evacuation of all civilian ships," he said quietly. "We will retreat to the outer rim. Maybe we can buy enough time for some to escape." Then a voice came through the communication channel. It was a human voice. Female. Young. And completely calm. "Hey, ugly. My name is Megan Price, and I have something to say." Kaveth turned to his screen. A small face appeared. A young woman with short blonde hair and a nose ring. Behind her, Kaveth could see a simple room with bottles and glasses on shelves. She appeared to be in some kind of drinking establishment. Who is this? Kavith demanded. I told you. I'm Megan. I run a bar on Station 12. That's the station you guys are about to abandon. Kavith checked his tactical display. Station 12 was a small outpost near the front lines. Population: 3,000. It was directly in the path of the Void Collective. You need to evacuate immediately, Kavith said. The collective will reach your station in less than 2 hours. Megan laughed. It was a strange sound. Kavith did not understand why she was laughing. Yeah, I don't think so, Megan said. I just finished paying off my loan for this bar. No way am I letting some space cloud take it from me. You cannot fight the Void Collective. No one can. We'll see about that. Megan turned to someone off-screen. Kavith could not see who it was. Whoever's closest to me, hold my beer. Actually, hold all of them. I'm going to need both hands for this. Alarms exploded across the galaxy. On every ship and station, the total emergency protocol activated. 14 billion beings stopped what they were doing. They raised their shields. They moved to safety. And they turned on their screens to watch. Because when a human said those words, impossible things were about to happen. Kavith watched in stunned silence as a tiny shuttle left Station 12. It was even smaller than the lucky penny that had faced the Devourer. It had no weapons, no shields, nothing but a basic engine and life support, and it was flying directly into the heart of the Void Collective. She will be absorbed in seconds, Kavith's tactical officer said. Maybe, Kavith replied, or maybe not. I have learned not to make predictions about humans. The shuttle entered the darkness. Communication was lost immediately. The screens showed nothing but black. 1 hour passed, then 2, then 3. The Void Collective stopped moving. It hovered in space like a storm cloud that had forgotten how to rain. Kavith leaned forward. What is happening? Unknown, Admiral. The collective is not advancing. But it is not retreating either. It seems to be frozen. More time passed. 4 hours. 5, 6. Then the darkness began to shrink. Kavith stood up. Is it dying? Negative. It appears to be concentrating, getting smaller, and more dense. It is pulling itself together into a single point. On the screen, the massive cloud that had threatened to consume the galaxy compressed into a smaller and smaller shape. After an hour, it was the size of a moon. After another hour, it was the size of a city. Then Megan's shuttle emerged from the darkness. Behind it, being towed by a cable that should not have been strong enough, was a metal container. The container was roughly the size of a large building. Megan's voice came through the communication system. Hey everyone. Crisis is over. I put the bad guy in a box. Kavith could not speak. His mouth opened and closed, but no words came out. How? He finally managed. How did you put a billion mind hive intelligence into a box? Trivia game, Megan said casually. A what? A trivia game. You know, where you ask questions and people try to answer them. Turns out the whole collective shares one mind, right? So when one part gets confused, they all get confused. I just had to find the weakest link. The weakest link? Yeah. There was this one mind in there that used to be a librarian from some planet that got absorbed about 10,000 years ago. Nice guy, but terrible at geography. I challenged him to name 3 state capitals from Earth. He couldn't do it. His confusion spread through the whole network, and everything crashed. Kavith sat down heavily. His legs could not hold him anymore. You defeated a million-year-old threat to all life in the galaxy. With geography questions? Pretty much. Oh, also, I told them a really complicated joke about a duck walking into a bar. They're still trying to figure out the punchline. That's why they're not moving. Megan's shuttle flew toward the Eternal Harmony, which was serving as the command center for the evacuation fleet. Admiral Thalia Voss, who had been promoted after her brother's encounter with the Devourer, met Megan at the docking bay. That container, Thalia said, pointing at the metal box. Is the Void Collective really in there? Yep. All of it. Well, all the core consciousness anyway. The absorbed minds are starting to wake up now that the main intelligence is trapped. They're confused, but okay. Should be able to help them reintegrate into normal life, eventually. Thalia stared at the box. It had labels on the side. The labels said, "Fresh fish. Keep frozen." Is that a fish container? Megan shrugged. It was the only thing on my shuttle big enough. I had to dump the fish first. Sorry about that. Space probably smells like salmon for a few light years. Behind them, Kaveth approached slowly. His face was pale. His 8 arms hung limply at his sides. "Human Megan Price," he said. "You have saved the galaxy. You have defeated an enemy that has terrorized the universe for 1,000,000 years. You are the greatest hero in history." Megan scratched her nose. "Thanks, I guess. Can I go back to my bar now? I've got customers waiting." Kaveth made a sound that might have been a laugh or might have been a scream. It was hard to tell. "Yes," he said weakly. "Yes. You may go back to your bar." Megan walked away, waving casually. A few minutes later, her shuttle headed back toward Station 12. The fish container was taken to a secure facility where scientists would study it for decades. Thalia stood next to Kaveth as they watched the stars. "Do you understand them yet?" she asked. "The humans, I mean." Kaveth shook his head slowly. "No. I have spent years trying. I thought I was getting close. Then one of them defeats an ancient evil, with trivia questions and a joke about a duck." Thalia smiled. "I grew up with humans, and I still don't fully understand us. I think that's the point. We don't make sense. We see rules, and we break them. We see limits, and we ignore them. Is that not terrifying?" Thalia thought about it. "Sometimes. But mostly, it's just who we are. We look at the impossible and we think, probably not impossible. And then we prove it." Kaveth was quiet for a long time. "I need a drink," he finally said. "I know a good bar," Thalia replied. "The owner just saved the galaxy. I hear she makes excellent cocktails." They walked away together, leaving behind a universe that was a little safer and a lot more confused. And somewhere in the darkness, a trapped intelligence was still trying to figure out what happened when the duck walked into the bar. 10 years had passed since humans first made contact with the galaxy. In that time, everything had changed. The total emergency protocol was still active. It would probably be active forever. But its meaning had shifted. It used to be a warning of danger. Now it was more like an announcement. When the alarms sounded, species across the galaxy would gather around their screens with snacks and drinks. They would watch whatever impossible thing was about to happen and cheer like it was a sporting event. Humans had become the galaxy's favorite entertainment. Admiral Thalia Voss stood before the Galactic Council. The chamber was full. Over 100 species had sent representatives. They all watched her with a mix of respect and something that might have been amusement. "Thank you for inviting me to give this year's report on human integration," Thalia said. Her voice was calm and professional. She had gotten good at this over the years. "I am pleased to announce that the past 12 months have been remarkably successful." She pressed a button, and a hologram appeared above her head. It showed a list of incidents. In the past year, humans have resolved 47 conflicts that were previously declared unresolvable. These include 3 civil wars, 2 trade disputes, and 1 argument about the proper way to prepare food that had been going on for 600 years. Light laughter rippled through the chamber. The food argument had been famous. 2 species had been fighting about it since before humans existed. Additionally, humans have repaired 12 phenomena that were classified as natural disasters. This includes stabilizing a collapsing dimension, reversing the death of a nebula, and convincing a rogue black hole to stop moving toward populated space. Ambassador Zixthal raised a tentacle. He was older now, his blue skin faded to a lighter shade. But his eyes were still sharp. How did they convince a black hole to stop moving? Thalia smiled slightly. A human named Steve Hayes flew into the event horizon and had a conversation with it. A conversation? With a black hole? Yes. Apparently, black holes are quite lonely. Steve spent 3 days inside the event horizon telling jokes and sharing stories about his family. When he came out, the black hole had decided to stay in one place. It now orbits peacefully around an uninhabited gas giant, and occasionally hums when ships pass by. The chamber was silent. Even after 10 years, humans could still surprise everyone. The individual responsible for the black hole incident claims he was just bored and wanted someone to talk to, Thalia continued. This is consistent with what we have observed about human behavior. They do not always act out of necessity. Sometimes, they do impossible things simply because the opportunity presented itself. A Mordaxian general stood up. Admiral Voss, we have discussed this many times. After all these years, do we finally understand what makes humans capable of these feats? Is there a scientific explanation? Thalia had been asked this question 1,000 times. She had never been able to answer it fully. Our scientists have studied humans extensively, she said. Their bodies are unremarkable. Their technology is average at best. There is nothing in their biology or their tools that should allow them to do what they do. She paused. However, we have identified one consistent factor. Every time a human performs an impossible act, they believe they can do it. Not hope, not faith. Pure, absolute belief. When a human says, "Hold my beer," they are not being brave. They are not being reckless. They genuinely believe that they will succeed. The chamber murmured. This was old information, but it still confused everyone. We call this phenomenon probability override, Thalia continued. When a human believes strongly enough in an outcome, the universe seems to adjust itself to make that outcome possible. We do not understand how or why this works. We only know that it does. Zixthal spoke again. But why only humans? Why not other species? Thalia considered the question carefully. It was the same question she had been asking herself for years. I think it comes down to history, she said slowly. Humans evolved on a planet that tried to kill them constantly. They faced predators, diseases, natural disasters, and each other. They should have died out 100 times, but they did not. She looked around the chamber. Every time the universe told humans no, they said yes. Every time something seemed impossible, they did it anyway. Over millions of years, this stubbornness became part of who they are. They do not accept limits. They do not believe in impossible. And somehow, the universe learned to get out of their way. The chamber was quiet. Then, slowly, applause began. It started with the Valorans and spread through the room. Soon, the entire Galactic Council was clapping and cheering for this strange species that had turned everything upside down. Thalia smiled and nodded. But inside, she felt something else. Pride. Not just in humanity, but in herself. She had spent 10 years explaining her species to the galaxy. She had helped build bridges between worlds that had never spoken before. And she had watched as humans again and again proved that limits were just suggestions. After the session ended, Thalia walked through the corridors of the council station. She found a quiet observation deck and stood looking at the stars. Her communicator buzzed. It was Jake. Hey sis, saw your speech. Pretty good. You only messed up the words twice. Thalia laughed. Thanks for counting. No problem. Hey, I wanted to tell you something. I'm heading out to the rim tomorrow. There's some kind of dimensional rift that's been causing problems. Scientists say it can't be closed. Thalia felt a familiar mix of worry and amusement. Let me guess. You're going to close it anyway. Probably. It looked interesting on the news. Jake, please be careful. Always am. He was not always careful. He was never careful. But somehow, that always worked out. Call me when you're done, Thalia said. Will do. Love you, sis. Love you too. The call ended. Thalia stood alone, looking at the endless darkness between the stars. Somewhere out there, her brother was about to do something impossible. Somewhere out there, other humans were doing impossible things too. Saving lives, breaking rules, changing the universe one stubborn decision at a time. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small flask. It was a gift from Megan Price, the bartender who had defeated the Void Collective with trivia questions. The flask was engraved with a simple message. For when you need a reminder. Thalia smiled and took a small drink. Behind her, she heard footsteps. She turned to see Zixthal approaching slowly. "Admiral Voss," he said. "May I join you?" "Of course, Ambassador." They stood together in silence for a while, watching the stars. "I have spent 10 years trying to understand your species," Zixthal finally said. "I still do not fully succeed." Thalia nodded. "Neither do I. And I am one of them. But you know more than I do. Tell me honestly. What makes humans different? Not the science. Not the theories. Just your personal understanding." Thalia thought about it for a long time. "I think it is simple," she said. "Most species look at an impossible situation and they accept it. They say, 'This cannot be done.' They move on. They find a different path." Quote, she took another drink from her flask. "Humans do not do that. We look at the impossible and we get annoyed. How dare the universe tell us what we can and cannot do? Who does physics think it is? We take it personally." Zixthal made a sound that might have been a laugh. "So you fight the universe out of spite?" "Sometimes. Other times we do it out of love, or curiosity, or just because we're bored. But the reason does not matter. What matters is that we never give up. We never accept no. We just keep trying until the universe gives in." Zixthal was quiet for a long moment. "That is either very inspiring or very terrifying." "It can be both," Thalia said. Somewhere in the station, an alarm began to sound. Not a danger alarm. A total emergency protocol alarm. Someone, somewhere, had just said, "Hold my beer." Thalia and Zixthal exchanged a look. "Shall we watch?" Zixthal asked. "Of course. I never miss these." They walked together toward the nearest viewing screen. Around them, aliens of every shape and size were doing the same thing. Everyone wanted to see what impossible thing was about to happen. Thalia smiled as she walked. The galaxy was strange and wonderful, and full of things that could not be explained. And somewhere in that galaxy, humans were making it even stranger. One held beer at a time. The shuttle doors opened with a soft hiss. Daniel Mercer stepped out onto the landing platform and took his first breath of alien air. It smelled strange. Like metal and flowers mixed together, the sky above was purple, with 3 small suns burning in the distance. This was Vorkath Prime, the home world of the Kethrani Dominion. Daniel had read about this place for months. He had studied their language, their customs, their history. He knew that the Kethrani were a proud species. They had conquered dozens of worlds. They believed themselves to be the strongest beings in this part of the galaxy. They also believed that humans were weak. Daniel was a tall man, with gray hair at his temples, and a face that most people forgot within minutes of meeting him. He wore a simple, dark gray suit, perfectly clean and pressed. He carried no weapons that anyone could see. He looked like exactly what he claimed to be. A boring government official sent to talk about trade and borders. Behind him, 2 other humans followed off the shuttle. Lieutenant Commander Patricia Walsh was a woman in her 40s, with short red hair and sharp eyes that missed nothing. Sergeant Kevin Ortega was shorter, but built like a man who knew how to fight. Both wore the formal uniforms of the Earth Diplomatic Corps. The Kethrani delegation waited for them at the end of the platform. There were 12 of them, all tall reptilian creatures with green and blue scales. They stood on 2 legs like humans, but they had 4 arms instead of 2. Their eyes were yellow with black slits, and when they opened their mouths, Daniel could see rows of sharp teeth. The leader of the group was High Prelate Zorvan. He was taller than the others, with darker scales and golden rings on all 4 of his arms. He looked at Daniel the way a cat looks at a mouse. Daniel smiled and bowed his head in the traditional Kethrani greeting. "High Prelate Zorvan," he said. "Thank you for welcoming us to your world. Earth is honored by this opportunity for peace." Zorvan made a sound that might have been a laugh. His translator device turned his words into flat English. "You are smaller than I expected, human. Your species always looks so fragile in the reports." "We are a modest people," Daniel said, still smiling. Modest. Zorvan said the word, like it tasted bad. Yes. That is one word for it. Another word might be weak. The other Kethrani made sounds of amusement. Patricia's jaw tightened, but she said nothing. Kevin's hand twitched slightly toward his hip, where a weapon would normally be. Daniel kept smiling. He had heard worse insults. He had heard dying threats whispered in 100 languages. He had been called weak by creatures who did not live to repeat the mistake. But that was not who he was today. Today he was a diplomat. Today he was here to talk. Shall we begin the tour? He asked pleasantly. Zorvan turned without answering and walked toward the massive building at the edge of the platform. The other Kethrani followed, and Daniel walked after them with Patricia and Kevin at his sides. I don't like this, Patricia said quietly. Her voice was barely a whisper. Neither do I, Daniel replied in the same low tone. But we have our orders. Smile and gather information. They're not even hiding their contempt. No, they're not. Daniel's eyes moved constantly, taking in every detail. The guards at the doors. The weapons they carried. The way the building was constructed. The possible exits. That tells us something important. Kevin spoke without moving his lips. A skill learned through years of training. I count 40 armed guards, just in visible positions. Probably 3 times that number hidden. Agreed, Daniel said. They want us to feel surrounded. Are we? Patricia asked. Daniel did not answer. Instead, he looked up at the building they were approaching. It was enormous, a tower of black stone and glowing blue lights that reached up into the purple sky. It was beautiful in a cold, threatening way. The Kethrani Dominion had built their entire civilization on the idea that strength was everything. They conquered. They dominated. They crushed any species that stood in their way. For 300 years, they had been the greatest power in this region of space. Then, humanity arrived. Humans had only been traveling between stars for about 150 years. They were young compared to most species. They were small, with soft skin and fragile bodies. They could not breathe in most atmospheres. They died easily from diseases that other species barely noticed. And yet, somehow, humans kept surviving. They kept growing. They kept pushing outward into the galaxy, building colonies and making alliances. Species that had tried to stop them had failed. Some of those species no longer existed at all. The Kethrani had noticed. They did not like what they saw. 3 months ago, 3 human colony ships had disappeared in Kethrani space. 15,000 men, women, and children had vanished without a trace. Earth had demanded answers. The Kethrani had offered only silence and insults. So Earth had sent Daniel. The official mission was to negotiate, to find out what happened to the colony ships, to establish better relations between the two powers. Daniel carried documents and proposals and gifts. He was prepared to talk for as long as needed. But Daniel Mercer was not really a diplomat. He had only been doing this job for 3 years. Before that, he had done something very different. For 27 years, Daniel had commanded a unit called Ghost Protocol. It was a name that did not appear in any official records. The people who worked for Ghost Protocol did not exist on paper. They did things that governments could never admit to. They solved problems that could not be solved through normal means. Daniel had killed more people than he could count. He had ended wars before they started. He had removed threats that the public would never know about. He had done terrible things for good reasons, and he had done them very, very well. The suit he wore looked ordinary. It was not. The fabric was made of special materials that could stop bullets and blades. Hidden in the seams were weapons so small and deadly that no scanner would ever find them. His shoes had blades in the toes. His belt buckle was an explosive device. His watch could send messages to ships waiting light years away. Daniel hoped he would not need any of it. He genuinely wanted to find peace. He was tired of killing. The faces of the dead visited him in his dreams. And there were so many faces now. But if the Kethrani had harmed those colonists, if they had killed human children, Then Daniel would do what he had always done. He would be the last thing they ever saw. The group entered the great tower through doors that were 3 times the height of a human. Inside, the building was even more impressive. The walls were covered with carvings that showed Kethrani victories over other species. Giant statues of Kethrani warriors stood in every corner. Zorvan stopped and turned to face Daniel. "This is the Hall of Conquest," he said. "Every species we have defeated is recorded here, every world we have taken." He gestured with 2 of his arms at the walls around them. "Perhaps one day, humans will have a place on these walls as well." Daniel looked at the carvings. He saw scenes of battle and death. He saw species he did not recognize being slaughtered by Kethrani armies. He saw the pride of an empire built on blood. "That's very impressive," he said calmly. "Though I notice there are no Kethrani defeats shown here." Zorvan's eyes narrowed. "Because there have been none." "Of course." Daniel smiled. "History is written by the winners, after all." Something flickered in Zorvan's expression. Doubt. Perhaps. Or curiosity. This human was not reacting the way he expected. "Your quarters have been prepared," Zorvan said after a pause. "We will begin formal talks tomorrow. Tonight, you will rest." "Thank you, High Prelate." Zorvan turned away, and guards led the human delegation to their rooms. As they walked through the long corridors, Patricia leaned close to Daniel. "He's testing you," she said. "Yes. What do you think he's planning?" Daniel watched the guards ahead of them. He noticed how they positioned themselves, how they watched the humans. He noticed the tiny cameras hidden in the walls, and the weapons concealed behind decorative panels. "Something bad," he said quietly. "Something very bad." That night, as Daniel stood alone in his room looking out at the alien city, he received a coded message from Earth. Intelligence had confirmed his worst fears. The missing colony ships had been tracked to Kethrani space. Satellite images showed human life signs in an underground facility. The colonists were alive, but they were prisoners. Daniel closed his eyes and took a slow breath. He had hoped it would not come to this. He had hoped that somehow the Kethrani would choose a different path, but hope did not save lives. Action did. Tomorrow, the real mission would begin. The diplomatic talks lasted for 4 days. Daniel sat through meetings that seemed to have no end. He listened to Kethrani officials talk about trade routes and border agreements. He attended formal dinners where strange foods were served on golden plates. He watched military parades designed to show him how powerful the Kethrani were. Through all of it, Daniel smiled and nodded and said polite things. He complimented their architecture. He praised their wine. He asked thoughtful questions about their history and culture, but his mind was never still. Every room he entered, Daniel memorized the exits. Every guard he passed, he studied their weapons and their movements. Every hallway he walked through, he counted the steps and noted the turns. His brain was building a map of the entire complex, piece by piece. Patricia and Kevin did the same. They looked like simple security guards, standing quietly behind their ambassador. But their eyes were always watching. Their ears were always listening. On the evening of the 4th day, Kevin managed to slip away for an hour. He returned with information that made Daniel's blood run cold. "I found the facility," Kevin reported in a whisper. 3 kilometers northeast, underground. Heavy security. At least 200 guards. The colonists? Alive. I detected their life signs. But Daniel... Kevin paused. There were fewer signals than there should be. We lost about 2,000 people somewhere. Daniel felt something cold settle in his chest. 2,000. 2,000 human beings. Men and women and children. "Do we know how?" he asked, keeping his voice steady. "No. But I saw transport ships leaving the facility. They could be moving prisoners. Or..." Kevin did not finish the sentence. He did not need to. Patricia's hands were clenched into fists at her sides. "We need to act. Tonight." "Not yet," Daniel said. "Tomorrow I will confront Zorvan directly. I will give him one chance to explain. One chance to make this right. And if he doesn't take it? Daniel looked out the window at the alien city below. Somewhere out there, 15,000 humans were waiting to be rescued. Somewhere out there, 2,000 more might already be dead. Then we stop being diplomats, he said quietly. The next morning, Daniel requested a private meeting with High Prelate Zorvan. The Kethrani leader agreed. Clearly curious about what the human wanted to discuss, they met in a small chamber with walls made of dark crystal. Daniel sat across from Zorvan. There were no guards in the room, but Daniel knew that dozens of hidden cameras were watching them. Every word would be recorded. High Prelate, Daniel began. I wish to discuss a matter of great importance. Zorvan leaned back in his chair. His forearms spread wide in a gesture of openness. Speak, human. I am listening. 3 months ago, 3 human colony ships entered your space. They were carrying 17,000 civilians, including nearly 4,000 children. Those ships disappeared without a trace. Daniel kept his voice calm and level. I would like to know what happened to them. Something flickered in Zorvan's yellow eyes. Amusement, perhaps, or satisfaction. The Kethrani Dominion has no knowledge of these ships, he said. Space is dangerous. Perhaps your vessels had mechanical problems. Perhaps they were attacked by pirates. These things happen. They do, Daniel agreed. But I have information that suggests otherwise. Oh? Zorvan's voice was mocking. And what information is that? Satellite images showing human life signs in an underground facility 3 kilometers from this building. Energy signatures matching our colony ship reactors. Communication intercepts discussing human specimens being prepared for transport. The amusement faded from Zorvan's face. For a moment, real surprise showed in his expression. He had not expected the humans to know so much. These accusations are serious, he said slowly. Yes, they are. If you are suggesting that the Kethrani Dominion has taken your people prisoner, you are making a dangerous mistake. Daniel leaned forward slightly. High Prelate, I am not here to make accusations. I am here to offer you a choice. You can admit what has happened and return our people safely. We can negotiate compensation and terms. This can end peacefully. Or I will be forced to take a different approach. Zorvan stared at Daniel for a long moment. Then he began to laugh. It was a harsh, ugly sound that echoed off the crystal walls. You threaten me? You, a single human in a gray suit? You are in the heart of my empire, surrounded by my armies. I could have you killed with a word. You could try, Daniel said calmly. The laughter stopped. Zorvan's eyes narrowed to slits. What did you say? I said you could try. Many have. I am still here. For the first time, Zorvan looked at Daniel with something other than contempt. There was a flicker of uncertainty in his gaze. This human was not behaving like prey. He was behaving like something else entirely. You are bluffing, Zorvan said. I never bluff. Ask the Vornathi. Ask the Krellin Empire. Ask the Dusk Raiders of Sector 7. Daniel's voice was still calm, almost pleasant. Or rather, try to ask them. You will find that difficult, since none of them exist anymore. Fairy tales, human propaganda, perhaps. Daniel stood up slowly. I came here hoping for peace. High Prelate. I truly did. But I have learned something in my years of service. Some people only understand one language. I hope you are not one of those people. He walked toward the door, then stopped and looked back. You have until midnight to give me an answer. Release the colonists and face justice, or face the consequences. The choice is yours. Daniel left the room. Zorvan sat alone, his 4 hands gripping the arms of his chair so hard that the metal bent. That evening, Patricia received a coded warning from their ship in orbit. Enemy troops were being moved into position around the diplomatic quarters. Communication jammers were being activated. Someone had given orders to capture the human delegation. They're coming for us, Patricia told Daniel. Midnight. Maybe sooner. Daniel nodded slowly. He had expected this. Zorvan was too proud to accept defeat. Too arrogant to believe that 3 humans could be any real threat. Kevin, what's the status of the extraction plan? Kevin checked his hidden communication device. Ships are standing by just outside the system. If we can free the colonists and get them to the surface, they can be picked up within 20 minutes. And the facility security? Heavy, but not impossible. If you can keep the main force busy here, I can get in and open the doors. Daniel was quiet for a moment. This was the part he hated most. The calculating. The planning. Looking at a situation and figuring out how many people would have to die. Patricia, you'll go with Kevin. I need someone I trust to protect those civilians. What about you? I'll stay here. Keep the Kethrani focused on me. Patricia's face hardened. That's suicide. They're sending 40 soldiers, minimum. 40 that we know of. There will probably be more. Exactly. Daniel, you can't fight an army alone. Daniel looked at her with eyes that had seen too much death. I won't be fighting an army. I'll be teaching a lesson. He removed his suit jacket and began to prepare. From hidden pockets and secret compartments, he pulled out weapons that should not have fit in such a small space. Knives thin as paper, a pistol smaller than his palm, wire that could cut through bone, gas capsules, flash grenades, things that had no names, only purposes. Patricia watched him with a mixture of respect and horror. She had worked with Daniel for 3 years. She knew his history. She knew what he was capable of, but seeing him prepare for battle was something different. How many have you killed? She asked quietly. Daniel paused. It was a question he never answered honestly. Enough, he said finally. Enough to know that I don't want to kill anymore. Enough to hope that every mission will be my last. But also enough to know that some enemies don't give you a choice. He finished preparing and put his jacket back on. With his weapons hidden, he looked exactly like a boring government official again. Get to the facility. Free those people. Get them home. Patricia nodded. What do we tell Earth if you don't make it? Daniel smiled, and for a moment, he looked almost peaceful. Tell them I did my job. Kevin and Patricia slipped out through a maintenance shaft that Kevin had discovered during his explorations. They moved through the shadows of the alien city. 2 ghosts on a mission to save 15,000 lives. Back in the diplomatic quarters, Daniel stood alone in the darkness. He could hear the enemy approaching. Heavy footsteps in the corridors. Whispered commands in the Kethrani language. The soft click of weapons being readied. They thought they were hunting. They had no idea they were walking into the lair of a predator. Daniel moved to the ceiling and clung there with special gloves that gripped any surface. He controlled his breathing. He slowed his heartbeat. He became perfectly still, perfectly silent, perfectly invisible. The door burst open. 20 Kethrani soldiers rushed in, their armor gleaming, their weapons raised. They expected to find 3 frightened humans cowering in a corner. They found an empty room. Search everywhere, the squad leader commanded. They must be hiding. Daniel watched from above as the soldiers spread out. He counted them. 20 here. More in the hallway. More on the floors above and below. So many. He closed his eyes for just a moment and thought about the colonists. About the children who had been taken from their homes. About the 2,000 who might already be dead. Then he opened his eyes and let go of the ceiling. The first soldier died before he hit the ground. Daniel dropped from the ceiling like a shadow coming to life. His hands found the soft spot at the base of the first soldier's skull. The Kethrani dropped without making a sound. Before the body hit the floor, Daniel was already moving. He grabbed the fallen soldier's rifle and fired 3 shots. 3 more soldiers fell. The others spun around, confused, trying to understand what was happening. They were trained warriors. They had fought in dozens of battles. They had conquered planets. But they had never faced anything like Daniel Mercer. He moved through them like water flowing around stones. Every movement was exact. Every strike was deadly. He did not waste motion. He did not hesitate. He was a machine built for one purpose, and that purpose was death. A soldier swung a blade at his head. Daniel ducked under it, drove a knife into the alien's armpit, where the armor was weakest, and twisted. Another soldier fired at him. Daniel rolled, grabbed a fallen body, used it as a shield, and threw a small disc that exploded with blinding light. In the confusion, he killed 3 more. The squad leader screamed into his communicator, "We need backup. The human is fighting. He's killing everyone." But Daniel was already at his throat. "Tell them to send everyone," Daniel whispered. "I want to make sure the lesson is clear." He dropped the squad leader's body and moved into the hallway. More soldiers were coming. He could hear them thundering down from the upper floors, rushing up from below. The entire building was waking up. Good. That meant they were focused on him. That meant Kevin and Patricia had a better chance of reaching the colonists. Daniel smiled. It was not a nice smile. The next group of soldiers came around the corner. There were 15 of them, heavily armed, their scales gleaming under the harsh lights. They saw Daniel standing alone in the hallway, covered in blood, holding only a small knife. For a moment, nobody moved. Then Daniel raised the knife in a traditional Kethrani salute. It was a gesture of respect given before honorable combat. The soldiers hesitated. No one had ever shown them respect before trying to kill them. "Your high prelate took our children," Daniel said calmly. "That was a mistake. I am here to correct it." The lead soldier snarled and charged. The others followed. Daniel met them head-on. The fight in the corridor lasted 90 seconds. It felt like hours. Daniel took wounds. A blade cut his shoulder. A plasma bolt grazed his leg. Someone's claws raked across his back, but he did not stop. He could not stop. Every moment he fought here was another moment for the colonists to escape. When it was over, 15 bodies lay on the floor, and Daniel was still standing. He leaned against the wall for just a moment, catching his breath. His suit was torn in a dozen places. Blood ran down his arm and dripped from his fingers. Some of it was his. Most of it was not. His communicator buzzed. Patricia's voice came through, tight with tension. "We're at the facility. Kevin is working on the doors. They know we're here." "How many guards?" "At least 50. We've taken cover, but we can't move forward." Daniel pushed himself off the wall and started walking. His injured leg screamed in protest. He ignored it. "Keep them busy. I'm coming." "Daniel, you're wounded. I can hear it in your voice." "I've been worse." He found a window and looked out at the city. The underground facility was 3 kilometers away. The streets below were filling with Kethrani soldiers searching for him. Alarms blared across the city. Daniel jumped. The fall was 4 stories. He landed on a transport vehicle passing below, rolled to absorb the impact, and dropped to the ground. Soldiers shouted and pointed. Weapons fired. Daniel ran. He ran through streets he had memorized during the diplomatic tours. He cut through buildings he had noted as possible escape routes. He moved through the alien city like a ghost, always one step ahead of his pursuers. 3 kilometers might as well have been 300. Every meter was a battle. Every corner held enemies. But Daniel kept moving. He had been trained to keep moving. He had been trained to fight through pain and exhaustion and fear. He had been trained to never, ever stop. 20 minutes later, he reached the facility. It was a massive building that looked like a warehouse from the outside. But Daniel could see the hidden gun positions, the reinforced doors, the sensor arrays. This was a prison disguised as something innocent. Patricia and Kevin were pinned down behind a transport vehicle. 50 Kethrani soldiers had them surrounded. It was only a matter of time before they were overwhelmed. Daniel did not announce his arrival with words. He announced it with violence. He hit the soldiers from behind like a thunderstorm. His first shot took out the commander. His second and third killed the officers beside him. Then, he was among them. A whirlwind of fists and blades and controlled fury. The soldiers turned to face this new threat. That was their mistake. Patricia and Kevin used the distraction to advance. They fought their way toward the facility doors, while Daniel drew the enemy's attention. Kevin reached the control panel and began working on the locks. Patricia stood guard, firing at any soldier who got too close. "How long?" she shouted. 30 seconds. "We don't have 30 seconds." But somehow, They did. Daniel was everywhere at once. A single human holding off an army through sheer skill and determination. He was wounded in a dozen places. His movements were slower than before, but he would not fall. He refused to fall. The doors opened with a heavy clang. "Go," Daniel yelled. "Get them out." Patricia hesitated. She did not want to leave him. "That's an order, Lieutenant Commander." She nodded and ran inside with Kevin. The facility opened up before them, a maze of corridors and cells. And in those cells, they found what they had come for. 15,000 human faces stared out from behind bars. Men and women and children. Dirty and scared, but alive. So many of them. Families who had been torn from their homes, children who had not seen sunlight in months. "We're here to take you home," Patricia said, her voice breaking slightly. "Everyone follow us. Stay together. Stay quiet." They began to move. Thousands of people, shuffling through the corridors, following two soldiers toward freedom. It was too slow. There were too many of them. The Kathrani would catch up any second. Outside, Daniel was running out of strength. The wounds were taking their toll. His vision was starting to blur. The soldiers just kept coming, but then he heard something. A sound that cut through the noise of battle. A sound he had been waiting for. Ships. He looked up and saw rescue vessels descending from the sky. Human ships, dozens of them, dropping through the atmosphere like falling stars. The Kathrani looked up in confusion. They had jammed all communications. How had the humans called for help? What they did not know was that Kevin had sent a signal the moment they reached the facility. A burst transmission too short to block. A single word. Now, the rescue ships landed in a wide circle around the facility. Armed soldiers poured out. Not the three-person team that had started this mission, but hundreds of Earth's finest warriors. They hit the Kathrani like a tidal wave. Daniel fell to his knees. He had nothing left. The battle had taken everything from him. A young soldier rushed to his side. "Sir, Ambassador Mercer, are you all right?" Daniel looked up at the sky. He could see the colonists being led to the ships. Children were crying with relief. Parents were holding each other. Families that had been broken were becoming whole again. "Did we get them?" he asked. "Did we get everyone?" W. Did we get everyone?" "Almost everyone, sir. 15,000 confirmed. We're still searching for more." Daniel closed his eyes. 15,000. Not 17,000. 2,000. Missing. 2,000 probably dead. It was not a complete victory. But it was something. It was 15,000 lives saved. 15,000 people who would go home. "Help me up," Daniel said. "I need to see Zorvan." "Sir, you need medical attention." "After. Help me up." The soldier obeyed. He helped Daniel to his feet and supported him as they walked toward the main building. The battle was ending around them. The Kathrani forces were surrendering in large numbers. They had never expected this. They had never imagined that 3 humans could be the beginning of such destruction. Daniel found Zorvan in his throne room, surrounded by his personal guard. 12 elite warriors, the best the Kathrani had to offer. They stood in a circle around their leader, ready to die for him. Daniel stood in the doorway, covered in blood, barely able to stand. "High Prelate," he said. "I gave you a choice. You made the wrong one." Zorvan stared at him with a mixture of fear and hatred. "What are you? No human could do what you have done. I told you. I am a diplomat." Daniel took a step forward. His body screamed in protest, but he forced himself to move. "I tried to resolve this peacefully. You refused. So now we do it the other way." "Kill him," Zorvan commanded. The 12 guards attacked. Daniel had almost nothing left. His body was failing. His weapons were nearly gone. By every reasonable measure, he should have been dead already. But Daniel Mercer had never cared about reasonable measures. He met the first guard with a strike to the throat. The second took a knee to the face. The third received a broken arm, before Daniel drove him into the fourth. He fought not with strength, which he no longer had, but with skill and experience, and the absolute refusal to give up. It was not beautiful. It was not elegant. It was brutal and desperate and painful. But when it was over, Daniel was the only one standing. He walked toward Zorvan, step by agonizing step. The high prelate backed away until he hit his throne. "What do you want?" Zorvan whispered. "The same thing I wanted from the beginning." Daniel grabbed him by his armor and pulled him close. "Peace, justice, and the names of everyone responsible for what happened to my people. And if I refuse?" Daniel's eyes were cold and empty. The eyes of someone who had made peace with death a long time ago. "Then I will show you what happens when Earth stops being polite." Zorvan gave Daniel everything he asked for. Names, locations, plans. The high prelate talked for hours, spilling secrets that had been hidden for decades. He talked about the other species the Kethrani had enslaved. He talked about the experiments they had conducted. He talked about their plans to expand into human space. When he was finished, Daniel handed him over to the Earth security forces. Zorvan would face trial for crimes against humanity. Whatever happened to him after that was not Daniel's concern. The rescue operation continued through the night. Ships flew back and forth between the surface and the fleet waiting in orbit. Families were reunited. The wounded were treated. The dead were counted. In the end, 15,043 colonists were saved. 1,957 had died in Kethrani custody. Some from disease. Some from experiments. Some from simple cruelty. Daniel sat in a medical bay on the flagship while doctors worked on his wounds. He had lost a lot of blood. Several ribs were cracked. His shoulder needed surgery. But he would live. He always lived. Patricia sat beside him, watching the doctors work. "You're an idiot," she said quietly. "Probably. You could have died down there. But I didn't. Only because you're too stubborn to know when to quit." Daniel almost smiled. "That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me." An alarm sounded throughout the ship. Red lights flashed. Daniel tried to sit up, and immediately regretted it. "What's happening?" A young officer ran into the medical bay. "Sir, Ambassador, we have a problem. The Kethrani fleet is arriving. 50 ships and counting." Daniel pushed the doctors away and stood up. His body complained loudly, but he ignored it. "Take me to the bridge." Admiral Christina Hayes was waiting for him when he arrived. She was a tall woman with gray hair pulled back tight and a face that showed no fear. She had commanded ships for 30 years. She had seen battles that would give most people nightmares. But even she looked concerned. "Ambassador," she said, nodding to him. "You should be in medical. Later. What's our situation?" Hayes gestured to the view screen. It showed space filled with Kethrani warships. More were appearing every minute as they dropped out of faster-than-light travel. "They're demanding we return Zorvan immediately. They say if we don't comply, they will consider it an act of war." Ah, Daniel studied the enemy fleet. 50 ships had become 70. 80. More arriving. "How many ships do we have?" 37. "We're outgunned by a significant margin." Daniel nodded slowly. He had known this moment would come. The Kethrani were proud. They would not accept what had happened without a response. They would rather die than admit that humans had defeated them. "Can we outrun them?" "Maybe, but they would catch up eventually. And if we run, they might take it out on other human colonies." Patricia spoke up from behind him. "We could call for reinforcements." "That would take hours," Hayes said. "The nearest fleet is too far away." Daniel was quiet for a long moment. He looked at the enemy ships on the screen. He thought about everything that had happened. The colonists they had rescued. The people who had died. The message that needed to be sent. "Open a channel," he said finally. "Broadcast to all Kethrani vessels." Hayes raised an eyebrow but nodded to her communications officer. "Channel open." Daniel stepped forward so the cameras could see him clearly. He knew he looked terrible. His suit was ruined. Bandages covered half his body. He could barely stand, but he stood anyway. "This is Ambassador Daniel Mercer, of the United Earth Diplomatic Corps. I speak to all ships of the Kethrani Dominion." He paused, letting the words carry across the void. "Tonight, you witnessed what one human can do. One human, working mostly alone, fought through your soldiers, freed our people, and captured your leader. One human taught your empire that humans are not prey." The bridge was silent. Everyone was watching him. "Right now, you are thinking about revenge. You see our 37 ships. You count your own forces. The numbers tell you that you can win this fight." Daniel leaned forward slightly. "I am going to tell you why those numbers mean nothing." Behind him, the main screen changed. Data began scrolling across it. Military statistics, battle records, historical information that had been classified until this moment. Humanity has been traveling among the stars for less than 200 years. In that time, we have been attacked 17 times by species who believed we were weak. Would you like to know what happened to those species? The data showed wars, battles, outcomes. The Vornathi tried to enslave our colonies. They do not exist anymore. The Krellin Empire declared war on us over a border dispute. Their empire is now part of human space. The Dusk Raiders attacked our ships for sport. We hunted them to extinction. Daniel's voice was calm, almost gentle. "We did not start any of those conflicts. We do not seek war. We would rather trade and talk and build friendships. But when we are attacked, we do not stop fighting until the threat is gone. Not weakened, not pushed back. Gone." He gestured at his own battered body. "You see me standing here wounded. You think this means you hurt us. You are wrong. Every wound I carry is a reminder that I survived. Every scar on my body is proof that someone else did not." The Kethrani fleet had stopped advancing. "I was sent here as a diplomat because Earth wanted peace. I tried every possible way to achieve that peace. Your leader refused. He chose violence. He chose to harm our children. And now he will face justice." Daniel straightened up, ignoring the pain that shot through his body. "You have a choice to make. You can avenge your leader and discover what Earth's full military force looks like. Or, you can accept that tonight was a lesson. And lessons do not need to be repeated." He paused again. "Right now, just outside this system, the Prometheus fleet is waiting for my signal. 240 warships. 50,000 soldiers. Weapons that can reduce planets to ash. They are not here because we want war. They are here because we were prepared for your leader to make the choice he made." Daniel looked directly into the camera. "I am the polite option. I am the chance for peace. If you attack, the next humans you meet will not be diplomats. They will be soldiers, and they will not stop until every Kethrani military base is rubble and every warship is scattered particles in the void." He let the words hang in the silence. "You have 1 hour to decide. Choose wisely." The channel closed. Daniel stood motionless for a long moment, then his legs gave out. Patricia caught him before he hit the floor. "That was insane," she said, helping him to a chair. "Was any of that true? Is there really a fleet waiting?" Daniel leaned back and closed his eyes. "The Prometheus fleet exists. Whether they're actually close enough to help is another question. So you were bluffing?" "I was giving them a way to retreat without losing face. If they think we have overwhelming force, they can justify standing down. Pride is satisfied. War is avoided." Admiral Hayes walked over to join them. "And if they don't buy it, then we fight. And we probably lose." Daniel opened his eyes. "But before we lose, we'll hurt them badly enough that they'll never try this again. That's the message that matters. Attack humans. And even if you win, you lose." The hour passed slowly. Everyone on the bridge watched the enemy fleet, watched for any movement, any sign of what was coming. At the 50-minute mark, the Kethrani communications array activated. A new face appeared on the screen. Not Zorvan, but another Kethrani in elaborate robes. "I am High Chancellor Vordash," the alien said. "In light of the crimes committed by former High Prelate Zorvan, The Kethrani Dominion has decided to accept responsibility for the harm done to your people. Daniel forced himself to stand. Go on. We will pay full compensation to the families of those who died. We will release all other prisoners held in our facilities, and we will submit Zorvan for trial at a neutral court, as you have requested, and the fleet surrounding us will withdraw. We have no desire for war with Earth. This incident was the action of one criminal, not the will of our people. Daniel knew it was a lie. Everyone knew it was a lie. But it was a useful lie. A lie that let both sides walk away. The United Earth government will welcome this decision, Daniel said formally. We look forward to better relations in the future. The channel closed. On the screen, the Kethrani ships began turning away, jumping to faster than light one by one. Admiral Hayes let out a breath she had been holding. I cannot believe that worked. Daniel sat back down heavily. It worked because they believed me. They looked at what happened tonight, and they believed that Earth has people like me everywhere. People willing to die to protect our own. People who will not stop fighting no matter the cost. Is that true? Daniel thought about his 27 years with Ghost Protocol. He thought about the hundreds of others who served in similar units. Scientists who were also assassins. Teachers who were also spies. Ordinary people who carried extraordinary burdens. Yes, he said quietly. It's true. Earth has been preparing for this kind of situation since we first reached the stars. We knew that someday, someone would test us. We just hoped it would not come to war. Patricia helped him to his feet. You need rest. Real rest. The doctors are going to kill me if I don't get you back to medical. Daniel nodded. He was exhausted in a way that went beyond physical tiredness. But before he left the bridge, he turned back to Admiral Hayes. Make sure the colonists get home safely. Every single one of them. They've been through enough. You have my word, Ambassador. Daniel almost laughed at the title. Ambassador. After everything he had done tonight, they still called him Ambassador. But maybe that was appropriate. Because being a diplomat did not mean you only used words. It meant you used whatever tools were necessary to achieve peace. Sometimes those tools were negotiations and treaties. Sometimes those tools were very different. 3 months passed. The Kethrani Dominion kept their promise. Compensation was paid to every family that had lost someone. Prisoners from dozens of species were released from Kethrani facilities across the galaxy. High Prelate Zorvan was tried at the Galactic Justice Tribunal and found guilty of crimes against sentient beings. The story spread across the stars. In bars and trading posts and government halls, beings whispered about what had happened on Vorkath Prime. A single human ambassador had defeated an army. 3 humans had rescued 15,000 prisoners. Earth had faced down an entire fleet without firing a shot. Species that had ignored humanity began paying attention. Species that had dismissed humans as weak began to reconsider. And species that had thought about attacking human territory quietly changed their plans. Daniel knew none of this as he sat by a stream in Montana, watching the water flow over ancient stones. He had been given mandatory medical leave, and for the first time in 30 years, he had actually taken it. The cabin was small and simple. Wooden walls, a stone fireplace. Windows that looked out on mountains that had stood for millions of years. No technology. No weapons. No reminders of who he was and what he had done. Just silence and solitude and the slow process of healing. His wounds were closing. The doctors had done excellent work. In a few more weeks, he would be physically ready to return to duty. But the other wounds, the ones that did not show, would take longer. He dreamed of the people he had killed. Not just on Vorkath Prime, but in all the years before. So many faces, so many lives ended by his hands. He had done what was necessary. He believed that, but believing did not make the memories any easier to carry. On the 15th day of his leave, Patricia came to visit. She brought a bottle of whiskey and news from Earth. The intelligence division wants to use recordings from your mission for training purposes, she said, pouring 2 glasses. They want to show new recruits what a real operation looks like. Daniel took his glass but did not drink. What did you tell them? I told them to delete everything and forget it existed. Some things should not be studied. Some things should not be taught. He nodded slowly. Thank you. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching the fire crackle in the hearth. Outside, the sun was setting behind the mountains, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. You saved them, Patricia said finally. 15,000 people are home because of what you did. Children are with their parents again. Families are whole. Almost 15,000. Almost whole. Daniel. 2,000 people died, Patricia. Men and women and children. They died in cages, far from home, because the Kathrani wanted to study them like animals. I was too slow. I did not find them in time. Patricia was quiet for a moment. She understood the weight he carried. She carried her own version of it. You cannot save everyone, she said softly. I know. You did everything possible. I know that too. Daniel finally took a drink. The whiskey burned on the way down. But knowing does not make it easier. Knowing does not bring them back. Patricia reached out and touched his arm. It was a simple gesture. Human contact. From someone who understood. The Kathrani situation changed things, she said. A dozen species have reached out to Earth for diplomatic talks. The Vorlon Collective. The Miran Republic. The Stellar Assembly. They want to build real relationships with us now, because they're afraid. Maybe at first, but fear can turn into respect. Respect can become partnership. Partnership can become friendship. She poured herself another glass. You showed the galaxy who we are, not just as fighters but as people who protect their own at any cost. That means something. Daniel stared into the fire. I've been doing this for 30 years. Fighting and killing and pretending to be something I'm not. I thought maybe this mission would be different. I hoped it would be. It was different. You tried every peaceful option first. You gave them every chance. They chose violence. They always choose violence. Not always. Not anymore. Patricia leaned forward. The species reaching out to us now? They're not doing it just because they're scared. They're doing it because they saw what you did, and they understood. They understood that humanity would rather have friends than enemies. That we don't want to fight. That we're willing to bleed for peace. Daniel thought about her words. He wanted to believe them. He wanted to believe that all the blood and pain had meant something. That something good could come from so much death. I'm tired, he said. I've been death in a suit for so long. I'd like to be something else. Patricia nodded. So be something else. The next mission you get? The Vorlon Collective meeting. It's supposed to be low risk. Genuine diplomatic work. With a species that already wants peace. No fighting. No killing. Just talking. Do you really think it will be that simple? No. Nothing is ever simple. But maybe this time, you won't need to be the weapon. Maybe this time, you can just be the diplomat. Daniel finished his whiskey and set the glass down. Through the window, he could see stars appearing in the darkening sky. So many stars. So many worlds. So many possibilities. Maybe, he said quietly. Patricia left the next morning. Daniel spent another week alone in the cabin, thinking about the past and the future. He hiked through the mountains. He fished in cold streams. He read books that had nothing to do with war or death or saving the world. Slowly, something in him began to heal. When his leave ended, Daniel returned to Earth's diplomatic headquarters. He was given a new assignment, just as Patricia had said. A mission to the Vorlon Collective to discuss trade agreements and cultural exchange. It was classified as low risk, no threats, no warnings, no reasons to believe anything would go wrong. Daniel packed his familiar gray suit. Out of habit, he checked the hidden weapons in its seams. He made sure his reflexes were still sharp. He prepared for the worst while hoping for the best, because Daniel Mercer was a diplomat, and a diplomat, as humanity had learned, was simply death in a suit who hoped he would never have to prove it. On the day before he left, Daniel visited a memorial that had been built for the colonists who had died on Vorkath Prime. It was a simple wall of names, carved in stone, standing in a garden in the heart of the capital city. 1,957 names. Daniel stood there for a long time, reading each one. He did not know these people. He had never met them. But he felt responsible for them anyway. He had come too late to save them. He had failed them. A young woman approached him, hesitant. She was perhaps 20 years old, with dark hair and eyes that had seen too much pain. "Excuse me," she said. "Are you Ambassador Mercer?" Daniel turned. "I am. I wanted to thank you." The woman's voice was steady, but her hands were shaking. "My mother and my brother were on one of the colony ships. They came home because of what you did." Daniel did not know what to say. He had received many honors and medals and commendations. But this was different. This was real. "I'm sorry I could not save everyone," he said. The woman shook her head. "You saved my family. That's everything to me." She reached out and took his hand. "You're a hero, Ambassador. Whatever anyone says, you're a hero." She walked away before Daniel could respond. He stood at the memorial for a while longer, letting her words sink in. Hero. It was not a word he would use for himself. He had done terrible things. He had killed more people than he could count. He had nightmares that would never stop, but he had also saved lives. He had brought people home. He had stood against cruelty and refused to back down. Maybe that was enough. Maybe being a hero was not about being perfect. Maybe it was about doing what needed to be done, even when it hurt, even when it cost everything. Daniel touched the memorial wall one final time, then turned and walked away. Tomorrow, he would put on his suit and step onto another shuttle and fly to another alien world. He would smile and shake hands and talk about trade routes and borders. He would be the diplomat he had chosen to become, but underneath the suit, he would always be ready. Always prepared. Always willing to do whatever it took to protect his people, because that was what it meant to be human. That was what it meant to be from Earth. Not just the ability to kill, but the willingness to fight for something worth fighting for. Daniel walked into the sunset, heading toward his next mission, carrying the weight of the dead and the hope of the living. And somewhere among the stars, species whispered stories about the human in the gray suit. The diplomat who had conquered an empire. The ordinary man who had been death itself. They whispered, and they remembered. And they were very, very careful never to make the same mistake again. They wanted war humanity gave them, oblivion delivered without a sound. Part 1. The Valorian Dominion had been watching Earth for almost 100 years. They sat in their ships at the edge of the solar system, far from human eyes, and they watched everything. They listened to radio signals. They tracked every rocket that left the planet. They counted every satellite that humans put into orbit. High Commander Zorath led the Valorian Third Expansion Fleet. He was old by Valorian standards, and he had conquered many worlds. To him, humans were nothing special. They were just another primitive species playing with technology they did not truly understand. The Valorians had taken 47 planets from other species. Each time, the pattern was the same. They would arrive with overwhelming force. They would demand surrender. And when the primitives refused, they would burn their cities until nothing remained. It was efficient. It was proven. It had never failed. In the winter of 2147, Zorath decided that humanity's time had come. The message reached Earth on a cold December morning. Every screen on the planet flickered at the same moment. Every radio station went silent, replaced by a voice that spoke in perfect English, perfect Mandarin, perfect Spanish, and every other major language at once. "People of Earth," the voice said, "I am High Commander Zorath of the Valorian Dominion. Your planet now belongs to us. You will surrender all resources. You will accept our rule. You have 30 of your days to comply. If you refuse, we will destroy your cities one by one until you understand your place in the universe." The message ended. The screens returned to normal. And across Earth, 7 billion people realized they were not alone in the universe. Admiral Daniel Carter stood in the United Earth Defense Command Center in Geneva, Switzerland. He was 53 years old, with gray hair and tired eyes. He had spent his entire career preparing for threats that might never come. Now the threat was here, and it was worse than anything he had imagined. The holographic display in front of him showed the alien fleet. 37 ships hung in space near Jupiter. Each ship was massive, bigger than anything humans had ever built. The smallest one was 3 kilometers long. The flagship was over 10 kilometers from end to end. His advisors spoke around him, their voices full of fear. "We cannot fight them," said General Marcus Webb. "Our weapons are toys compared to theirs. Perhaps we should negotiate," suggested Ambassador Patricia Long. "If we give them what they want, maybe they will leave us alive." "They will not leave us alive," said a quiet voice from the corner of the room. Everyone turned to look at Lieutenant Commander Lisa Monroe. She was young for her rank, only 34, but she had spent 15 years studying one question. What would humanity do if hostile aliens ever came to Earth? "I have studied their transmission," Lisa said. "I have analyzed their fleet positions. Everything about their behavior tells me one thing. They do not negotiate. They conquer. If we surrender, they will take our resources and then kill us anyway. We are nothing to them." "Then what do you suggest?" Admiral Carter asked. Lisa walked to the holographic display. She touched a control, and a new image appeared. It showed a small, dark shape hidden in the files of Earth's most secret military projects. "Project Whisper," she said. "We started it 20 years ago, when we first detected signs of intelligent life beyond our solar system. We hoped we would never need it, but we built it anyway, because humans have always prepared for the worst." Admiral Carter studied the image. He knew about Project Whisper. Very few people did. It was buried so deep in classified files that even most world leaders did not know it existed. "Is it ready?" he asked. "It has been ready for 3 years," Lisa replied. "We have been waiting for a reason to use it." She looked at the alien fleet on the display. 37 ships. Thousands of alien soldiers. Weapons that could crack a planet in half. Against them, humanity had one small ship and one terrible weapon. "The Valorians made a mistake," Lisa said. "They announced themselves. They gave us 30 days. They think we will spend that time crying and begging for mercy." She turned to face Admiral Carter directly. "They do not know what humans do when we are backed into a corner." Admiral Carter was silent for a long moment. He thought about his children. He thought about his grandchildren. He thought about every human being on Earth, all of them looking up at the sky and wondering if tomorrow would be their last day. The Valorians expected fear. They expected panic. They expected humanity to behave like all the other species they had conquered, to fall apart and beg for survival. But humanity was different. Humans had spent their entire history fighting against impossible odds. They had survived ice ages and plagues and wars that killed millions. They had clawed their way up from caves to reach the stars. And they had never, ever given up without a fight. "Contact the President," Admiral Carter said finally. "And the other world leaders. Tell them we need to talk. Tell them there is a way to survive this." He looked at the alien fleet one more time. 37 ships. It seemed like an impossible enemy. But Admiral Carter had read enough history to know that impossible enemies had been defeated before. "And Lisa," he added, "start preparing the Phantom Dawn. We have work to do." Across the planet, people were scared. They held their families close. They prayed to whatever gods they believed in. They watched the sky and waited for death to come. But deep beneath the mountains of Colorado, in a bunker that officially did not exist, a team of scientists and soldiers began their final preparations. They worked in silence, checking systems and running calculations. They knew what was coming. They knew what they had to do. The Valorians wanted war. They wanted to crush humanity like they had crushed so many others. They wanted screams and explosions and the sweet taste of another species brought to its knees. They would get none of those things. Instead, they would get silence. They would get darkness. They would get an ending so complete that no one would ever know exactly what had happened to them. Humanity was about to teach the universe a lesson it would never forget. The clock started counting down. 30 days remained. They wanted war. Humanity gave them oblivion delivered without a sound. Part 2. The Phantom Dawn was not like other ships. It had no bright lights. It made no sound. When it flew through space, even the best sensors could not see it. The ship was built from materials that bent light around its body like water flowing around a stone. It absorbed every kind of energy that touched it. To the universe, the Phantom Dawn simply did not exist. Commander Nathan Price stood on the bridge of this invisible ship and looked at his crew. 42 men and women had volunteered for this mission. They were the best pilots, the best engineers, the best soldiers that humanity had to offer, and every single one of them knew they would not be coming home. Nathan was 41 years old. He had a wife named Susan and 2 daughters, Emma and Claire. He had kissed them goodbye 3 days ago without telling them where he was going or what he was going to do. His wife had seen the look in his eyes. She had held him tight and whispered, "Come back to me." He had not promised that he would. He could not lie to her. The ship moved through the darkness between Mars and Jupiter. They had been traveling for 5 days, and they still had 3 more days to go. Every hour brought them closer to the alien fleet. Every hour brought them closer to the end. Dr. Karen Mitchell was the lead scientist on the mission. She was 56 years old, with white hair and steady hands. She had spent her entire career working on things that most people would never know about. Project Whisper was her greatest achievement. It was also the thing that kept her awake at night. The weapon she had built was simple in concept but terrifying in execution. It created a tiny point of infinite density, a hole in the fabric of space itself. When activated, this point would expand outward, swallowing everything it touched. Matter, energy, light, even time itself would fall into the darkness and never return. Then, just as quickly, the point would collapse back into nothing, leaving only empty space behind. There would be no explosion. There would be no warning. One moment, the target would exist. The next moment, it would be gone, erased from the universe, as if it had never been. Karen called it the silence engine. She hated that she had built it. She hated even more that it was necessary. Lieutenant Ryan Peters was the navigation officer. He was only 28, young and smart and full of life. He had joined the military because he wanted to see the stars. Now he was going to die among them. Ryan did not regret his choice. When the call came for volunteers, he had stepped forward without hesitation. His parents were in Seattle. His little sister was starting college next year. If this mission succeeded, they would live. That was enough. Ensign Amy Sullivan sat at the weapons console. She was the youngest member of the crew, just 23 years old. Her hands did not shake as she ran her daily checks on the silence engine. Her voice did not waver when she reported the weapon was ready. But at night, in her small cabin, she cried into her pillow and wished she could see her mother one more time. Commander Nathan called a meeting on the 10th day of the mission. They were close now. The alien fleet was only 2 days away. It was time for the crew to hear the full truth. They gathered in the small briefing room, standing shoulder to shoulder because there were not enough seats. Nathan looked at their faces and felt a surge of pride. These were the bravest people he had ever known. "In 2 days, we will reach the Valorian fleet," Nathan said. "They have positioned themselves near Jupiter, using the planet's magnetic field to hide their energy signatures. They think they are invisible. They think they are safe." He pulled up a holographic image of the enemy ships, 37 vessels arranged in a defensive formation. Each one was armed with weapons that could destroy a city in seconds. Together, they had enough firepower to burn Earth to ash. "The Valorians have conquered 47 species," Nathan continued. "They have never lost a battle. They believe they are unbeatable. They expect us to send missiles that they can shoot down. They expect us to broadcast our attacks so they can prepare countermeasures. They expect us to fight the way every other species has fought." He paused and looked at his crew. "We are not going to do that. We are going to give them something they have never experienced before. We are going to give them silence." Dr. Karen Mitchell stepped forward to explain the weapon. She kept her words simple because the details did not matter anymore. What mattered was that everyone understood what was about to happen. The silence engine will create a field that expands outward from our ship, Karen said. Everything inside that field will be pulled into a singularity. There will be no explosion. There will be no debris. The Valorian fleet will simply cease to exist. She took a deep breath before continuing. We will be inside the field when it activates. There is no way to escape. Our ship, and everyone on it, will be erased along with the enemy. The room was quiet. No one spoke. No one needed to. Ryan Peters raised his hand. How long will it take? Less than 1 second, Karen replied. We will not feel anything. We will not have time to be afraid. One moment we will be here. The next moment we will be gone. Amy Sullivan asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Will it work? Are you sure it will destroy all of them? Karen nodded. I am sure. I have run the calculations 1,000 times. The field will be large enough to swallow the entire fleet. Nothing will survive. Commander Nathan stepped forward again. He looked at each face in the room, memorizing them. These were the people who were going to save humanity. No one would ever know their names. No history book would ever tell their story. I want each of you to know something, Nathan said. I have never been more proud to serve with anyone. What we are about to do will never be celebrated. Our families will never know how we died, but every human being who lives after tomorrow will owe their life to us. He straightened his shoulders and took a deep breath. We have 36 hours until we reach the target. Spend that time however you want. Write letters that will never be sent. Remember the people you love. Make peace with whatever gods you believe in. He looked around the room one final time. And when the moment comes, stand tall. We are the shield that protects Earth. We are the sword that strikes from the darkness. We are the silence that will end this war before it begins. The crew returned to their stations. Some wrote messages on their personal tablets, knowing the words would be erased along with them. Others sat in quiet meditation. A few gathered in small groups to talk about their homes and their families and the futures they would never see. Nathan Price returned to his cabin and took out a photograph of his wife and daughters. He looked at their smiling faces for a long time. I am sorry, he whispered. I am so sorry I cannot come home. Then he put the photograph away and went back to work. There was still a mission to complete. There was still a species to save. The Phantom Dawn flew on through the darkness, invisible and silent, carrying 42 heroes toward their destiny. They wanted war, humanity gave them oblivion delivered without a sound. Part 3. High Commander Zorath stood on the bridge of his flagship, the Eternal Dominion, and felt satisfied with himself. 20 days had passed since he delivered his ultimatum to Earth. The humans had not responded. They had not tried to fight. They had not sent diplomats to beg for mercy. They had simply gone quiet. Zorath took this silence as a sign of fear. He had seen it before with other species. Sometimes the shock of meeting a superior civilization was too much for primitive minds to handle. They would freeze like animals caught in bright light, unable to think or act or do anything except wait for death. The humans were clearly in this state now. Their governments were in chaos. Their military had made no movements toward space. Their people were evacuating cities and hiding in bunkers, as if rock and dirt could protect them from Valorian weapons. It was pathetic. It was predictable. It was exactly what Zorath expected. His communications officer, a young Valorian named Therex, approached with a report. High Commander, we have detected no military response from the human planet. Their defensive satellites are powered down. Their space stations are empty. They appear to have abandoned any attempt at resistance. Zorath made a sound of contempt. Of course they have. They know resistance is pointless. They are simply too afraid to admit it. He turned to look at the holographic display that showed his fleet. 37 ships. Each one a weapon of conquest that had burned hundreds of cities on dozens of worlds. The third expansion fleet was the pride of the Valorian Dominion. It had never known defeat. We will give them 10 more days, Zorath announced. If they do not surrender by then, we begin the cleansing. We will start with their largest coastal cities. Let them watch their civilization burn. Perhaps that will encourage the survivors to be more cooperative. The bridge crew acknowledged his orders with reverent nods. This was what they did. This was what they had always done. Another species would fall. Another world would be added to the Dominion. It was the natural order of things. But Zorath did not know that something was already approaching his fleet. Something his sensors could not detect. Something that moved through space like a ghost. Invisible and silent. The Phantom Dawn had arrived. Commander Nathan Price watched the alien fleet through passive sensors that did not emit any detectable energy. He could see every ship, count every weapon, estimate the number of soldiers waiting inside. It was a force that could crush any conventional military in the galaxy. But humanity was not going to fight conventionally. Nathan looked at his crew. They were at their stations, calm and focused. Every face showed the same quiet determination. They had come here to die. And they had made peace with that fact. Now they just wanted to do their job. All hands, Nathan said through the ship's communication system. This is the commander. In 15 minutes, we will execute the final phase of our mission. He paused, gathering his thoughts. I want you all to know that I considered it an honor to serve with you. I wish I could promise that your names will be remembered. I wish I could tell you that songs will be sung about what we did here today. But the truth is, no one will ever know. Our sacrifice will be a secret that dies with us. He looked at the alien fleet one more time. But here is what I can promise. Because of what we do today, 7 billion people will wake up tomorrow without the shadow of death hanging over them. Children will grow up to live full lives. Families will stay together. Humanity will survive to see another century, another millennium, another age of wonders we cannot imagine. Nathan straightened in his chair. That is worth dying for. That is worth everything. Dr. Karen Mitchell began the activation sequence for the silence engine. Her hands moved across the controls with practiced precision. She had designed this system. She knew every wire, every circuit, every line of code. It would work. She had made sure of it. The Singularity Core hummed to life. Deep inside the ship, forces that bent the laws of physics began to build. The fabric of space-time itself started to warp and twist around a single point, no larger than an atom. Lieutenant Ryan Peters called out the countdown. 5 minutes to activation. All systems nominal. Ensign Amy Sullivan confirmed that the targeting parameters were locked. The field would expand to exactly the right size, large enough to swallow the entire enemy fleet, but small enough to avoid affecting anything else in the solar system. Jupiter would be safe. Mars would be safe. Earth would be safe. Only the Valorians would be touched. And the crew of the Phantom Dawn. On the bridge of the Eternal Dominion, Therex suddenly looked up from his console. His face showed confusion. Hi, Commander. I am detecting something strange. Zorath turned. What is it? I do not know. Therex admitted. Our sensors are showing a slight distortion in the space near our fleet. It could be a natural phenomenon. Or it could be. He never finished the sentence. Commander Nathan Price spoke 3 words. Fire the weapon. Amy Sullivan pressed the activation control, and the universe changed. The silence engine released its payload. A point of infinite density expanded outward, at nearly the speed of light. Everything it touched was pulled inward, compressed, crushed, and erased. Matter fell into the singularity and ceased to exist. Energy was absorbed and converted into nothing. Light itself bent and spiraled into the darkness. High Commander Zorath had one instant to realize something was wrong. He saw the stars around his ship begin to move in strange ways. He felt the deck beneath his feet start to shake. He opened his mouth to give an order. Then he was gone. The singularity swept through the Valorian fleet like a wave through sand. Ship after ship vanished without a sound. The Eternal Dominion, 10 kilometers of advanced technology, and thousands of alien soldiers, was there one moment and not there the next. The same fate claimed every vessel, every weapon, every Valorian who had come to conquer Earth. The entire process took less than 1 second. And then the singularity collapsed, folding back in on itself and disappearing as quickly as it had appeared. The weapon had done its job. Now, there was nothing left but empty space. The Phantom Dawn, caught at the edge of the effect, was pulled in along with the enemy. Commander Nathan Price had just enough time to think of his wife and daughters before the darkness took him. Dr. Karen Mitchell felt the ship shudder and knew her calculations had been correct. Ryan Peters closed his eyes and thought of Seattle. Amy Sullivan whispered a prayer she had learned as a child. Then they were gone too. 42 human beings who had given everything to save their species. The space around Jupiter was suddenly very quiet. Where 37 warships had floated moments before, there was now nothing. No debris, no wreckage, no bodies. Just empty space and distant stars and the cold silence of the void. The Valorian Third Expansion Fleet had been erased from existence. And the weapon that had done it had erased itself as well, leaving no evidence of what had happened. No one in the galaxy would ever know how humanity had won this battle. They would only know that the battle had been won. And that was exactly the way it was supposed to be. They wanted war. Humanity gave them. Oblivion delivered without a sound. Part 4. The first sign that something had changed came from the radio telescopes. For 20 days, they had been tracking Valorian communications between the fleet and their home space. The aliens talked constantly, sending reports and receiving orders, their signals forming a steady stream of noise that reminded everyone on Earth that death was waiting. Then, suddenly, the signals stopped. Admiral Daniel Carter was in the command center when the report came in. He had not slept in 3 days. His eyes were red, and his hands shook from too much coffee. But when he heard the news, all of his exhaustion disappeared. "Say that again," he said to the communications officer. "The Valorian fleet has gone silent, sir. No transmissions. No energy signatures. Our probes near Jupiter are not detecting any ships at all." Daniel looked at the holographic display. Where 37 enemy vessels had been shown for weeks, there was now empty space. The icons representing the alien fleet had simply vanished. Lisa Monroe stood beside him. She understood what had happened before anyone else in the room. Project Whisper had worked. Commander Nathan Price and his crew had succeeded. "They are gone," she said quietly. "All of them," Daniel nodded slowly. He had hoped for this outcome. He had planned for it. But some part of him had not truly believed it would work. The Valorians had seemed so powerful, so unstoppable. The idea that they could be erased so completely felt like a dream. But it was not a dream, it was real. And now Daniel had to decide what to do next. "We need to confirm this," he said. "Send a probe to the last known position of the enemy fleet. I want visual confirmation that they are gone." The probe took 6 hours to reach Jupiter. It scanned the area where the Valorian ships had been stationed and found nothing. No debris, no wreckage, no bodies, just empty space and distant stars. Daniel stared at the images for a long time. 42 people had sacrificed themselves to create this emptiness. Nathan Price, Karen Mitchell, Ryan Peters, Amy Sullivan, and 38 others whose names he had memorized. They had flown into oblivion to save their species, and they had succeeded beyond anyone's expectations. He wished he could tell the world what they had done. He wished he could build statues in their honor and name holidays after them. But he knew that was impossible. The secret of how humanity had defeated the Valorians had to remain hidden. If other alien species learned what humans were capable of, it might invite attacks from those who feared becoming the next target. Better to leave the mystery unsolved. Better to let the disappearance of the Valorian fleet become a question that would never be answered. "What do we tell the public?" Lisa asked. Daniel considered the question carefully. People deserved to know that the threat was over. But they could not know the truth about how it had been ended. "We tell them that the alien fleet is gone," Daniel said finally. "We tell them that through classified means, the threat has been neutralized. We do not celebrate. We do not explain. We simply move forward and rebuild our lives." The announcement went out the next morning. Every screen on Earth displayed the same message. The Valorian fleet had been destroyed. The threat to humanity was over. Details about how this was achieved would remain classified for security reasons. People reacted in different ways. Some celebrated in the streets, hugging strangers and crying tears of joy. Others were suspicious, demanding to know what had really happened. A few believed it was a trick, that the aliens were still out there, waiting for the right moment to strike. But most people simply felt relief. The shadow that had hung over them for weeks was gone. They could return to their lives. They could plan for the future again. They could hope. In the days that followed, Daniel worked to keep the truth buried. Only a handful of people knew about Project Whisper and the Phantom Dawn. Those people were sworn to absolute secrecy. The files were locked away in vaults that would not be opened for 100 years. But Daniel knew that secrets had a way of escaping. Somewhere in the galaxy, the Valorian Dominion would learn that their third expansion fleet had vanished. They would send investigators. They would ask questions. And eventually, they would start looking at Earth with new eyes. He needed to prepare for that day. In a secure facility beneath the Rocky Mountains, Dr. Scott Henderson led a team of scientists who had been working on the next generation of singularity technology. Scott was 62 years old, brilliant, and haunted by what his work had created. The silence engine had saved humanity. But it had also killed 42 good people. He felt their deaths like a weight on his chest every time he walked into the lab. But he kept working. Because the universe had proven itself to be dangerous, and humanity needed to be ready for whatever came next. Lisa Monroe visited the facility 1 week after the Valorians vanished. She found Scott staring at a holographic model of a new, improved singularity weapon. This version was smaller and more precise. It could be mounted on a ship that did not require a suicide crew to operate. "How long until it is ready?" Lisa asked. 2 years, Scott replied. "Maybe 3. We need to solve some problems with the containment field." The original design was a one-shot weapon, because that was all we had time to build. This new version will be reusable. Lisa looked at the model and felt a chill run down her spine. She had dedicated her career to protecting Earth from threats. Now she was looking at a weapon that could erase anything from existence. A weapon that made nuclear bombs look like toys. "Do we really need this?" she asked. Scott turned to face her. His eyes were tired but determined. "The Valorians were not unique," he said. "There are other species out there. Some of them may be friendly. But some of them will be just like the Valorians. Or worse. If humanity is going to survive in this universe, we need to be able to defend ourselves." He looked back at the model. "I wish it were different. I wish we lived in a galaxy where peace was the only option. But we do not. And so we build weapons that we hope we will never have to use." Lisa nodded slowly. She understood. She did not like it. But she understood. Back in Geneva, Admiral Daniel Carter drafted a message to be sent to the Valorian Dominion. It was short and simple. It did not threaten. It did not explain. It simply stated a fact. "The fleet you sent to conquer Earth no longer exists. We recommend that you do not send another one." He did not know if the message would reach anyone. He did not know if the Valorians would listen. But he wanted them to understand something important. Humanity had not won by being stronger. They had won by being smarter. They had won by refusing to fight on the enemy's terms. And they would do it again if they had to. The message was sent into the void. Maybe someone would hear it. Maybe no one would. It did not matter. What mattered was that Earth was safe. What mattered was that 7 billion people would wake up tomorrow without fear. What mattered was that the sacrifice of 42 brave souls had not been in vain. Daniel looked out the window at the night sky. Somewhere out there, among the countless stars, were species who might become friends, and species who might become enemies. Humanity's future in the galaxy was just beginning. But whatever challenges lay ahead, Daniel knew one thing for certain. Humans would face them together. And they would survive. They wanted war. Humanity gave them oblivion delivered without a sound. Part 5. 50 years had passed since the Valorian fleet vanished. The galaxy had changed in ways that no one could have predicted. The Valorian Dominion, once the most feared empire in 3 galactic arms, had fallen into chaos. Without answers about what had happened to their 3rd expansion fleet, factions had turned on each other. Civil wars broke out. Worlds that had been conquered for centuries rose up in rebellion. Within 2 decades, the great empire had shattered into 17 separate states, each one too busy fighting its neighbors to threaten anyone else. And through all of this, humanity had grown stronger. They had built colonies on Mars and Europa and Titan. They had sent ships beyond the solar system, traveling to nearby stars and finding new worlds to call home. And they had done all of this quietly, without drawing attention to themselves. Humanity had learned an important lesson from the Valorian crisis. In a dangerous universe, it was better to be underestimated than feared. Captain Ben Torres commanded the exploration vessel, Silent Horizon. He was 45 years old, the son of immigrants who had fled a coastal city when the Valorian ultimatum was broadcast. His parents had told him stories about those dark days, about the fear that gripped the world, about the morning when the news came that the threat was over. Now Ben was carrying humanity's flag to the stars. His ship was fast and quiet, built with technology that had improved every year since the first silence engine was created. He could travel between star systems in weeks instead of years. He could hide from any sensor. And if necessary, he could defend himself with weapons that made the original Project Whisper look primitive. But Ben preferred diplomacy to destruction. That was why he had been chosen for this mission. The Silent Horizon had entered the territory of the Keth Collective, a species that had contacted humanity 5 years ago through long-range communication. The Keth were traders and explorers, not conquerors. They had heard rumors about Earth and wanted to learn more about the mysterious species that had somehow survived an encounter with the Valorians. Ben's first meeting with the Keth ambassador took place on a space station at the edge of their territory. The ambassador was a tall, slender creature, with golden skin and 4 eyes that moved independently of each other. Its name was Vereth, and it spoke perfect English thanks to advanced translation technology. "Captain Torres," Vereth said, "I must confess that we are very curious about your species. The stories we have heard are quite remarkable." Ben smiled politely. "What kind of stories?" "Stories about a small planet that made an entire Valorian fleet disappear without a trace. Stories about a species that fights without making a sound. Stories that have caused many empires to add your world to their list of places that should never be disturbed." Ben maintained his calm expression. He had been trained for this conversation. He knew exactly what to say and what not to say. "I cannot confirm or deny any of those stories," he replied. "What I can tell you is that humanity values peace above all things. We have no desire for war. We never have." Vereth studied the human carefully. The Keth had survived in the galaxy for thousands of years by understanding which species were dangerous and which were not. They had learned to read the signs, to see through polite words and diplomatic smiles. Looking at Ben Torres, Vereth saw something that made its 4 eyes blink slowly. This human was calm and friendly and reasonable. He spoke of peace like it was the most natural thing in the world. But underneath that peaceful exterior was something else, something hard and cold and patient. Vereth had seen the same quality in predators who did not need to prove their strength. They did not roar or threaten or display their weapons. They simply existed, confident in their own power, waiting for someone to be foolish enough to provoke them. Humanity was one of those predators. Vereth was suddenly very sure of that. "We would like to establish peaceful trade relations," Vereth said carefully. "The Keth have much to offer, and we believe humans do as well. We have no interest in conflict." "We accept," Ben replied with a genuine smile. "I am authorized to begin negotiations immediately." The meeting lasted several hours. Trade agreements were drafted. Cultural exchanges were planned. Both sides left satisfied with the outcome. But as the Silent Horizon departed Keth space, Vereth sent a private message to the leaders of the collective. The message was short and direct. "The humans are exactly what the rumors say. Do not provoke them. Do not test them. They speak softly because they do not need to speak loudly. If you doubt me, Ask the Valorians what happened to their fleet. Oh wait, you cannot, because there are no Valorians left to ask. The message was received and understood. The Keth added Earth to their protected list, a category reserved for species that should be treated with extreme caution and respect. On Earth, Admiral Lisa Monroe, now 74 years old, received a report about the successful first contact. She read it in her office at the Global Defense Headquarters, a building that had been constructed on the site where the original command center once stood. Lisa had devoted her entire life to protecting humanity. She had watched the Silence Engine consume the Valorian fleet. She had overseen the development of weapons that could destroy anything in the galaxy, and she had spent decades making sure those weapons would never need to be used. But she had also learned something important over the years. Peace was not just the absence of war. Peace was a choice that had to be made every day, by every person, in every interaction. The weapons she had helped create were a shield, not a solution. The real work of building a safe future happened through conversations like the one Ben Torres had just completed. She sent a reply to Ben's report. Well done, Captain. Continue building friendships. That is how we survive. In a memorial station orbiting Earth, accessible only to those with the highest security clearances, 42 names were carved into black marble. No explanations accompanied the names. No dates. No descriptions of what these people had done. Just 42 names floating in eternal orbit around the planet they had saved. Lisa visited the memorial on the 50th anniversary of the Valorian vanishing. She was the only living person who had known all of them personally. Daniel Carter had died 10 years ago. Scott Henderson had passed away last year. Only Lisa remained to remember. She floated in front of the marble wall and read each name slowly. Nathan Price, Karen Mitchell, Ryan Peters, Amy Sullivan, and 38 others, who had flown into darkness to protect the light. The galaxy is starting to understand, Lisa said to the silence. They are learning what happens when you threaten us. Not because we told them, not because we showed them recordings or gave them proof. They are learning because you left nothing behind. Because you vanished so completely that no one can explain what happened. She pressed her palm against the cold stone. That mystery is your legacy. That silence is your voice. And it is being heard across the stars. 100 light-years away, on a planet called Keth Prime, children learned about the species from the small blue world. Their teachers told them that humans were peaceful and kind, and wanted only friendship. But the teachers also told them a warning that had been passed down through generations. Never threaten a human. Never back them into a corner. Never make them choose between peace and survival. Because if you do, they will choose survival. And you will not live long enough to regret your mistake. The children listened and remembered. And so the lesson spread. From species to species. From world to world. Echoing through the galaxy like a whisper in the dark. Humanity had wanted peace. They had reached out with open hands and honest words. They had built friendships and trade agreements and cultural exchanges, but they had also built something else. A promise, unspoken but absolute. A warning, delivered without words. They wanted war. Humanity gave them oblivion, delivered without a sound, and the galaxy learned to listen for silence. The Galactic Council had watched Earth for 50 years before they made contact. They sent probes. They listened to radio signals. They studied everything about the small blue planet at the edge of the galaxy. What they found was strange and confusing. Humans were always fighting. They fought over land. They fought over ideas. They fought over things that other species would simply share or ignore. The Council could not understand why such a young species was so angry all the time. But they also saw something else. Humans never gave up. When they lost a war, they rebuilt. When disasters struck, they helped each other. When someone told them something was impossible, they did it anyway. This made the Council nervous. The Velthari Dominion did not share these concerns. The Velthari were raiders. They had terrorized the galaxy for 3,000 years. They would appear in a system, take hostages, and demand payment. Every species paid. It was easier that way. Fighting the Velthari meant death. Paying them meant survival. The math was simple. When the Velthari heard about humans, they laughed. Another weak species to add to their collection. Another planet to squeeze for resources. They had done this 100 times before. Humans would be no different. The diplomatic station orbited Mars like a small moon. It was humanity's first real step into galactic politics. 400 people lived and worked there. Scientists, engineers, diplomats, families. They were proud to represent Earth among the stars. Ambassador Daniel Carter stood in his office, looking out at the red planet below. He was 52 years old, with gray hair and tired eyes. He had spent 30 years in the diplomatic service. He had negotiated peace treaties on 3 continents. He had talked terrorists into releasing hostages. He thought he had seen everything. His daughter Katie worked in the station's communication center. She was 26 years old, smart and stubborn like her mother. Daniel had not wanted her to come to Mars. It was dangerous. It was far from home. But Katie had insisted. She wanted to be part of history. Now history was about to happen in a way nobody expected. The alarm started at 0600 station time. Red lights flashed in every corridor. A voice announced that unknown ships had entered the sector. Daniel rushed to the command center and found chaos. On the main screen, he counted 12 massive warships. They were black and covered with weapons. They moved toward the station like sharks swimming toward blood. "Who are they?" Daniel asked. "Velthari Dominion," said Commander Lisa Grant. She was the station's military officer. A woman with short blonde hair and a face that never showed fear. But Daniel could see fear in her eyes now. "They're demanding we lower our shields." Daniel knew about the Velthari. Everyone in the diplomatic service knew about them. They were the reason most species in the galaxy lived in fear. They took what they wanted and killed anyone who said no. "How long until Earth can send help?" Daniel asked. 16 hours minimum, Lisa said. "We can't hold them off that long." The Velthari gave them 10 minutes to decide. Daniel contacted Earth and explained the situation. The response was immediate. "Hold position. Help is coming. Do not surrender." But the Velthari did not wait. Their ships fired on the station's shield generators. The shields failed in 3 minutes. Then the boarding parties came. Daniel watched on the security cameras as Velthari soldiers poured through the airlocks. They were tall creatures, almost 8 feet, with gray scaled skin and 4 arms. They carried weapons that could cut through metal like paper. The station's security team fought back, but they were outnumbered 10 to 1. The battle lasted 40 minutes. When it was over, 18 humans were dead, and the rest were prisoners. The Velthari commander was named Krell Vax. He was larger than the others, with scars covering his face and a voice like grinding rocks. He gathered all the hostages in the main cargo bay and made them kneel on the cold floor. Daniel found Katie in the crowd. She had a cut on her forehead, but she was alive. Their eyes met, and she gave him a small nod. She was scared, but she was not broken. Krellvax walked among the hostages like a farmer inspecting animals. He stopped in front of Daniel and smiled with too many teeth. "You are the leader?" Krellvax asked. "I am the ambassador," Daniel said. "Good. You will help me send a message to your planet." They brought Daniel to the communication center. Krellvax stood behind him with a weapon pressed against his back. The broadcast would reach every screen on Earth. "People of Earth," Krellvax said. "I am Krellvax of the Velthari Dominion. I have 400 of your kind. They will live or die based on your choices." He listed his demands. Earth would surrender control of its military to the Dominion. Earth would provide ships and weapons for Velthari use. Earth would pay tribute every year for the next century. In return, the hostages would be released unharmed. "You have 24 hours, Krellvax said. "Every hour you delay, I will kill one hostage. Choose wisely." The transmission ended. Krellvax looked pleased with himself. He had done this many times before. Sometimes species tried to fight. They always lost. Sometimes they tried to negotiate. He always won. Humans would learn their place soon enough. Daniel was taken back to the cargo bay with the other hostages. He sat next to Katie and held her hand. What happens now? She whispered. Earth will figure something out, he said. But he was not sure he believed it. On Earth, the transmission caused panic. People filled the streets. Families of the hostages cried on television. Politicians argued about what to do. Some said they should negotiate. Some said they should fight. Nobody knew the right answer. Admiral Nathan Cole sat in the command center of the United Earth Defense Fleet. He was 60 years old with a face like carved stone. He had fought in 3 wars, and lost friends in all of them. He watched the Velthari transmission without expression. His advisors talked over each other. They discussed options and strategies and diplomatic solutions. Cole listened to all of it. Then he raised his hand for silence. Get me a channel to that station, he said. His voice was calm. His hands were steady. When the connection was established, Krelvax appeared on the screen, still smiling that horrible smile. Ah. Another human leader, Krelvax said. Have you come to accept my generous terms? Admiral Cole looked at the alien for a long moment. The entire planet was watching. The entire galaxy was watching. This moment would define humanity's place among the stars. We don't negotiate with terrorists, Cole said. Then he ended the transmission. The galaxy fell silent. Nobody had ever said no to the Velthari before. Nobody had ever been that stupid or that brave. On the station, Krelvax stared at the blank screen. For the first time in his long life, he did not know what to do next. These humans were either insane or something far more dangerous. He was about to find out which one. The news spread across the galaxy faster than light itself. A young species called humans had refused to negotiate with the Velthari Dominion. They had said no. They had actually said no. On 100 different worlds, beings of every shape and size watched their screens and could not believe what they were seeing. The Karathi, who had paid tribute to the Velthari for 800 years, gathered in their city squares to discuss this strange news. The Pelin, whose children were taken as slaves every decade, whispered to each other in their underground tunnels. The Mendari, who had lost their entire royal family to Velthari raiders, wept tears of confusion and something that might have been hope. At the Galactic Council headquarters, the delegates were in chaos. Ambassador Thelvin of the Andorian Collective demanded to speak with the human liaison immediately. Lieutenant Megan Torres entered the council chamber with her back straight and her eyes clear. She was 34 years old, with dark hair pulled back in a tight bun. She wore her uniform like armor. There must be a translation error, Thelvin said. His blue skin flickered with anxiety. Your Admiral Cole cannot have meant what he said. No species refuses the Velthari. It is simply not done. Megan looked at the alien ambassador. She had prepared for this moment. She had known the galaxy would not understand. There is no error, Ambassador, she said. We meant every word. Earth does not negotiate with terrorists. We never have. We never will. But your people will die, said another delegate, a small, furry creature from a world whose name Megan could not pronounce. The Velthari will kill them all. Maybe, Megan said. But if we give in today, they will come back tomorrow. And the day after that. And every day until we have nothing left to give. We would rather die free than live as slaves. The chamber fell silent. These were words that most species had forgotten how to say. They had been beaten down for so long that surrender felt normal. Fighting back felt like madness. On Earth, Admiral Cole was already mobilizing the fleet. The United Earth Defense Force had 37 warships. They were new and untested. Earth had only been building space warships for 20 years. The Velthari had been conquering the galaxy for 3,000. The math said this was suicide. Cole did not care about math. He stood before his captains in the Fleet Command Center. These were men and women who had trained their entire lives for a fight they hoped would never come. Now it was here. The Velthari have 200 ships in that sector, Cole said. They have better weapons, better shields, and more experience. Every tactical model says we cannot win this fight. He paused and looked at each face in the room. I don't believe in models. I believe in the people in this room. I believe in the soldiers on those ships. And I believe that what we do in the next 24 hours will decide what kind of species humanity is going to be. Are we the kind that bows down to bullies? Or are we the kind that stands up and fights? The answer was unanimous. They would fight. On the orbital station, Krell was growing impatient. He had expected Earth to surrender within hours. Instead, they were ignoring him. His communications officer reported that human ships were gathering. They were actually preparing to attack. Impossible, Krell said. They cannot be that stupid. But the evidence was clear. 37 human ships were forming into attack groups. They were running weapons checks. They were preparing for war. Krell decided to send another message. He needed to show the humans what happened to species that defied the Dominion. He chose 3 hostages at random. 2 men and 1 woman. He did not know their names. He did not care. He dragged them to the communication center and activated the broadcast. "People of Earth," he said, "you have chosen poorly." He killed them on camera. It was quick but brutal. The images were broadcast to every screen on the planet. The galaxy expected panic. They expected surrender. They expected humans to finally understand their place in the universe. Instead, something strange happened. Grace Carter, the wife of Ambassador Daniel Carter, appeared on television. Her eyes were red from crying, but her voice was steady. "My husband is on that station," she said. "My daughter is on that station. I love them more than my own life. But I know what they would want. They would want Earth to stay strong. They would never want us to bow to these monsters. We are Americans. We are humans. We do not negotiate with terrorists." Her words spread across the planet. Other families of hostages came forward. They said the same thing. They were afraid. They were heartbroken. But they were not broken. President Chris Donovan addressed the nation from the White House. He was 58 years old, a former Marine with broad shoulders and a voice that commanded attention. He had served in 2 wars and buried too many friends. "To the Velthari Dominion," he said, "you have made a terrible mistake. You thought that killing our people would make us afraid. You were wrong. Every life you take will be repaid tenfold. We are coming for our people, and we are coming for you." He looked directly into the camera. His eyes were cold and hard. "To the hostages on that station, hold on. Help is coming. We will never abandon you. We will never stop fighting. That is our promise to you. And that is our promise to every human who will ever wear our flag among the stars." The transmission ended. Across the galaxy, species who had lived in fear for centuries watched with wide eyes. These humans were either insane or something entirely new. Krell received the transmission in his command center. He watched it twice because he could not believe what he was hearing. The humans were not begging for mercy. They were making threats. They were promising revenge. He had conquered dozens of species. He had broken 100 worlds. No one had ever threatened him before. No one had ever been brave enough or stupid enough. "Commander," his second officer said, "their fleet is moving. They will be here in 6 hours." Krell studied the tactical display. 37 ships against his 200. The humans had no chance. He should feel confident. He should feel pleased, but something was wrong. Something in the human president's eyes. Something in the way those hostage families refused to beg. These creatures were different. They did not react like other species. "Reinforce our positions," Krell ordered, "and prepare for their attack." On the station, the hostages had heard the broadcasts. They knew Earth was coming. They knew the odds were impossible. But they also knew something else. They knew they were not alone. They knew they had not been forgotten. Daniel Carter gathered the hostages in small groups. He spoke quietly so the guards would not hear. "When the fighting starts, we need to be ready," he said. "Watch for opportunities. Stay together. Help each other." Katie was already organizing the younger hostages. She had found maintenance tunnels in the station plans. She had identified weak points in the Velthari patrol routes. She was planning. "We're not going to sit here and wait to be rescued," she told her father. "We're going to help." Daniel looked at his daughter and felt something that surprised him. Pride. Despite everything, despite the fear and the death and the impossible odds, He was proud of her. The human fleet jumped into faster-than-light travel. 37 ships carrying 12,000 sailors. They were heading toward 200 enemy warships. They were heading toward almost certain death. But they were not afraid. They were angry. And an angry human, as the galaxy was about to learn, was the most dangerous thing in the universe. The human fleet dropped out of faster-than-light travel at exactly 0347 hours. 37 ships appeared in the darkness of space, like wolves emerging from a forest. They were small compared to the Velthari warships. They were outnumbered, almost 6-1, but they were not here to play fair. Admiral Cole stood on the bridge of the flagship Defiant. Screens around him showed the enemy positions. 200 Velthari warships formed a wall between his fleet and the orbital station. Behind that wall, 400 human hostages waited for rescue. "All ships report ready, Admiral," said his tactical officer, Commander Sandra Price. She was 39 years old, with sharp eyes and a sharper mind. She had designed the battle plan they were about to execute. "Begin Operation Iron Resolve," Cole said. The Velthari expected a direct assault. Every species they had ever fought used the same tactics: charge forward, trade shots, die in large numbers, then surrender. It was predictable. It was easy. Humans did not fight like other species. The fleet split into 3 groups. The main force, 25 ships, moved directly toward the Velthari line. They fired their weapons at maximum range, filling space with energy beams and missiles. It looked exactly like the desperate charge the Velthari expected. Krelvax watched from his command ship with satisfaction. The humans were doing exactly what he predicted. They would crash against his defenses like waves against a rock. They would die, and the survivors would finally learn to obey. "All ships engage," he ordered. "Destroy them." The Velthari fleet moved forward to meet the human attack. 200 warships accelerated toward 25. It should have been simple. But while the Velthari watched the main attack, something else was happening. 8 human ships had broken away before the battle began. They were running silent, no emissions, no signals, nearly invisible against the darkness of space. They circled wide around the Velthari formation while the enemy was distracted, and 3 small shuttles, carrying 36 Marines, slipped through the chaos toward the orbital station. Marine Captain Derek Hayes led the rescue team. He was 42 years old with a face that looked like it had been carved from rough stone. He had fought in wars on 3 continents before humanity reached the stars. He had never lost a mission. He did not plan to start now. 2 minutes to docking, his pilot reported. Hayes checked his weapon for the 10th time. His team was the best the Marines had. 12 of them on his shuttle. 12 on each of the other 2. 36 soldiers against hundreds of Velthari guards. The shuttles approached the station from the maintenance side, where the docking ports were designed for supply ships. The Velthari had not bothered to guard them. They did not expect humans to be clever. The docking clamps engaged with a soft thunk. Hayes and his team moved through the airlock in perfect silence. They had trained for this. They had practiced for months. Now it was real. "Team 2 in position," came the whisper over the radio. "Team 3 in position." "Execute," Hayes said. The Marines moved through the station like ghosts. The corridors were dark and narrow. Perfect for the kind of close combat humans excelled at. Every time they encountered a Velthari patrol, the fight was over in seconds. The aliens were bigger and stronger, but they were not expecting an attack from inside their own captured station. Meanwhile, in space, the battle was not going as Krelvax expected. The human main force was falling back. The Velthari ships chased them, eager for the kill. But every time they got close, the humans would jump away and reappear somewhere else. They were faster than the Velthari had calculated. They were more maneuverable. And they fought in ways that made no sense. Human ships would deliberately take damage to protect each other. They would sacrifice their shields to save a wounded ally. They worked together like parts of a single organism, not like individual ships fighting alone. And then the 8 silent ships appeared behind the Velthari formation. Lieutenant Commander Ashley Park commanded the stealth squadron. She was 33 years old with a reputation for being calm under fire. Her ships carried special weapons that humanity had developed in secret. Electromagnetic pulse missiles. They did not destroy ships. They disabled them. Fire. Park ordered. 50 missiles streaked toward the Velthari rear guard. When they detonated, 80 Velthari ships went dark. Their weapons shut down. Their shields collapsed. Their targeting systems crashed. They were still alive, but they could not fight. Krelvax spun around in shock as alarms screamed across his bridge. Half his fleet was suddenly blind and helpless. The humans had attacked from behind while he was focused on the front. Impossible, he snarled. How? But there was no time to think. The human main force had stopped retreating. Now they were attacking for real. And they were not aiming at the Velthari warships. They were aiming at the command vessels. On the orbital station, Captain Hayes and his team reached the main cargo bay where the hostages were held. 200 Velthari guards stood between them and 400 civilians. We need a distraction, Hayes whispered to his sergeant. Katie Carter provided one. She and the other hostages had been waiting for this moment. When the lights flickered from the battle outside, they attacked. They used chairs, tools, pieces of broken equipment, anything that could be a weapon. The Velthari guards turned to deal with the rebellion. That was when the Marines struck. The fight lasted 12 minutes. It was brutal and bloody and close. The Velthari were strong, but they were confused and surrounded. Hayes and his team moved through them with deadly precision, taking down one enemy after another. When it was over, 18 Marines were wounded. 3 were dead. But the hostages were free. Daniel Carter found Katie in the chaos. She had blood on her face that was not her own. She was holding a piece of pipe that she had used as a weapon. I told you we would help, she said. Her father hugged her and did not let go for a long time. In space, the battle was ending. The Velthari had lost 87 ships. Some destroyed, some disabled. Some surrendered. The rest were retreating toward their jump points, desperate to escape. Admiral Cole did not chase them. His mission was the station, not total victory. Not yet. All ships stand down, he ordered. Secure the area. The rescue was complete. 6 hours from start to finish. 400 hostages saved. The price was 12 human ships destroyed, and almost 500 sailors dead. The galaxy watched the reports with disbelief. The humans had won. They had actually won. With fewer ships, worse weapons, and no experience. They had beaten the Velthari. Commander Krelvax escaped in the retreat. His flagship was damaged but not destroyed. He fled toward Velthari space with the survivors of his fleet. He had lost more ships in one battle than he had lost in the previous century combined. For the first time in his life, Krelvax was afraid. On the orbital station, the survivors gathered in the main hall. Many were crying. Many were hugging strangers. They had faced death together and survived. Captain Hayes found Ambassador Carter and saluted. Sir, the station is secure. Transport ships are on the way. We'll have everyone home within 48 hours. Daniel shook the Marine's hand. Thank you, Captain, for everything. Hayes nodded. Just doing our job, sir. We don't leave our people behind. Those words echoed in Daniel's mind long after. We don't leave our people behind. Such a simple idea. Such a powerful one. The galaxy had spent 3,000 years learning that surrender was the only option. Today, humanity had taught them something different. Today, they learned that some species would rather die than abandon their own, and that lesson was just beginning. The galaxy expected humanity to celebrate their victory and go home. They had won an impossible battle. They had rescued their people. Honor was satisfied. Now was the time to negotiate a peace treaty and return to normal life. But the galaxy did not understand humans. 3 days after the rescue, Admiral Cole broadcast a message to the Velthari Dominion. His words were simple and clear. You took our people. You killed our citizens. Now we are coming to your home world. There will be no negotiations. There will be no mercy. There will only be justice. The Galactic Council was horrified. Ambassador Thelvin demanded an emergency meeting with the human delegation. This time, Ambassador Daniel Carter attended himself. His wounds from the station were still healing, but he refused to rest. "This is madness," Thelvin said. His blue skin had gone pale with fear. "The Velthari Dominion controls 70 star systems. They have 1,000 warships. You cannot attack them. You will start a war that will burn the galaxy." Daniel looked at the Andorian with eyes that had seen too much death. "The war has already started," he said. "The Velthari started it when they attacked our station. They started it when they killed our people. We are simply finishing what they began." "But this is not how civilized species behave," another delegate protested. "You won the battle. You saved the hostages. Now you negotiate. You establish boundaries. You move on. And then what?" Daniel asked. "We wait for them to attack again? We wait for them to take more hostages? We let them continue terrorizing the galaxy while we pretend everything is fine?" He stood and faced the entire council. "Humanity will not pretend. We will not ignore evil because fighting it is inconvenient. The Velthari have enslaved and murdered billions of beings across this galaxy. That ends now. Whether you help us or not, we are going to finish this." The council voted to remain neutral. They were too afraid of the Velthari to join humanity's war. They were also too afraid of humanity to stand against them. Over the next 18 months, the United Earth Fleet grew. Shipyards on Earth and Mars worked day and night, building new warships. Volunteers flooded recruitment centers. Scientists developed new weapons and new shields. Humanity had found a purpose. They were going to tear down an empire. The first target was a Velthari raider base on the edge of Dominion space. Commander Sandra Price led a fleet of 40 ships against the station. The Velthari defenders numbered 60 vessels, but they were raiders, not soldiers. They were used to fighting merchants and refugees, not trained warships. The battle lasted 4 hours. When it ended, the raider base was destroyed, and 18 Velthari ships had surrendered. The prisoners were treated fairly and sent back to their homeworld with a message. This is only the beginning. The second campaign liberated the Korathi homeworld. The Korathi had been paying tribute to the Velthari for 800 years. Their planet was poor and broken. Their people had forgotten what freedom felt like. When human ships appeared in their skies, the Korathi were terrified. They thought it was another Velthari raid. Instead, the humans destroyed the Velthari garrison and left supplies and medicine for the population. "We are not here to conquer you," Admiral Cole told the Korathi leaders. "We are here to set you free. What you do with that freedom is your choice." The Korathi wept. They had not known that such kindness existed. Similar scenes played out across a dozen star systems. The humans would arrive, destroy the Velthari forces, and leave the local population to govern themselves. They asked for nothing in return. They wanted no tribute, no territory, no slaves. They only wanted the Velthari gone. Krelvax watched his empire crumble from his fortress world. Every week brought news of another defeat. Every month, another system fell. The humans were relentless. They never stopped. They never slowed down. They never showed any sign of giving up. He tried to negotiate. He sent messages offering tribute, offering territories, offering to release all the slaves in his possession. The human response was always the same. "We don't negotiate with terrorists." Krelvax began to understand something that other species had learned long ago. Humans were not like other beings. They did not fight for profit or territory or glory. They fought because they believed it was right, and beings who believed they were right never stopped fighting. His advisors urged him to flee. They could escape to the unexplored regions beyond the galaxy. They could hide and rebuild. They could survive. "No," Krelvax said. "I will not run from these creatures. I am Velthari. I do not run." But his confidence was hollow. Deep inside, he knew the truth. The humans were coming, and nothing would stop them. The final campaign began in the 3rd year of the war. 200 human warships jumped into Velthari home space. They were joined by 30 ships from the Korathi, the Pelin, and 6 other species who had found their courage again. The coalition fleet was the largest force ever assembled against the Dominion. Krelvax had gathered every ship he had left. 400 warships defended his homeworld. It was still the largest fleet in the galaxy. It was still a force that should have crushed any attacker. The battle lasted 3 days. The humans fought like nothing the Velthari had ever seen. They used tactics that seemed insane until they worked. They sacrificed ships to save others. They pressed attacks that should have been suicide. They never retreated, never surrendered, never stopped. Captain Derek Hayes led the marine assault on Krelvax's orbital fortress. His team had grown from 36 soldiers to 300. They burned their way through the station level by level, clearing every corridor, checking every room. They found Krelvax in his command center, alone. His guards had fled. His officers had surrendered. The great commander of the Velthari Dominion was sitting in his chair, staring at nothing. "It's over," Hayes said. "You're under arrest for crimes against humanity and crimes against the citizens of the Galactic Council." Krelvax looked up at the human. He was so small, so fragile. How had such weak creatures destroyed everything he had built? "Why?" he asked. "Why did you not negotiate? It would have been so much easier. You could have paid the tribute and lived in peace." Hayes did not answer for a long moment. Then he spoke. "Because if we had paid you once, you would have come back for more. Because negotiating with terrorists creates more terrorists. Because my grandmother survived a concentration camp and taught my father that evil must be fought, not bargained with. And because you killed our people, and we do not forgive that." Krelvax was taken away in chains. He would be transported to Earth to face trial. For the first time in 3,000 years, a Velthari leader would answer for his crimes. In the skies above the Velthari homeworld, the last enemy ship surrendered. Admiral Cole watched from the bridge of the Defiant as the weapons fell silent and the war finally ended. "Send a message to Earth," he said. "Operation Iron Resolve is complete. The Velthari Dominion has fallen." The message reached Earth 6 hours later. People poured into the streets, cheering and crying and hugging strangers. Church bells rang. Fireworks exploded. The war was over, but the real work was just beginning. The galaxy would need to be rebuilt. Species that had been slaves for centuries would need to learn how to be free, and humanity would need to decide what kind of role they wanted to play in this new universe they had created. One thing was certain. Nothing would ever be the same again. 5 years had passed since the fall of the Velthari Dominion. The galaxy was a different place now. Fear had given way to hope. Slavery had given way to freedom. And a species that had once been dismissed as primitive and violent had become the most respected power among the stars. The trial of Krelvax had lasted 8 months. Witnesses from dozens of worlds testified about the crimes of the Dominion. They spoke of families torn apart. They spoke of children taken as slaves. They spoke of entire civilizations ground into dust under Velthari boots. Krelvax had said nothing in his own defense. What could he say? He had done all those things and more. He had been proud of them once. Now he sat in a human prison cell, watching the universe he had terrorized learn to live without fear. The verdict was guilty. The sentence was life in prison without possibility of release. Some had wanted execution. The debate had been fierce and emotional. In the end, humanity decided that keeping Krelvax alive was the greater punishment. He would spend the rest of his long life watching everything he had built be forgotten. The Galactic Council invited humanity to join as a full member. The ceremony was held on the Council's headquarters station, in a chamber that had witnessed 3,000 years of history. Delegates from 200 species filled the seats. Many of them were former slaves who had gained their freedom because of human sacrifice. Ambassador Daniel Carter walked to the central podium. He was older now. His hair fully gray. His face lined with years and experience. Katie stood in the audience with her mother, Grace. They had all survived. They had all been changed. "Many of you wondered why we fought so hard," Daniel said. His voice was calm but carried to every corner of the vast chamber. Why we risked so much for so few? The answer is simple. He paused and looked around at the assembled delegates. Some had scales, some had fur, some had no bodies at all, existing only as patterns of light and energy. All of them had one thing in common. They had spent generations being told that resistance was pointless, that the strong would always crush the weak, that survival meant submission. Every human life has value. Daniel continued. Every citizen deserves to know that their nation will never abandon them, will never trade their freedom for convenience. We do not negotiate with terrorists because the moment we do, we tell every would-be tyrant that terror works, and we refuse to live in that galaxy. The chamber was completely silent. Delegates who had lived under Velthari rule for centuries listened with tears in their eyes. They had forgotten that such words could be spoken aloud. They had forgotten that some things were worth fighting for. Humanity offers this promise to every species in this council, Daniel said. Stand with us, and we will stand with you. Threaten the innocent, and we will find you. There is no corner of this galaxy dark enough to hide you from justice. When he finished speaking, the silence lasted for a long moment. Then, the applause began. It started slowly, from the former slave species in the back rows, and spread until it filled the entire chamber. 200 delegations stood and cheered for the species that had changed their universe. In the years that followed, the galaxy reorganized itself around new principles. The old ways of tribute and submission gave way to something new. Species that had been rivals for millennia began to cooperate. Trade routes that had been controlled by raiders became open to everyone. Children who would have been born into slavery grew up free. It was not perfect. Nothing ever was. Old hatreds took time to heal. New conflicts arose. Some species resented human power and influence. Others became too dependent on human protection. The galaxy was a complicated place, and humanity could not solve all its problems. But something fundamental had changed. Lieutenant Commander Ashley Park, now promoted to Rear Admiral, commanded a patrol fleet on the outer edges of Council space. Her ships protected trade routes and responded to distress calls. Most days were quiet. The raiders and pirates who had once terrorized shipping lanes had learned that human ships would hunt them down. One afternoon, her communications officer reported a distress signal from a Pelin cargo vessel. Raiders had attacked them near an asteroid belt. Before Park could respond, a local militia ship from a nearby Korathi colony arrived on scene. The raiders were outnumbered and surrounded within minutes. They surrendered without a fight. Park listened to the calm chatter as the Korathi pilots coordinated with the Pelin crew to secure the prisoners and repair the damaged ship. "Remember the humans," one of the Korathi pilots said. "That's what my grandfather always told me." "Remember what happened to the Velthari." Park smiled. She remembered the days when no one would have stood up to raiders, when species would have simply accepted the loss and moved on. Now, they fought back. Not because humans told them to, but because they had learned that fighting back was possible. On Earth, Captain Derek Hayes had retired from the Marines. He spent his days teaching young soldiers at the academy, and his nights sitting on his porch watching the stars. He had seen enough war for several lifetimes. Now he was content to let others carry the burden. His grandson would sometimes ask him about the old days, about the rescue mission, about the war against the Velthari, about what it was like to be part of something that changed history. "We just did what needed to be done," Hayes would say. "That's all any of us can do." On the anniversary of the Mars Station rescue, Katie Carter gave a speech at the memorial. She was 40 now, with children of her own. She had become an ambassador like her father, representing humanity to species that were still learning to trust. "Today we remember those who died," she said. "The hostages who were killed before we could save them. The soldiers who gave their lives in the rescue. The sailors who fell in the battles that followed. They are the reason we stand here today." She looked at the crowd gathered before her. Humans and aliens together. Former enemies, now allies. A galaxy that had been divided by fear, now united by hope. "We honor them by keeping our promise," Katie said. "We will never negotiate with terrorists. We will never abandon our people. And we will never stop fighting for what is right." The crowd cheered. Flags from a dozen species waved in the artificial breeze. Somewhere in the distance, a child laughed. The Velthari dominion was gone. The raiders and slavers who had once ruled the galaxy were scattered and broken. New threats would arise in time. They always did. But the galaxy had learned something that could not be unlearned. Some species did not bow. Some principles could not be compromised. Some fights were worth fighting, no matter the cost. And when the next tyrant arose, when the next threat emerged from the darkness between stars, the galaxy would know what to do. Remember the humans. Remember what they taught us. Remember that some things are worth more than survival. Because the galaxy had learned its lesson. Humans do not negotiate with terrorists. And now, neither did anyone else. The Vailori Collective had ruled the stars for 12,000 years. Their empire stretched across 100 solar systems. Their ships were made of living crystal that sang as they moved through space. Their people were tall and thin, with bodies that glowed like moonlight. They had never lost a war. They had never faced an enemy they could not defeat, until the Hollow came. No one knew where the Hollow came from. They appeared at the edge of Vailori space like a dark cloud spreading across the stars. Their ships were black and twisted, made of something that hurt to look at. They did not speak, they did not negotiate, they simply consumed. High Archon Salith stood at the viewing window of her command station and watched another world die. The planet below had been called Verath Prime. 2 billion Vailori had lived there. Now there was nothing but ash and silence. The Hollow had stripped it clean in less than a day. How many does that make? Salith asked. Her voice was tired. She had not slept in 6 cycles. 47 worlds, High Archon, her aide replied. 600 billion souls lost. Salith closed her eyes. 600 billion. The number was too large to understand. It was not a number anymore. It was a wound that would never heal. The War Council met in the Crystal Chamber, a room that had seen 10,000 years of victories. Now it felt like a tomb. The representatives of a dozen allied species sat in their designated places, and Salith could see the fear in all of them. Councillor Mithrin of the Silicoid Federation spoke first. His people were made of living stone, and they had fought beside the Vailori for centuries. Our fleets are broken, he said. We threw everything we had at the Hollow at the Battle of Kenth. They did not even slow down. The Psychic Collective has tried to communicate with them, reported Elder Vess of the Mind Weavers. There is nothing there. No thoughts. No minds. Just hunger. Then we must find another way, Salith said. There is no other way, Mithrin replied. We have used every weapon, every strategy, every piece of technology our civilizations have developed over thousands of years. Nothing works. Salith stood and walked to the center of the chamber. There is one option we have not considered. The ancient archives speak of a ritual. A summoning. The chamber went silent. The summoning ritual had been forbidden for 5,000 years. It was considered too dangerous, too unpredictable. It reached across the void between galaxies and pulled beings from distant stars. You cannot be serious, Mithrin said. The summoning could bring anything. Monsters, plagues, things worse than the Hollow. Or it could bring salvation, Salith replied. I have studied the archives. There is one species that was catalogued long ago. A young race from a distant spiral arm. They call themselves humans. Elder Vess made a sound of disbelief. Humans? They are barely spacefaring. They have had technology for less than 300 of their years. What could they possibly offer us? Survival, Salith said. Their homeworld is a death trap. Their sun burns their skin. Their weather tries to kill them. Their planet shakes and floods and freezes. They share their world with millions of species that want to eat them. They should have died 1,000 times over. She turned to face the council. They did not die. They fought. They adapted. They survived every extinction event their world threw at them. Ice ages. Asteroid impacts. Plagues that killed half their population. They kept going. They always kept going. This is foolish, Mithrin said. We are the greatest civilizations in the known universe. We have technology they cannot even imagine. And you want to ask primitives for help? I want to ask survivors for help, Salith replied. Because right now, we are not surviving. We are dying. Slowly and surely. World by world. We are dying. And unless someone has a better idea, I am willing to try anything. The council argued for hours. Some called her plan desperate, others called it insane. But in the end, they voted. The result was close. But it passed. The summoning would proceed. The ritual required 1,000 psychics working in perfect harmony. It required power drawn from 3 stars. It required a sacrifice that Salith did not like to think about. But they had no choice. They were out of options. Salith stood at the center of the summoning circle as the ritual began. The air crackled with energy. The walls of the chamber began to glow. She could feel the fabric of space bending around her, reaching across unimaginable distances toward a small blue planet in a distant galaxy. Are you sure about this? Elder Vess asked through their mental link. No, Salith admitted. But I am sure about one thing. If we do nothing, we die. If we try this, we might die anyway. But at least we will have tried. The energy built to a peak. Reality screamed. And somewhere across the universe, something answered. Salith did not know what she had just done. She did not know that she had just changed the fate of the galaxy forever. She did not know that the species she had summoned would bring with them a way of thinking, a way of fighting, that her people could never have imagined. She only knew that she had made a choice. And now she had to live with the consequences. The light faded. The ritual was complete. Somewhere, far away, humanity was coming. They had no idea what they were inviting. But they would learn. They would all learn. Commander Derek Sullivan was having a very bad day. He had woken up at 5 in the morning on the USS Relentless, a naval destroyer conducting routine training exercises in the Pacific Ocean. He had eaten a terrible breakfast. He had argued with his second-in-command about supply requests. He had been looking forward to nothing more than finishing his shift and going to bed. Then the sky turned blue. Not the normal blue of a clear day. This was a deep, electric blue that hurt to look at. It surrounded the entire ship like a bubble. The engines stopped working. The radio went dead. And then, with a sound like thunder, the USS Relentless was somewhere else. Derek gripped the railing of the bridge and stared at what was outside the windows. They were no longer in the ocean. They were floating in the middle of what looked like the inside of a giant crystal cave. The walls glowed with soft light. Strange structures floated in the air around them. And there were ships. Hundreds of ships, each one made of the same glowing crystal. Each one larger than anything Derek had ever seen. Report, he said. His voice was steady. He was proud of that. Lieutenant Megan Torres was at her station, her fingers flying over controls that were no longer responding. Sir, all systems are offline. We have atmosphere outside. Breathable. Temperature is comfortable. And she stopped and swallowed. There are beings approaching the ship. Derek looked where she was pointing. Figures were moving toward them through the air, floating without any visible support. They were tall and thin, with bodies that seemed to be made of light. They had faces, sort of, but they were not human faces. They were beautiful and terrible at the same time. All hands. This is the commander, Derek announced over the ship's intercom, which somehow still worked. We have a situation. Stay calm, stay at your posts, and nobody shoot anything until I give the order. The beings stopped outside the ship. One of them, taller than the others, made a gesture. A voice appeared in Derek's head, not through his ears, but directly in his mind. We apologize for the manner of your arrival, the voice said. We are the Valori. We have summoned you because we need your help. Please, allow us to explain. Derek had been in the Navy for 20 years. He had seen combat. He had faced storms that should have sunk his ship. He had made decisions that meant life or death for his crew. But nothing in his experience had prepared him for this. Well, he said to Megan, I guess we're not in the Pacific anymore. The Vialori delegation came aboard the ship 2 hours later. High Archon Salith led them. Her glowing form dimmed to a level that did not blind the humans. Through the translation devices they wore, she told Derek everything. The Hollow. The dying worlds. The desperate choice to summon humanity. We have watched your species from afar, Salith explained. We know you are young. We know your technology is primitive compared to ours. But we have seen something in you that we do not have. A will to survive that goes beyond logic, beyond reason. You fight when you should surrender. You hope when you should despair. We need that now. We need you. Derek listened to all of it. Then he asked for a way to contact Earth. The Valori provided a communication device that worked across galaxies. Derek was not sure how it worked, and he decided he did not want to know. He made his report to Washington. Then he waited. The response came faster than he expected. Within 48 hours, the governments of Earth had formed an emergency coalition. Whatever differences humans had between themselves suddenly seemed very small compared to what was happening in another galaxy. Admiral Laura Bennett arrived through the portal on the third day. She was 62 years old, with gray hair cut short and eyes that had seen too much. She had commanded fleets in 3 different conflicts. She had a reputation for doing whatever it took to win. Derek saluted as she came aboard. Admiral. Welcome to wherever we are. Laura looked around at the crystal structures, at the alien ships, at the glowing beings floating in the distance. Commander Sullivan, I've read your reports. I thought you might be exaggerating. She paused. You were not exaggerating. No, ma'am. Laura nodded. Good. Then let's get to work. She spent the next week studying the Valori war records. She watched footage of battles against the Hollow. She read reports from 100 different engagements. And with each passing day, her expression grew more and more confused. Finally, she called a meeting with High Archon Salith. I need to ask you something, Laura said. In 3 years of fighting, your forces have never once attempted to board an enemy vessel. Why? Why? Salith looked puzzled. Board? You mean physically enter an enemy ship during combat? Yes. That would be barbaric, Salith said. War is conducted at a distance. Ship against ship. Weapon against weapon. To physically invade an enemy vessel would be uncivilized. Laura stared at her for a long moment. Then she started to laugh. It was not a happy laugh. It was the laugh of someone who had just realized something important. High Archon, she said. I think I know why you're losing this war. Why? Laura smiled. It was not a kind smile, because you've been fighting like civilized beings. And the Hollow are not civilized. They don't follow your rules. They don't care about what's proper or barbaric. They just want to win. She leaned forward. Lucky for you, humans don't care about rules either. Not when our survival is at stake. What are you suggesting? Salith asked. I'm suggesting that we fight this war our way, the human way. It won't be pretty. It won't be elegant. But I promise you one thing. Laura's eyes were hard as steel. It will work. Salith looked at this small, fragile creature from a distant world. She saw something in those eyes that she had not seen in any being for a very long time. She saw certainty. Very well, Admiral Bennett, Salith said. Show us the human way. Laura nodded and turned to Derek. Commander, get me a list of every Marine we brought through that portal, and tell the Valori to prepare their shipyards. She smiled again, and this time there was something fierce in it. We're going to need bigger guns. The Valori had fought the Hollow for 3 years using the rules of civilized warfare. They kept their distance. They fired their weapons from far away. They retreated when they took too many losses. They had lost 47 worlds doing this. The humans did not follow these rules. Chief Engineer Nathan Price stood in a Valori laboratory, surrounded by pieces of a Hollow ship that had been captured at great cost. The Valori scientists watched him with a mixture of curiosity and horror as he picked up a chunk of the dark material with his bare hands. You should not touch that, one of them said. It is dangerous. Everything is dangerous, Nathan replied. He turned the material over in his hands, studying it. The question is whether we can make it more dangerous for them than it is for us. For 2 weeks, Nathan and his team poked and prodded the hollow material. They burned it. They froze it. They hit it with electricity. They dropped it in acid. They shot it with every weapon they could find. The Valori thought they were insane. What are you trying to accomplish? High Archon Salith asked during one of her visits to the laboratory. Nathan looked up from his work. His face was tired, but his eyes were bright. We're trying to figure out what it doesn't like. What it doesn't like. Everything has a weakness, Nathan explained. Everything. Back on Earth, we have creatures that can survive in boiling water, in frozen ice, in toxic chemicals. They seem invincible, but they all have something that kills them. The Hollow are no different. We just have to find what that something is. On the 14th day, they found it. Fire, Nathan announced at the council meeting. His voice was calm, but there was excitement underneath it. They don't like fire. Specifically, they don't like sustained heat at very high temperatures. Their material breaks down when exposed to it long enough. Fire? Counselor Mithrin sounded doubtful. We have tried energy weapons. Plasma beams. They did nothing. Those weapons are too quick, Nathan said. They hit and they're gone. The hollow material can absorb short bursts of energy. But sustained fire, burning continuously. He smiled. That's different. That eats away at them. Admiral Laura Bennett nodded. So we build flamethrowers. Flamethrowers will not work in space, Salith pointed out. There is no air. Then we build flamethrowers that work in space, Laura replied. We bring our own air. Or we use something else that burns without air. Our engineers are already working on it. Within a month, the first prototype was ready. It used a special fuel that carried its own oxygen supply and burned hot enough to cut through steel. The humans called it a torch launcher. The Valori called it madness, but madness was exactly what they needed. Sergeant Brandon Cole led the first boarding action against a hollow cruiser. He was 34 years old, a Marine for 12 of those years. He had fought in jungles and deserts and cities, but he had never fought in space. Remember your training, he told his squad as their shuttle approached the enemy ship. Stick together, watch your corners, and don't stop firing until they stop moving. The shuttle cut through the hull of the hollow cruiser and sealed itself to the breach. The Marines poured out in their armored suits, torch launchers ready. What they found inside was like nothing they had ever seen. The interior of the hollow ship was dark and twisted, like the inside of a nightmare. The walls seemed to move. Strange shapes lurked in the shadows, and everywhere, the smell of something wrong. Something that should not exist. Contact front, one of the Marines called out. The hollow came at them from the darkness. They were hard to look at, things made of shadow and hunger. They made no sound. They showed no fear. Brandon raised his torch launcher and fired. A stream of white-hot flame cut through the darkness, and where it touched the hollow, they burned. They burned and they screamed, if something without a mouth could be said to scream, and they fell apart. Push forward, Brandon ordered. Keep moving. The battle lasted 6 hours. The Marines fought their way through the ship, room by room, corridor by corridor. They lost 2 of their own. Private Danny Morrison was pulled into the darkness before anyone could save him. Corporal Kate Sullivan was overwhelmed when her torch ran out of fuel. But when it was over, the hollow cruiser was dead. Truly dead. Not damaged. Not retreating. Dead. Brandon stood in what they thought was the command center, surrounded by the smoking remains of the enemy. His armor was scorched. His body ached. But he was alive. And they had won. Sergeant Cole to command, he said into his radio. Target neutralized. Repeat. Target neutralized. On the command ship, Admiral Laura Bennett received the message with a smile. She turned to High Archon Salith, who was staring at the tactical display in disbelief. You did it, Salith whispered. You actually did it. That's just the beginning, Laura replied. Now we know we can hurt them. Now we know we can kill them. And now we're going to do it again. Until they learn that coming to this galaxy was the worst mistake they ever made. How? Salith asked. How do your people do this? You have no psychic powers. No genetic enhancements. No special abilities. How do you fight with such ferocity? Laura thought about the question for a moment. Back home, we have a saying. Necessity is the mother of invention. When you have to survive, you figure out how. When your back is against the wall, you find strength you didn't know you had. She looked at the tactical display. At the small dot that represented Brandon's team. We've been fighting for our survival since we were living in caves. We're good at it. But the fear, Salith pressed. Don't your soldiers feel fear when they face such enemies? Adamar. Of course they do, Laura said. Fear is natural. It keeps you alive. But we've learned something about fear over the centuries. It's not about whether you feel it. It's about what you do with it. You can let it control you, or you can use it as fuel. She smiled. Our people use it as fuel. The news of the victory spread quickly through the collective. For the first time in 3 years, there was hope. Small hope. Fragile hope. But hope, nonetheless. The humans had shown them something they had forgotten. You did not need to be the strongest to win. You did not need to be the smartest. You just needed to refuse to give up. And humans, Salith was learning, were very good at refusing to give up. The Hollow learned quickly. After the first few boarding actions, they began to adapt. They reinforced their ships. They created new defenses. They started targeting human vessels specifically, recognizing them as the greatest threat. The war was no longer one-sided, and the Hollow were fighting back. The attack came without warning. 3 human transport ships were moving through a sector that had been cleared of enemy activity. They carried 800 soldiers, engineers, and medical staff. They had an escort of Valori cruisers. They should have been safe. The Hollow came out of nowhere. One moment the sensors showed empty space. The next moment, there were a dozen enemy ships surrounding them. The Valori escorts were destroyed in the first minute. The transports lasted only slightly longer. 800 humans died in the cold darkness between stars. Admiral Laura Bennett received the news in silence. She stood at the tactical display in the command center and stared at the empty space where those ships had been. Around her, officers worked at their stations, and the Valori watched with concern. Admiral? Commander Derek Sullivan asked. What are your orders? Laura did not answer immediately. She was thinking about the people who had died. About their families back on Earth, who would never see them again. About the letters she would have to write. Get me a communication line to Earth, she finally said. Priority 1. And get me the President. President Catherine Hayes was a calm woman. She had led the nation through 3 crises and had never lost her composure. But when Laura told her what had happened, there was steel in her voice. 800, the President repeated. 800 of our people. Yes, ma'am. What do you need, Admiral? Everything, Laura said. Every ship we can spare. Every soldier we can transport. Every weapon we can build. This is no longer a mission to help allies. This is war. Real war, and we're going to win it. President Hayes addressed the United Nations that evening. Her speech was short and direct. Our people went to help strangers in need, she said. They went to fight a threat that had nothing to do with Earth. They went because it was the right thing to do. And now 800 of them are dead. She paused and looked directly into the camera. The Hollow drew first blood. We will draw last. This, I promise. The response was overwhelming. Volunteers came from every country. Engineers, soldiers, scientists, doctors. They all wanted to help. They all wanted to fight. Within 3 months, a new fleet was assembled. 27 ships, modified with Valori crystal technology. It was not much compared to the Hollow forces, but it was everything humanity could spare, and at the head of the fleet was the USS Defiance, an aircraft carrier that had been rebuilt from the hull up. Commander Ryan Martinez stood on the bridge of the Defiance as the fleet prepared to launch. He was young for a commander, only 38. But he had earned his position through skill and courage. He looked at the stars ahead and felt no fear, only determination. "All ships, this is Martinez," he announced over the fleet channel. "We all know why we're here. We're here for the 800. We're here for every world the Hollow have destroyed. And we're here to show these things that attacking humanity was the biggest mistake they ever made." He paused. "All ships, move out." The target was a Hollow stronghold, a massive structure at the edge of known space. Intelligence suggested it was a command center of some kind, a place where the Hollow coordinated their attacks. Taking it out would cripple their operations. The battle began 3 days later. The Hollow defended their stronghold with everything they had. Hundreds of ships swarmed around the structure, black against the stars. They fired weapons that melted metal and destroyed shields. They sent boarding parties of their own, nightmare creatures that tore through hulls. The human fleet fought back. Torch launchers cut through enemy ships. Missiles loaded with incendiary warheads exploded in brilliant fireballs. Marines in powered armor boarded enemy vessels and cleared them deck by deck. The battle lasted 11 days. 11 days of constant fighting. 11 days of death and destruction on both sides. On the 9th day, pilot Samantha Reyes found herself in a damaged fighter, alone against 3 Hollow interceptors. Her weapons were empty. Her shields were gone. Her engines were failing. "Control, this is Reyes," she said into her radio. "I'm out of options here." "Reyes." "Pull back," came the reply. "Return to the carrier." Samantha looked at her instruments. She looked at the Hollow stronghold ahead. She looked at the enemy ships pursuing her. "Negative, Control. I have a better idea." She aimed her fighter at the heart of the Hollow structure and pushed the engines to maximum. The Hollow interceptors gave chase, but they were too slow. Samantha's fighter screamed toward the command center like a missile. At the last possible moment, she ejected. Her seat rocketed away into space as her fighter, with its reactor set to overload, plunged into the Hollow structure. The explosion was magnificent. A ball of fire bloomed in the darkness, tearing through the enemy command center. Secondary explosions followed as systems overloaded and weapons cooked off. When the light faded, a massive hole had been torn in the Hollow stronghold. Samantha floated in space, watching the destruction she had caused. Her suit was damaged. Her oxygen was running low. But she was smiling. "Control, this is Reyes. Target hit. I repeat, target hit." A rescue shuttle picked her up 20 minutes later. When they pulled her aboard, she was barely conscious. The medic looked at her and shook his head in amazement. "What were you thinking?" he asked. Samantha managed a weak smile. "I was out of missiles. Had to improvise." With the command center damaged, the Hollow forces fell into disorder. Their coordination broke down. Their attacks became random and confused. The human fleet pressed the advantage, pushing deeper into the stronghold, clearing room after room, level after level. On the 11th day, it was over. The Hollow stronghold was destroyed. Their command structure was shattered. For the first time since they had appeared, the Hollow were in retreat. Admiral Laura Bennett stood on the bridge of the Defiance and watched the enemy flee. Around her, the crew was celebrating, but she remained quiet. "Admiral?" Ryan asked. "We won." "Yes," Laura said. "We won. But this isn't over. The Hollow are hurt. But they're not destroyed. They'll be back. They'll adapt. They'll find new ways to fight us." She turned to look at him. "But we've proven something today. We've proven that they can be beaten. And that's all that matters." She looked back at the burning remains of the enemy stronghold. That's all that ever matters. The war against the Hollow lasted 2 more years after the destruction of their stronghold. It was not easy. There were more battles, more losses, more days when victory seemed impossible. But humanity and their allies kept fighting. They never stopped fighting, and in the end, they won. The Hollow were not completely destroyed. Perhaps they could never be completely destroyed. But they were broken. Their forces were scattered. Their territory was reclaimed. World after world was liberated from their grip. The survivors retreated to the dark spaces between galaxies, driven back to whatever nightmare dimension had spawned them. When it was finally over, the galaxy breathed again. The celebration was held in the Crystal Chamber, the same room where High Archon Salith had first proposed the summoning of humanity. But this time, the room was not filled with fear and desperation. It was filled with joy and gratitude. Representatives from 100 species had gathered. The Valori with their glowing bodies, the Silicoids with their forms of living stone, the Mindweavers with their psychic presence, and dozens of others, species that humanity had never known existed, all gathered to honor the small creatures from a distant blue planet who had saved them all. High Archon Salith stood at the center of the chamber and addressed the assembly. Her voice carried to every corner of the room, to every representative present. 3 years ago we were dying, she said. The Hollow had taken 47 of our worlds. 600 billion of our people were gone. Our fleets were broken. Our hope was dead. We had tried everything we knew. And it was not enough. She paused and looked toward the human delegation. Admiral Laura Bennett stood at the front, her gray hair now almost entirely white. Commander Derek Sullivan stood beside her. Behind them were hundreds of others, soldiers and scientists and engineers who had come to fight a war that was not their own. In our desperation, we did something that had been forbidden for 5,000 years. We reached across the void and summoned help. We expected warriors. We expected weapons. We expected strength. Salith's form glowed brighter. We received something else entirely. We received a species that looked at the impossible and said, "I will try anyway." We received beings who felt fear, but refused to let it control them. We received people who did not know how to give up, no matter how terrible the odds. She turned to face the human delegation directly. Admiral Bennett, humanity did not save us with technology. You did not save us with numbers, or resources, or special abilities. You saved us with something far more valuable. You saved us with your spirit. With your refusal to accept defeat. With your absolute insistence that as long as you were breathing, there was still hope. Laura stepped forward. She was not comfortable with speeches, but she knew this moment required one. "High Archon, you give us too much credit," she said. "We didn't do anything special. We just did what humans have always done when faced with extinction. We fought. We adapted. We survived." She smiled slightly. "It's the only thing we know how to do." "But that is exactly what makes you special," Salith replied. "In all my years, in all my studies of countless species across the galaxy, I have never seen anything like humanity. You are small and fragile and short-lived. Your bodies are weak. Your technology, when you arrived, was primitive. By every measure that civilized beings use to judge worth, you should have been beneath our notice." She moved closer to Laura, her glowing form casting soft light across the Admiral's weathered face. "But you have something that all our advanced civilizations had lost. You have fire in your hearts. You have a stubbornness that borders on insanity. You look at the universe when it tells you to die, and you say no." The chamber was silent. Every being present was listening. "The Valori Collective hereby offers humanity full membership in the Galactic Council," Salith announced. "Not as junior partners. Not as protégés. As equals. As allies. As family." Laura nodded slowly. "We accept. And we promise you this. As long as humanity exists, you will never face the darkness alone again. We protect our own. And now, that includes all of you." Pilot Samantha Reyes, who had been standing in the back of the human delegation, felt tears in her eyes. She thought about Danny Morrison and Kate Sullivan, and all the others who had died in this war. She thought about the 800 souls lost in that ambush. She thought about everyone who had sacrificed everything so that this moment could happen. It was worth it, she realized. All of it was worth it. The ceremony ended with the signing of the Treaty of Eternal Alliance. Representatives from every species present added their marks to the document. When it was humanity's turn, Admiral Laura Bennett signed on behalf of Earth, her hand steady despite her age. "What happens now?" Derek asked her as they walked out of the chamber. Laura looked up at the crystal ceiling, at the stars visible beyond it. "Now, we rebuild. We help our new allies recover. We make sure the Hollow never threaten anyone again." She paused. "And we go home, see our families. Remember why we were fighting in the first place." Back on Earth, the news of victory spread across the planet. People celebrated in the streets. Monuments were built to honor the fallen. The soldiers who returned were greeted as heroes, but the greatest change was in how humanity saw itself. For thousands of years, humans had looked up at the stars and wondered if they were alone. Now they knew they were not alone. Now they knew that the universe was vast and dangerous and full of wonders beyond imagination. And they knew that they had a place in it. Children looked up at the night sky and dreamed of adventures among the stars. Scientists worked on new technologies based on what they had learned from their alien allies. Explorers planned expeditions to distant galaxies. The future, which had once seemed so uncertain, now stretched out before them like an endless road. And somewhere in the darkness between galaxies, the remnants of the Hollow drifted in silence. They were broken, scattered, barely surviving. But they still remembered. They remembered the small creatures from the blue planet who had destroyed their strongholds and burned their ships and driven them from their conquered worlds. For the first time in their existence, the Hollow felt something they had never felt before: fear. Not fear of weapons or technology or numbers. Fear of a species that refused to be defeated. Fear of beings who looked at death and destruction and responded with nothing but determination. Fear of a people who had no special powers, no great advantages, nothing except an absolute refusal to give up. Fear of humanity. And across the galaxy, in ships and stations, and on 100 different worlds, the other species remembered too. They remembered that when everything seemed lost, when hope was gone, and defeat seemed certain, there was a species you could call upon. A species that would fight for you. A species that would never stop fighting. No matter the cost. They remembered humanity, and they were grateful. The transport ship broke through the clouds of Velar Prime, and Danny Carter pressed his face against the small window. He was 16 years old, and this was the first time he had ever left Earth. Below him, the alien world spread out like a painting. Purple forests covered the mountains, silver rivers cut through valleys of strange blue grass, and in the center of it all stood the Galactic Combat Academy, a massive complex of black stone towers that reached toward the sky like giant fingers. Danny felt his stomach turn with nervousness. He had dreamed of this moment for years. Ever since he was a small boy, he had wanted to become a soldier. Not just any soldier, but one of the best in the galaxy. The kind of warrior that people told stories about. His grandfather, Harold Carter, had encouraged him to apply to the academy. The old man had served in the military himself, though he never talked much about those days. Whenever Danny asked about his grandfather's past, Harold would just smile and change the subject. But Danny had seen the scars on the old man's hands and arms. He had seen the way his grandfather moved, always aware of his surroundings, always ready for anything. Harold Carter had been something special once. Danny was sure of it. The transport ship landed with a gentle bump. Danny grabbed his bag and walked down the ramp with the other new cadets. There were about 50 of them in total. Most were aliens of different species. Danny counted only 6 other humans in the group. A tall alien with green skin and 3 eyes was standing at the bottom of the ramp. He wore the uniform of an academy instructor and held a data pad in his long fingers. "Form a line," the alien said in a bored voice. "Single file. No talking." Danny did as he was told. He stood behind a young alien female with pale blue skin and pointed ears. She turned and looked at him with curiosity. "Human?" she asked quietly. Danny nodded. "I have never met a human before," she said. "You are smaller than I expected." Before Danny could respond, the green-skinned instructor shouted for silence. They marched in a line across the landing platform, and through a massive gate made of black metal. The academy grounds were huge. Training fields stretched in every direction. Danny could see cadets running obstacle courses, practicing with weapons, and sparring in hand-to-hand combat. They were taken to a large building and assigned to their barracks. Danny found his bunk in a room with 11 other cadets. He was the only human. The others were various alien species. Some had scales, some had fur. One had no face at all, just a smooth surface where his features should have been. Danny put his bag on his bunk and sat down. He missed home already. He missed his mother, Laura, and her cooking. He missed his grandfather and their long talks in the evening. But he had made a choice, and he would not give up. The next morning, training began. Danny woke before sunrise to the sound of a loud alarm. He jumped out of bed and put on his training uniform as fast as he could. The other cadets were doing the same. They ran outside and formed lines on the training field. That was when Danny first saw Commander Vexnar. The Krellian was massive. He stood 7 feet tall, with thick blue scales covering his entire body. He had 4 arms, each one packed with muscle. His eyes were yellow with vertical black pupils, like a snake. He walked slowly in front of the new cadets, looking at each one with cold judgment. "I am Commander Vexnar," he said. His voice was deep and rough, like stones grinding together. "I am your primary instructor. For the next 2 years, I will train you, I will break you, and if you are strong enough, I will rebuild you into warriors, worthy of serving the Emperor." He stopped in front of a large alien covered in thick brown fur. "What species?" Vexnar asked. "Torvanian, Commander," the alien replied. Vexnar nodded and moved on. He asked the same question to several other cadets. Then he stopped in front of Danny. The Krellian looked down at the human boy with obvious disgust. "A human," Vexnar said. "How old are you, child?" 16, Commander," Danny replied, keeping his voice steady. 16. Vexnar let out a clicking sound that might have been a laugh. "Your species barely crawled out of your own atmosphere 300 years ago. You are weak. You are slow. You have no natural weapons, no armor, no special abilities. Tell me, human child, what makes you think you belong here among real warriors?" Danny felt anger rise in his chest, but he pushed it down. He remembered his grandfather's advice. "Stay calm. Let your actions speak for you." "I am here to learn, Commander," Danny said, "and to prove myself." Vexnar stared at him for a long moment. Then he turned away without another word. Training that day was brutal. They ran 10 miles through rough terrain. They climbed walls. They crawled through mud. They carried heavy weights up steep hills. By the end of the day, Danny's muscles screamed with pain. His lungs burned. His feet were covered in blisters. But he did not quit. He finished every exercise. He kept up with the alien cadets, even though many of them were naturally stronger and faster than him. When the day ended, Danny dragged himself back to the barracks. He collapsed on his bunk and stared at the ceiling. The blue-skinned alien female from the transport ship was in the bunk next to his. Her name was Lyra, and she was from a species called the Valari. "You did well today," she said. "For a human." Danny managed a tired smile. "Thanks, I think. The commander does not like your kind," Lyra continued. "I have heard stories about him. He believes humans are inferior. He will try to break you. Then I will have to prove him wrong," Danny said. Lyra looked at him with something like respect. "You are brave. Foolish, perhaps. But brave." Danny closed his eyes. He thought about his grandfather back on Earth. He wondered what the old man would say if he could see him now. Probably something simple, like he always did. "Keep going, Danny, one step at a time." And that was exactly what Danny planned to do. The next 3 weeks were the hardest of his life. Every day brought new challenges. Combat training, weapons practice, tactical simulations, physical conditioning. Vexnar pushed all the cadets hard, but he pushed Danny the hardest. When others made mistakes, the commander corrected them. When Danny made mistakes, Vexnar made him repeat the exercise until his body gave out. When others succeeded, Vexnar acknowledged it with a nod. When Danny succeeded, the commander found something else to criticize. But Danny did not complain. He took every punishment. He completed every drill. He fell down and got back up. Again and again. The other cadets noticed. Even some of the alien instructors noticed. There was something different about this human boy. A fire that would not go out. And deep inside, Danny held onto a secret. A story his grandfather had told him once. Late at night, when the old man thought Danny was asleep, a story about a human soldier who had done impossible things in service to the Emperor. Danny did not know if the story was true, but he believed in his grandfather, and that belief gave him strength to keep going, no matter what Commander Vexnar threw at him. The real test, however, was still to come. 3 weeks had passed since Danny Carter arrived at the Galactic Combat Academy. His body had changed. The soft edges were gone. Replaced by hard muscle, his movements were faster, sharper. He had learned to fight, to shoot, to survive. But more than anything, he had learned to endure. Commander Vexnar still watched him with those cold yellow eyes. The Krellian had not softened at all. If anything, his hatred for the human boy seemed to grow stronger with each passing day. Danny did not understand why. He had done nothing to offend the commander. He had followed every order. He had never complained, never made excuses, but Vexnar hated him anyway. On this particular morning, the cadets gathered in the main training hall for a combat lecture. The hall was massive, with high ceilings and walls covered in ancient weapons from across the galaxy. Sunlight poured through tall windows, casting long shadows across the stone floor. Vexnar stood at the front of the hall, his forearms crossed over his chest. Behind him, 2 training dummies were set up for demonstration purposes. Today we learn restraint techniques, the commander announced. When you capture an enemy, you must know how to control them without killing them. Dead prisoners cannot give you information. The cadets listened in silence. Danny stood near the back of the group, next to Lyra. She had become his closest friend at the academy. They trained together, ate together, and helped each other when the exercises became too difficult. Vexnar called a large alien cadet to the front. The alien was a Torvanian, the same species as the furry cadet Danny had seen on the first day. Torvanians were known for their incredible strength. They could bend metal with their bare hands. "Attack me," Vexnar ordered. The Torvanian charged forward. Vexnar moved with surprising speed for someone so large. He grabbed the cadet with 2 of his arms, twisted, and threw him to the ground. Then he locked the Torvanian in a hold, using all 4 arms to pin him down. "This is the Krellian 4-point lock," Vexnar explained. "No species can escape it. The more you struggle, the tighter it becomes." The Torvanian tried to fight, but it was useless. He was completely trapped. Vexnar released him and stood up. "Questions?" Danny watched carefully. He had seen this technique before. Not exactly the same, but something very similar. His grandfather had shown it to him years ago, in their backyard, on Earth. And more importantly, Harold had shown him how to counter it. Danny raised his hand before he could stop himself. Vexnar's eyes locked onto him. "The human has a question. How surprising." "Speak." Danny felt the eyes of every cadet on him. His heart was beating fast, but he kept his voice steady. "Commander, my grandfather taught me a counter to that hold. He said it was developed specifically for use against multi-limbed species like Krellians." The training hall went completely silent. Nobody moved. Nobody even seemed to breathe. Vexnar's scales shifted color slightly, turning a darker shade of blue. This was a sign of anger among his species. "Your grandfather," the commander repeated slowly. "And who is this grandfather who claims such expertise?" "His name is Harold Carter, Commander. He was a soldier. He trained warriors for the Emperor's personal guard before he retired." The silence became heavier. Danny saw alien cadets exchange confused looks. A human training the Emperor's guard? It sounded impossible. Everyone knew that humans were not allowed anywhere near the Imperial Palace. They were considered too young as a species, too untested, too weak. Vexnar stared at Danny for a long moment. Then he started to laugh. It was not a pleasant sound. It was a harsh clicking noise, like bones rattling together. The commander laughed for several seconds, while Danny stood frozen in place. Lies, Vexnar finally said. Pathetic, desperate lies. No human has ever been permitted near the Emperor's guard. No human has ever trained Imperial soldiers. Your species is barely tolerated in this galaxy. You are workers and traders, not warriors, and certainly not teachers of warriors. Danny felt his face grow hot. It is the truth, Commander. My grandfather served the Emperor. He told me stories about it when I was young. Stories, Vexnar spat. A senile old man filling a child's head with fantasies. And now you bring those fantasies into my training hall and present them as fact. He stepped closer to Danny, towering over the boy like a mountain of blue scales and muscle. You dishonor this academy with your lies. You dishonor yourself. You dishonor your entire worthless species. Danny opened his mouth to respond, but he never got the chance. Vexnar's upper right hand shot out like a striking snake. The back of his clawed hand connected with Danny's face with brutal force. The blow sent Danny spinning to the side. He stumbled and fell to one knee, his vision blurring with pain. Blood poured from his split lip. His cheek burned where the scales had cut his skin. The taste of copper filled his mouth. The training hall remained silent. No one moved to help him. The other cadets stood frozen, their faces showing a mix of shock and fear. Vexnar looked down at Danny with cold satisfaction. That is for lying in my training hall, he said. Consider it your only warning. Speak such nonsense again, and you will be expelled from this academy. You will return to Earth in disgrace, and your pathetic dreams of being a warrior will end forever. Danny slowly got to his feet. His legs were shaking, but not from fear. Rage burned in his chest like a fire. He wanted to fight back. He wanted to show this arrogant alien that humans were not weak, but he did not. He remembered his grandfather's teachings. Control your anger. Use it as fuel, not as a weapon. Yes, Commander, Danny said quietly. Vexnar turned away from him. All of you, return to your barracks. Training is over for today. Tomorrow we continue. The cadets began to file out of the hall. Lyra rushed to Danny's side and helped him walk. Her face was pale with worry. Are you all right? She whispered. I will live, Danny said through gritted teeth. That was very brave, Lyra said. And very stupid. Why did you say those things? You must have known he would react badly. Because they are true, Danny replied. My grandfather did train the Emperor's guard. I know it sounds impossible, but I believe him. I have always believed him. Lyra helped him to the medical bay, where a robotic doctor cleaned his wounds and applied healing gel to his face. The cuts would heal quickly, but the bruises would take longer. That night, Danny sat alone in his bunk and wrote a message to his mother. He told her everything that had happened. He told her about Vexnar's cruelty, about the slap, about the humiliation in front of the entire training hall. He did not ask to come home. He did not complain. He simply told her the truth. His mother's response came an hour later. It was short, only 4 words. Your grandfather is coming. Danny read the message 3 times. He did not know what it meant. His grandfather was an old man now, retired and living quietly on Earth. What could he possibly do? But deep inside, Danny felt a spark of hope. His grandfather had always had a way of making things right. Even when Danny was a small boy, getting into trouble at school or fighting with other kids, Harold Carter would show up and somehow fix everything. Maybe, just maybe, the old man could fix this too. Danny lay back on his bunk and closed his eyes. His face still hurt. His pride hurt even more. But he was not broken. Not yet. And if what his grandfather said was true, if Harold Carter really had trained the Emperor's personal guard, then Commander Vexnar was about to learn a very important lesson about underestimating humans. Danny smiled despite the pain in his lip. He could not wait to see what happened next. 2 days passed after the incident in the training hall. Danny went through his exercises like a ghost. He spoke to no one except Lyra. He ate alone. He kept his head down and did what he was told. The other cadets treated him differently now. Some looked at him with pity. Others avoided him completely, as if his disgrace might spread to them. A few of the alien cadets whispered behind his back, mocking him for his foolish claims about his grandfather. Danny ignored all of it. He was waiting. On the morning of the third day, an announcement came over the Academy's communication system. An unmarked civilian transport shuttle had requested landing permission. Such requests were unusual. The Academy did not welcome visitors without advance notice and proper authorization, but this shuttle was different. It carried a passenger with clearance codes that even the Academy's security officers did not fully understand. Codes that came directly from the Imperial Palace itself. Danny was in the middle of a weapons drill when he heard the news. His hands froze on the rifle he was cleaning. His heart began to beat faster. He knew who was on that shuttle. An hour later, the shuttle landed on the main platform. Academy guards surrounded it, their weapons ready. They had no idea who they were dealing with. The shuttle's door opened, and an old man stepped out. Harold Carter was 72 years old. His hair was white and cut short against his skull. His face was weathered and lined with age. He walked with a slight limp, the result of an old injury that had never fully healed. He wore simple civilian clothes, nothing that suggested military service or high status. The guards looked at each other in confusion. This was the mysterious visitor with Imperial clearance? This elderly human who looked like he should be sitting on a porch somewhere, watching the sunset? Identification, one of the guards demanded. Harold reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a small chip. He handed it to the guard without a word. The guard scanned the chip. His scanner beeped. He scanned it again. The same beep. His face went pale. "Sir," the guard said, his voice suddenly respectful. "I apologize. We were not informed of your arrival. Please, let me escort you wherever you need to go." Harold shook his head. "No need. Just point me toward Commander Vexnar's training hall." The guard gave directions, stumbling over his words. Harold thanked him politely and walked away, leaving the confused guards behind. Word spread through the academy like fire through dry grass. By the time Harold reached the main training complex, a crowd had gathered. Cadets and instructors alike had come to see the mysterious human visitor. They lined the corridors and training fields, whispering to each other. Who is he? Just some old human. Then why does he have Imperial clearance? Maybe it is a mistake. Danny saw his grandfather coming from across the training field. He started to move toward him, but Lyra grabbed his arm. "Wait," she said. "Let us see what happens." Harold walked calmly through the crowd. He did not look left or right. His eyes were fixed on the entrance to the main training hall, where a familiar figure was emerging. Commander Vexnar had heard about the visitor. He strode out of the training hall with his forearms swinging at his sides, his scales shining in the sunlight. His face showed a mixture of annoyance and curiosity. "What is this disturbance?" he demanded. "Who authorized a civilian to enter the academy grounds?" Harold stopped about 20 feet from the commander. He looked up at the massive Krellian without any sign of fear or intimidation. "I am looking for the officer who struck my grandson," Harold said. His voice was quiet but clear. It carried across the training field, reaching every ear. Vexnar's eyes narrowed. "You are the grandfather, the one who supposedly trained the Emperor's guard." He let out that harsh, clicking laugh. "I see senility runs in your bloodline alongside delusion." Harold did not respond to the insult. Instead, he reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a small device. It was a holographic projector, old but well-maintained. He activated it. A document appeared in the air between them, glowing with soft blue light. It was written in the formal script of the Imperial Court, decorated with symbols and seals that most beings only saw in history books. But the most important part was the seal at the bottom. It was the personal mark of Emperor Krathvor III, ruler of the Galactic Empire. The same emperor who still sat on the throne today, more than 300 years old and kept alive by advanced medical technology. The crowd went silent. Every alien present recognized that seal. It was sacred. It was used only for matters of the highest importance. 32 years ago, Harold began, his voice still calm and steady. The Emperor's personal guard was nearly destroyed during the Syndicate uprising. Assassins infiltrated the Imperial Palace. They killed more than half the guardsmen in a single night. The Emperor and his family were trapped in the throne room, surrounded by enemies. Vexnar's scales were changing color. The dark blue was fading to a lighter shade. Among Krellians, this was a sign of shock. I was a Marine then, Harold continued. Part of a human squad stationed on the palace planet for routine security work. We were not supposed to be anywhere near the throne room. We were not supposed to be involved at all. He paused, letting his words sink in. But when we heard the fighting, we went anyway. 12 humans against over 100 Syndicate assassins. We held the palace gates for 18 hours. We fought until our weapons ran out of charge, and then we fought with our hands. By the time reinforcements arrived, only 3 of us were still alive. Danny stared at his grandfather. He had never heard this story in such detail before. The old man had always been so secretive about his past. The Emperor was grateful, Harold said. He offered me wealth. He offered me titles and land on any world I chose. He offered me anything I wanted. What did you ask for? The question came from somewhere in the crowd. Danny did not see who asked it. Harold smiled slightly. It was a sad smile, full of old memories. I asked to teach. I asked to be allowed to train the next generation of Imperial Guardsmen. I wanted to make sure that what happened that night would never happen again. I wanted to give them the skills that had kept me and my squad alive. He looked directly at Vexisnar. The Emperor agreed. For 15 years, I trained his guards. Every combat technique, every survival strategy, every trick I knew. I taught Krellians, Valari, Torvanians, and a dozen other species. I taught them how to fight. I taught them how to win. And most importantly, I taught them how to protect those who depended on them. The holographic document floated in the air, the Emperor's seal glowing like a star. 3 of my former students now serve on the Emperor's personal detail, Harold said. 2 of them are Krellian, just like you. Vexnar stood completely still. His scales had turned almost white now, which among Krellians meant extreme shock or fear. His forearms hung loosely at his sides. I was not informed, he said. His voice had lost its confidence. There was no record in the Academy files. Because I asked for my service to remain private, Harold said. I did not want fame or recognition. I just wanted to go home and live in peace. He stepped closer to Vexnar, moving slowly because of his limp. But my grandson sent a message to his mother. He told her what happened. He told her how you struck him and called him a liar in front of the entire training hall. Harold stopped directly in front of the commander. Despite being nearly 2 feet shorter, the old man somehow seemed larger, so I came to set the record straight. Not for myself, for Danny, because he told the truth, and he was punished for it. The crowd waited in breathless silence. What would happen next? The silence on the training field was absolute. No one moved. No one spoke. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. Commander Vexisnar stood frozen before Harold Carter, his scales still pale with shock. The holographic document floated between them, its imperial seal casting a soft blue glow across their faces. Danny watched from the edge of the crowd, his heart pounding in his chest. He had never seen his grandfather like this. The old man who sat quietly in his chair at home, the grandfather who told stories and made jokes, was gone. In his place stood a warrior, a legend. Vexisnar tried to speak, but the words came out broken. If what you say is true, if you really served the Emperor, it is true, Harold said simply. Every word of it. Then why did you not identify yourself when you arrived? Why come here like a common visitor? Oh, Harold shrugged. Because I am a common visitor now. I retired 20 years ago, I live on Earth with my family. I grow vegetables in my garden and watch the sunset every evening. I am not a soldier anymore. But your clearance codes, Vexnar said. They are still active, the Emperor insisted. He said, I had earned the right to go anywhere in the galaxy without question. I told him I would probably never use them. Harold smiled slightly. I was wrong. A murmur passed through the crowd. Cadets and instructors exchanged glances. The story was almost too incredible to believe. A human Marine who had saved the Emperor's life, a human teacher who had trained the Imperial Guard. It went against everything they had been taught about humans, but the evidence was right there, floating in the air. The Imperial seal could not be faked. The clearance codes could not be manufactured. Either this old man was telling the truth, or he had somehow fooled the entire Imperial security system. The second option seemed impossible. I did not know, Vexnar said finally. His voice was quiet now, stripped of its usual arrogance. There was nothing in the records, nothing to suggest that any human had ever served in such a capacity. Because I asked for it to be kept secret, Harold repeated. I did not want my past to define my future. I wanted my children and grandchildren to earn their own places in the galaxy, not ride on my reputation. He turned to look at Danny, who was still standing at the edge of the crowd. My grandson came to this academy because he wanted to become a warrior. Not because of me, not because of my name. He wanted to earn it himself, through his own effort and skill. Danny felt tears forming in his eyes. He blinked them away quickly, and he did earn it, Harold continued. He passed every test. He completed every challenge. He never complained, never gave up, never asked for special treatment. He simply told the truth about his family. And for that, he was struck and humiliated. Harold turned back to Vexnar. The two stared at each other in silence. I am not here for revenge, Harold said. I am not here to cause trouble or damage your career. I am here because my grandson deserves an apology, and because someone needed to tell the truth. Before Vexnar could respond, a new voice cut through the silence. Harold Carter. It has been many years. Everyone turned to see who had spoken. An elderly female Krellian was walking toward them, using a ceremonial staff to support her steps. She wore the elaborate uniform of an Academy admiral, decorated with medals and ribbons that told the story of a long and distinguished career. Admiral Kenna Reese was the supreme commander of the Galactic Combat Academy. She had held the position for over 40 years. She was one of the most respected military leaders in the entire empire, and she was looking at Harold with something that looked like warmth. Admiral, Harold said, dipping his head in a gesture of respect. You remember me? Remember you? The Admiral let out a soft laugh. I was a third-year cadet when you arrived at the Imperial Palace to begin your teaching duties. You were the first human I had ever met. I thought you were the strangest creature I had ever seen. The crowd stirred. The Supreme Commander of the Academy had been taught by this human? Kenna Reese continued walking until she stood beside Vexnar. She looked at the commander with cold disapproval. I received a message from the Imperial Palace this morning, she said. It seems that someone triggered an alert when they used certain clearance codes at our security checkpoint. The palace wanted to know why Instructor Carter was visiting the academy. She turned to face the crowd. For those who do not know, Harold Carter is one of the most decorated humans in galactic history. He received the Emperor's Star of Valor, the highest military honor possible. He spent 15 years training the Emperor's personal guard. He developed combat techniques that are still used today. She looked at Vexnar again. And you struck his grandson and called him a liar, in front of an entire training hall, because you did not believe that a human could have accomplished such things. Vexnar lowered his head. All four of his arms hung limp at his sides. I did not know, Admiral. There were no records. There were no records because Instructor Carter requested privacy. But ignorance is not an excuse for cruelty. You struck a cadet. You humiliated him publicly. You let your prejudice against humans cloud your judgment. The Admiral's voice was ice-cold. I have read the reports about Cadet Carter. He has exceeded expectations in every category. His physical scores are above average for humans, and competitive with many alien species. His tactical thinking is excellent. His determination is remarkable. He is exactly the kind of student this academy should be proud to train. She tapped her staff against the ground for emphasis. And instead of recognizing his potential, you tried to break him. Because of where he came from. Because of what species he was born into. Vexnar raised his head slowly. What would you have me do, Admiral? I would have you apologize. Publicly. To Cadet Carter and to his grandfather. And I would have you remember this moment the next time you think about judging a student by their species instead of their abilities. The commander turned to face Danny, who had pushed his way to the front of the crowd. The massive Krellian looked down at the small human boy. And for the first time, there was something like shame in his yellow eyes. Cadet Carter, Vexnar said slowly. I was wrong. I judged you unfairly. I punished you for telling the truth. I offer my formal apology. Danny stood straight, his chin raised. I accept your apology, Commander. Vexnar turned to Harold. And to you, Instructor Carter? I apologize for my words and my behavior. I dishonored the traditions of this academy and the legacy you have given to our galaxy. Harold nodded once. Accepted. The tension in the air began to ease. Cadets started whispering to each other again. Some of them were looking at Danny with new eyes. Admiral Kennerise smiled. Now then. Harold, I assume you did not come all this way just for an apology. Would you like to observe your grandson's training while you are here? Harold glanced at Danny and smiled. If he does not mind having an old man watching. Danny felt a grin spreading across his face. I think I can handle that. The crowd began to break apart. Cadets returned to their training. Instructors went back to their duties. But something had changed. Everyone could feel it. A human had stood up to the system. A human legend had been revealed. And a human boy had been proven right. This was a day that would be remembered. The evening sun painted the sky of Velar Prime in shades of purple and gold. Danny sat on a bench at the edge of the training field, watching the last light fade behind the mountains. His grandfather sat beside him, silent for the moment. The day had been overwhelming. After the confrontation with Vexnar, Harold had stayed to watch Danny's afternoon training session. The other cadets had treated Danny differently. Some approached him to shake his hand or offer words of respect. Others kept their distance, unsure how to interact with someone whose family had such a powerful history. Danny did not know how to feel about any of it. You are quiet, Harold said finally. That is not like you. I have a lot to think about, Danny replied. I did not know all those things about you. The palace. The battle. The Emperor's Guard. You never told me the full story. Harold nodded slowly. I know. I kept it from you on purpose. Why? The old man was silent for a moment, gathering his thoughts. When I came home from Velar Prime 20 years ago, I wanted to leave that life behind. I had seen too much death. I had done too much fighting. I wanted to be a normal person. A husband. A father. A grandfather. Not a war hero. He looked at Danny with tired eyes. I was afraid that if you knew the truth, you would see me differently. You would put me on some kind of pedestal. You would try to be like me instead of finding your own path. Danny shook his head. I would never. You are here, are you not? Harold interrupted gently. You came to the same academy where I earned my reputation. You want to become a warrior, just like I was. Can you honestly say that my stories had no influence on that decision? Danny opened his mouth to argue, then closed it again. The old man had a point. Danny had dreamed of being a soldier ever since childhood, and those dreams had started with his grandfather's tales of distant battles and alien worlds. Maybe you are right, Danny admitted, but I still think this is what I want. Even if your stories influenced me, the choice was still mine. Harold smiled. That is exactly what I hoped you would say. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching the stars begin to appear in the darkening sky. Grandpa, Danny said eventually. What was it like? That night at the palace? Harold was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was soft, almost distant. It was the worst night of my life, and also the proudest. He leaned back on the bench and looked up at the stars. We were just regular Marines. Nobody special. We were stationed on the Palace planet for routine security work, patrolling the outer walls, checking cargo shipments, boring stuff. We were not trained for close combat with assassins. We were not supposed to be anywhere near the throne room. But you went anyway, Danny said. We heard the fighting. We heard the screams. We knew something terrible was happening inside the palace. Our commanding officer told us to stay at our posts, to wait for orders from above. Harold's jaw tightened, but orders never came. The communication system was down. We waited for an hour, listening to the sounds of battle getting closer. And then we made a decision. To fight. To help. There were people dying in there. Important people, yes, but also servants and guards and ordinary workers. We could not just stand by and do nothing. Tu Dao. He paused, his eyes distant with memory. There were 12 of us when we entered the palace. We fought our way through corridor after corridor. The assassins were everywhere. They were better trained than us, better equipped. They had been planning this attack for years. How did you survive? Harold smiled sadly. We did not all survive. By the time we reached the throne room, there were only 5 of us left. And by the time reinforcements arrived, only 3. Danny felt a chill run down his spine. 9 of your friends died that night? They were not just friends. They were brothers. We had served together for years. We knew each other's families, each other's dreams. Harold's voice grew thick with emotion. I think about them every day. I wonder if they would be proud of what I did with my life after they were gone. Danny reached over and put his hand on his grandfather's arm. The old man patted it gently. The Emperor called us heroes, Harold continued. He gave us medals and titles. He offered us anything we wanted. But I did not feel like a hero. I felt like a survivor. I felt guilty that I had lived while so many others had died. So you asked to teach? Yes. I thought that if I could train the next generation of guardsmen, if I could make them better, stronger, smarter, then maybe the deaths of my friends would have meant something. Maybe their sacrifice would help protect others in the future. He looked at Danny with fierce intensity. And it worked. For 15 years, I taught thousands of students. Krellians, Valari, Torvanians, and many others. I gave them everything I knew, and when I finally retired, I knew that my friend's legacy would live on through those students. The stars were fully visible now, scattered across the sky like diamonds on black velvet. Somewhere out there, the Imperial Palace orbited a distant sun. Somewhere out there, the Emperor's guards stood watch, using techniques that Harold Carter had taught them decades ago. I am proud of you, Danny, Harold said softly. Not because you are my grandson, not because you carry my name. I am proud because you came here and earned your place through your own effort. You did not quit when things got hard. You did not back down when that commander tried to break you. I learned that from you, Danny said. No, you learned that from yourself. I just showed you what was possible. They sat together as the night grew deeper, grandfather and grandson, connected by blood and by something even stronger. The next morning, Harold Carter boarded a transport ship back to Earth. Danny stood on the landing platform and watched the shuttle rise into the sky. He felt a strange mixture of sadness and hope. When he returned to the barracks, Lyra was waiting for him. Are you all right? She asked. Danny smiled. I am better than all right. I finally understand why I came here. And why is that? To make my own legacy. Not to copy my grandfather's, but to create something new. Something that is entirely mine. Lyra nodded slowly. That is a good reason. They walked together toward the training hall, where Commander Vexnar was already waiting for the morning exercises. The Krellian looked at Danny with a complicated expression, part respect and part lingering embarrassment. Cadet Carter, Vexnar said as Danny took his place in formation. I hope you are ready for a challenging day. Danny stood straight, his chin raised. Always, Commander. And as the training began, Danny felt something he had not felt since arriving at the academy. Peace. He knew now that he belonged here. Not because of his grandfather's name, but because of who he was. A human. A cadet. A future warrior. The legacy of humanity, his grandfather had told him once, was not about the past. It was about the future. It was about what each generation could build on the shoulders of those who came before. Danny Carter intended to build something magnificent, and somewhere across the galaxy, an old man sat on his porch, watching the sunset, and smiled, because he knew that his grandson would be just fine. The Galactic Coalition had stood for 12,000 years. It was a union of 37 different species from across the stars. They had built great cities on 1,000 worlds. They had created wonders that could make suns burn brighter and planets spin faster. They believed they were safe. They believed nothing could threaten them. They were wrong. The Vorax came from the dark spaces between galaxies. No one knew where they started or why they hungered. They were not a species in the normal sense. They were a swarm. Billions upon billions of biomechanical monsters that moved through space like a plague of locusts. They did not negotiate. They did not trade. They did not talk. They only consumed. The first world to fall was Tessara Prime. It was a beautiful planet with purple oceans and silver forests. 12 billion people lived there in peace. The Vorax arrived without warning. Their ships blocked out the sun. Within 3 days, nothing remained. The Vorax had stripped the planet down to bare rock. Every tree, every animal, every person was gone. Consumed, the Coalition responded with force. They sent their greatest fleet to stop the swarm. The Telvari contributed 5,000 warships. The Kessorn Empire sent their legendary warrior battalions. The Phalian Consortium deployed weapons that could crack moons in half. It was not enough. The battle lasted 6 hours. When it ended, the Coalition fleet was scattered debris floating in the void. The Vorax had not even slowed down. More worlds fell. Korath. Velis 7. The twin planets of Mundara. Each time, the Coalition sent armies. Each time, those armies died. The Vorax learned from every battle. They adapted. They evolved. What worked against them once, never worked again. Ambassador Zethrion of the Telvari Council had not slept in 7 days. His 4 eyes were dim with exhaustion as he walked into the great assembly chamber on Nexus Prime. The Coalition's capital station hung in neutral space, a massive ring of metal and crystal that housed the government of 37 species. Today, that government was in chaos. Representatives shouted at each other in a dozen languages. Accusations flew back and forth. Some blamed the military commanders for poor strategy. Others blamed the scientists for not developing better weapons. A few even suggested surrender, though no one knew if the Vorax would accept such a thing. Zethrion took his place at the central podium and raised his 4 hands for silence. Slowly, the chamber quieted. "Fellow delegates," he said, his voice heavy, "I bring news from the front. The Kessorn Third Fleet engaged the Vorax at Meridian Station yesterday. They fought bravely. They fought with everything they had." He paused. The silence in the chamber was complete. There were no survivors. 60 million soldiers. Gone. The chamber erupted again. Zethrion let them shout. He understood their fear. He felt it himself. In 12,000 years, the Coalition had never faced an enemy like this. They had no answer. They had no hope. It was then that High Counselor Mavis rose from her seat. She was old, even by the standards of the long-lived Phalians. Her skin was like ancient paper, and her eyes had seen centuries pass. But when she spoke, her voice was clear and strong. "There is one option we have not considered." The chamber fell silent. Mavis rarely spoke, but when she did, everyone listened. "We have asked every species in the Coalition for aid. Every species except one."Zethrion's vocal sacs tightened. He knew what she was going to say. He did not want to hear it. "The humans," Mavis continued. "We have not asked the humans." Murmurs spread through the chamber. The humans. They had joined the Coalition only 80 years ago. That was nothing. A single lifetime for most species. The humans were considered young, primitive, and dangerous. Their homeworld was a small blue planet in a quiet corner of the galaxy. Their technology was centuries behind Coalition standards. Most importantly, they were violent. Their history was a long record of wars fought against each other. Many Coalition species avoided human space entirely. The humans, Zethrion could not hide his disbelief. High Counselor, with respect, what could they possibly offer? They have no fleet worth mentioning. Their weapons are crude. Their ships are slow. Sending them against the Vorax would be sending them to die. Mavis closed her ancient eyes. When she opened them again, there was something strange in her gaze. Something that might have been fear, or might have been wonder. Ambassador, I have studied human history. I have read their records, watched their archives, examined their past in great detail. I did this because I wanted to understand why such a young species was so aggressive. She paused. The chamber was completely still. What I found terrified me. Even Zethrion was surprised by this. Mavis was the oldest member of the Coalition. She had seen empires rise and fall. What could possibly terrify her? Humans are not like us, Mavis continued. We evolved on peaceful worlds. We developed technology to make our lives easier. We learned to fight because we had to, but war was never our nature. Humans are different. They evolved on a death world. A planet that tried to kill them every single day. Predators, diseases, natural disasters, extreme temperatures. Everything on Earth wanted them dead. She stood straighter, her voice growing stronger. And they survived. Not through superior strength or speed, because they had neither. They survived through sheer, stubborn refusal to die. They looked at a hostile universe and said no. They fought everything. They fought their planet. They fought their predators. They fought each other, and they won. Every single time, they won. Zethrion shifted uncomfortably. High Counselor. That was millions of years ago. Surely they have evolved past such primitive behaviors. Mavis laughed. It was not a pleasant sound. Evolved past it? Ambassador. They perfected it. In the last 10,000 years alone, humans have fought over 15,000 wars. They have developed weapons capable of destroying their own world multiple times over. They have killed each other by the hundreds of millions. And through all of it, through every horror and every tragedy, they have continued to advance. They did not let their violence destroy them. They channeled it. They mastered it. She looked around the chamber, meeting the eyes of every delegate. We have soldiers. Brave soldiers who fight and die with honor. The humans have something else. They have warriors who have been forged in the fire of endless conflict. They have killers who have spent their entire existence learning how to destroy anything that threatens them. Zethrion felt cold. You speak of them as if they were monsters. No, Mavis said softly. I speak of them as if they were exactly what we need. The vote was held within the hour. Despite the objections, despite the fear, the Coalition was desperate. They had no other options. The formal request for military aid was transmitted to Earth. It contained details of the Vorax threat, information about Coalition losses, and a humble plea for assistance. The response came back in 7 minutes. It was short, only 4 words. We are already coming. In orbit around Earth, 100 ships began powering up their engines. In military bases across the planet, soldiers who had been waiting for this call picked up their weapons and headed for the transport stations. The galaxy had asked for soldiers. Humanity was about to send something very different. Admiral Catherine Price stood on the bridge of the carrier USS Relentless and watched Earth grow smaller in the view screen. She was 62 years old. Her hair was silver and cut short. Her face was lined with decades of hard service. Her eyes had seen things that would give most people nightmares for the rest of their lives. She had received the deployment orders 3 hours ago. The Coalition wanted soldiers. They wanted help against something called the Vorax Swarm. Catherine had read the briefing files twice. She had seen the images of consumed worlds. She had watched the recordings of Coalition fleets being torn apart. She was not afraid. Fear was something she had learned to put aside long ago. "Admiral," said her communications officer, "Earth Command is on the line. They want to confirm our passenger manifest." Catherine nodded. "Tell them the manifest is confirmed. 147 personnel. All volunteers." The communications officer hesitated. "Admiral, they are asking about the nature of our personnel. The files are classified beyond their clearance level." Catherine allowed herself a small smile. "Tell them to trust us. We are sending exactly what the galaxy needs." She turned and walked off the bridge. It was time to meet the people who would save the galaxy. The main cargo bay of the Relentless had been converted into a temporary barracks. 147 humans sat or stood in small groups, checking equipment and talking quietly among themselves. They came from every branch of military service. They came from black sites and secret programs. They came from places that did not officially exist. They were the ones who did the jobs no one else could do. Colonel Daniel Reyes sat alone in a corner, cleaning a rifle that was not standard issue. He was 45 years old, with dark hair going gray at the temples and a face that rarely showed emotion. 3 months ago, he had been in a military prison, serving multiple life sentences. His crimes were classified. His operations were classified. His entire existence was classified. What was not classified was his record. During the Martian uprising, Daniel had been trapped behind enemy lines with a group of civilians, 30,000 men, women, and children who would have been killed if the enemy found them. Daniel had no support, no extraction team, and no orders. So he made his own orders. In one night, he eliminated 400 enemy combatants. He did it silently, without detection, moving through the enemy camp like a ghost. By morning, the enemy commander surrendered. He thought his forces had been attacked by an entire battalion. He never learned the truth. The military gave Daniel medals in a secret ceremony. Then they put him in prison because they were afraid of what he might do next. Now they needed him again. Master Sergeant Samantha Cole was checking her drop suit in another section of the bay. She was 38, with brown hair pulled back tight and arms that showed the muscles of someone who trained every single day. Her specialty was orbital insertion. She jumped out of spacecraft and fell through the atmosphere in nothing but an armored suit. The survival rate for orbital drop soldiers was 11%. Samantha had made 47 combat drops. She had never lost a single member of her squad. Other soldiers called her unit the Lucky Ones. Samantha did not believe in luck. She believed in training, preparation, and absolute refusal to accept failure. Nearby, Lieutenant Commander Aaron Drake sat with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. But he was not sleeping. He was thinking. Aaron was 41, and had spent more time alone in space than any other human alive. 4 years. 4 years drifting through the void between stars, watching Vorax movements, mapping their patterns. Most people would have gone insane. Aaron had gone somewhere else. Somewhere quiet and strange and very, very focused. He saw patterns that others could not see. He understood things that computers failed to calculate. The brass called him their secret weapon. Aaron did not care what they called him. He only cared about finishing the job. Dr. Patricia Vance was not a soldier at all. She was 53, with gray-streaked brown hair and glasses that she constantly pushed up her nose. She was a xenobiologist. 2 years ago, she had begun studying captured Vorax specimens. Other scientists refused to get close to the creatures. Patricia did not have that problem. She had dissected 17 Vorax with her own hands. She had learned their biology, their weaknesses, their secrets. In her bag was a device she had built herself. She called it a neural disruptor. It would turn the Vorax's greatest strength into their greatest weakness. She was very eager to test it. And then there was Sergeant Major Henry Cole. No relation to Samantha. He was 78 years old, making him the oldest active-duty soldier in human history. His hair was white. His face was weathered like old leather. His body was covered in scars from 6 wars across 4 planets. Twice, he had died on the operating table. Twice, he had come back. The doctors said it was a miracle. Henry said he was too stubborn to stay dead. Young soldiers looked at him and saw an old man who should be retired. Then they tried to keep up with him on a 30-mile forced march and learned the truth. Age had not slowed Henry down. It had only given him more time to become dangerous. Admiral Price walked into the cargo bay. Conversation stopped. All eyes turned to her. "Ladies and gentlemen," she said, her voice carrying across the space. "In 12 hours, we will arrive at Coalition space. You have all read the briefings. You know what we are facing. The Vorax swarm has destroyed everything the galaxy has thrown at it. Fleets of thousands of ships, armies of millions of soldiers, all gone." She paused, looking at the faces before her. "The Coalition thinks we are primitives. They think our technology is backward, and our species is too young to matter. They asked for our help because they had no other options. They expect us to fail." A low murmur ran through the assembled soldiers. Catherine held up her hand. "They do not understand what we are. They do not know our history. They have never heard of the battles we have fought, the horrors we have survived, the enemies we have destroyed. They look at us and see a species that has only been in space for a few centuries." Her eyes hardened. "They do not see the thousands of years before that, the endless wars that forged us into what we are. They do not know about the times we faced extinction and refused to die. They do not understand that humanity does not know how to surrender." She walked among them, meeting eyes, nodding to familiar faces. "You are not ordinary soldiers. Each of you was chosen because you have done things that other humans consider impossible. You have survived situations that should have killed you. You have accomplished missions that the books say cannot be done. You are the best we have. The best we have ever had." She stopped in the center of the bay. "The Vorax do not know what is coming. The galaxy does not know what we are sending. But you know exactly what you are." She raised her voice. "You are the monsters that other monsters fear. You are the darkness that hunts the darkness. You are the reason that humanity has survived everything the universe has thrown at us. And now, for the first time, you are going to show the galaxy what that means." The soldiers did not cheer. They were not the cheering type. But something changed in the bay. A tension. A readiness. A cold, quiet determination that filled the air like electricity. Catherine Price nodded in satisfaction. "Get some rest. When we arrive, there will be no more time for rest. There will only be war. And we are very, very good at war." She walked out of the bay. Behind her, 147 legends began their final preparations. The galaxy had asked for soldiers. It had no idea what it was about to receive. The USS Relentless dropped out of faster-than-light travel at the edge of the Tesserand system. Within seconds, it was surrounded by Coalition warships. 30 vessels of various sizes formed a ring around the human carrier. Their weapons were powered and ready. Admiral Catherine Price watched the display screens calmly. She understood their caution. Humanity's reputation in the galaxy was not exactly friendly. "They are scanning us," reported her tactical officer. "Very thorough scans. They want to know everything about our ship." "Let them look," Catherine said. "We have nothing to hide." The scanning took an hour. When it was finished, the Coalition ships escorted the Relentless to a moon called Verath 4. It was the Coalition's main staging ground for the war against the Vorax. Thousands of ships orbited the small moon. Millions of soldiers were camped on its surface. The Relentless landed at a designated zone. When the main doors opened, Admiral Price was the first to step out. General Kothvex of the Kessorn Empire was waiting for her. He stood 8 feet tall, covered in natural armor that looked like polished black stone. His species were the Coalition's premier warriors. They had been bred for combat over millions of years. Kothvex looked down at the small human female before him. His mandibles clicked in what might have been curiosity. "Admiral Price," he said through his translator, "I am told you have brought specialists." "That is one word for them," Catherine replied. Kothvex's 4 eyes moved to look at the soldiers filing out of the Relentless. 147 humans. They were smaller than Kessorn children. Their bodies looked soft and weak. They carried weapons that seemed like toys compared to Coalition standard arms. "Admiral," Koth Vex said carefully, "I mean no disrespect, but we have lost 60 million soldiers in the past year. 14 colony worlds have been stripped to bare rock. What can 147 humans do that our armies could not?" Admiral Price smiled. It was not a friendly smile. "Would you like a demonstration?" The demonstration was held in a combat simulation facility. The Kessorn had built it to test their elite warriors. The simulation could create perfect copies of any enemy, including the Vorax. Koth Vex personally set the parameters. The scenario was simple. A Vorax hunting pack of 200 units against a single squad. 8 soldiers against 200 monsters. "This is our standard test," Koth Vex explained. "Our best squad held out for 4 minutes and 17 seconds before being eliminated." "Understood," said Master Sergeant Samantha Cole. She turned to her squad. Standard formation. Danny on overwatch. Peters and Lynn on flanks. Everyone else, center push. "We have 15 minutes to clear the field." Koth Vex's mandibles clicked. 15 minutes? The scenario is designed to test survival time, not victory. No one has ever cleared the field. Samantha looked at him with calm eyes. "We are not here to survive. We are here to win." The simulation began. The Vorax appeared as dark shapes moving through a ruined cityscape. They were terrifying creatures. Each one was the size of a large dog. With 6 legs and a body covered in sharp metal plates, they moved in perfect coordination, spreading out to surround the human squad. Koth Vex watched from the observation room, expecting to see the humans overwhelmed within minutes. What he saw instead made him forget how to breathe. The humans did not fight like Coalition soldiers. They did not hold positions or form defensive lines. They moved constantly, flowing like water through the streets. Each soldier seemed to know exactly where the others were without looking. They covered angles, created crossfires, and drew the Vorax into kill zones. Samantha Cole was everywhere. She moved faster than Koth Vex thought possible for a human. Her weapon never stopped firing. Every shot found a target. When a Vorax got close, she switched to hand-to-hand combat with a blade that seemed to appear from nowhere. She killed 4 of them in 3 seconds. One of her soldiers, a young woman named Lynn, was cornered by a group of 15 Vorax. Instead of retreating, she charged directly at them. Her movements were so unexpected that the creatures hesitated for a fraction of a second. That hesitation cost them their lives. Lynn cut through them like they were made of paper. The simulation lasted 23 minutes. At the end, there were no Vorax units remaining. The human squad had not taken a single casualty. Koth Vex watched the playback 7 times. He could not believe what he was seeing. "That is not possible," he said finally. Samantha removed her helmet. Her face was calm, almost bored. "You trained your soldiers to fight as a species, to move as one, think as one. That is efficient against enemies who do the same. But the Vorax do not fight like that. They adapt. They learn. They are chaos in physical form." She gestured to her squad. "We trained for chaos." Every human soldier learns to operate alone, to improvise, to make decisions without orders. We have been fighting each other for our entire history. We have developed thousands of different combat methods, thousands of different strategies. The Vorax cannot predict us because we do not even predict ourselves. Dr. Patricia Vance stepped forward. She held a small device in her hand. It looked like a metal disc with blinking lights. "Additionally," she said, "I have developed this. We call it a neural disruptor. The Vorax communicate through a form of quantum connection. Their hive mind is essentially a biological network. This device introduces noise into that network. It does not kill them, but it makes them stupid, confused. They lose coordination and start attacking each other." Koth Vex stared at her. "You developed a weapon to use their own biology against them? That is what humans do," Patricia said simply. We find weaknesses. We exploit them. It is how we survived when we were just animals with sticks, and it is how we will survive now. Kothvex was silent for a long time. Finally, he spoke. Show me more. Over the next 3 days, the humans demonstrated capabilities that shocked the coalition commanders. Colonel Daniel Reyes showed them infiltration techniques that let a single soldier move through enemy territory without detection. Lieutenant Commander Aaron Drake explained his analysis of Vorax movement patterns, revealing weaknesses that coalition intelligence had never noticed. Sergeant Major Henry Cole demonstrated hand-to-hand combat techniques that could kill Vorax even without weapons. Each demonstration left the coalition officers more amazed and more disturbed. On the 4th day, Kothvex called a meeting of all senior coalition commanders. Admiral Price and her key officers attended. "We have been fighting this war wrong," Kothvex announced. "We have been treating the Vorax like a conventional enemy. Large fleets against large swarms, massive armies against massive hordes, and we have been losing because the Vorax learn. They adapt to our strategies faster than we can develop new ones." He looked at the humans, but they have never faced anything like humans. Your species does not fight with one strategy. Each soldier is a unique threat. Each unit uses different tactics. You are not an army. You are a collection of individual killers who happen to work together. Catherine Price nodded. "That is a fair description. How would you fight the Vorax?" Kothvex asked. Catherine looked at Daniel Reyes. He stepped forward. "You cannot beat them with direct force. Every time you send a fleet, they learn how to counter it. Every time you mass your troops, they adapt their swarm patterns. You have been trying to outfight them. That will never work." He pulled up a holographic display showing Vorax-controlled space. "Instead, you need to outthink them." Small teams inserted behind their lines. Guerrilla attacks on their supply routes. Targeted strikes on their coordination centers. Make them fight 1,000 small battles instead of one big one. Spread their attention. Break their focus. He pointed to a world deep in Vorax territory. They have taken Korath. 12 billion civilians are trapped in underground shelters, while the swarm consumes the surface. Everyone says Korath is lost. I say we take it back. Kothvex's mandibles clicked. Korath is surrounded by 4 billion Vorax units. No fleet can reach it. We do not need a fleet, Daniel said. We need a distraction and a drop team. Samantha and her people fall from orbit, while the Vorax are looking the other way. They land, establish contact with the survivors, and prepare for extraction. The coalition commanders looked at each other. The plan was insane. It was impossible. But they had seen what humans could do, and they had no better options. "Very well," Kothvex said. "Show us what humanity is capable of." Admiral Price smiled. "With pleasure." The world of Korath hung in space like a wounded animal. From orbit, the damage was clearly visible. What had once been a planet of green forests and blue oceans was now a scarred wasteland. The Vorax had stripped entire continents bare. Only the deep underground shelters remained intact, protecting the 12 billion civilians trapped beneath the surface. Around the planet, a shell of Vorax units floated in perfect formation, 4 billion creatures, waiting, watching. Any ship that approached was swarmed and destroyed within minutes. The coalition had tried to break through 6 times. Each attempt had ended in catastrophic failure. Admiral Catherine Price studied the tactical displays aboard the Relentless. The ship was hidden in the shadow of a dead moon, outside Vorax detection range. "The shell is dense," she observed. "Any direct approach is suicide." Lieutenant Commander Aaron Drake stood beside her, his eyes scanning data that would have been meaningless to anyone else. He had spent 4 years watching Vorax patterns. He understood them in ways that computers could not. "The shell is not perfect," he said quietly. "They move in waves. Every 17 minutes, there is a gap in Sector 7. It lasts for 43 seconds. 43 seconds to drop 93 soldiers through a gap in 4 billion Vorax? Yes." Catherine turned to look at Master Sergeant Samantha Cole. "Can you do it?" Samantha did not hesitate. "Yes. Colonel Daniel Reyes pulled up a holographic map of Korath's surface. The civilian shelters are concentrated in the old capital city. Most of the surface structures are destroyed, but the underground entrances should still be accessible. The Vorax do not burrow. They prefer to strip the surface first. So we land near the shelters, Samantha said. Establish contact with survivors. Hold position until extraction. No. Daniel shook his head. We do not hold position. The moment you land, the Vorax will know you are there. If you try to defend a fixed point, they will overwhelm you with numbers. Instead, you scatter. Disappear into the ruins. Make them hunt for you, while you hunt them. Doctor. Patricia Vance held up several of her neural disruptors. I have prepared 37 units. Place them at key locations around the city. They will create zones of confusion where the Vorax cannot coordinate. It will turn their hive mind against them. Catherine nodded. General Kothags has agreed to provide the distraction. The Coalition fleet will attack the far side of the planet. It will draw Vorax attention and widen the gap in Sector 7. She looked at the assembled team. 93 humans. Some of the most dangerous people her species had ever produced. You will be falling through hostile space, landing on a dead world, and fighting an enemy that outnumbers you by millions to one. There will be no support, no reinforcement, no rescue if things go wrong. Samantha Cole smiled. Sounds like Tuesday. The assault began at 0400 Galactic Standard Time. The Coalition fleet dropped out of FTL on the far side of Korath. 3,000 ships opened fire on the Vorax shell. Explosions lit up the void. The swarm reacted instantly, pulling units from all around the planet to meet the threat. In Sector 7, the gap widened from 100 kilometers to almost 300. It was still filled with Vorax units, but now there were spaces between them. Small spaces. Just enough. Go, Catherine ordered. 93 drop pods launched from the Relentless. They were small, single-person capsules designed for one purpose: fall fast and land hard. Samantha Cole felt the familiar sensation of acceleration as her pod rocketed toward Korath. Through the small viewport, she could see other pods falling alongside her. Below, the planet's atmosphere began to glow red as they entered at terminal velocity. Contact in 30 seconds, said her helmet's computer. 7 Vorax units in intercept trajectory. 7 pods never made it through. The Vorax caught them in the gap, tearing them apart before they could reach the atmosphere. 86 pods continued falling. The heat was incredible. Samantha's suit worked to keep her alive as flames surrounded her pod. She watched the altimeter drop. 20,000 meters. 10,000. 5,000. At 1,000 meters, the pod split open, and she was falling free. Her suit's thrusters fired, slowing her descent. Around her, 85 other humans were doing the same thing. They fell through the sky like burning stars and landed in the ruins of what had once been a great city. Samantha hit the ground hard, rolled, and came up running. There was no time to regroup, no time to form squads. The Vorax knew they were here. She could hear them coming. The clicking of metal legs on stone. The high-pitched whine of their biological sensors. Hundreds of them. Maybe thousands. Converging on the landing sites. Good. Let them come. Samantha moved into the ruins. She knew her soldiers were doing the same. Scattering like water droplets. Vanishing into the shadows. The Vorax were hunters. But tonight, they were the prey. The first Vorax found her 17 minutes after landing. It came around a corner of broken building, its 6 legs clicking on the rubble. Its sensor organs scanned left and right, searching for human heat signatures. Samantha was above it. She had climbed the ruins and was waiting on a ledge of broken concrete. As the creature passed beneath her, she dropped. Her blade went through its central processor before it could react. The Vorax collapsed without a sound. 1 down. Several million to go. Over the next 72 hours, the humans showed the Vorax what it meant to face warriors from Earth. Sergeant Major Henry Cole moved through the ruins like a ghost. At 78 years old, he should have been slow. He should have been tired. Instead, he was a killing machine. He found Vorax patrol groups and eliminated them one by one. He set traps that caught dozens of creatures. He killed over 300 Vorax in those 3 days. He barely slept. He barely ate. He just kept moving and kept killing. Colonel Daniel Reyes found the main Vorax coordination center on the second day. It was a massive organic structure in the center of the city, pulsing with biological signals. He could not destroy it alone, but he could hurt it. He infiltrated the structure, planted 3 of Patricia's neural disruptors at key points, and escaped before the Vorax knew he was there. When the disruptors activated, chaos erupted. The Vorax in the city center lost coordination. They began attacking each other, unable to tell friend from enemy. Thousands died in the confusion. Dr. Patricia Vance had insisted on landing with the soldiers. She was not a warrior, but she knew the Vorax better than anyone. She moved between the combat teams, adjusting disruptor frequencies, analyzing Vorax responses, and finding new weaknesses to exploit. On the 3rd day, she made a discovery. The Vorax had been building something in the ruins. A new type of unit. Larger and more heavily armored than anything they had seen before. Patricia studied it from a distance and realized it was a siege unit, designed to burrow. The Vorax were preparing to break into the underground shelters. She sent an urgent message to Samantha. They had to stop the siege units before they were activated. Samantha gathered every available soldier. 47 humans against a construction site, guarded by thousands of Vorax. The numbers were impossible. She attacked anyway. The battle for the construction site lasted 6 hours. It was the most intense fighting any of them had ever experienced. Vorax came in waves. Endless waves that seemed to have no end. Humans died. 7 soldiers fell in the first hour alone, but they kept fighting. They used every trick, every tactic, every desperate improvisation they could think of. They turned the construction site into a killing ground, using the Vorax's own equipment as weapons against them. In the end, they destroyed the siege units. They held the site long enough for Patricia to sabotage the construction equipment. And when it was over, 32 humans walked away from the battlefield. 32, out of 86 who had landed. On the 4th day, the coalition ground forces arrived. They landed in waves, filling the sky with transport ships. They expected to find a war zone. They expected to need to fight their way to the shelters. What they found was Samantha Cole and her surviving soldiers, standing at the entrance to the civilian bunkers. Behind them, the doors were intact, undamaged, protected. 12 billion coalition citizens were still alive. General Kothvex was the first to land. He walked toward the humans, stepping over the bodies of countless Vorax. The creatures were everywhere, dead, torn apart, destroyed by weapons and by hands and by sheer human determination. "How?" he asked. "How did you do this?" Samantha wiped blood from her face. Most of it was not hers. "We are human," she said simply. "This is what we do." Kothvex looked at the carnage around him. He looked at the 32 exhausted, wounded, unbroken humans standing before him. For the first time in his life, he understood why the galaxy should fear humanity. The liberation of Korath changed everything. News of the human victory spread across the galaxy like fire. 12 billion civilians saved. An impossible siege broken. 32 soldiers standing in the ruins of a city they had torn from the Vorax with their bare hands. The story was so incredible that many did not believe it at first. Then they saw the recordings. Then they believed. Within a week, the coalition requested more human soldiers. Earth sent 5,000. Then 10,000. Then 50,000. Each group was trained in the methods that Samantha Cole and her people had perfected: guerrilla warfare, infiltration tactics, psychological operations, the art of turning chaos into a weapon. Within 6 months, humanity had developed a complete strategy for fighting the Vorax. Dr. Patricia Vance's neural disruptors were mass-produced and distributed to every front. Lieutenant Commander Aaron Drake trained coalition intelligence officers in pattern recognition. Colonel Daniel Reyes wrote the book on infiltration operations against the swarm. Literally wrote it. It became required reading for every coalition officer. Within a year, the coalition had reclaimed 4 of the 9 fallen worlds. The Vorax, who had never lost before, were being pushed back. But it was not the tactics that truly changed things. It was not the weapons or the strategies or the training programs. It was the stories. They spread through coalition space like ripples in water. Stories of humans doing impossible things. Stories that became legends. The story of Samantha Cole, who held a mountain pass against 10,000 Vorax for 18 hours while civilians evacuated behind her. She ran out of ammunition after hour 6. She killed the rest with a combat knife and her bare hands. When rescue forces finally reached her, she was still standing, surrounded by dead Vorax, covered in blood that was not her own, alive. The coalition soldiers who found her said she looked like a demon from their oldest nightmares. Samantha just asked if there was coffee. The story of Daniel Reyes, who infiltrated a Vorax hive ship alone, no backup, no extraction plan, just one human with a bomb and a mission. He planted the explosive at the ship's power core and detonated it from the inside. The explosion destroyed a ship the size of a small moon. Daniel should have died. Instead, he somehow made it to an escape pod. He was recovered 3 days later, drifting in space in a damaged capsule. When they opened the pod, he was unconscious but alive. The first thing he said when he woke up was, "Did I get it?" He did. The story of Patricia Vance, who developed a biological weapon that could kill Vorax by the millions. She could have deployed it immediately. The war might have ended months earlier, but Patricia refused until she was absolutely certain that the weapon would not harm any other species. She tested it hundreds of times. She ran simulations and experiments and analyses. Only when she was completely sure did she approve its use. When asked why she waited so long, she said that ending the war was not worth becoming monsters. That answer confused the coalition scientists. But it made sense to every human who heard it. The story of Aaron Drake, who spent 11 months alone behind Vorax lines. Again, his mission was to map their queen nodes, the coordination centers that controlled large sections of the swarm. It was the most dangerous assignment in the war. Aaron took it without hesitation. He lived in abandoned structures and crashed ships. He ate whatever he could find. He watched and listened and recorded. Every queen node he found was a target for coalition forces. Each one destroyed, weakened the entire swarm. After 11 months, he had mapped 23 queen nodes. The coalition destroyed them all in a single, coordinated strike. 300 billion Vorax died that day as their coordination network collapsed. The war was effectively won in that moment. Aaron never talked about what those 11 months were like. But sometimes, late at night, other soldiers would see him staring at the stars. His eyes would be empty and distant, looking at something no one else could see. And then there was the story of Henry Cole. Sergeant Major Henry Cole was 79 years old when he made his last stand. He had survived every battle since Korath. He had fought in dozens of operations across multiple star systems. Young soldiers who had started the war with him had retired or been promoted to safer positions. Henry refused all offers to leave the front lines. "When I cannot fight anymore, I will stop," he said. Not before. His last battle was on a world called Tessera Minor. Coalition forces were retreating from a Vorax counterattack. 30,000 soldiers needed to cross a bridge to reach their transports. The Vorax were right behind them, closing fast. Someone needed to hold the bridge. Someone needed to buy time. Henry Cole volunteered. His commanding officer tried to refuse. He was 79 years old. He had done enough. He had earned a rest. Henry looked at him with old, steady eyes. "I have been resting for 79 years, he said. "Now give me a gun, and point me at the enemy." He held the bridge for 4 hours. The Vorax came in waves. Hundreds at first, then thousands. Henry fought them with every weapon he had. When he ran out of ammunition, he used his knife. When his knife broke, he used his hands. He was wounded 7 times. Each time, he kept fighting. The evacuation was completed after 3 hours. For one more hour, Henry kept fighting alone, not because he had to, because he wanted to make sure every single soldier made it to safety. They found his body after the Vorax finally moved on. He was lying at the center of the bridge, surrounded by the bodies of his enemies. His suit's audio systems had recorded his final words. "You want this bridge? Come and take it." He was smiling when he died. The war lasted 7 more years after Korath. Humanity lost many of its original legends in that time. But for every legend who fell, 10 more rose to take their place. The Vorax faced wave after wave of humans who had grown up on stories of Samantha Cole and Daniel Reyes and Henry Cole. Young soldiers who wanted to be worthy of those who came before them. They were. When the last Vorax Queen node was destroyed, and the swarm finally collapsed, the galaxy gathered to honor those who had saved them. The ceremony was held on Nexus Prime, in the same assembly chamber where Ambassador Zethrion had once dismissed humanity as primitive and useless. Zethrion himself addressed the gathering. He was old now, his 4 eyes dim with age, but his voice was strong. When we called for soldiers, humanity did not send soldiers. They sent something we did not have words for. They sent their myths made flesh, their nightmares given form. They sent heroes from the pages of their history. He paused, looking at the human delegation. We thought we understood war. We were wrong. Humans do not simply fight wars. They transform them. They become something more than soldiers, more than warriors. They become legends. Admiral Catherine Price rose to speak. She was 90 years old now. Her hair was pure white. Her face was deeply lined, but her eyes were as sharp as ever. The galaxy asked for soldiers, she said. And we sent what we had. We sent human beings. We are not special because of our technology or our strength. We are special because we refuse to give up. Because we look at the impossible and say, not today. Because when everything is lost, we find a way to win anyway. End quote. She looked out at the gathered representatives of 37 species. You call them legends. We call them neighbors, friends, family. They are ordinary people who did extraordinary things because there was no one else to do them. That is what humanity is. That is what we will always be. The assembly was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, they began to applaud. All 37 species, united in recognition of what humanity had done. In the years that followed, the stories continued to spread. Children on 1,000 worlds grew up hearing about the humans who had saved the galaxy. About Samantha Cole and her endless determination. About Daniel Reyes and his impossible missions. About Patricia Vance and her refusal to compromise her principles. About Aaron Drake and his lonely vigils in the dark. About Henry Cole and his final stand. They became more than stories. They became myths. Legends that species would whisper about for thousands of years to come. The galaxy had asked for soldiers. Humanity sent the legends they would whisper about forever. And the galaxy was never the same again.